Little bit of combat opping as the nade from Ultimate alley-oops himself for the double into the AK. 3 frags with 3 different tools. It's a quad! Find that reopening towards this hut exit. Fast lobby flank. They know there's bodies over towards this vent, but they don't know about Nissim. Another chance to shine in a critical mid-round moment. Nerds on the recovery, down to 30 health.
Oh, Nerds is gonna wait for it.
His head on a silver platter.
Wow.
Nerds is able to close out.
Uh-oh, missed that.
It's all good. Just a pack of pistols. Easy farm for Fnatic. Quad kill from backplat. Sits on party as they get that first kill. PR catching Vexite. Regali in from long. PR double kill. JKS starts to stomp, and now all of a sudden he's down. Bomb thrown out to the open. PR doing everything himself. That's the ace.
Nice flick here from Maka on the swing upwards. 30 seconds as the smoke goes down to the doors.
What do you do now, Maka?
Yeah, what do you do? Maka to make his move, and that is what you do. So although it's only a one-player deficit in terms of numbers, it's the health. There's a massive problem here for 3D Max. Ecstasy's coming out. And this has got to be around the sword win, but that shot removes the AWPer's head. There's now Mutiris all of a sudden.
No way!
Ecstasy's is gonna turn. Yeah, finally things get a little bit loud. It's gonna be Fear jumping out of the window straight away. Jota gonna make sure he can't go further into the bomb site, but Playmat taking one back here. Couldn't get the follow-up as Jota realizes no bullets were coming at him, so he's able to just stay composed.
VG, the Battle of the Titans. Guys, actually, this is getting... it's 25 seconds. They're overcooking the booch, Alex.
The booch is cooked! The double AWP connects. He hits both, and a third coming his way. Tracking the smell of him. He can find Bigger Zera. Not having any of that. Alex puts another one down range. Ace from Alex. Live as the Desert Eagle starts to take some chunks. He missed his chances and falls away. Hey, bullet, one from the 5-7 of Snow. Martinez gone. To Davy G on the clutch. Nice find. He gets up to 3.
One scout bullet will do it.
He's the one that has 1 point.
Oh, no!
Davy G just adjusts. I think G would go a long way, but the boost is going to catch. Yeah. No. Run! Nothing.
Now this is tough because
Yeah, we've got Ram. Oh, and it's the AWPer. Alcarin gets one. Asking a lot for the dot repeat. Gives you Judge exactly what he wanted.
okay, there is a smoke available on X-Club for this retake. A couple of flashes as well. We'll have to bait. Go first round. They've done it. They've broken the seal.
Yeah, exactly. How many did they get off the back of it?
Okay, there you go.
All it took was a UJ's 4K.
Inputs was left to his own devices. They're going through that round. It's a good start, though. We are going to see multiple kills here from MIBR and missed the round. They've done it. They've got themselves just as many rounds as they got on the previous map.
It doesn't even need to. And it shouldn't have.
Oh.
And they, well... Kicker versus the...
Oh!
Let's see if he can show him that experience reigns supreme. Deals with the first. There's the follow-up for Kicker.
Either way, now we look straight back to the action. We're going for a fast A. And they might get enough more they can shoot here because Headtrick's here with the AWP.
Not a bad way to start. Gifted that first. There's the follow-up. Only one left to find. Head trick.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, no matter what time you are watching PGL Masters Bucharest. 7 days, no breaks, intense Counter-Strike, 4 games a day on one stream, 4 on the other. It's pretty mental. And we're moving into day number 2, currently in the group stages, figuring out who is going to make playoffs. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for the first 2 games, joined by Danko. I was just combining your names.
Please don't.
I'm sorry about that. There we go. But it is kind of a cute little bromance name, so maybe we can make it work in the chat.
I mean, there is already a caster with the Dinko name, so I think maybe...
Danko, that's the vibe. Yanko and Dust are here. It was such a good intro till the end there, but there you go. That's what happens. That's why I'm in the morning and not the afternoon with Richard.
Welcome to live broadcasting.
Yeah, there we go.
It just happens.
Who knew?
Like.
Who knew? Okay, gents. Day number 1. Lots of fun was had. Lots of Counter-Strike was watched. But for the most part, I would argue that the teams were all pretty much the teams that we thought would win. They did just that, Yanko. No real surprises.
Yeah, not too many crazy upsets. I think maybe Heroic NIP, if you look at it, the fact that it was also 2-0. But then once you take a look at what sort of a game xCloud had, I don't think you'll be as surprised. But yeah, absolutely a pretty straightforward day of games. It felt like I was going to keep an eye out on Astralis in this tournament too. You can see that they lost to Bait 2-0 in their opening game because they looked, to me, on the eye test, pretty atrocious over at Pro League and to some extent at Fisher, right? I got some dead team vibes off of them, so let's see if they were able to shake that off, sort of reset coming into this tournament, or is it maybe an omen for things to come?
Is it fair to say that the Astralis, I would say the Astralis loss for me was like, if we were to pinpoint an upset, that would be the upset. I did not expect them to lose to Bait yesterday.
I thought it was a toss-up, honestly. I mean, kind of as Yanko's already been alluding to, while Astralis did get to enjoy a very short honeymoon period with Hooksy when they had that second place finish at Astana, the follow-up has not really been there these last few months. Really the only positive thing for Astralis, I guess, is that they still all have their jobs. Like, you know, the whole organizational transfer thing happened. And they finally made a major after missing the last 5, I believe it was. So, you know, a couple of positives in that regard, but as, you know, Yanko said at EPL and just some of their recent tournaments, the individual level has just not been there for many of their players, and their overall performance has really been lacking. And I feel like they're just struggling to have any real sort of identity. You know, I'm not really sure who's supposed to be the star of this team. I'm not really sure what the direction's supposed to be. They just seem very lost, in all honesty.
Okay, but Yanko, you said dead team walking. What's giving you that vibe?
I think it's just the way I watch them play, there's very little discipline in the way they play. And, you know, that's a sign of players not caring as much. You know, it's that sort of a moment in the round when you're like, yeah, I shouldn't be making, you know, this peak right now. But, you know, what are the chances that guy will actually be holding me? Or, you know, like, I'll still win the fight. And then you don't. And you were in a 4v3, but now you gave up so much map control. Maybe you gave up away into the bomb site for them. And then you end up losing the round. And it's a reset round. And now you have 1,500 across the board. And you're forcing with pistols. And it's ruined, like, the next 3 rounds for you, right? And it's all because, you know, like, whatever. And that's the thing that bothers me when I watch them play. There were so many of those situations, and honestly, it's not just one guy doing it. Like, it's a couple of different players at different times, right? And tells you, you know, lack of discipline is just leadership, right? And I'm not pointing a finger at Hooksy here. I'm saying just as a group, right? Not having that sort of, not being on the same page, whatever the reason for that may be. Maybe someone's on the way out after the season. Maybe it's organizational stuff. Still, we saw Stone take a, you know, leave of absence. Apparently it's temporary. Now you're bringing in Magus. Like, all this stuff makes it more difficult to focus on CS, right? Because you're uncertain about what the future holds. And we'll see how Astralis is going to look in this tournament.
So obviously we've had a chance to see him a little bit with GamerLegion. He's not playing too badly. So I suppose the question is, when does Astralis buy Torsen and put him on the bench?
Man, yeah, it's a crazy one, because, like, if you're Astralis and you're trying to keep a fully Danish squad, whereas many other national teams are finally giving up on that, like even Big has finally given up on that, bringing in Grix, you know, your options are pretty limited. Like, you have, like, Prison at OG, you have Tossin at GamerLegion, you have Blame F, who's already kind of been there, done that, over at Fnatic, and then after that, is there anyone else? I'm not really aware of one. I really do feel like if Astralis wants to have a future, it is eventually going to have to be an international one, just like everyone else has kind of found out at this point.
I don't think that has to be the solution. I think the bigger problem is, why would Towson go to Astralis?
That's a good question.
You know, at this point in time, into that group of players when the situation looks the way it does, right? Unfortunately, some of the players have lost some of their draw. I mean, how excited are you today to go play with Device? Probably a lot less than you would have been 2-3 years ago, right? So the Stone and Yabi, similar situation, right? The most exciting player on that team by far is Ter, right? And he's not necessarily a name that draws people into the team. So a lot of questions there that got to be answered by Astralis.
It's weird because, like, I think it was about a year ago, speaking to Danish players, they were saying, like, even though maybe Astralis is not doing so well, there's a history with that organization, and as a Danish player, that's why you want to go there, because there is some sort of elite feeling. I don't know if that exists anymore in Danish Counter-Strike, but that's a conversation for when Astralis starts playing. Another team, and I suppose it's one of these legacy orgs that I kind of want to focus in on, is NIP, and obviously their loss yesterday. I constantly want to expect big things from this team. And I know at the beginning of the year, there was this whole conversation about how Snappy was growing this, him and Exist from the ground up. The organization had given them the freedom to put this team together. They were going to grind all these online events. They knew how hard it was going to be to grind through VRS, but they wanted to prove it could be done. Is it enough, though? Because I do sometimes feel, Yanko, that it just looks a little bit shaky with this one.
I mean, it does, and to an extent, they're a great case study as to why people were buying up cores, right? Because it shows you how difficult it is to just grind your way out as an unranked team, so we finally got to see them in Astana, and we saw some exciting things, right? We saw some good games from them, and they've been trying to become a staple again. They had that good run at Star Ladder, which was great because it had a lot of prize money and not that many good teams, right? So they were able to make a run there, but it's also the roster has been changing. There was both U-Jerks and Aras Dosse there. Obviously, Aras Dosse not a part of the roster for a while now. Kaspersky in there, an exciting, young prospect. So at this point in time for NIP, it's about finding the results, right? Like they fall into that group of teams that we talk about. This is the Super Bowl for them in the sense of, right, this is where you can get a lot of points outside of the major for next season. So you get into that bubble and you just get more opportunities because it's very difficult. It's a completely different game when you come to these lands compared to online CS, and that's where they want to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, in a sense, concept was proven. They were able to break in, as, Yanko indicated, by being able to make it to Astana. NIP is now going to their first major after missing the last 3, so it's their first CS2 major. And there are some redeeming qualities about this NIP team that you can be excited about. Like, I think Wrinkle represents, like, a nice, like, op hybrid, like, talent to really keep an eye on. I think Kaspersky has kind of proven himself to be similar story to what PR has done on GamerLegion of, like, kind of coming in as this extremity playmaker who can be, like, another star rifler for the team. And they do have some good results here and there, but then you'll have a moment at Draculand where they're losing to like eyeballers and ints, and you're kind of scratching your head, kind of wondering what the heck went on. So I think it's just about kind of finding nice idling speed, like a nice consistency. But I think I see some positives, and they have put up some decent results.
Do you know what's like kind of horrible about grinding through tier 2, tier 3 though, is that you everything. I mean, there's that, but you do have those losses against these like weird teams because they come in and they don't necessarily play the Counter-Strike that you need to practice if you want to play top team.
That's one of the things I hated the most when I heard from my players. Is like, oh, these guys play like this or play like that. Oh, right, so what's the answer? You're going to get frustrated now and we're going to lose, right? Not in practice, right? We didn't necessarily play that many officials like that, but you just need to find a way to deal with it. And it was the funniest thing to me was there was a team we practiced a lot. It was a young team, an academy team, right, that I thought played really well and were great practice partners, and players were complaining about them. That team was Gambit youngsters, that turned out to be actually pretty good, right, during the online era. So sometimes that's why I say it's about leadership. It comes from the top down. You need to have the correct mindset in practice. It's going to be frustrating. Yes. Are you going to get frustrated in games? Hell yes. It's going to be even worse when you lose a 1v3 or they do some aggressive play you don't expect at a key moment. Now you're equal. What are you going to do? Cry about it or get mad? No, you have to find a way to just keep going, be able to reset. And I think for NIP, we also have to remember this is one of the worst run organizations in the last probably 5 to 6 years, right? It went from failure to failure. We have the running meme, for Christ's sakes, your time in NIP doesn't count. Every player that moved on from that organization was rejuvenated, right? Like it felt like you were getting out of prison in some extent. But with this last iteration of the roster, I mean, once they bring in Snappy and this whole thing, all right, you're feeling like it's a bit of a clean slate. They're actually an interesting team to watch. You can start and root for them. And I think it's very important to have that, rebranding to some extent, because again, when we talk about players wanting to come to the team and come to the organization, like it's a different story now than it was even last year.
I'm going to get a shirt for you made for next year, and it's going to say, "Suck it up, Buttercup," because that's always Yanko's response when teams, when I'm like, I think they're not happy. Suck it up, Buttercup. Let's take a look at the games you get to see today. We have 2 streams running. Of course, on stream B, you've got Harry, Henry, Machine and Sponge. They're going to be bringing you these games. And we, of course, are on the A stream. So the games you get to see here, a lot of these teams got their wins yesterday. And we'll take a look at that Schedule A to prepare you for what to expect. And here, of course, it is 3D Max and Aurora, Liquid and Bait playing a little bit later. But we're starting the day with GamerLegion up against Pain. Both of these teams getting a win yesterday, but both of them coming into this event looking a little bit shaky. We've got a lot of question marks around them.
Yeah, I mean, the wins yesterday were massively important for both these organizations because, if we're honest, the second season of this year has not been kind to either one of these squads. And, you know, I think in the case of GamerLegion, they were a team that looked promising last season. Get a lot of fanfare around this team because of, you know, the underdog nature of their squad. And, you know, Ash is a very public-facing coach and definitely some talented players in the team. And at times were able to get some decent runs at some big tournaments. Whereas you look at a team like Pain, where I feel like at the very beginning of the year, like the first couple of tournaments, they showed a little bit of something, but then they faced roster instability issues throughout the course of a lot of the season. Results kind of tanked, and really the only thing they had to show for this entire year is a top 4 finish at the Blast Off Major. That was kind of a weak strength of schedule other than the Furia win that they had. So they have a lot to prove now that this roster has now had time to solidify and prepare and put their best foot forward.
I think also a team that might benefit for playing Tier 3 CS and play some online games, like do something to get some wins. Like they've had like such a ridiculously low amount of matches won in the last 6 months, right? Some of it is roster changes, playing with a coach as a stand-in and different things, but still, even at the tournaments with their full lineup, and that's the problem, is like you can be, no matter how good you are relative to the rest of the field, right? And you're losing to Tier 1 teams and whatnot, but just when you go a long time without winning games consecutively and being able to win matches, it's hard to play with confidence, right? Like you might believe in your game and how you do things, but unless it's leading to match wins, it's like, how are you going to be confident about it? So you thought maybe a tournament like Fisher would have been a good opportunity for them, didn't really pan out. And here it's sort of a must have a good tournament situation for Pain, similar to GamerLegion, because they've also struggled in the last couple of tournaments. I guess that's a bit unfair because probably they had really tough opposition, but I mean, at CAC you definitely expected more of this.
I think the biggest thing with Pain for me is after the major, it was like, look at this team, like you got to give them some time, like they just need a little bit more time, they've got it. I feel like the time is up now. Now they're not delivering, and like Yanko said, they're not getting wins, so what is the solution for Pain? Have you had a chance to see some of their games? I mean, what are they bringing to the table today against GamerLegion?
Yeah, I mean, I watched their game from yesterday, and they play virtually identically to what they were doing last season, so they really haven't made like any role changes or any sweeping game style changes either. I think for them, though, it's like, look, all these potential prospects that they signed at the time, like Davideus, like Snow, you know, like obviously DGT being the latest addition to the team. It's just none of them have really panned out the way they wanted to, except for maybe DGT. Like I've seen some redeeming qualities from him. He was a guy who was a very strong rifler when they were kind of making a little bit of noise at the middle of last year when he was on 9Z. I think he does bring a little bit of stable firepower to the team. Big Azera has also stepped up his entering a little bit these last few tournaments after having a very rough year, if we're honest, but we just need to see some of the other guys be able to do something, right? Like I think, you know, again, some of these players that they were really kind of banking on to be the future of the squad, they just haven't really panned out the way that they wanted to, and it's really just been kind of tough to watch, honestly.
On the other side, we have GamerLegion. Let's talk about Astralis' best buy there, Torsen. I mean, he had a good game yesterday. He's been playing really well for this lineup. Do you think it's helping them a bit, Yanko?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been their best rifler this season, right? And we've spent most of the year just talking about PR first and foremost, and then Rez, and then 1-2 punch sort of leading the way for GamerLegion. But after the player break, I mean, Torsen stepped up in a huge way and is now leading the way for them.
Do you think that we put too many expectations on Ash? So this is obviously the conversation is that Ash is this incredible finder of talent. He grooms these, I was about to say.
I guess unless we're talking about operas.
Yeah, but I mean, this was the thing. So we say that a lot, but I do feel like now there's almost this expectation for every player that he picks up to somehow pop off and become this sort of superstar. So then we don't see the results. I mean, are we not seeing results from GamerLegion, or can we look at it and say at the level of players they have, they're performing exactly how we could expect them to perform?
Pretty solid overall, and I will say the development of Tolson has actually been a big one. If you compare where he was at in the first season this year, as he is kind of one of the other rookie riflers who, you know, as we kind of said, were overshadowed by the likes of a PR and Rez within his own team, but also like a Tanier when he was back on Heroic before he went to Spirit. You know, some of these other rookie riflers really kind of took the spotlight, but this guy has developed very nicely. Again, just overall ratings bump across the board, but what you've also been able to see is him feel a little bit more comfortable in these solo roles that he's playing, you know, as an anchor on the CT side. You know, some of the, you know, less prestigious, I guess you could say, solo T-side positions he has to play. But now you're seeing him actually come into his own. He's getting more active. He's being more successful in some of his opening duels whenever he has to take them. And he's also been doing a little bit better when he's been put in those late round situations to clean up. So really just across the board, you have seen him really evolve his game. And I've actually been quite impressed with the player he is today compared to the player he was when he first stepped onto the server for GamerLegion.
Okay, so now what do we expect when we take a look at GamerLegion up against Pain?
Well, I think in terms of the veto, we might just see overpass one more time, right?
Probably.
For Pain, they definitely have the option of Inferno or Nuke. I mean, two of their really most played, some of the favorite maps, and we do see Nuke come in with GamerLegion starting on the CT side. Yeah, I like that GamerLegion, this is what we talk about. It's like they're trying to make overpass a staple. If GamerLegion is going to have any sort of success against teams that are above them, like they have to go for overpass a lot, right? Because that's going to be outside of the top 3 maps for a lot of the teams. You know, like teams that play it usually just want to be good enough. They want to be good enough on it so that GamerLegion can't beat them on it when they pick it, right? Like that's what you're going for if you don't necessarily love the map, but it has to be a part of your map pool. And that's something that's missing with some of these other teams that we talk about in a similar situation. They just try to play like standard default, and you cannot outplay some of these better teams. And we see Dust2 come through again. GamerLegion banning out Inferno, which we talked about as the option for a pick for Pain, makes sense. And you know, they did manage to beat FlyQuest yesterday on Dust2, putting a lot of work into making this map a staple, because they can play Mirage, but they really don't want to.
Yeah, I think GamerLegion played this veto out perfectly. They themselves didn't want to play Train, so I think they're pretty happy to see Pain go ahead and take care of that for them. Gave them a little bit more flexibility in their second ban rotation to kind of just gear this best of 3 really in the direction of maps that they're totally fine playing. I mean, yeah, you would give, you know, Pain the edge on Nuke, I think, just in recent form, but I think GamerLegion will be pretty happy with being able to get overpass, and having Dust2 as a third, they also are going to like that as well.
I think also, I mean, you talk about firepower, and we just saw, you know, Snow. I mean, he was touted as, I don't know,
The next big thing.
the next Coldzera. I mean, if he starts going to the gym and starts going out, sure, but if we're looking at on-server performance, I mean, you can't even put them in the same dimension, really, in a way. And I think that's the problem to some extent. Like, it's been a while now that some of these guys have played Tier 1 Counter-Strike and had the opportunities, and we just haven't seen a lot of evolution, you know, not much that can say to us, all right, like, there, I see you, Pain, you know, slowly but surely there's improvements, and step by step, right? You can see them getting there. It's like they're just at the same spot they were a year ago.
Yeah, it's grim, bro. Like, Davideus might be the worst entry rifler on a top 15 team. Like, he is. Like, statistically speaking, this guy is, like, not even close to winning any number of opening duels that would help your team establish openings in rounds and give you something to work off of. Big Uzera, again, was a guy who was like touted as one of the big fragging IGLs of last year, has not really been the case most of this year. And you're right, Snow hasn't really turned into anything that we had hoped. Again, I think the only redeeming qualities from Pain individually speaking has been that at times NQZ has looked like, you know,
the major was a big one for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, so I think NQZ with the op has proven that he can definitely have loads of impact, and I think that DGT, I think, was a good pickup, and I think he has, for the most part, done well within his role. I think, oddly enough, this is like the weirdest thing to me, by the way, is that they moved Snow to the main yard position. I have no idea why they made this change. He doesn't fit him. You know, you would imagine someone like Big Uzera or Davideus would probably be more suited for that role. So that's a questionable one to me. I don't think it's really panned out. And so they're going to be in a lot of trouble against a GamerLegion squad who has a lot of rifling talent across the board.
I think it's probably, you know, so DGT gets to play the lobby position.
Sure.
And I think also it's tough. I mean, we made this sort of mistake when we first brought Brokey into the lineup, right? We put him into these lurker roles, right? And we gave all of the op because we felt like, you know, he could do it with his game sense at the time and put someone more mechanically sound at those rifling positions. But just the lack of experience, you know, playing lurk or the lobby player and just having the sense of timing and being willing to take risks and go for plays, right? That didn't really pan out the way we saw it. So once we made the swap and made Brokey full-time op and put Olof back in those roles, like, it was way, way better for us. So the point being, for the young players, maybe him playing outside, yes, it's a lot of responsibility, but it's also somewhere where you can take fights. You know, there's not as much lurking, waiting around. I mean, there is to some extent, but you're going to get into more fights than you will in lobby, right? And maybe trying to put Snow in some more position when there's more action, right? So that it's easier for him to find impact, perhaps a way for them to try and you know, improve the performance.
Do you think it'll work long term?
No.
No, absolutely not. I mean, if you just think about like how every other team plays nuke outside, it's either your primary entry fragger or your IGL who's playing that role, because you need someone who's not only comfortable, like, you know, being lurky and sneaking through smokes and finding time, but people who can actually get you entries, and Snow's just not that guy.
We're getting ready to go to nuke. It is GamerLegion up against Pain, but Scraunders is with us now. I'm just going to combine everyone's names today. It's easier for me.
Hell yeah, do it, Sam. I love how you guys both in sync have no belief in Snow long-term, gentlemen. It's nice to see you guys finding your common ground.
It reminds me of my favorite Coldzera quote, though. Pora carajo.
Yeah, yep. We'll be hearing it all day long.
I thought it was going to be the Coke Zeros, man.
Yeah. I think I'm with you guys, like putting him outside. You think about the players that play outside, whether it's, you know, an IGL like Apex or someone like Rain, or replacing him with maybe a player like a Liege. That takes time.
I mean, if you put him outside the server, I'd be okay with that.
Whoa.
Whoa, Dustin.
You couldn't replace
Whoa.
He's had his coffee.
Damn, man.
He's caffeinated.
Okay. Dust fired up. Man's got hands. And we'll see who does today for GamerLegion, because yesterday it was a nice showing out of Towson. Cool to see him kind of outshine PR on an individual level when we've been talking about PR as the consistent piece of GamerLegion. So let's get it on. We got Pain going fast towards the ramp, and Towson and PR speak of the devils. They spin up a hold between the two of them, assisted by ZTR, and soon to be shut down. Soon. Real soon. Davideus given a lifeline here.
Oh my goodness. Howler monkeys on the server.
Yeah, they heard Dust talking smack.
Oh my goodness.
And they want in quick. So we'll see if...
that was crazy. He took off his own headphones just to hear himself scream.
Yeah. Blood-curdling battle cries, we call those.
Snow will get his chance to respond.
In due time.
He was just so happy with himself when he did that. That was very funny.
He's been waiting all morning to let that rip, dude.
He's been waiting half an hour to do that.
Howler monkeys. That's you.
I was going to go to Costa Rica on vacation, and I looked up howler monkeys, and they just seemed terrifying.
Also, I mean, like, you know, roosters make enough annoying noise in the morning. Yeah. I feel like they should just remain the champions, but I don't need to be hearing monkeys in the morning.
Yeah.
I'll pass. I think it's Apex who loves Costa Rica. I feel like that's a real shot in the dark here. Maybe he doesn't, but I know he's always out in the jungle when he's got extended time off.
It's a crazy thing to just say.
Yeah, I know, but I think that's where he gets his inspiration.
Oh, I get it.
You see?
Yeah. That's got to come from somewhere.
That's Apex.
Not from other players.
The only thing worse than a howler monkey is a French howler monkey. But I can't talk too much.
They're more cheesy.
Something like that. I don't know. They scream with accents. I just felt like sending Apex astray here. Early days, day 2, Bucharest doesn't show up to the event, still talking trash. You know how it is. Towson's not going to let NQZ get back. Why is NQZ got out of hut to go back into hut? Thought he was going to escape, but gets found out. And Rez making quick work of this one. Money to be made, but it's denied because Towson shoots through his teammate to get that frag. Get him out of the way. GamerLegion have a victory in mind already.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw them play yesterday, and they were awesome. I think there was moments where, I mean, they didn't look like a total threat, but it was day 1. They already looked really good, especially between PR and Towson. So With more of that, they could steal a map pick here, which would be impressive.
Oh, I mean,
Pain are such a hard team to forecast because they can play so well versus some of the top dogs, even in a place. You know, I feel like Pain are more likely to win a tournament. I mean, GamerLegion can't win an event or haven't yet. It's just that they're way more volatile. Just another team with a high ceiling and low floor, and it's hard to figure out what gets them going, right? Well, for Pain, obviously, it's majors.
Snow sees this invite was that second smoke goes down, and as he makes his play, could be found out. Ooh, he misses his chance to capitalize on Rez. Spam through the smoke, so Rez pressured from both ends of this. And he's going to tap away towards Silo, but between Snow and Biguzera, they'll find the first blood. Second kill comes right with it, but then DGT traded out. It's that activity here from GamerLegion going mobile, getting up into the lobby, finding a response, and all the while, NQZ is going to tear it back to the 4v2 advantage. So Pain's slow play outer behind the smokes for a lot of space that they have not yet lost.
They haven't used it for anything quite yet, but they're in a great position to get down lower. Two players still upstairs. They're not looking to rotate.
Gonna sit here and hope that Pain come their way. If not, walk away with a couple rifles. You know you already took over lobby control at one point, so it feels like that's an easy exit for GamerLegion. And Pain's main mission, win this round with still 4 bodies standing. They'll send in Davideus, checking it out, finding it clear for the taking at 15 seconds. So leave it to Pain to take their sweet time. And that's kind of, you know, their motto this season of Counter-Strike since their run in Austin. Take your sweet time. They weren't attending all of the events, and the ones that they did, they were bombing out quite consistently, like just constantly falling 9th, 12th, 9th, 16th. Not even making top 10s at events where you'd expect them to. Was a difficult sight to see, but now they've got a string of events to close out this season. They need to start getting back into that groove as they run towards Budapest. They'll be here, they'll be in Chengdu, they'll be in Hong Kong, and then
maybe that is a good.
They'll have the major.
They at least have a few events and then the major. And
but it's non-stop.
Yeah, it's non-stop.
Terrorists win. Curiously as well, here in Bucharest, if they want to get that ball rolling immediately, this is the only Stage 3 team from Budapest that is here in Bucharest. And you take that Stage 3 America's spot, you better hold on to it, because we know that Legacy's coming for it. We know that Passion UA want to take a swing for it, being X-Complexity. But Pain hold on to it just because they didn't lose VRS throughout their struggles. Not enough of it. But I think publicly the scrutiny is, are they a Stage 3 team? This week, their chance to prove that they're going to power up into it. See if Rez can handle the heat outer again. Davideus seems very wary of this position. And once the smokes fade, Snow's going to take a look at it as well. ZTR smoked off, so the support system for Rez here is starting to be pushed back. Frag goes deep, and Snow's going to clear it. They're not going to fall for that beautiful couple. Oh, okay. We have questions about Snow outside. You just don't get his entries, they said.
Wow.
And there are 3 beautiful frags coming out of Snow early days on this T side.
Oh yeah, he's definitely done it. They put a lot of obstacles in his way. He knocked them all down. That was about as good as it could get here for Snow.
Suck on that, Dust.
They're trying to make this kid grow up fast, and it's working.
Now, there's a question about consistency and whether he's going to be able to pull that off all T-side long, but nice to see it this early. Strong triple kill. Wreaks havoc for GamerLegion. This time they at least do have a player downstairs, so there'll be some kind of a contest to stop it, and by someone, it's PR. This is somebody they bank on, him and Towson, trying to claw back 2v4 as NQZ's hands are busy. Biguzera doesn't keep him locked into the doorway, but PR also not taking that wide swing just yet. He waits for Towson to get into position. Incendiary outwards at NQZ, stuck in with this fight. Are they really going to try this? It's easy for Davideus to just lean back. Biguzera also an insurance policy, so yeah, they'll take a look, but they don't get a kill. And so Pain, off of the back of a beautiful Snow sequence, tie this game early.
Would have been a shame if this went any other way. That's such a good round out of Snow. He had some support, but for the most part, he did that off his own, you know, off of his own clears. I think they broke the smoke for him on the cross. That was nice. I'm not sure if that was a CT nade or theirs, but regardless, he could not get caught off guard. That was theirs.
CT nade, that's the invitation. So just capitalizing on GamerLegion's decisions. A real punish early days for this CT side. Moving forward, AK MP9. See if we get into any antics. A lot of bodies up on this A floor, and Towson puts the AK as close as he can without overstepping into lobby. Fire for his feet. That'll disassemble the immediate setup. And Payne will try to piece it together here, not wanting to make a mistake in round 5.
Oh, man, I was going to say. Any round is winnable. You got Rez on a Deagle outside. You've got to be very careful about how you scout. There's a trade. That's nice, but how quickly do they want to move off of it? Even 4v4 with good guns, you get a bit worried.
Not entirely out of utility just yet. Still 2 for the cross outside, so...
Painter using a lot of time here.
Yep.
One thing about them is they just, you know, they change their mind on a dime, and they'll stay on the same page, but the composition of their maps just looks so sort of unique every time. I think that's how they catch people off guard. But in this situation, yeah, let's see. Ooh, Towson goes wide, sees all 3. They can only go downstairs.
There's still that lobby alert going on for Payne, but they get the entry downstairs. Pistol's not going to be able to hold this back. DGT's activation is good. But Towson, who spotted it downstairs, is waiting for them to arrive when Biguzera brings that bomb all the way back up. Late rotation to get away from Towson.
Nicely done.
So they played this one to perfection. If Towson's able to get a kill instead of just jumping back into heaven, then maybe things get slowed down, things get sketchy. But also with the pistols going down into B and also coming up empty-handed, this is Payne playing it appropriately. I mean, walking away, if they met resistance outside, they still had 2 smokes for the wall. They still had a lobby player if they ever wanted to come back main. It was dangerous with the time, but they played with options open, and we see that by avoiding Towson in the end.
Yeah, there was ways for GamerLegion to win if they got like a kill on lower, for example. They had all the rotations, they had their early information from Towson, but they didn't have better guns. So it's good to see that Payne still won their trades.
Terrorists win.
And they knew someone was up in heaven, which means they were 100% going to come ramp. For Biguzera, I think that was just a simple decision just to go back upstairs. Oh, Payne looked pretty solid early.
Man, damn, AQZ. Dangerous, but trying to get an aggressive angle, and he's going to post it. Looking to bully Hypex.
Hey, he's a bad man.
Oh my. He recovers, so not as bad as it could have been.
Just had no idea.
NQZ also with a gap on smoke will find a pick off of his own, so each op on both sides peels a player off round 6, and immediately NQZ is going to take a sniff down at lower
walk
B.
Into it, yeah.
Ahead of the timing, but he misses his shot.
Wait, why
NQZ,
wouldn't ZTR push?
He's coming back at it, looking to keep him locked in, but ZTR still standing, and as he gets into decon, NQZ turned away.
He ran from that. ZTR ran from that. The shot was already missed.
Gets aggressive.
Just probably thought there was someone else there.
Ballsy opening moves from NQZ. 50 seconds and 50 health for him. Posturing lower and seeing if ZTR will get aggressive again. Doesn't look like he will do so.
Hypex hasn't really moved. We'll see if Payne are going to think about this or not. He's got a good line.
Gets awkward with the timings, though. You know, that's what almost opened the door the first time.
Starting to get confused, I think.
Yep. Payne just kind of letting him stew in it. And we'll see if the defender in Towson's able to lock it down instead. The rumblings of this approach now heard. DGT's contact as he gets front sight is with 2 additional players. Hypex pops out. Towson's able to get the other 2, and Hypex helping hands are what hold back that A-site hit. Payne tried to slow it down and play quietly, ultimately getting found out. You could feel the squeeze was coming, and GamerLegion stepping it up with a double kill here from Towson, off to the races, 6-1, 6 rounds into play.
Yeah, good to see that consistency on back-to-back days. He had that graphic earlier that showed his improvement in Season 2 this year. He has been pretty fantastic. It's just a nice pairing to have with, I think, between him and Towson, PR, and Rez. They're all very similar in terms of how good they are. Maybe it's Rez has just taught them the secrets to his spray. Maybe that's what's happened.
It's nice to see Rez just being able to be kind of the pillar of a team for once. Finally departed NIP after all of that time. That was a talking point earlier today that Yanko brought up, that everybody freed from the shackles of the org end up shining. There was great moments from him early when he joined GamerLegion. Can he get it back online?
Oh my gosh, is he going to push this? What a call out, man.
Yeah, Davideus on the attack.
Oh,
gets found out by Towson, whose presence on this A site has been very good. Hasn't looked lost in any of the timings, and Rez also going to clip Snow. Trying to get away with some more smoke play.
It's the hard part about being that outside player, man. You got to just innovate every round.
Towson and Rez serving up as pillars so far this CT side. Looking to get it back online with a 4-3 lead if they can close this. You know, you saw Hypex kind of get a little bit confused, a little nervous maybe in that last round with his repositions, but you're not seeing that kind of play out of Rez and Towson. Although the blind side here, not ideal. So banking on a Towson trade and Heaven's support, and with backs turned to PR, he's got himself a chance to shine.
Nice.
Rez and Towson, ultimately a kill each. They get dropped, and you're looking for the solution. Who is going to finish off what those two started, and now it's PR. So you brought up all 3 players, and this round is a great example of what they can each bring to the table to just win a round cleanly.
There are some gaps, obviously, like allowing a 30-second squeaky walkout is a really normal timing for the T side, especially late round, low grenades, and down numbers. You're going to try that. So Rez dying, a little bit nervous of a moment for GamerLegion, but they had enough people there to make sure they got all the trades, and they had to worry about lurks. That is one thing about Payne. It's just they're going to come up with new late round situations. You have to stay light on your feet to make sure you're ready for everything.
It's funny as it feels like in the last 24 hours, Rez has really been the victim of those kinds of confusions, right? Twice yesterday on Overpass, he died on A-site because Hypex had a kind of lapse in focus or lapse in control of the situation. Now here it is, Rez again, the guy that goes down because of it.
Yeah, you know, when you're opting for someone, and Rez is going to be able to cover everything you do if he just knows how you're going to play it, but Hypex is a lot less experienced than him, so it's going to take some time for them to build that chemistry, to know when to get on and off angles, know when to fight back for space.
Ooh, early kills here as PR gets found out. Over top of the fire, DGT finds first blood. GamerLegion come out of the spawn looking to make a move. And instead, you give a lesser buying Payne a great chance to keep this game tied. Not to mention, with that ramp pressure, you've also now added in control of Secret. ZTR just looking to drop his smoke on contact. Will do exactly that and peel back towards Decon. No immediate pounce. Plenty of time here still for Payne.
Hypex wants to capitalize on this, but he just comes out of heaven. No flash, no nothing. As they rotate back up from Secret. And unfortunately, it's a little too early where there's still time to do a couple of things. That's one of them's getting up into heaven. They could still wrap through mini. They could still go back downstairs. But for now, GamerLegion at least have 2 up here.
Davideus leading with that bomb. Picks up the op on the approach. And we've got Rez just locked in, waiting for this. They're hoping they've got the right defense in the right spot, and that would have dropped bomb down, but he goes for the wide swing. Wild with the Tech 9. Big Uzera's cover is fantastic. Didn't even feel like Davideus wanted to stop to shoot.
Yeah.
Just get those crosshairs off their positions, create the space for Big Uzera to thrive, and that one goes wonderfully here for Pain.
That's the optimal way to scale out of heaven, where it doesn't matter how good you are. Even if Rez got the first kill, he can't get 2. And because he whiffed, Pain have 5 alive, but no matter what, they would have lost. At least 1.
All about taking full control now. GamerLegion, rough spot. But you signed up for this man disadvantage by getting that aggressive fight going towards the ramp. We don't end up seeing how DGT finds that kill so easily, but found it, walked away, and Big Uzera calls it to perfection. Nobody dying in the live round. Pain in a fantastic spot to take control of what's left of this T side now. 4 rounds to go. You got the CTs in such a sketchy spot. That M4 is going to be everything. How does ZTR get it going? Opening move again towards ramp for GamerLegion. Going to remain adamant about taking control of something, and they will find it with no resistance because DGT's already downstairs. ZTR and that Soul M4 absolutely blindsided by this lightning pace coming out of Pain. They've already got 2 players down secret. And it feels like we kind of get the story that GamerLegion felt throughout this round. While they're taking over lobby control and walking through smokes and trophy, thinking that they've got that kind of a pace to play with, lo and behold, moments later, we are all surprised by 3 players sitting down on B side already out of Pain. So total conviction in their aggression downstairs, and Pain playing too fast for GamerLegion to do anything with lesser weapons this time.
Yeah, and it wasn't the time to go slowly again. Like, this is where Pain can actually pick up steam, and I think they have a good sense for when they should change their tempo. I really appreciate them not being scared of GamerLegion in this moment. When GamerLegion, they have enough time to think. They're going to try to make the most of that 1 rifle they saved. I think their expectations were subverted. Pain will take the lead here on T side. What it feels like to me is that if Pain win this map, it's going to go 3 maps. If GamerLegion win this map, it's going to be a 2-0 for them. And I think if, you know, Pain show us something on Nuke, then we get an idea of what kind of Pain we're going to get for Bucharest Masters in general. One of the hardest teams to get a read on.
Again, just opening moments that are making GamerLegion's job all the more difficult. Rez taking early damage this time. Snow's not going to find him outside. Funny that we get this pop-off moment from Snow early on in the T side. That triple kill was so clean, and yet that triple kill still makes up 3 of the 5 frags he has in this half. So the entries haven't been coming from him outer. Now Towson up in the rafters with Rez low down beneath him. He's going to try to go for the quick reposition. ZTR trying to find a golden moment to just fly up this ladder. 3 backs turned.
Oh.
And he doesn't actually get up and out. So it is full inaccuracy the entire time. And that MP9 just chipping away at the heels of Pain, excuse me, not going to be enough at all. So an act of desperation really for GamerLegion here in round 10. And it's not going to be enough. Pain taking everything they want as this T-side has gone on.
That was actually a golden chance if he just got off of the ladder. I mean, maybe he gets even 2 kills with how close together they were, but ladder stuck.
And again, Pain are going to be adamant about trying to take down every gun. So really looking to tighten the noose on the CT side.
There he is. Just tried to throw him under the bus, saying about how his one multi-kill round's the only time we've had to talk about him, and he drops another triple kill.
Oh, were you queuing that up?
Just a little foreshadowing, Launders, you know? Got to pull out all the techniques in the opening games of the day. And plenty of games to come. 8 matches today across the 2 streams.
You think Ash thinks of his players like little Pokemon?
No, probably like humans. Young, malleable humans.
He seems like a nice guy, but you don't know him.
I would hope that he's not dehumanizing these young, impressionable, promising players. But hey, who knows? Round 11 as we still get GamerLegion trying to build up enough money to go in for a full buy in the final one, but it's tough spots to be in. We haven't seen anything when they've gotten these kinds of rounds. Last time it was that ZTR M4 downstairs that got completely blindsided by the pace of Pain. We got an AWP and an M4 out here this time, and Snow has been afforded an easy route into Secret. No resistance as Rez is stuck on just that USP. They're banking on Hypex's AWP positioning down here ahead of Snow, catching off Pain. And I think it's a fair position when you think about how they played the last time versus a lesser buy. That quick pace down into B would have ran right into Hypex's AWP if that was the game plan from Pain. But they've got other ideas this time, and they're trying to get this A split going. They'll find some corners clear as the HUT players double back, setting up that Towson M4, but he's not able to make anything of it. And so Hypex stuck down inside of the vent. Yes, has a kill this round. Desperate to try to get out of here. And he's got 3 sets of eyes trained on him, so no entry into A allowed. GamerLegion try to change up the setup to get ahead of what Pain had shown them previously, but Pain are just flipping through the playbook and making this look easy.
So here, I think they don't have a total read on the economy. They go for a standard default. They get Snow to Secret, and they use him in a very standard way. Like, you can throw nades from here. You can make sure no push is coming. And we can go for a, not even a slow wrap, like a pretty decently paced one. Pain are just, they're in their lane right now. I feel they look very comfortable. They're getting away with just good defaults. Fundamentals look pretty good. This half is almost over now. 1 round to go, and they've already got 7 on T side. Hard maps in this veto. If you're not prepared, it can be lopsided.
Fast tempo to try to end the half. Pain rushing through and met by resistance in Towson. Another chance for him to impress from the back of the A site. If there has been a hero for GamerLegion, it's him. And if there will be a hero here in round 12 for Pain, Davideus and NQZ looking to tether up, dropping 1 down into the vent loudly. That's going to raise some eyebrows here for GamerLegion. How do you deal with that at a minute 15?
That one going T-Roof. Let's see about his path. Looks like they just want to meet up at Secret. Try to fight their way back into upstairs where the bomb is.
Lack of bomb possession makes this all the more difficult, but you've spent 25 seconds now to just meet up outer. All while GamerLegion still remain comfortably on top of the bomb. You can see that util usage over towards lobby just in case. Sure, 1 drop vent, but will they anticipate both moving this direction? Such a tough nut to crack to get into that A site, especially with an angle like this from Hypex. He's going to catch them off guard, but he almost let them get a chance to shoot back. No trade from NQZ. Again, don't know his position. And so him catching one off on A is one thing, but the player that dies does 50 damage. Towson does it well this round. And now everybody locking him in into main. Make sure that GamerLegion do get that 5th. So the faster tempo in this final round of Pain's T-side ends up being a chance for Towson to show us what he's made of. And GamerLegion walk away with a 5th round at the very least.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, there's a little gamble there from Pain to be like, let's make this an 8-4 half, an upper rush. That would feel super strong. I think it would be very sort of demotivating for GamerLegion after trying to climb back into this game. It felt like they were almost on the same level, and then suddenly Pain started to walk away with things. But the gamble doesn't pay off. GamerLegion stop it. I think they're quite happy to have a round like that. Can look forward to the pistol. I think this one still might not be over.
In a T-side where Snow ends up getting 3 successful opening duels, 2 of those 3 opening duels transitioned him into a 3K multi-frag round. So nice to see Snow kind of sprinkle in a couple rounds where we can look at him and say he did get impact from this new position he's playing outside.
Yeah, I think he did quite well. I mean, he's going to have to build out his repertoire of like protocols where, you know, which way he paths, which smokes, what variations, what tricks that he brings up, how he uses them versus different teams outside. That's what it's all about. But, you know, for the most part, a few of his ideas that came with a lot of conviction, how he was going to end. He had some good follow through. His aim was there to meet him.
CTR making quick work of the outer play. NQZ.
That was just missed.
Knows he's gotten away, but the window's open. Feels like there's a suspicion.
Oh.
He's going to come try to clear this. Snow also looking down, so nah, he would have ran. I feel like that would have been heard by NQZ. They know. Yeah, they're going to come pressure this, try to clear him out. Oh, jumping around. CTR ends up getting 2 of the 3 players that were tasked to come and clear him. You want the fight? Come get it, says ZTR. And that gives Rez a chance to slide into a similar position. Man advantage here for GamerLegion.
Damn.
Great chance to kick off a potential for the T side. But while being squeezed, ZTR juices Pain. And with this decon player locked in to the lower site, we'll see if Davideus can catch them off guard. Buy a bit of time for Snow to arrive. Oh, he tries to get the bomb planter. Rez good with the coverage. And ZTR's opening will not go down in vain. Snow on the approach, 1v3, no kit to play. Flash to get him out of here if he wants to, but Hypex still just locked in over towards Decon. Rez's position is going to go unchallenged. He takes the fight on his term to close out. ZTR's 2 kills sets GamerLegion up to tie this game early with a T-side pistol win.
This creates the most interesting possible outcome. That's a bit of momentum here between the last round of the first half, this pistol, and the way in which they won it. ZTR, they had him painted into a corner. He didn't even know about a second guy trying to hunt him down from the doorway. That was just raw reaction and mechanics out of ZTR. They're skipping the SMGs.
Yeah, 4 Galils across the board. GamerLegion in anticipation of some kind of a swing, but DGT going to keep ramp locked in solo. No contest outer from either squad. GamerLegion really expecting some kind of aggressive opening from Pain, but they don't get what they were waiting for.
You sack. I mean, some people might look at a MAC-10 and think, well, you know, you have a worse gun, but I think it makes your rounds a lot stronger. You can move faster, you can jump and run, and shoot at the same time, and so it's also a little bit more valuable in this position.
DGT is not getting out of here alive. ZTR keeping him locked into the wall. And a fast move down ramp towards B, where we haven't really had Pain throw too much. Snow slow on the approach. Could get lucky with the back turned, but window's not broken. He'll have to announce himself. As Towson and ZTR lock into the corners of the railings. You've got Hypex here in dark as well. Big Uzera announcing that there's 2 pistols over on the double door side of things. And David, that's the 3rd piece of all of this, found out. So easily done here for GamerLegion, taking those Galils towards ramp, clearing out the 2 players that were tasked to hold them back. MP9 was good for 1 in Pain's case, but not anything more than that.
I think you can see GamerLegion just put all their emphasis on winning this round, not making the most money possible, but they still get the bomb plant. They still keep 4 alive. Now, there are tons of advantages to having a gun like a MAC-10. Again, you can just speed up, you can pop things, you can scout. You don't have to protect the MAC-10 if it drops. You don't lose an extra $1,000 for, you know, the Galil that you would have bought instead. But they were just thinking that Pain might play this round aggressively. Let's just make sure everyone's in a good position to hold, and that idea pays off.
And now they'll get their MAC-10. ZTR freed up for it. Most interesting thing Pain bring to the table is that there's Zeus for NQZ. Catch me in the hut with the Zeus. But early utility forces him off of the position, so gonna get awkward here for NQZ. It's gonna be awkward for Pain with just pistols on this A floor. And another slower tempo from GamerLegion. They're not looking to make mistakes. Feels like after that first half, they know that they could have been more so in it. You know, those early pop-off moments from Snow, that 3K that really kind of set GamerLegion onto the back foot in the first gun rounds. Oh, what could have been is probably what GamerLegion may be thinking here. And oh, what could still be with some momentum off of a pistol victory. Feels like the tone was set when they bought those rifles in the second round. As few deaths as possible. The best way to keep all your money. Good luck to you, NQZ. You'll need it. Emphasizing the squeaky instead. Yeah, he falls down into ZTR, so that's cash made off the SMG and totally tearing through that A site. No contest offered up by Pain whatsoever. GamerLegion going to take a lead in this map off the back of a strong T-side start. And again, one where they have successfully, yet again, kept a bunch of players alive here.
Yeah, if this keeps up to 5, they've got 9 in the last 2 rounds. This is just...
It's great bank.
Yeah, it's a lot to chew through for Pain, regardless of having CT side to look forward to. It's going to take some bad ideas and bad execution from ZTR for this to totally fall apart quickly. So I think Pain are feeling a little nervous now.
I think the veto makes total sense for Pain to take it to nuke here, but this is a 5-player team in GamerLegion that has played the map 3 times. They've got losses versus the Mongols and Maus. No shame in that. And a 13-0 over Astralis about a month ago. So
is that the 0T rounds game?
I believe so. The old CT side specialists. No. It's a 13-0, so it had to be a T round.
No, I mean for the other team.
Yeah. I was like, wait, no, you can't win a game of Counter-Strike without winning at least one. What that T-side could have had in store, nobody will get to know. Good early damage here, Pain. And I think that's the whole point and purpose of GamerLegion making sure so many of those rifles survived in the last 2 rounds is they know that once the guns come out for Pain, it's going to be a tougher fight. Prepared to lose a few. Easier to stomach with cash in the coffers. 3 players over $6,000 right now. So this early damage, still need to make something of it. And it looks like Pain, confident in their opening gambit, go deep in through Trophy. Double kill found between both the players that push out. And it feels like now ZTR can just take the gloves off. Once you're in a 3v5, you've got Bomb outside of main.
Ooh, this is actually not a bad wrap. There's no one top hut either, which makes this a little bit easier for ZTR to get out. He's got a lot of support, and they might allow this to happen if they're not careful.
Nice crouch under the line. Davideus back sight's got a flow player in front of him, but Hypex on the other side of things. And a 3v5 to get bombed down with only now one player man advantage for Pain, and Snow in a tough spot to get up through this vent. He's going to have to pick his timing to perfection.
It's all about ZTR, man. He's got that squeaky area. He's going to get it flanked. He takes the flank out. Now Snow, can he sneak out? He's scared about it.
Still nervous because the other player in NQZ is yet to find contact with anybody else. Snow wants to react to whatever NQZ can create. And now he realizes bomb past the halfway point. He's got to make his move. And that bomb, though, who's got eyes on it? ZTR popped inside of the hut. Hypex is positioned right in front of it. Snow's got both.
Wait,
with
but
bomb planted back sight. NQZ, it's going to come down to the wire.
No, they didn't even have time to do that, guys. Come on.
I just assumed that NQZ taking his sweet time like that, especially once Snow is able to come out vent instead. To me, it's because NQZ is just going to drop and close out.
Yeah, and that's not just a silly way to lose. You lose both your players as well. That's, again, it's GamerLegion who have money, not you, Pain. You lose an op and a rifle, and the only way that even comes close is if Snow gets both kills.
Huge 5v3 fumble.
Did he have a kit or no? Just wasn't ever possible.
Closest death would have been Big Uzera behind CT vent.
Oh, this is now you know, Pain with no op this round. They lose the rifle they could have had. This is where it can get just unbelievably expensive, excruciatingly expensive.
Big Uzera, it's a rude awakening. 3 players right there ready for him. Insta-kill out of Rez. Again, Rez just coming through with entry frags. He's the guy that opened it up 3v5 last round, killing Big Uzera with ease on the vent. And this time takes it right back downstairs, gets another in the head-to-head.
We got Pain by next round. I don't think they want to even hunt NQZ because right here we've got GamerLegion. They have one round, they lose everybody else. Every other round, they're saving tons of money. Now they're going to get to 10 first. They're in the driver's seat.
It's another day where we can look beyond PR for impact, which is what's going to bode well for GamerLegion moving forward here in Bucharest. Setting themselves up for a clean playoffs run, 2-0 with today's win, if they can pull it off. But a matter of still stealing Pain's map pick with this T-side. Meanwhile, Stream B looking like Legacy is going to kick the day off, impressing.
Nice.
13-5 over Gentlemates.
Crazy. Gentlemates did get the 2 over Vitality and then lose to everyone else.
Sometimes it'd be like that. Legacy, no.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Just great to see Legacy capitalizing on their tournament win. And then moving forward, we said, would there be kind of like this hangover due to the victory? No. They've waited long enough to finally taste the win that they're not letting go of it moving into the end of this year. This is GamerLegion with momentum. 5 rounds straight on this T side. And still not even losing out on the money. In fact, still just growing that economy behind it. And so close to a victory as well, where you've just got to squeeze a couple out.
Hypex says 9 grand, doesn't even want to buy an op, so they're rich. I think Pain, this is moments where they can be like really risky and play different and not play the numbers in terms of, all right, we want to be able to save in this round, We want to make sure we take a few out. Maybe we want to be slightly aggressive in certain spots, but we want to play carefully because our economy is extremely fragile. Like, they will actually take a risk that can win them the round because it's unlikely, but totally blow up their economy and spoil the rest of the game if they're not careful.
It's not a back-to-back success story for Big Azera either. He was pretty convincing in his game yesterday as a driving force to the win.
Wow, you look at that head-to-head, and it's NQZ, you know, doing a great job here. 5-2 versus Hypex. His main opponent on the op, but Hypex really hasn't been impressing so far in the last couple of maps. But it's still only day 2. And I should say on the op specifically, he actually had a good map on Overpass with the rifles.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is why I think he doesn't need to be swinging it right now. He got some good momentum going on this T side. It's been born in some of the pack plays that GamerLegion have brought out. Strong trades, keep it rolling. Off of the pause, we come through with a ton of utility. NQZ catching Rez. First blood goes the way of Pain, but the pressure's on. GamerLegion all in towards the A site. PR operating on his own as the other 2 players that were left here for GamerLegion remain smoked off. So these hyper-aggressive A hits just haven't bode well for either team. Pain ended their T side with a failed attempt.
No rotation.
Oh, the fact that he's even allowed a bomb plant scares me because we are talking about a GamerLegion that's already pulled off a 3v5. Pain showing a willingness to make mistakes at the moment.
And ZTR's going back to check the secret flank. Big Uzera.
That's the weak link. 30 health for Big Uzera. And he gets the headshot. So retakes on. Hypex nowhere to be found. This one is all Pain all day. 6 rounds into this CT side, and they will find their first CT round win. Just totally stuffing GamerLegion, who thought off of the tack and then small tech pause that the aggression inside of A site was going to get this game over. Pain have other ideas.
I was like, Zex are so tempting because they're just the easiest round to play out. They're the most fun to win, but they also feel the most random. When you see these small timings in between smokes and NQZ, obviously great find. Not only getting that kill, but seeing the intention so fast off the silo. And ZTR put himself in a good spot, but didn't feel like he had the extra second to wait. Does a little Swedish clap.
Rez set up outside, and for the time being, nobody here to meet him until Snow comes in. Concerned as well, though, from that squeaky door. This is just good comfort zones for Rez. Still watching his teammates screen.
Oh, man. They've got no idea.
For a second, I was like, oh, wait. Sorry.
This is really dangerous. NQZ just has no idea this could happen. And they've got nothing watching this. Hypex also gets his kill on Big Uzera 2, in fact.
DGT, though, here's Back's turn to him. Oh, Towson didn't let his guard down. Towson wasn't buying that room was so free for the taking, because when you consider Rez takes over Garage, no challenge. Hypex picks up 2 other players and ramps open? I don't think so.
Not the best look here for Pain, man. There was just big gaps, and yeah, everything was just too easy to grab. And a nice round. As soon as Hypex picks up the stop here on T side, he puts together 2 frags. They have just dominated outside. Look at the whole perimeter of the map.
It's going to be a tough pill to swallow if Pain end up blowing this. Their map pick, a strong T side. Sure, you lost the pistol at the start of the second half, but you have not stopped GamerLegion since. The 1 round you've won on the CT side of things is just because GamerLegion kind of offered you an olive branch with that all-in A rush.
Fun. Yeah.
You know, you win 5 rounds, you get to play with a little liberty, and after that liberty, they go right back into a slow res approach outer. and another round win comes through from it. So buys are still coming out of Pain. That's the silver lining we're looking for, because this second half has been nothing to be proud of if you are Pain Gaming. And again, looking for this aggression. So they'll try to rinse and repeat. Flash finds Snow. He's going to find a kill and a half as Davideus comes through to assist. GamerLegion didn't learn their lesson.
I'm so disappointed that they tried that again. I think in the back of their mind, they lost so badly that, you know, Biguzera's going to call, you know, let's not even pre-nade this round. We don't have to be worried about this. There's no way they're going to think about it. And okay, there's still a route down lower a little bit.
CTR's doomed, burned out, and bomb dropped.
In some sense, that play was kind of obvious. Yeah. You know what I mean? And
hey guys, they'll never see this coming.
We were so bad last time, they wouldn't expect us to do it again.
Guys, this time there was no pause. They'll never see it coming.
Yeah.
And again, you have so much money still in the bank that, yeah, you got a little wiggle room, but...
Oh. Towson could actually make this
I was going to say, with the 2 days he's had, let's take this one seriously. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, because that's 3 kills in! 3 kills in an instant! 30 seconds, and Biguzera playing scared as bomb gets picked up.
Boy, Towson, depending on how he plays this, bomb gets planted.
11 health.
It's going to come down to how he lurks.
Oh, hell of an attempt here from Towson. You've got to take this kid serious. This is a breakout moment in the last 24 hours. He is turning heads. 19 kills off of the back of a triple in that 1v4 attempt.
And honestly, even those kills is pretty massive. This is a round that was almost a total disaster, and it turned into hope for GamerLegion, which is exactly what Pain didn't want. And just on the sheer dollar amount, it was really, really expensive. So look how successful this stoppage is in the beginning.
This headshot into the control room. See you later.
Oh man, I thought he was gonna throw that smoke down, walk around to the vent, and go upstairs. That was definitely an option for him. Would have been a great bait to try to pull off, but hard to think in that moment when you've got 3 down.
I just love how pissed he is that he didn't actually win that round. This guy is so hungry at the moment, and so's Biguzera, but he'll be caught out by Rez. Oh, okay! Bending a bullet around the bread box.
Damn.
Rez with a nasty couple of headshots, gunning for this 12th round. GamerLegion starting to bank on the fireworks that the individuals can bring to the table, clearly.
Yeah, so they lose their upper pops, but everything else has just been perfect. Now, this is still possible for Pain. They got to start moving around, though. And they're here to stack upstairs and hope that the round comes to them. Will this be the right idea? I think GamerLegion have seen that they've been slow to the rotations downstairs. They've almost always late round been able to get lower and see no CTs. The question is, how do they think that they're going to play this one?
So low health DGT up in heaven. But it's the player above Hut that looks like he's going to catch Towson off guard. Snow's position revealed, drops down to try to get himself another, but now the main player can come through with the cover. Rez on for the ace. 16 kills to his name. PR into the kill feed. And that low health DGT creep out from heaven, denied. Blew to smithereens. A quad out of Rez to secure themselves the 12th.
That was a cute bounce on that, HE. My goodness. What a couple of openers out of Rez. And what a round overall. Check this out. Oh. Real nasty.
Terrorists win. Perfectly thrown. Hits both the goalposts.
Are easy.
Slows it down. And we are now looking at a Pain who will be beating themselves up. A 7-round T side bode so well until GamerLegion won that pistol, and now we're talking about a CT side for Pain that is still without consecutive round wins, and one that demands 3 in a row off the back of 2 MP9s and a FAMAS.
And they're just incapable of stopping anything that's not an upper exec. They can't stop defaults. They can't win the first fight outside.
Surely GamerLegion won't run at them A again, right? The one thing that hasn't worked for GamerLegion.
No, outside, they've got to
They'll slow it down.
They're faking the inside pop. They're trying to draw some utility. They know that Pain don't have much to work with.
Yep. So good opening move to do exactly that. Half the grenades Pain brings to the table here in round 22. Burned already at a minute 25. Gonna let some smokes fade. See if they can catch somebody exposed. Not only low utility, but not everybody's well-equipped enough to take these longer range outer duels. Those MP9s, they'll be nowhere to be found. NQZ, M4 backing Garage. Big Uzera, the second M4 here towards main.
How do you want to close it, ZTR? That's the question.
Cutting off one of the two rifles is a good start.
Threatening a big wrap. I think, again, if they go lower, I don't know if they're going to go big Garage. They might.
Looks like back turn to NQZ. Oh, and Hypex doesn't get the trade.
He's still alive.
NQZ hanging on to this spot. Wallbang's just off the mark. ZTR will go probably one more mag to the spam. And down to 2 health. Gets back into the depths of Garage, survives it. ZTR not able to get the kill back. So are we looking at another 3v5 for GamerLegion? With 2 MP9s top hut, it's going to be difficult to get out onto this A floor. And remember, bomb is on ZTR.
You'd have to do a sick clear here to take out Davideus, but you know it's on his mind.
Davideus actually gives up the angle. Towson wraps around off the flash.
That's awkward, actually.
But again, no bomb. ZTR loses that. And GamerLegion gonna offer double digits over to Pain. Towson will continue to tear bodies up. 3 kills to his name. The only player to find success in this one for the GamerLegion.
What a monster, man.
And Snow trying to keep the dream alive, the hope more than a dream, if anything.
Finally stopped an outside play off the back of NQZ on a rifle of all things here.
Gets lucky that the first player has a back turn to him, and then Hypex just kind of drops the trade frag up close. And that is while still Big Uzera is smoked off on main, so there was nobody to truly help NQZ. He just posts a double kill and doesn't die to the wallbang. This is a lifeline for Pain. Coming through with more nades, less SMGs, and a chance to finally string 2 CT rounds together, but it's going to be GamerLegion walking it outer at the start of this one, and they've got the smoke covered to, at the very least, get res over unscathed.
Yeah, I do think that the key for GamerLegion is getting downstairs quietly, again, because Pain will not react if they don't get the visual, and here that the bomb isn't crossing, even though they could have made it happen. But so much rests on this just one jump spot from Big Uzera. They don't have anyone in to refresh their position on ramp. That means their low rotations will be strained. Oh, that shot gets missed. Hypex, you just can't miss those. I mean, maybe you can, but...
Yeah, you can if Towson's going to, at the very least, pick up a kill.
That was so free.
Trying to pick up all the slack he has to make this happen. Double kill for Towson. Now it's res to hit the ground. DGT with the clean headshot back. It's still a question about outer control, though, and they don't want to take an additional duel outside. They will go down secret, 2 players strong, trying to eventually join up with PR as him versus Big Uzera is queued up towards the ramp fight. Big Uzera knows what's up. Looking for this duel. He will find that instant headshot, turning back. So they know exactly what's coming. What's left to be offered here by GamerLegion. On an individual level, GamerLegion are starting to break back through. That's a missed chance from Big Uzera. Bad plant position. Now a second attempt at it. DGT doesn't go wide. Over towards the vents, though. There's another duel queued up. And ZTR's headshot's going to make it look easy. Davideus doesn't know that his back is turned to Hypex. Can't miss this one. Won't miss this one. And we're closed. The Towson takeover knows no bounds. Another stellar top frag performance.
The Towson takeover. I love that. Scrawny, great line. We need to steal that. I mean, let's just walk through that last round. Obviously, GamerLegion getting the win. Dust, what were they doing right?
Man, really impressive stuff from GamerLegion here. I mean, they had, just for context, they lost their last 5 out of 6 nuke games, and they were only sporting a 35% win rate on the T side. just really struggling offensively. And they made some subtle changes to their T side in the second half. I feel like that's kind of the story of this map really is the comeback that they made offensively. And it was because they kind of swapped things around a little bit. Like Towson had normally been like their main yard player, and Rez was kind of like somewhere in the middle, and they've kind of put Rez more like forward and taking the entries. And they were letting Towson kind of just, take things a little bit slower, like be able to wait out yard a little bit longer, catching rotations, allowing him to get into more of these mid to late round situations as opposed to just using him as an entry. And it was very fruitful. Like the guy just teed off. It was incredible.
Yeah, I think a great T side from GamerLegion. Honestly, I don't mind the A plays whatsoever because they were good calls at a good timing, just didn't necessarily pan out, and they weren't two exact same sort of pops. They were a little bit different, but yeah, I think for Pain Gaming, unfortunately, losing that 5v3, in the first gun round, and then also giving up 3 kills to Towson in that 1v4, those are the 2 rounds that hurt them the most because it put such a dent in their economy. You don't have all the utility on your weapons. That changes what you can do, what sort of plays you can go for on the CT side, and they just had no answer for GamerLegion when they were playing that slow default style.
It was just crisp too, man. Like, it's like the way they were scaling, their spacing, their like utility was so precise. Just how they were, making sure that nothing really went to waste. Everything had a purpose. Everything was able to have impact. Really good play just throughout. Again, Rez kind of taking point more often on T side was able to have impact as an entry. Towson, again, just continues to level up his game. I mean, again, this is a guy we were not talking about at all pretty much the entire first half of the year. Yet in this second season, despite the team's overall struggles, his evolution as a player has been very apparent. And in a game like this one, look at the impact this guy had, the last 5 rounds of the game to help them close out. Just so many multi-kill moments, so many just in different situations too, like in clutch situations, in mid-round trading moments. It seemed very comfortable, pretty much taking any fight, whether it was coming out hut, coming through mini, these lower take type situations. Nearly had, like Genko pointed out, an incredible 1v4 clutch. It's awesome to see him be able to kind of just, develop as a player and help GamerLegion get back on track on a map they've been struggling with lately.
Do you know what I really like as well is you can see how confident he's feeling it. You can see it in the server, but also like when he has these moments and it goes back to him on camera, you can kind of see Yanko how he's sort of feeling himself a little bit, which I think is a really good sign for GamerLegion because you want that positivity and that confidence in the server.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about Counter-Strike is a confidence game, right? And the mental aspect of it matters a lot, right? You have to believe you're the better player. You have to take those fights. You have to be decisive when you take them. And you're absolutely seeing it in Towson's game. He talked about it in the interview too. It feels a bit more comfortable with some small changes that they made in regards to roles and positions. Has been, working on himself. Was obviously unsatisfied with his performance in the first half of the year. And it's absolutely showing.
On the other side though, this was Payne's map pick. They had a good start on the T side, and then it kind of, they were just struggling. They didn't know what to do. They're not going to be very happy coming out of this map.
They had a great T side. I think they can't really be too, hurt by it. Obviously, Snow almost threw a little bit of egg on my face with that triple kill opener at outside that kind of kick-started a T side that was respectable. They got 7 rounds there. You're certainly happy with that. It's just when you go, 6 or 7 unanswered rounds in the second half on your CT side, you just can't have that happen, right? Like, you have to be able to dictate the pace a little bit better, and they just were unable. They kind of just let GamerLegion do whatever they wanted. They weren't able to be very disruptive. I didn't really see them change things up and go for more forward angles or go for more aggressive pushes to try to, slow a GamerLegion team down who had a very, well-defined game plan that, again, there was nothing that disrupted it. And I feel like the lack of adjustment there was an issue.
I think also what killed them was, to some extent, lack of information outside, not necessarily, control that much, but just being in the dark. And even in rounds where they had an advantage, it would come back to bite them.
You have some rounds that you wanted to kind of use to showcase what Payne has been doing, what GamerLegion is doing. Walk us through them.
Yeah, I think depending on what we have first, I think this one is about Pain and sort of how it went for them in the first half. I think DGT did a great job, right? Like when they were struggling and GamerLegion was winning some rounds, that entry, and it felt like this was what enabled Pain to go on a run in the first half. This was their final buy, right? But you can see how that first entry, then they want to go secret, they get blocked, they immediately go back up Hypex maybe not expecting an op on NQZ. He gets that kill and then just a heaven wrap, very well done. You know, they get a clean round, and I don't know if GamerLegion was maybe a little bit surprised by the fact that they bought here, right? But that's just a bad way to lose a round. And then coming on to the second half for GamerLegion, this is the one where you're going to see the entries coming in from the side of Pain, right? Like they go for that mid-round lobby push because there's nothing happening really outside. Both NQZ and DGT get a kill, but now GamerLegion finds the gap. Rez and Hypex go main. You can see how passive the CTs are. Snow is down on Decon stairs, right? Just spotting. And then once they get the bomb down, it just takes Pain Gaming so long to even begin this retake, right? That in the end, they just run out of time, right? And those are always signs of a team that's just not really on point. Like the communication is bad, right? When no one is aware of guys. Like, are we going for this or not? Okay, Snow is in vents. Someone has to start playing so he can come out vents. Like, these are things that need to be communicated in a matter of sort of 5 seconds, right? Because if you spend 15 seconds organizing yourself, by the time you get into it, right, you're going to run out of time, and that's what happened to Pain.
We're moving on to Overpass. We had a chance to see GamerLegion play FlyQuest here yesterday. I mean, what are you expecting from them today based on that performance?
Yeah, I mean, GamerLegion have really kind of tried to make Overpass their whole map, you know, in you know, this map pool that they've been kind of slowly, you know, going throughout the course of the year, and they've been very successful on Overpass, you know, 5-2 in their last 7 games. Really good fundamentals, really balanced game plan. I think that they, you know, have great playmakers on both sides of the map. You know, Rez obviously has a lot of reps playing the A side of the map throughout his entire career. Very comfortable there offensively and defensively. I think PR represents a playmaking opportunity on the B side of the map that not a lot of other teams have. And I also think that Towson, again, this is a map where he's a little bit more active and a little bit more engaged, you know, playing connector, helping with executes, and he's playing phenomenal Counter-Strike right now. So they're going up against a team that's only played this map one time. You know, it's a loss to Fnatic, and they looked very scrappy and a little bit lost. And it's to be expected. They haven't really had the reps in Overpass, but it's going to be tough for them to go up against a team that is this tenured on the map already.
I think my favorite is production did let me know. They were like, you know, we can't really pull any data for Pain because they don't play it. So, yeah. I mean, that's the situation we're sitting in, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the benefit of GamerLegion, you know, making Overpass a strength, right? It's definitely a big weakness for a lot of these teams who only have it in the pool because they figure, well, a lot of other teams don't want to play it either, so most of the time we won't see it in the best of 3, not against GamerLegion. And I think it's also a map where it's really important that your individuals, right, take a lot of initiative, and it's great that GamerLegion have PR and then Rez on the other side, right, because it's not a map, it's almost where you have like 2 teams working the map at the same time, right? Because it's so big for the Ts, you have to be able to take some map control, take risks on your own, maybe with one teammate next to you, because the CTs, it's so quick for them to rotate. So if you group up too much, I mean, they'll always have the jump on you and be able to over-rotate to the bomb site, and that's why it's important that individuals do go for fights when they feel like the opportunity is there and just apply pressure to keep the CTs honest and not allow them to go for those over-rotations.
There's that part of me that wants to go, oh, but you know, because we don't have data on Pain, that means that GamerLegion doesn't have data. Maybe they can surprise us, but I think the ugly truth is GamerLegion is looking more and more likely to be able to close this out 2-0.
Yeah, you'd be kind of crazy not to call them a favorite to do so at this point in time based on what we've seen them be capable of doing an Overpass, and the fact that the one time I have seen play Overpass, it just wasn't very convincing, right? They really struggled defensively against that Fnatic team that they lost to. Just didn't look as nearly as posh as you would think. And again, to be expected, like their map pool is limited, and this is one of the maps that you kind of just have to let through, and maybe they've come up with something in the time that they've had off between tournaments, but they haven't had a whole lot of time because CAC was only just, you know, 6 days ago. They had to travel here, obviously, from that, so they probably haven't had a lot of time to adjust. So I'm not expecting any ace up their sleeve or anything like that.
There you go. That's where the analysts are sitting. We'll find out if they're correct. We are going to take a break, and when we return, GamerLegion will try close this out on Overpass.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Wagwan PGL. We're back in the building with a very talented individual, introduced to me by one name. It's Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion. How you doing, Ash?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good, man. Better you're here. Been looking forward to this. I saved you to the end. I didn't know when you'd come through that door, but I knew you'd come eventually.
That's very nice of you.
Now, Ash, these are actually probably pretty good questions for you, for someone that is in your role for as many years as you have been, killing it. I need to ask, in your opinion, what is identifiable as making a good player, a good teammate? Is it work ethic, raw talent, the vibe they bring? Is there something that stands out as a key characteristic when scouting talent?
I think having an identity is really important, to be honest. They need to not just look like a system player. Like, I think a lot of the time I look for initiative is the main thing, and even if they're having a poor game, still willing to try and play the game and try to win. I think a lot of people go very safe and they just try and they stay in the comfort zone, and when I see that, it makes me worry that, you know, when you put it against the best players in the world, it's probably not going to happen. But yeah, there's lots of things that make a good teammate, but when I'm scouting someone, I'm looking mostly for good decision making, but positive decision making rather than just, you know, safe things.
Yeah, that's fair. It's also a lot of people I've spoken to today, obviously kind of IGLs. When I ask the question, it's more sort of, can you help obviously being in the server with them if they maybe have a bad characteristic in communication or something like that, but you spot the talent, can you help? But I imagine from your side, being outside the server, you're seeing all 5 monitors, does it make it easier to identify those issues and then nurture that talent in the long run?
The thing is with Counter-Strike, there's like 50 things all the time that someone could be working on. With sample size, you kind of see when it's more of a problem. Under pressure, again, like a lot of times you're at home and at your PC playing practice, half the issues don't even come out, and then you play officials, and suddenly that's where you get like the best learning experience. And you see, okay, now under these circumstances, maybe you're not communicating as much, maybe the risk taking is kind of like in the wrong direction, or the way you're dealing with pressure or something. But you're constantly working with different people on different things, and you try to keep track on things, making sure that everyone's kind of evolving the game as well. Like, someone might have great communication, but it doesn't mean that it's the best it can be. It can still be a little bit better. You might notice sometimes that some things are missing. So just never-ending kind of...
Always just looking to build and improve.
Always looking to help them, to give them a focus to improve all the time.
From your POV, what's the vibe of GamerLegion coming into this event in terms of form? Do you feel like we're in a good spot, or you wish you had more time in key areas? How would you describe it?
I think form is poor, which we understand that. Form is based on results, right? If form in practice, I say it's better, I would say. I think the main thing we're focused on at the moment is just having that confidence and that belief again, because I think the feeling right now is that we've gone from a very good team to a terrible team, and it just doesn't work like that. You're always like kind of somewhere in the middle, right? And try to remind the guys, like, we were fantastic at the first half of this year. There's been a bit of a drop off. We changed everything one way, and now we've kind of changed it back again. We're still the same guys, the same team, the same group. And when we come to an event like this, we really need to believe from the start that we are good enough to play these teams. We are one of the stronger teams on paper, but we need to go put it like into practice in the game. So the form, I won't say it is the best, but I think we're feeling good. I'd say practicing pretty good, and if we can show that confidence, I think there's a lot we can show here.
How does the team approach unpacking the bag when it comes to, say, mid-round, something's gone wrong, or over the course of an event, you've identified there's an issue in the team, something's not quite working? How do GamerLegion deal with that and correct an issue so it doesn't bleed over?
I think we've been dealing with it a bit in the wrong way, to be honest, for the last couple of months, and that is we'll try to fix it instantly in the game, and we need to be able to let things go a little bit more. We're too perfectionist with a lot of things, to be honest. I think it's a bad habit, maybe coming from mine. It's kind of maybe leaked over a little bit. We need to be able to let the bad rounds go and play the next rounds again fresh, and then everything else is just in analysis, and maybe not going too deep in the tournament. try to find what could we do better kind of in the next time, rather than just, oh, in this instance, you should play off this, you should play this, because there's so many different scenarios where it's never going to be perfect with that, right? So we're trying not to be perfect, but just get on more on the same page a little bit and not deal with it so much in the game as much now, and we just need to focus on trusting our instincts a little bit more, and we haven't done that in the last couple of months. It's been too focused on not making mistakes.
Yeah, it's a talented bunch. Just feels like you say, you just need to have that belief. If the going's got tough, just give it back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, when we have like a very young team, they sometimes don't realize kind of how good they are again, and the noise from outside, the social media, stuff like this, of course it's going to affect you, especially when you're 17, 18, 19, 20 years old. Like, it affects me when I'm 39, 4,000 years old and 35. I mean, it's not too bad, but of course it affects me, and it's going to affect them as well. I think that we've like I said, we've gone from we're the best team in the world online, the super underdogs, to now we're just terrible, and of course the people are going to notice that. Yeah, 100%. And now, hopefully now it's kind of making us stronger in the future, you know? We'll come a little bit more insulated against this stuff in the future, and we'll kind of see if we grow from that.
It is absolutely a pleasure to talk to you. Wish the team the best of luck here at PGL.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to hear from Ash in interviews like that. Just good to know that the GamerLegion project has a clear head on its shoulders, Launders. And it's nice to see the development that's been going down, because again, we've got Towson top of the charts. He is turning into quite a CT side monster for this team. In the same way that PR has been their entry specialist in recent months, they've now got that defensive half of their pop-off potential. And if he's able to put that together again here on Overpass, then we will be praising GamerLegion as they step over top of the Stage 3 Pain Gaming squad on their way to a 3-0 run here in Bucharest.
I mean, they set the stage for a 2-0. Overpass is just their ace in the hole. It's a map that could definitely actually get them far in this event right now if they're going to keep picking it and they keep winning. People fear Overpass 100%. And Pain not scoring their map pick. Well, to be honest, in a lot of their series, they lose their map pick, they take the unlikely map, they go to map 3, goes to overtime, and then they somehow win. That is the Pain formula. But GamerLegion looks solid and consistent, looks strongly grounded at the moment.
It's the Pain formula that they really want to get rid of. I feel like an easy day in the office is something Pain want more than anything else.
They think different, though.
So we'll see if they can piece it together. Right now we got Snow with a frag, a flash, a smoke, a kit, and already a rotation up towards this A site. So no immediate play towards B, has Pain licking their chops, hoping that the commitment comes their way. But when you give so much space over to GamerLegion, you can be ready for it. You can see DGT inbound as well. This is going to be 4 pieces of Pain in position to try to hold this back. But there's utility on both sides and a bit of discomfort in the back of this site. Biguzera able to get himself a second kill and no third as we finally get an answer back. Rez's P250 looking to pop off, but he'll go down, and PR never even allowed in. Not today, GamerLegion.
Not today, Gamer.
I said that as if PR doesn't have a chance, but 2 separate duels. Snow's going to be the end of it. Pain Gaming pick up a CT pistol win.
You mentioned that. PR wasn't really there on Nuke. Just wasn't needed. If it was GamerLegion losing and PR wasn't there, then it'd be like, oh, how is Towson the more consistent one? But Towson did such a tremendous job. Like, it was just such an imposing presence across the whole map that it just wasn't a factor, really. But here on Overpass, you would expect that it would be this time around. It'll be interesting to see the second half between Rez and Hypex, too, to see if any progress has been made on that front. And for Pain, well, they'll be happy to start off the CT side with a pistol.
Rez hanging back, lets the Tech-9 fly. And everybody on Pain, barring NQZ, forgoes SMGs. This would be a very costly round to lose if you're Pain. T-side wasn't the issue for GamerLegion yesterday. It was actually the CT half of things that kind of took a while to get going. This was GamerLegion who allowed FlyQuest to kick off a 6-round T-side after seemingly doing enough on their own offensive. Feels like that's something they're definitely going to want to stomp out if it starts to slip away from them again today. But we'll get there when we get there. For now, it's the attack with the double nades outside B. Nobody home in that regard. Not far off, but just not exactly where they needed them to be. Good Tech 9 damage for 97 health.
Nice.
Snow actually steps into the flames of Rez, so burnt to a crisp to end it. Pressure on this bomb site as Rez goes through. More damage done, and the trades are looking good. But it is still Pain to remain one man ahead of the problem. And ZTR lost in the thick of the smoke. Not able to find his. That's 3 strong for Pain. They'll swap that SMG out for an M4. All 3 Colts move forward. Pain convert it nicely.
They do. They convert it nicely versus really great, well-placed flashbangs, great mollies, kind of multiple tier exec for a round that didn't have much money coming into it. So I was quite impressed by the way that the GamerLegion I would definitely copy and paste that for my own team. Like the way they used their utility, the way that they came in and spaced with each other. They put a lot of pressure on Pain on that site to make sure they got the first kill on each and every engagement. And they managed to do that, avoiding the headshots by the Tech 9s.
It's dark in here. Trying to bank on a dig or two. Or 3 or 4. Towson too concerned with that open squeaky door to realize his head's on a silver platter. Okay, that was from the background. Rez, great coverage, but it's a one and done. Jesus, for a second I thought that front player just got a flick of all flicks. But instead, Hypex just takes the blunt of the damage, and it's PR to get the M4 off the corpse. So what more can be done? Smoke in front of Big Uzera at 45 seconds. They're not running away from this. PR trying to do what he can to catch them off. Finds the bathroom player. Spotted Big Uzera, but Big Uzera smoke fades, and he's going to clean house.
One more kill. I think GamerLegion going to be celebrating. So Pain want to tighten up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw the impact.
Big Uzera's like, where are they?
It's got to be somewhere. CTR creeping closer with that bomb. Not going to find it. Big Uzera makes sure to keep, again, majority alive. All 3 of the M4s saved a round ago are saved here yet again. So economy rolling forward for Pain as they go 3-0 up. Stringing CT rounds together. That's something they could not do on Nuke. They do so immediately here for map 2. Here come the guns for GamerLegion. Let's see what test is in store for us. And by us, I mean Pain, because, you know, I'm part of the team.
They know you.
They know me. Me and NQZ, we go to the same barber.
Oh, that's quick, man.
Speaking of haircuts.
What an assembly up on top of that slide. That was... I'm not surprised NQZ wasn't ready for that.
Quick to it, right? The moment they've got the tools for the job, they've got the opening frag. We'll see if Big Uzera's recovery of this op costs him, but nope, he's creeping back and they don't keep the pressure on him entirely. It's a nice 5v4, it's total connector control, it's a comfortable, patient setup outside of B, but what they don't know about is this Snow push. They will never know that Snow has managed to get beyond. How much does he want from this? Nothing more than the PR frag at the end of it, but they've already gotten themselves into the site. David with a double, cuts off the second and third entry. It's that additional piece that got in front in ZTR that'll find one down. Huge moment here for Snow as he finds himself another early multi-frag. Did it on Nuke, does it again, and keeps these CT rounds rolling.
You know, he could have sat there and really milked it for that moment and see if anybody else came, but maybe they get into the site, maybe the bomb goes down. But he knew his teammates were in position. He took that kill, I think, right at the perfect moment. They were still ready to exec. He had his teammates right here in CT ready to push this molly, no problem. I mean, everything else is just lovely and precise. Another good early round moment.
Those two GamerLegion players so caught off by that push from Davideus in the fire. Right? They laid down the flames, but he was ahead of it. It's the fact the first player gets past him. He kind of blindsides too, so GamerLegion will be beating themselves up. It's activity from Pain. quick decisions. Had a convincing win off the back of it. It's going to make GamerLegion's T side all the harder now. 5-0 looking very likely with a man advantage over Rez and only an AK for the remainder of the field.
What's PR stand for? Is it his name? Never caught that lore.
Damn it. Couldn't think of anything funny fast enough. I don't know.
Power Randy.
Power Randy. You want to try again? Personal record? I'm surprised you didn't go with Power Ranger instead of Randy. Don't know what a Randy is, but
it's his name.
Could be his initials. He gets the one, the only one this round so far for GamerLegion. Hypex thought he'd catch somebody off, but it's 4 alive. So majority alive again and again and again and again here for Pain. Momentum out the gates. His real name is Oldrick Novi, so it's not his initials.
I'm sure you pronounced that perfectly.
Well, he's from Czechoslovakia, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, the Czech Republic. And
you didn't factor in the Exante goose there.
There's a lot of accents in there, man. There's accents I don't even know about. One goes up and down. Today I learned Towson has 2 last names. Sebastian Towson, Towson Lindelof.
Towson, don't call me Towson Lindelof.
Okay.
Oh, they did the same thing.
See ya.
They did the exact same thing.
Thought he was going to fall for that twice?
And it's crazy because I'm kind of surprised NQZ went to check that same thing.
Because why would they do it twice?
Why would they do it twice? That's the ZTR, baby.
If an A-rush don't work, try it again.
But faster.
And this time, this was a gun round. It's not looking like one with the amount of impact GamerLegion have been able to pull off. Okay.
They're mentally coming apart at the seams.
Yeah, you done woke up the beast, huh?
This is the Pain special, man. They lose their map pick, show up on map 2.
You know what they say, Mo? You got to lose a little to win a little.
Yeah. Scared money don't make money.
If you're down bad, just keep going.
On the bright side for Pain, it does just look legitimately good. They're taking all this good map control. Their setups have been solid. They survived that really terrifying looking half by B exec.
They did the boost back to back.
Yeah. It's the upper pop all over again.
Gonna have to dig a little deeper than that. GamerLegion, damage done here as PR finds the 1. And the 1 is all he's gonna get. Davideus is on a bit of a tear. 6-1 is his start with this multi-kill.
He was also not doing much on nukes.
No,
That's
he was not.
Sight.
Finished that map 9-18 with a 0.57 rating.
Damn.
Yeah. So, if you'd like to make fun of him, now's the time. He's in the process of making up for it. 6-0 CT start. And still, it is a GamerLegion that limps into round 7 with a solo AK-47. And QZ knows they're not going to boost again. At least not where he thinks they will. They go for the edge of the smoke instead, and Rez will find nothing, just the trajectory of the frag going past him, and a full pullback here from Pain. And they want nothing to do with Party.
It's a lot of space being offered up to the T's doing this crawl. Oh, NQZ will miss that smoke pretty badly. And Yeah, look what happens now.
Aye, Big Uzera catching the headshot. Looking for a little more with his 58 remaining health. Hypex, you've got the bomb, brother. And looking for the duels instead. That's going to slow things down in a world where they need a bit of money. And this one's going to come apart at the seams if it already hasn't. Now we've got PR's rebuttal. Again, just one. No multi-kills coming out for GamerLegion, and some very awkward moments.
It's like the smoke's offered up there. Hypex doesn't realize he has the bomb. His teammate could be fighting Truck, but what happens after that? If he dies, they all have to keep going back to the spot to get the bomb back in. There's even less chance and time to do that. So that's a gift here for Pain, where they didn't really need one. I think Towson used up all his aura back on Nuke as well.
It's been a big 24 hours for him. We finished that map. I said,
he's like, I can't have a map off.
Yeah. I said the Towson takeover knows no bounds, and we found the limit. 3 phenomenal maps. The 4th, too much to ask, or at least for the first 7 rounds. But it is Rez dead to NQZ. Hypex, good trade back. Trying to find reasons to praise the new piece of GamerLegion.
Yeah, that's key.
Especially when he's on the op, because his rifle moments were strong yesterday. But if you're going to be a specialist with the scope, let's see it. ZTR, found out by Big Uzera, trying to pressure Big Uzera back, and ZTR will win that duel, but there's so many supportive elements for Pain already on this A site. Hypex going to fall to David as he gets himself another double kill off of that site, just facing in, taking duels as he chooses. And you can see the frustration there for ZTR, because it's like, why is this guy still fighting? But Davide is feeling it as he tears him up. 3 kills outside bathrooms on the same angle, and now sits pretty 9-1.
I mean, he was going to fight like that, and they had the tools to kill him. They just didn't. So look at the Pain players right now. 10K on DGT. They're just rolling in it.
Ooh.
Man, this...
What's he going to do with this?
Oh, wow. He's just going to kill him.
That's all we're going to do.
Standard style, eh? Not crazy style.
Feels like after that implosion that goes down in the second half of Nuke. Because, you know, now that we're turning this back into Pain's favor, we've got to remember that that first half of Nuke felt great for Pain. 7 rounds on a T side. All seemed good.
It was pretty good, yeah.
You know, it's not like they came out they didn't look incredibly sloppy on that T side. We had the right multi-frags when we needed them. If anything, it was just so surprising to see them kind of fall flat on the defense, but they are right back to winning ways. GamerLegion running out.
NQZ's got contacts now. He's not wearing his glasses.
He's not wearing his glasses.
You got to take them off too then.
I can't see without my glasses.
You think his are fake?
No, but I don't own contacts. What else would I do?
I don't really know how that works, but can't you just buy them?
Not right now. I'm at work. In a country where I don't speak the local language. Okay, you're thinking A-Rush is going to work, huh? The all-in Tech-9 rush down A. Met by Big Uzera, who gets himself 2 kills. Awkward one here for NQZ. PR with 3. Triple. It's Tech-9s for most, but that one Galil hits the ground. ZTR wants to get his AK going.
They know Snow knows they're going to try to push into him, surely.
He's ready for it. Towson, shadow advantage offered over, and bomb possession for Snow confirms that ZTR is pushed deep. And he's got a rifle because he lets him know. Wild Spray finally gets there. Good damage done in response. It's 40 health versus Snow, who just sits on this angle towards sight. Waits it out. ZTR hoping that he peeks.
Oh,
doesn't get the reaction he wants.
I feel like ZTR just waited long enough that he could have had Snow turn around going to bank. But then he took the pre-fire, handled by Snow.
Nicely done.
And they land on their feet in the end, 9-0.
Are you talking about the score at the top of the board or Towson's kills and deaths?
Yeah, that's not... they didn't really stick the landing with his score, that's for sure.
2 9-0s on the scoreboard. Pain loving the look of both. Towson is effectively offline here for the second map of today's best of 3. We'll see if he can charge down something at this B site, taking control of short immediately. Davide is dropping nades, and DGT finds first blood again. It is PR down. DGT locked in, though. And so Towson's going to try to get the trade. The first frag's been found, folks.
That's a nice one.
10 rounds into play, Towson gets his kill. How many more are there to come? Rez versus Big Uzera. They both catch wind of one another. Good flash from Rez, sets himself up, but he can't get the duel done. And Big Uzera has been tearing them to shreds as he gets aggressive through bathrooms, now fighting over top of Fountain. A 15-kill half for Big Uzera already.
And he might not even be done. Still alive in this round, too. Peeled back as the T's come towards the A site. This could be the perfect one-and-done position to get all the glory here. Smoke goes out early because they're not keeping his eyes towards long, assuming that they're going to cross up on the site this way first, but they're not. And he'll go down. Actually a chance here for GamerLegion.
Concerned about the flank, but it is indeed both Pain players coming up from the B site instead. They've got plenty of utility for this retake. How deep is this angle? Oh, Towson getting a bit greedy. You could just be playing the bomb.
Yeah, why?
Instead, he makes a move, gets found out, and with that, puts all the pressure on Hypex to try to close out 1v2. He's outnumbered, and they're on site already. He misses his chance at killing NQZ. A second shot also missed. 2 more bullets in the op, and NQZ is going to keep that pressure on. Towson gets a couple kills, gets a little over-ambitious, and 10 rounds consecutive here for Pain.
There's no problem pushing, except they have 2 players. They could do it at the same time, or they could play long together, or bathrooms and long. They just weren't complimenting each other at all. And then Hypex takes this shot. If he did it, he actually has a great chance of making a 1v1. In a one-on-one with the up on long, depending on the utility available, you're in a pretty great spot. So definitely chances here for both of them together and as individuals. But that's what happens when you don't communicate well enough.
You got to use the chatterbox. Communication is king. Wow. Didn't expect this. Gonna be honest. Just gonna keep it real with you.
That's pain for you, man. That is just pain for you.
Speaking my truth. Good on Big Uzera to kind of have another takeover moment. Highest rated player in their opening game yesterday. Didn't feel like he was going to replicate that after Nuke, but now he's taking a swing for it. Ooh, hello.
Just in view for seconds.
Well, hello. Don't mind if I do. And QZ giving an absolute freebie of a kill. And these frags, I mean, they've been trying to pepper Pain on this B site, but they've been real elusive here. Slippery dudes. Snow changing up the spot. Davide is by his side, but we get this walkout through Monster, uncontested. GamerLegion think they've got an opening on B, and they're going to keep the pressure on these 2 defenders at 30 seconds. Trying to scale forward with the flashes. Good kill from PR. And Hypex trades out as Rez gets his as well. So everybody contributing here for GamerLegion. The first question was how many rounds before Towson gets a kill. The next question is how many rounds before GamerLegion win one. And with a man advantage in the post plant, utility still sailing outwards. We've got time here for Pain before they can chuck out the 2 incendiaries they still hold. ZTR hiding inside of the site on bomb. Easy pickup. As the fire doesn't even find him, he makes his swing out and just offers over the kill.
A second molly as well.
Gonna keep the short player at bay, but could still fight. Rez offers up the duels, and they come through with the retake. Pain, 11 rounds so far.
Oh, you're joking. They're making every mistake that they possibly can right now. They'd love for this to be a 13-0.
just keep peeking. Everybody thinking they have to make their moment happen then and there, but instead, just offering openings over to Pain. Man disadvantage, they don't give a damn, keeping the momentum going. And very nice spread in terms of the frags for Pain as well. Davideus, DGT, and NQZ, 11 kills apiece. Big Uzera, the tip of the spear, and Ash burning that third tack pause here and now, because surely you need at least one.
Yeah, without one, it's unlikely.
This is going to put a real dent in the GamerLegion approach as well, because we've been discussing them kind of using this overpass pick as their tool.
Yeah.
You know, a weapon to kind of keep other teams on their toes.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
at least other teams won't be afraid of their overpass future.
Tactical loss, huh?
They can sack this because they have a nuke.
A cheeky. Nope. Hey.
All right. See, Pain don't even have to hit their nades right now. They can 13-0 you.
It's on purpose.
They
Here
can
comes
push
Big
around.
Uzera. So aggressive, taking the fight to Rez again, but this time Rez wins it. Round 12. Is this the one? We've got a boost outside of the B site where 3 players stand. And a man advantage to work with. But a man advantage post-plant wasn't even enough. So don't write off Pain's ability to sweep this CT side just yet.
Are they going to boost? Oh,
as they disassemble? Yep.
This is the flash there. Another flash, maybe.
Hello? Howdy, neighbor. PR's been the best performing player for GamerLegion on this T side. He will not be a part of what's left here. Oh, nasty quick zoom.
Oh my
NQZ. Don't even see the scope, but he
fly.
rails him, and so Pain take it back. Yikes. Tough pill to swallow if you're GamerLegion. ZTR taking that bomb to the B site, and it's going to be Rez to try to draw all the defenders up. If he doesn't get a kill, you'd think this one's too much of an ask for ZTR, but Rez looks to blindside Davideus. That B defender a bit hesitant to leave, but Snow is inbound to help DGT on A, and that bomb starts to walk out through the monster. Rez stomping forward, but the element of surprise has been lost. ZTR is going to have to hang on for dear life here, fragging a flash to work with. He maintains an angle and shaves Snow off the site.
No smokes left. They throw that one out early.
He's got the kit. ZTR with the huge reposition, wraps back around Monster. Fast on the timing, DGT getting on that bomb, and he's not faking this. He's a stick and down to the wire. ZTR walks it out. It's a long con fake into that A site that ZTR will use to find 3 kills and GamerLegion's first round. Check this out.
Yeah, this is crazy. It doesn't
scope.
I don't even see the scope.
It doesn't scope.
Yeah, you said quick scope because there's no icon in the kill feed, but I didn't see that. That screen did not scope.
That's an NQZ, baby.
That was a sub-tick quick scope.
An NQZ.
That was a sub-millisecond quick scope.
He's kind of nasty.
You just hit both buttons at once, and it does that. It's 100% accurate no scope.
Dude, he's that guy.
Oh, it's because he has contacts.
Oh, that's what that is.
You get to unlock that.
Cyberware upgrades. Well, at least it's not a 13-0.
No, I mean, that would be way more funny.
That's, yeah, but not for GamerLegion.
Don't care. They have a map.
Sure. Now they have a map, and they didn't get 13-0'd. Safe to say, pistol could be important. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. That is a decoy.
Wow, he tricked you. Decoy tricked you out of game.
I think there's one out of the map, guys. What is this, Battlefield? We keep it inside the walls, but the walls are closing in on GamerLegion. And in this silence, 30 seconds into the round, you know they're feeling that squeeze. Here comes Rez's chance. Nice first tap. Not going to find himself a multi-kill in the second pistol. And pressure on ZTR as Davideus connects his second frag of the round. Payne looking for the express lane to victory here on Overpass. Hypex locked in with NQZ. Not going to be able to find his multi-frag either. So 3v2 we go. Bomb to be planted, uncontested. Nothing GamerLegion can do about it but wait.
Yeah, these spots are pretty impressive as well. How are they going to get out of here?
Smoke on Towson if need be. We'll see who takes first contact. He's only got 1 round with kills so far in the map, and he's down empty-handed as David gets a 3rd PR. Needs all 3. 1 kill into it already, tries to clear the corner. Not going to happen. Payne will make this as easy as they can on themselves. It's a force buy needed by GamerLegion.
Could have been a 13-0.
Not today.
This is definitely really surprising. It felt like a story coming into this event, at least after yesterday, then the pick of it again, Overpass for them. You know, maybe that's what makes them the difference to get them to deep in this tournament, and it still could, because they still have a relatively robust map pool outside of it, but this will change our expectations a little bit.
Trying to control that gun, but just giving kills back over instead. Snow, Mac 10 double. Dude, you had a 5v4, you had the gun, you had the T's scrambling to get through. Snow trying to be the savior here. He could go better. A couple more players on this B site, but Rez isn't going to let him get to the safety of the pillar. So who's up next?
Molly doesn't do much. He can actually swing behind this when he wants to.
That's going to catch Rez off, isn't it? Oh, they go for the deep fight. Rez actually just taking the fights on his own terms, and NQZ is going to go down with nothing. Blasted away by the 5-7s. GamerLegion with a little more fight left in them.
That's what they need to do. PR with a good fight to kick things off, and they had 3 in B. Payne still wanted to go in that direction, but they could have left. Oh, and Gentlemates. Looks like they might actually win a map in that series after getting stomped on map 1.
Well, on Inferno again, eh? Legacy and Inferno. Not what it used to be.
No. GamerLegion destroyed but not defeated. Ten rounds to go.
Dust 2 waiting in the wings as the decider for this series. Rez catching D. I don't think, did DGT do something wrong there?
Just existing, I think.
Just existing, huh? He just took 1 too many breaths for Rez's liking. Rez spams him out of this one. Hypex gonna find damage versus Snow, queuing up Rez and ZTR to continue tearing apart this Bathrooms approach. So not yet, Payne. You've got to wait for the taste of victory. At least 1 more round. I love how he's just had enough.
Come on.
He's been walking around, taking his time. He's, you know what? To hell with this. Runs him down and gets the deeg.
Crazy.
Of course.
It's the view model, I think. It was just right in his face.
Barrel stuffed.
Crazy style.
9 rounds, folks. 9 rounds. All that GamerLegion need to push us into overtime was all a ruse. Glocks here for Payne, so let's make it 2 more rounds, shall we? This will also bring Towson back to reality in terms of his event rating. If he's not able to get more going.
I'm praying for him.
In the few rounds that are left, because it was really something that we were, you know, it was going to be a real tale of this event if he could keep that kind of an impact up. We look at GamerLegion, we look at his evolution. It's, you know, praise sung towards Ash as well, and the fact that he's getting a player to reach new career heights.
Yeah, plus they're going A on the ecos. Poor guy can't even farm his way back.
That's what I'm saying. They're not letting him back in, but the longer they extend this game, the higher the likelihood that he can protect that precious rating. 8 rounds to go. Getting more and more forward. Rez in the last couple days has really actually kind of controlled his aggression inside of the A plays. Never too far away, always happy to kind of sign up for some sort of an opening fight. It's not one of those A players that turtles up easily. And we'll see them down inside a connector here, supported by ZTR this round. Hypex floating alone in upper bathrooms. There's actually a lot of responsibility for him. ZTR, if he misses his timings, this could get real awkward for GamerLegion. This could damn well be the end, but he pops up and takes NQZ's head off. That's going to activate the connector player. That's 2 players down in here, confirmed. Oh boy. David just takes the legs of ZTR out as Snow comes through to get the other. PR pushed off the B site, but they still don't, as the CTs, know about Big Uzera.
This trade, though, bombs in the stairs. Snow watching it, right? Or sorry, Hypex has eyes, but I don't know if he's peeking. Oh.
Right. And Snow's not going to activate because Big Uzera's got a huge opening here with 30 seconds left to go for it.
Oh, he just spotted him, too.
As the bombs found out, if the CTs rotate loudly up from the B site, I'm telling you, this Big Uzera position is going to catch off the counter-terrorists.
Oh,
Snow wants to fight, though. He's going to go at it, clear that out, and now, again, you've got no issue to deal with from behind.
Hey, that was actually genius.
But Big Uzera dropping smoke down towards the dumpster, opts not to go for any kind of aggressive surprise element play. Just looking to play this nicely, together. Trying to do what GamerLegion couldn't in their post plant. They go bathrooms and long here for Pain.
Hoping to be able to flank someone. Can just join up in bathrooms. Make sure that's clear for Big Uzera if they take too long. Smoke is available here for PR.
Kid on both of the CTs as well, so GamerLegion letting that bomb pass the halfway point. It's going to get a little bit desperate. You can smell it. Snow goes down, and it's going to have to be a good spray from Big Uzera trying to get the diffuser off. The coverage is great.
Nice.
ER both kills. Towson hands busy with the bomb, and GamerLegion only 7 rounds now.
Snow didn't have armor, it looked like, but still did a good job of getting to that point. I like how it came. I thought he was going to try to wrap around long. I was like, 20 seconds, you can't do that. But he knew that if someone's holding it from there, they'd be holding it for the shadow position and could catch him on the wall. That was just such a good play to make that scary for GamerLegion, but scary as all it'll be. Poor Towson, as this game gets closer, his score just doesn't change.
Nope.
So it's not like they all got stomped together, you know?
Yeah, guys just diffusing bombs and smokes now. They're giving him the grunt jobs.
Valve score is going to be through the roof.
Ready for some kind of an A hit. Not the case. Pain rocking the boat bound to be fast. Hypex trying to stand this test. Missed second chance at a multi-frag. And Towson's low and struggling, as we knew. Already you've got PR, though, down into the mud. Him and Rez trying to lock down B's. The original defenders both dropped. Bomb trying to cross over. DGT clears out. It's going to be on Rez to keep this second map going, or else it's Pain to extend play to Dust 2. One plant faked. Big Uzera's op cover in the background. And that angle cleared. Rez, clean headshots. Damage done, but not enough. The Pain recovery on overpass is real.
Okay, so let's circle back to before the series started and before this map started, where there was a lot of conversation around GamerLegion making Overpass a staple in their map picks. Possibly after seeing this dust, maybe something they should reconsider or work a little bit harder at.
I mean, I guess it's fitting that this map has toilets on it, because certainly GamerLegion flushed any hype that they had in this series kind of down. Wow. I mean, just unbelievable. I don't even understand. Like, they had 10 kills throughout the first 5 rounds of the T side, looked completely disjointed, lost, just nothing like what we had seen in their previous games of Overpass. Meanwhile, with Pain, we didn't know what to expect. Only had played 1 game on it at CSC against Fnatic. Didn't look sharp on it whatsoever. Certainly looked a lot more fine-tuned in this game defensively. You know, just everything going their way all across the board.
I think it was a great response from Pain after Nuke, right? The CT side was atrocious there, and here they started off on the CT side, and I mean, 11 rounds in a row doesn't get much better than that, and I really liked that they were definitely very aggressive on their CT side. They were, from the first gun round, they were going for plays. They weren't giving any space whatsoever to GamerLegion, and GamerLegion just couldn't find any openings. It was 10-2 in opening kills in the first half in favor of Pain, and Overpass just one of those maps where, unfortunately, if your default isn't panning out and you're losing these early fights and you're playing from behind, there's not much to do in terms of adjustments, right, to group up more. That's not too obvious or easy to read for the opponents.
Big game for Big Azera. I mean, shout out to him. I mean, he was their main A-rifler defensively. As Yenko pointed out, was very comfortable getting forward on them at bathrooms and connector, maybe even pushing, you know, towards party, just constantly being able to have impact. And this is a guy that was, you know, last year for Pain, defragging IGL, the guy that everyone kind of wanted, you know, and then this year he's had a lot of struggles, you know, dealing with a lot of different roster changes, trying to get this team back online, trying to get his own individual form back online. And we saw some inklings of his like T-side entries getting a bit better throughout these last couple of tournaments, but now he's putting together a phenomenal CT performance on a map that this team has only played now a second time. So pretty cool to see. Just definitely saw him, again, looking very, very comfortable on this map. He never really felt out of place, never really felt rattled, just was confidently taking duels every which location and coming out on top.
Obviously, GamerLegion in the second half tried to mount a comeback. They were starting to get string some rounds together on the board. Anything positive that we can take from what we saw there?
The fact that they didn't lose 13-0, I think, is
very
positive. And
I
just
like that.
And just winning a couple of rounds in the second half, just to not make it a complete and utter stomp, you know, mentally to be able to go into the next map with something, right? Because it was an absolute shutdown for the majority of that game.
Yeah, I've just never seen GamerLegion get shut down that hard before offensively on Overpass. I mean, we know that T-side is the harder side, and, you know, as Yenko indicated, like, you have to be able to have some sort of default work out for you, because it's not one of those maps where you can totally rely upon, like, just fast plays out of spawn or set pieces. Like, you have to be able to, you know, push CTs back, deny them information, you know, get map control to work with so you can swing both sides. That's one of the, like, one true advantages of Overpass from the T-sides. If you can control, like, short B, bathrooms, and connector, at least you can kind of fiddle around with CT rotations and, you know, keep them guessing on what your true intentions are. But when you're unable to establish any sort of foundation and you're just constantly getting pushed and you can't really handle the aggression, there's just no way to get into the game. And that's what happened here.
Okay, so let's just pour some salt in the wound, Dust, because you have some examples from GamerLegion from that first half where you wanted to showcase.
This was funny because they tried something cheeky the first gun round where they go for a quick boost with Hypex here on slides and just kind of catching NQZ off guard, who probably hasn't really had to deal with that before. But then they try it again, just like a couple of rounds later, and NQZ's like, yeah, I spotted this one before. I'll be taking that. So just kind of a funny interaction that took place the first couple of rounds.
A bit too optimistic to try and get an entry the same way, right, in back-to-back gun rounds, and yeah, easy punish for NQZ.
A little bit of desperation maybe as well when you start seeing that scoreboard and you go, okay, well, this worked before, maybe we'll pick it up again. I don't know. I'm trying to throw them a bone because I feel like we're just like dogpiling on them a little bit. Let's take a look on the side of Pain, though, because they did have such a solid start there. They had a really solid game as well.
Yeah, I think it was a really good CT side, right, that made GamerLegion uncomfortable. Like, if you look here, NQZ gets the first kill. He's going to get traded by Hypex. So in a 4v4, already 2 players are making their way up to B. They were going to re-aggress on A regardless. Big Uzera dies, but they don't expect David to be this close, right? At 1 minute left. He's the B player, so why is he here already? And he just gets 3 more kills with this aggression. Hypex with a missed shot there could have gotten the trade and maybe give his team a better chance. But this is just Pain being proactive. Right, the reason why Biguzera is that forward is because he has teammates rotating over for B, and even DGT was behind David in case he dies. Probably wouldn't have been expected in that position. So Pain definitely a lot more switched on Overpass than they were on Nuke.
And they're also going to come into Dust 2 now, which is the decider, with a hell of a lot more confidence. We spoke about the importance of confidence between map 1 and map 2. I think on Dust 2 as well, there's going to be a level of maybe confident fragging that'll help them.
Yeah, I think also briefly towards the very end of that first half, there were a couple of opportunities for GamerLegion, but the players just sort of made some questionable plays. You remember the Towson sort of pushing CT in a 2v2 post plan. That's round 10 where he gets first 2 kills of the game too. And then there was the quick PR sequence that was another post plan situation. So in theory, it could have been 9-3 for Pain, right? And you see how the second half started with GamerLegion winning the Force by, maybe there would have been something there. So it's really important to stay focused despite things going horribly wrong. In MR12, like if you get 3 rounds on T side, and with the CT side starting the way it did for GamerLegion, I mean, that's a doable comeback. So they have to now do what Pain did in between the first 2 maps and just reset mentally going into Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think Reset coming in, kind of understanding that like Dust 2's been a new map for them, but they've embraced it pretty quickly. They've been able to crank out some pretty good results despite them, at one time permabanning Dust 2 not too long ago, but now incorporating it into their map pool. And again, very well-rounded team, very well-studied playmakers all across the map. Like we've seen some positives from them. Meanwhile, for Pain, despite this performance in Overpass being a nice surprise, I'm a bit concerned about their Dust 2 because they have not looked sharp on it at all lately. They've really been I think they've lost their last 5 out of 6 games. They've struggled with having any type of opening power. They actually made a change on T side out of like desperation, it felt like, where, Davideus has normally been kind of their main entry guy. They kind of moved him to long. They said, DGT, we're actually going to put you in the pack now. Like we need to try to get some rifling power into some of these, trade positions, and mixed results on that so far. So I'm curious to see, what type of form they show up on now after having, a really cool run on Overpass to get into a third map.
I'm really scared to catch the ball you've just thrown, because earlier we were saying, well, we don't really see them on Overpass, so GamerLegion should be able to close this up, and then they almost 13-0'd them. So I'm terrified about saying, well, yeah, obviously maybe Pain, past time on Dust 2, not so good for them.
Well, but before, it's one of Biguzera's, I think, favorite maps as well, alongside Nuke. So historically, they've played the map and they've liked the map. It just results lately haven't been there, hence some of the positional changes that they've made. It's more about, I think, a lot of matches at this tournament, not necessarily going to come down to who has more reps and is better on the map. It's just like who will make less mistakes and play more decisive Counter-Strike, right? You saw it with Pain here. Like, they were just in their face. First gun round, Snow is just walking through his own monster smoke, and he was behind them on B, right? I don't know if that's anti-strat based on how they open or whatever, but it's plays like that that have put them in good situations, And on Nuke, we saw giving a lot of space, not having good information, losing 5v3s, right? So who plays a cleaner game will win this match.
I hate to go for the low-hanging fruit here too, but I mean, we obviously know, the impact an AWP can have on Dust 2 with, the long sight lines and, how dynamic you can be as an opera on this map, kind of choosing and picking your fights and being set up all across the map. And Hypex has just not been it, man. Like, I'm sorry. Like, he's had way more impact with an AK-47 on the T side than he's ever had with an AWP. And on a map like this, where NQZ, very comfortable, very, willing to get the op rolling. A guy who at times has looked very flashy and looked like one of the better oppers, at times in the tournaments he's played when he's played Dust 2. And that could be a massive mismatch. Whether or not they go head-to-head, I don't know that for sure, but I would pick NQZ almost every single time in that battle. And on top of that, I just think he will overall have more impact on the game. And, in a deciding map, that could be a huge factor.
I'm curious. I hate doing predictions because I don't really put a lot of weight in predictions. I think it's just something we throw out there. But in this particular instance, based on what you've seen yesterday and today, and specifically in this series now, who wins Dust 2 and ultimately wins the series?
I mean, I think GamerLegion have more win conditions. I think they have more players in better form. I think that
Even after what you saw on their map pick.
Yeah, I'm going to let that one go and hope that that's just kind of an aberration, right? I think you kind of have to hope that things like that are outliers, especially if you're GamerLegion, you have to hope that's an outlier. But I just feel like what I've seen from them on Dust 2 lately has looked better. I think their players are in better shape. I feel like, again, they just have more options. They have more people they can go to create something for them, whereas I feel like for, Pain, it has been more reliant upon Big Zero stepping up, NQZ's op. Like, I just haven't seen the others really come together consistently yet.
I take Pain because GamerLegion, historically, Dust 2 hasn't been their map, and I think it's also tough. The confidence is on the side of Pain. I mean, they just stomped them on map 2, so they will be very confident going into the decider. I think they can edge them out here.
I think it's something that Ash actually brought up. So if you were watching during the breaks, Jackie's been doing some interviews with the coaches and the players. Great interviews, by the way, Jackie, lots of insight. And one of the things Ash was saying is that they do lack a level of consistency at the moment. They were doing well, now they're not doing really well, and they're almost struggling to find that flow. How do you find that flow, though? Because I think sometimes if you're starting to lose, it's very difficult to change that up, especially with the schedule we're looking at and how you're constantly just traveling from event to event to event.
Well, I think a part of it is how you set up your game, right? If you do different things every single time you play a map, it's going to be hard to be consistent, right? But if you have a system and protocols in place where, of course, you have options, so you're unpredictable to some extent, but you know what you're doing for the most part, that's where consistency comes from. And individual performance, of course, matters, right? If it fluctuates a lot, I mean, it's going to impact results to the same extent. But I think a lot of individual performance comes from repetition as a team, right? And players just understanding, having a good feel for what's coming next, what's going to happen, being put in same scenarios time and time again, right? I think that's a good recipe for success.
You in agreement, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, I think, having a foundation to rely upon when things get tough is always huge, and making use of tactical timeouts and making use of the ability to mentally reset. Again, if you're GamerLegion, you just had that happen to you on Overpass, you just got to forget about that. Goldfish memory, yes, it is true that they haven't had as much tenure on Dust 2 and as much time to kind of, understand every situation that's possible. They've shown some good things on it. We saw it yesterday. And again, I think they do have overall more firepower, more consistent form. So I'm hoping that will bear fruit. But again, Pain looking ferocious this event, looking a little bit fired up after having, a tough second season. And I don't care who wins, obviously, but I just want to see good Counter-Strike, if I'm being honest. Like, it's been kind of grim for both these teams this season. I just want to see someone level up a little bit and give us something to be excited about.
So Dust and Yanko are split as to who takes the series. Where do you lie? Is it going to be GamerLegion? Is it going to be Pain? You can let us know. We are going to take a quick break. Scrawny and Launders are ready to take over when we get back, and we'll see if you're right.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof!
Time to settle this one on dust. GamerLegion letting Pain back into the series with the inability to close their map pick. And now you've got to play recovery yourselves. But with the turnaround we saw from Pain map to map, GamerLegion better be doing their best Pain impression. Towson, will you be able to get back to the top of the charts, Mo? I think maybe.
I think maybe. I mean, if you go off of odds, it's more likely to play well than not.
True.
It's just so weird that it happens on Overpass, where he carried even PR yesterday. But you know what? It's more about Pain than it is about GamerLegion, right? Like,
agreed.
Them picking up their opponent's map pick is just like a perennial discussion. They just love to do it. It doesn't matter. It gets them through so many big series. It's kind of crazy how they operate. If they just won their own map pick, they'd be the best team in the world.
Yeah, somebody should suggest that to them, maybe. You know,
maybe their coach could help them with that.
Try to maybe win the map you choose.
Or pick a map you don't like or something. Do something different.
Get weird with it. This is where the party ends for one of these two teams. And by end, we're not in the elimination games. It was a good start yesterday. And it's a good start to this round for Rez. Rez in the Pistols. A bit of a beast. Loses his teammate in front of him. Confirms that half of what's left of Pain is up here in the tunnels. And they're going to go charging forward towards Big Uzera. The whole pack of GamerLegion's players go hunting.
I wonder if they know I'm here.
Thank you, Z, buddy. I'd hate to break it to you. You're not fooling anybody. But if he waits, then they will separate. And that'll give him a chance back in. But GamerLegion have other ideas. Leave it to Rez to kick it off well for the GamerLegion squad.
Very, very sharp.
There we are.
There we are.
True.
Is one of them German?
I don't know. Ash was... if that was Ash, he's putting on an accent. But you take damage, huh? There's one SMG on the field for ZTR. Ooh, PR's M4 through the doorway. Hypex, no scout shots needed. It's the Colt that holds back top mid. There's the scout shot he needs as Davideus gets taken down to a third of his health. And Pain's attempt to rob away starting momentum here on map 3 seems like it's going up in smoke. Speaking of smokes, blocks off the mid doors. That actually opens up a chance to punish PR, who just gave an M4 over to players with Kevlar. Ruh-roh. They've got cat control, they've got a scout, they've got an M4, and they've got two players with Tech 9s willing to do whatever it is to set up the real guns. Ooh, you gave them that M4. PR costing ZTR his head. Hypex trying to find more scout damage, is leaving this one open. It's damage on 3 of the 4 Pain players, but it's man advantage and a bomb plant inbound. Bomb has been planted. Rez versus 15 health. Big Uzera lets him out. Pistol's going to try to run back away, and it's not going to escape this retake attempt out of Rez, but the smoke will block one off.
They have a flash for him.
Yeah, send on through. You've got little to lose. You need to make this retake happen. Goose player fighting it off with the scout. That M4 in DGT's hands, in sight, trying to hide, cleared, and now you know where the last guy's at. It's a wide swing here, but it's not going to happen. Pain make GamerLegion worried, but worry not. Rez has got the retake going, and GamerLegion keep 3 players alive. All M4s move forward.
Pretty solid, a little bit scary as they get up on the cross. You know, one thing you want to see from Hypex in these spots, it's not where he's standing, but even just taking an extra half second to decide if he's going to shoot, I think in some of these spots. You know?
Just aim.
Yeah, just aim first.
Aim
because, yeah, he's quick, obviously. He got that headshot on the cross yesterday. But again, these shots are not, you know, to use it, you know, you putt for the dough. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You putt for the dough.
And you drive for the show.
Drive for the show, okay?
God, all your expressions are leaking into my brain.
They're just working. So it's not sexy Counter-Strike. You just want to aim sometimes and hit a slower shot, but you just want to deliver that because I don't think sometimes you can't see the impact of you missing if you get away and live.
Yeah.
While the other team is scaling on your teammates and making it way harder, but something you're going to have to consider when you play against some of these better rosters.
I mean, not that Hypex is anywhere close to Monacy's caliber, but I remember that was one thing when like Monacy burst onto the scene.
Yeah, he shot every time he got flashed.
Yeah, and then everybody would be, oh, but he's so fast. Like, cool, but he's got to work on his hits.
Yeah.
And
yeah, and then if you have the flash, it shows your ceiling. That's nice.
Yeah.
You can always keep that with you. But
you know, don't lose your identity, but also don't lose rounds, more importantly. ZTR to be tested towards long. Ooh, you've got a couple of players low. ZTR able to catch 2 frags before being toppled towards long. PR is going to let them get up through the long. And as he pops up from behind the car, he's got a low health pistol. All that remains now for Pain. And GamerLegion sprinting their way to the 3-0 start on the CT side of map 3. Yes, sir. 4 Colts held on to, and that's going to be GamerLegion happy to build some economy early on the defense, recovering from that sketchy last round.
Very sketchy. I mean, they could deliver a very serious blow here, GamerLegion, and they play their cards right. You can see they're a lot more confident right now. Maybe they're focused. I don't know what. It's hard to say exactly what happened to their T side on Overpass, where again, they like Overpass, but it wasn't even their CT side that was the best part.
Yeah, yesterday was great. Today, not so much. Good flash,
Really
Rez.
nice, man.
Gets Towson into the action early. Nice to see Towson tearing it up. He was, what, 11 rounds into Overpass before he got his first kill?
And then he ended with 3. Now he's 5-0, so.
Yeah, the formula's already back in place for GamerLegion.
Again, total mystery how that last map happened, considering it was Overpass, but this is more of what we expected to see out of GamerLegion.
It just felt like his overperformance was... I mean, anytime somebody is performing the best they've ever performed, it's inevitably going to have to cool off.
Yeah, like always bet against it.
And he did cool off. It's just crazy that he cooled off that much, you know?
Ice cool.
Could have just gone, you know, 10 and 12. Ah, darn, not my best map. No. Just throws out his worst map. Little yin and yang action here in Bucharest for Towson. Hypex, clean shot. Fast as well. But he gets it. Holds off the cat approach. Cuts this down to a very comfortable 5 versus 2 in the face of Pain's gun round. And time is ticking here for Big Uzera and NQZ. They've got a lot to save. Honestly, when you still have all these nades as well, they're going to give it a shot. At least hoping that the utility gets something to pull on, but without a frag, can you really commit to this? I say save the Molotovs. Let this one go. Try again in the next. 4-0 start for GamerLegion and 5 players alive. So not only 4 guys in the last round, now 5 up. This has been a bit of a dry spell in the frag department for Pain.
The other weird thing is, I mean, we could hype up GamerLegion and say, okay, this is really impressive, but we've seen Pain play on Dust too. Like, this is where they take some of their big wins. This is where they go to OT. This is where they're really, really comfortable as well. It just feels like at the moment, after the Austin Major and after all this time has passed, we're seeing GamerLegion go through it more, and Pain just not go through it as much, and it kind of makes you wonder whether or not Pain have, you know, you always risk burnout playing too much, but you also build resilience getting reps in, and it feels like GamerLegion have a bit more of that, so.
Well placed. Frag grenade drops DGT to 68 points of health. That's my favorite nude grenade sound.
Love it.
Ah,
oh, that's going to kill him, isn't it?
Bada boom.
Right in the knees.
That kill feed is just a collection of letters. PR plus REZ, frag, NQZ. Question mark DGT. What happened to, you know, nouns?
Snow is the only normal name in the server.
Rez playing off of the bomb site right now. So Towson's a bit of the weaker link just because of the damage that's been done earlier on in the round. Nobody jumps the gun with that flashbang, so they don't really announce themselves just yet. Numbers could still catch off GamerLegion.
Not cracking this open, and they're trying to push him back a bit. It's kind of interesting because
there it is. The weak link's been found out. Towson gets his head popped back. Plat, now it's all on Rez, leaning back from Car. More where the first one came from. Bomb tries to go tunnels instead. They're coming at him one by one. And Davideus, Desert Eagle in hand, 7 seconds to the clock. He's not got this round. It's over. Awkward one here for Pain again.
That's crazy that Rez does that well, and it feels like he didn't ask for any help. It's like he knew the mid B was coming, but they just wanted to stay patient. His teammate died. He crouched behind the car for his first kill. It's a great angle to use to catch people off guard. And then just in time, they get through the smoke to take the Opera out, who's scaling on him from mid B, but he made that look so calm and so easy, when in reality, it was a pretty threatening split.
Feels like that's Rez's skill set, you know? Kind of cooling off a situation, and that round is just a great example, a good reminder of what he brings to the table. 7-1 off that play.
Yeah.
Even when he loses Towson, you know, that realization like, oh God, it's me or nothing. That's fine. Let me sit on this car.
Yep.
Comfortably wrote off the threat of anybody else coming out from middle when he turned his attention to the tunnels player, but that first tunnels push also disjointed from the second tunnels player. Because you don't want the first death to go in vain as you wait for the bomb to try to join you. But waiting for the bomb would have guaranteed that there was no trade. He tries to make it happen, and within that moment, Rez thrives. So GamerLegion flawless thus far, 5 rounds into map 3. Tons of money being made as PR sits on the brink of $10,000 surplus. And we wait for Pain to get this game going. Biguzera's walked out uncontested. What's going to happen from here? Sitting alone on the other side of the doors.
GamerLegion doing a good job, just not giving them any lurk kills. You know, there's no sneak out here happening. Biguzera's going to activate when they put pressure on Cat, surely. Because at 30 seconds, either they turn this into a mid-B or a Cat play, but they need to do it together. They're not that high on utility. Oh,
drops.
There's a drop down. Perfect.
Ooh.
Wow.
Snow taps over towards Rez, so putting forward another multi-frag entry moment. Towson out from window.
Still alive.
Again, he's going to separate duels. Tunnel player finally emerges. That awkward lapse of attack kind of made Towson second guess where the next attack was coming through from. And so Pain do get their feet on this B site with man advantage. Fire outside of the window.
Got their guard down a little bit. DGT just needs to get this kill.
Looked into the wall for a moment, but ZTR didn't pounce. Keeping their guns out. Hypex and ZTR both outside of the window, gonna go for a boost to try to clear anything they can. Is there a commitment to be made? I don't know, but the exit is also no guarantee. Trades right there, just enough time to keep the pressure on. Second frag for Hypex is nice, but Davideus sticks around to make sure one player stands tall. Pain find their first round, only keeping one player alive though. They've got more work set out for them.
Not gonna lie, I had no idea that that was coming. I thought maybe, you know, some kind of cat exec or whatever, but they did this so low telegraph. They dropped Snow into CT without the Freiburg smoke, without the setup smoke on the cross. They just went for it really quickly, and that's kind of fresh. Like, it feels like it could be really risky. His back is exposed too, but it doesn't give the CTs any time to prepare for it. That's such a Pain moment. They do something a little bit different.
And it's cool that they're weaponizing Pain in that, Snow in that regard. You know, Des kind of had some questions about his entry ability. It's not his identity. Taking over the outer roles of Nuke is one thing, but again, it's like the question is long-term and consistency, because he's got 2 kills, and they both just happened with that one play. Otherwise, 0-5. But hey, it got their first round on the board. And at the end of the half, that's all that's going to matter. This time we're going to go harder on Catwalk. GamerLegion, 3 players here ready to go. Fire flying for them. Snow ahead of the corners. Got a player locking him in. There's no escape here if you're Snow. What does he drop in the process? Nothing. PR, the only issue for Snow. Bomb down in front of it as well, so tough place to be in. This was a big commitment for Snow. Maybe not anticipating so much resistance, but it has given so much over to GamerLegion.
Got this long lurk, which actually might catch one. We'll see if they back up. No. Davidea slowing it down. They want to join up with Cat too. CTs are in great spots though.
Dogpiling this bomb control.
Yeah.
NQZ's barrel should have just been spotted, but he'll get a chance to peek out and instantly gets dropped by Hypex. You win 1 round with 1 player left, and then suddenly all of GamerLegion here on Catwalk holds you back. Snow dropping bomb over gave GamerLegion all they needed to full commit to that setup. It was 3 players Cat out of the gate. But when they saw bomb and no trade potential for Snow, they smoked off what was left of Pain, and that's an easy 6th.
Yeah, that's good use of that box, and I mean, that's the time that a aggressive Cat setup is called for. It's very well executed. More good stuff here for GamerLegion. Not letting off the pedal.
Big Uzera, time to shine. Utility to set him up. And he's ahead of the flames here for PR. He drops down into CT spawn, finds 1 kill, and that's the only gun Pain had to work with down. Sure, you'll get an exit over towards long in Davideus getting closer to the ZTR fight. Resin DGT also a potential for a reopening here from Pain, but without that rifle and without that bomb, I just don't see a way. Would take a huge mistake here from GamerLegion, and they haven't been making mistakes.
No, they haven't.
You know, sure, you get caught off by that one crazy opening move out of Snow dropping down into CT spawn, but again, that's his only multi-frag, as they're his only 2 kills in this half so far. So be it, you're gonna lose some. And right now, we don't know if they're gonna lose any more. GamerLegion back into the form that took away map 1. Towson just missing the timing on the mid walkout. DGT slow to the approach, gets his damage, and damage is all he finds. Last man left is the one that had the least to work with. That Glock hits the dirt, and GamerLegion go up 7-1.
I'm saying, man, Overpass is going to be like the Bermuda Triangle of this matchup. You know, we know the ship's sunk, we just don't know how.
Magnets or something.
Do you know what the...
I know what the Bermuda Triangle is.
The prep, no, like the prep theory about it, or
jellyfish? I don't know.
Whirlpools.
Oh, I thought you were asking because you knew the answer.
No, I was asking.
Oh, okay.
You, like you know how the pyramids were built and stuff like that, so I thought maybe.
Shh, don't tell everybody. The hell? The hell, Launders?
The Giants.
The Giants. Is the New York Giants.
It was built by New Yorkers. That's property of Manhattan.
Damn. But how did they lose Overpass? You know, people are going to be theorizing aliens 2,000 years from now.
Yeah. And then it'll be the conspiracy. Did they lose Overpass?
Overpass never actually happened.
That wasn't in the pool.
It's a good thing Snow had that one good round.
So memorable, though. That and the outside takes.
Nice timing on the ZTR duel. Worth taking a shot to the chest. And Payne letting them know that there's more where the first one came from. Missed shot from Hypex gets cleaned up by ZTR, so he doesn't get punished for the whiff. And he'll find the harder of the two shots while banging out Big Uzera. So DGT 1v5, no bomb possession, 30 seconds, and Towson on the prowl. Got him. 5 strong for GamerLegion. Economy is just growing to no limit. PR about to hit $16,000 if they don't start losing players soon. And so Payne, the road back into this game, looking dire.
It's also crazy how much now strength they're showing on Nuke, which we thought Payne would be better than them.
Sure.
And Dust 2, which is very strong for Payne as well. This is just sort of another impressive series for GamerLegion, which again makes me wonder how far they can go in this event. Is this the event?
You telling me Ash is going to lift a trophy?
Yeah, like if it's going to be...
There's a world.
Yeah, this would be the event.
It's the one.
This is the type of event, for
again,
sure.
Highest ranked team at this event is number 9 in the world in 3D Max.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of teams here that are saying, this is our event.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to make it really interesting.
We will have an unlikely champion. Because even if it is one of the more likely teams, it's either like, what, Aurora going to finally do it?
In a slump, or...
You telling me Liege is going to touch a trophy in 25?
Right.
Or is it a back-to-back for a team like Legacy or 3D Max?
Yeah. Totally possible.
Try to touch them their grand finals again. Get it while it's hot. Right now, GamerLegion looking to set themselves apart. But again, that overpass will still remain a question. This is awesome. Good on you if you're going to just dominate Payne on Dust 2, take this win, go up 2-0, try to give yourself the easiest road. But I want answers as to why you lose overpass. Right now, it's just the cat challenge coming out and Snow the last man left.
Okay, it needs to be a big moment. He's got 2 kills. He's set up for a 1v3 right now. There is no utility to use. He could separate the 1v1s.
Yep.
Oh, he missed a big chance.
He's going to try to still take it to Towson. All the while, that long player sprinting over, and it gets a little awkward. Towson's going to hit him hard.
I think he could have ran back for the long duel and then also had the bomb planted for himself, and then...
There was a world he pulls that off, but unfortunately, the second round that Snow gets any kills at all, he gets another 2K. This time, it does not result in a round win, and we are looking at a GamerLegion that could still rock an 11-round CT side. Talk about blowouts here in this best of 3.
Yeah.
The only competitive half, really, was that first half of Nuke. And even then, Payne kind of exceeded our expectations because it was such a successful first half.
Top fragging with 4 kills in a 3-way tie here. Davideus, Snow, and DGT.
It's not always...
Oh!
He's fast.
Wow.
Keep it up, Hypex. You know, trying to be a part of this domination. You've got 3 other players with more frags, but it's that winning formula where everybody on GamerLegion are piecing it together at the same time. No solutions to be found, and look at just the confidence that's boiling over now. Frothy as they take over the tunnels. Mid control is going to be had. You know, Payne are trying to piece together this little long play, trying to make it happen. Hypex dropping multiple players at this point, and it's total map control everywhere else. But here's that 3v5 rebuttal. Rez back turn to him, cuts off 1/2 of this approach. And while Big Uzera's got a position on Car, he's lost the duel to ZTR. NQZ in a sea of smoke grenades. Has got his 2nd of the round, his 4th of the map, and Towson hits him from the flank as, again, that push is just so active. Towson and Rez topping the charts as GamerLegion go up 10-1.
Boy, they have been swarmed in this game. This is a masterclass so far from GamerLegion on the CT side. So many good looks, like amazing individual performances on average from almost everybody here. I think everybody's had a great round. Again, the one that Payne won was a solid tactic, but I mean, it's a drop in the ocean.
Couple of nice shots from Hypex this round.
Yeah.
But it's really the flanks that spell disaster for Pain, both the cat flank and the long flank. Just so confident to push behind Pain when they had tunnels control out of the gate, essentially. There's been very little hesitation across the board from GamerLegion. You even think of that round Snow loses bomb on Catwalk. They just dogpile those cat boxes. They have not given chance to Pain at all. Not to catch their breath, not to find opening success. And again, it's going to be early tunnels for GamerLegion. Rez on his own, coming at it from lower, insta headshot onto Snow, who has gotten himself 2 separate 2Ks in this half, but that is it, that is all. ZTR for the first time tries to overstep through the long doors, thinks, well, maybe I can go for a push. And instead, it's man advantage Pain off the back of that death.
Let's see if they can convert it. It's just like their strongest position that we've seen in some time this early, maybe ever.
And it was kind of given to them, right? 2 separate solo pushes from GamerLegion. You kind of...
I mean, they're running out of ways to win, so...
You've earned yourself a chance to make mistakes. You're allowed to give away a second. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Pain post 10 rounds straight and we go overtime?
Exactly.
You know?
That's never happened before.
Hold W, why don't you?
HypeX, it's all coming to him, which is kind of a fun spot to be in. There is no mid-B split either, so he can have eyes wide open. One flash to fall back on, teammates not ready to rotate, and they're locked up in their spots, not pushing long, not vision on Cat. Star of the show here.
Chance to shine. Takes a second, aims and catches VGT in the background, gives himself a flash to try to peel another off, and he hit that shot on Big Uzera.
Yo.
Here we go. HypeX looking to lock it all down. Damage done in the sidearms, not enough to finish. So he tries to go for it knowing mid was contested, and that time was limited. Fire onto NQZ is not going to spread upwards, but you know he's in this corner. Towson hits the headshot on for his 13th frag. A Big Uzera clutch from window, though, will give Pain that second. A much-needed second round win comes by way of a B-site squeeze.
I mean, 1 round is beyond reproach. 2 rounds, it actually is possible with a pistol. It makes such a big difference. Because it's Dust 2, we'll hold our breath to see what Pain can give us, but they're obviously not feeling great. That was disappointing. That was way weaker than we've normally seen from them in that half on Dust 2. GamerLegion, wildly successful. Everything was great.
I'm going to toot HypeX's horn for that hold on Plat. Unfortunate that it was just a wallbang on Big Uzera, or else that would have been straight up him versus 3 players on tunnels completely held. But Big Uzera makes the difference. And he did aim that extra second. Saw the shoulder, didn't panic, hits the player in the back. That was a land. This was a second kill. If Big Uzera gets stuffed on that, then he's allowed to turn towards mid and pinch what was left of the play. So he damn near did that on his own 1v3 on site.
It's really nice to see him be patient for once. When he's hit lots of great shots this half, that first half, I mean.
Yes, sir. Yeah, a couple over towards long as well. Took the wind out of Pain's sails. But there's very little wind propelling Pain forward in this now. Pistol could be the gust they need, but it's an all-in charge from GamerLegion. Gonna keep this one simple, slamming themselves against the B site. Okay, Snow 2 with the Berettas. Resin PR, 2 versus 5 in the pistol, and they've already got 2 kills in. They clear out this bomb site.
Resin PR and a post plant on the B side on pistols. That
right.
I don't even know if Pain have an advantage right now.
Oh, it's kind of horrifying if you are Pain to go up against this prospect. It's going to be a gut-wrenching feeling if you fail to close 5v2, but here comes that window push. PR gives them a bit of position, and he's lost Rez in the backdrop. Nice shots here from David. Woo. And that is going to be a 3rd round for Pain and a pistol to potentially give them momentum.
Really will. Yeah, that 1 round and a pistol, it is actually suddenly just a real game at this point. I think Pain will be disappointed in themselves for how they started, but they're not afraid to play from behind. They're not a team that rely on strong leads, that's for sure.
tight pack here, GamerLegion. 5 members top mid. AK and 2 Galils in the mix.
So high intent on using these smokes while they're up just to get this walk off so they can't nade one open.
DGT smoke in middle.
Yeah, it's a quick crawl. NQZ has eyes wide open.
No nade in hand. They could just suddenly pop this.
Man, CT's not putting any pressure on this cat cross right now.
All right, smoke goes down as the execute's coming out. Is it too late? Tech9 ahead of the utility. Bomb is now on site. And DGT gets dropped. Huge one here for NQZ. The bomb tries to push beyond. Could have planted for Catwalk where there's 3 players to hold. Instead, you've given David a chance back in. Snow's already going to start helping out. That is a huge mistake in my mind to go for that push on ramp.
Look what happens after. They all have to fight long to go and get that bomb back. They can't just pretend and run at it. Also, ZTR had so much utility. Let someone else do it or let that guy be scared on the ramp. Either way, you don't have to deal with it at that moment.
Watch that. Bomb carrier right there, running up with a nade. Swings wide. And suddenly what was a good cat approach.
Nice shooting here from David.
Turns into a lame duck. Not the best GamerLegion round this series. This one won't be comfortable either. Desert Eagles across the field. Sitting ducks for NQZ. He's going to make sure that they don't get beyond that elbow. And support is on the scene. Wow. Of course, Rez drops him through the wicker baskets. But it is still a 5th round for Pain CT side. So GamerLegion, you let them get that 2nd round at the end of the half. Pistol win. Full conversions.
Yeah, full conversions.
Let's see if the guns do a difference because you are letting Pain get back in. No denying that.
In MR12, you can't skip by the half buys when you lose the pistol. You have to get the couple of kills or the few kills to put a lot up, especially when it's the CTs who won it. So here comes the top buy for NQZ. No op in response here for GamerLegion. It's still a 5-round lead. But man, that can feel flimsy sometimes.
PR to flash in the pack. That's multiple bodies out mid doors. Smoke down, trying to get with this sudden pop. DGT to challenge, doesn't expose it. Oh God, he's gonna go for it again, but the smoke's deep. The kills not coming their way. Snow double kill hold. Third frag as he turns it over towards the tunnels. More to go.
No way.
Quad on his own. And just like that, takes the life out of GamerLegion.
What a hold here. They put him in the small site. I remember when it was a question how well he would do. Here he puts his full skills on display. Amazing moment for Snow.
There's been a lot of empty rounds for Snow as this game's gone on. A lot of zero impact moments, but the multi-frags are felt, and this one more than any other. Catching them while they try to chase the player under window. 4th kill, the only real duel he has to deal with.
And that'll be the first player to cross 10 kills in this game for Pain.
It was so bleak for Pain in that first half. Nobody was finding their multi-frags. Nobody offered up a moment, barring that 2K drop into the CT spawn from Snow himself. But he capitalizes in that last round and finds them blindsided. Only one of those 4 players were even shooting back at him. Fast time to kill, didn't give them a chance to try to push him over. B site closed in round 16, and back to the Tech-9s go GamerLegion as they are flailing to find footing in this second half. Gonna try again. Smokes out middle. DGT ahead of it this time. Over towards Long, they'll get an immediate trade on David. And stuck behind the cars, NQZ not going for any kind of duel just yet. Hypex gets hit by that off. Now they know about it. And he'll finish off what he started. M4 picked up. This is pressure on NQZ. Pressure is fine.
Nice.
As far as he's concerned. Teammates all rotating over. And Payne are going to make this a 3-round game once they deal with Towson.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the time to really put anything together. NQZ, he's here on 1 HP. Already put up a show. 3 frags on the round. Really nice stuff. Payne aren't dangerous when they're sad. They're dangerous when they're happy.
Sometimes just feels like they make it so much harder than it has to be.
Every time.
But that is sometimes when we get the best of Payne.
They're the type of team to rise to the occasion. It's what they consistently do.
Now the occasion right now is a potential 2-0 start here in Bucharest. It's going to be catch-up all map long. A 2-round T-side, a 5-round CT streak. But guns in hand for the GamerLegion. Easy. Hypex walks right into the Big Uzera hold. This double op setup already worth it with an opening kill in round 18. PR trying to chase that trade frag, but Big Uzera is not going to offer anything of a second look through mid. And GamerLegion see that as an invitation. They're going to walk this through the doors. Another smoke dropped on CT spawn for them. DGT looking to open it at the right moment. Creates a gap, but doesn't confirm whether or not they are on the other side of this, and all 3 of the players that were through that door have now peeled back. Deep commitment over towards Long. Car is still where you will find NQZ. There's actually a bit of a numbers advantage for GamerLegion. 4 versus 3 in terms of this mid to B split, but DGT is going to cut one down, and that's a solo attempt from Rez out mid. Would have loved to have kept him alive for the later portion of the round, but Big Uzera end through windows, gotten himself a second in this one. He too was struggling at one point. And as Big Uzera looks to reposition over towards the door, it is DGT's car spot that costs them a triple here for Big Uzera, as Payne no longer too concerned about what was once a huge lead. 2 rounds the gap now.
Yeah, it's just looking like an easy CT side. GamerLegion are floundering. They don't have the explosiveness. They don't have the firepower they had in the first half. Might end up like another mystery that we saw in Overpass. If they're not careful. It's been a freeze frame on their scorelines. Before this half started, not a single Payne player had over 10 kills. Now not a single one doesn't.
And another first blood for NQZ. Bomb gets picked back up. We still have that Towson AK in the equation. Little long challenge to try to get Payne flustered, but they have so much control of the situation. And another kill comes their way as PR hits the ground. Still, Towson's AK. When and where does it get the ball rolling?
They're just getting pieced up, man, everywhere they walk.
Bomb spotted as well. NQZ knows that it's headed towards Catwalk, and you've already got 2 players ready to hold this back. Way too comfortable here for Pain. Towson unable to get that rifle into the mix. ZTR's Tech 9 will find the 1. And Towson still yet to hold that W key towards long. So ZTR serving up a distraction, but Towson taking his sweet time. Concerned about a position that's been occupied more often than not. Right now, there's nobody car. Fully eats the flashbang. Great turn from DGT. Great recovery here from Pain.
Nasty. Getting better and better. And they just... It feels like there's no space on the map. Suddenly, GamerLegion have zero confidence. They are moseying around, taking individual fights that they can't win. Pain, I think they feel impervious. They've got dragon armor on right now. Plot armor, even. Oh, great find from Hypex. That's something. That's a key player as well to help with the B lean if they want it.
Trying to take over for GamerLegion as everybody's gone so quiet. He now leads in the frag department.
Yeah. Just don't give this one back.
This would be a critical juncture in the game for him to come alive.
Yeah.
Kind of putting him under the microscope so far these first 2 days of Bucharest.
If they're careful, they could say they never lost a lead.
Well, Towson and PR tend to steal that show. They really need a savior. An X-Factor moment is already too late for GamerLegion, but better late than never. We'll see if it comes forward.
I like them pulling the goalie on beat. They've got significant presence on this A side. You can see the lean already from DGT and CT Spawn, so this is not going to be free for GamerLegion. Oh, that smoke as well. It's really annoying. They've got to wait it out.
Gonna stand in front of it. Maybe just jump right through it. NQZ ready for it. Takes an extra second, gets a bit of vision, and a bit of vision, all he needs. Oh,
my
more
goodness.
flashes, more pressure, and catching them in the net of that cat hold. 3 bodies hit the ground. Hypex is still in the middle of this.
They've got this locked off on long. There has to be a miss here. PR has to bait a shoulder peek, otherwise this is done.
20 seconds. PR slides out, bested by the sidearm. Hypex doesn't know there's a player straight down beneath him. He's just trying to give himself smoke. Okay, hold on. 3 kills in for Hypex. We said we need a hero.
Time.
He's got it. This plant is good, but the pressure's right there, and they'll expose him. A frag and a double from the Tech.
Man.
Tied game at 10.
Perfect coordination every step of the way. Impossible shot there for Hypex in the end. And that one is finished. That's just such a beautiful round out of Pain, from every decision they made to how seamless they moved in their tactics as the exec was coming through. A tie is unreal. And that's from a 4v5.
Hypex tries his damnedest, but nobody else contributes to the kills. An abundance of nades, but a dry spell of round wins.
It's quickly turning into one of the greatest tragedies so far, potentially at the event, if Pain pull off this entire... I mean, GamerLegion have not won a round yet in the second half.
Ash biting his fingernails in the background because this would be a total collapse of GamerLegion.
Yeah, mentally, this is crazy.
You know, we said there was already questions about Overpass, how that could be allowed to happen. This is even more so shocking, but they've gotten themselves out through middle. At least a challenge through the door as we hit 40 seconds, and they are setting up this 5-player B split. DGT is going to try to make his move here. PR down beneath him, caught while jumping.
What a shot.
But Snow's got another hold going.
How good is this guy at B?
Just the USP left. Gun needs a reload, but he's got the bomb outside of the bomb site. Towson's going to have to push beyond, and that is why Snow lets him have that site. It is a one-man hold from Snow again. And there are still guns in hand. They could take these challenges. 10 seconds to spare. It's despair here for GamerLegion. A challenge towards Snow. He's just going to try to dodge that threat. And PR's not got enough in the tank to do this.
He could die after time.
Pain Gaming, after a 10-2 half, have a lead.
Oh, he hit him. Oh, my goodness. A lead in this game. PR nearly dies after time. And now the entire series is up for grabs. Again, not a single round in the second half for GamerLegion. They look like studs when this kicked off. It felt like it would be impossible for them to lose. Pain may have not even needed a second round in the first half.
Snow with another one.
Snow is a fantastic B anchor, and we have seen moments from him in this spot in other games that are great. So you don't see B anchors as mobile and make it work. Usually you've got a guy who's patient, who knows how to pick his fights, who gets a 2K spray down, you know? But Snow, he does it a little differently, and it works really well.
Perfect timing on that challenge out the window to catch the third player in the background. Here is Ash's last tack pause to use. Waited until Pain took a lead on map 3. This is 10 rounds consecutive if you count that second round T-side. And what's wild as well is in this streak, not only have we talked about a second half where GamerLegion don't win a terrorist round, they have not planted the bomb since the second pistol.
What?
They have not planted bomb since second pistol. This is a non-factor T-side as far as Pain are concerned.
They're not even getting in the front door.
It
haven't
is
cracked a sight a single time. That's crazy.
Smooth sailing. Double op setup comes through for Pain once more. Last time they pulled this out, it was an instant Big Uzera mid-kill. NQZ quick reposition. Big Uzera blocked off from the angle he wants as smoke remains up. He's going to try to pop that open. DGT ahead of this is going to catch the jump up.
Oh, man,
sure enough. And now that counterpart is dead. Hypex, no chance for the op at GamerLegion to get going. Rez taking a look at this A site. You hear that stomp of DGT up from spawn. NQZ's patience worth it.
Holding wide is beautiful.
3v5 is what's got GamerLegion left in this one. Or Pain Gaming secure overtime with a flawless CT half.
They're playing like geniuses right now. Everything looks so composed, so tactical, so prepared.
And in front of the smoke, it is confidence for Pain.
My goodness.
Nothing has gone punished, and nothing has gone well for GamerLegion. Yet another moment where they don't even find footing on a bomb site, let alone a plant. They will walk away with what's left in this one. Unbelievable comeback.
Yeah. Especially considering the way the first two maps go and this lead. And it's like, at what point did Pain get warmed up? What was wrong with them until this half? The best they'd played so far. Flawless on the CT side. It's an unreal recovery of all of their scores, to be honest. I'd love to know how many kills GamerLegion have got in the second half. Look at that, man. They don't even have to move their crosshairs. Every single kill.
There was a point.
Big Uzera is opping.
Yeah. There was a point in that first half. We were talking about GamerLegion winning this event. That's how excited we were getting. But PR excited to get this ball rolling towards Cat. Hits the ground. DGT, good trade back. It's one of those moments where GamerLegion just try to make a fast opening gambit.
It's heavy damage on Brez. They're going to take... Oh, that's a quick shot. Okay.
Hypex with another chance to shine.
And they're watching this long flank. Oh, he still gets the kill. That was the chance.
Davideus dinked in the process.
Unreal kill that he got. That was the moment GamerLegion could have potentially brought this back. Now it's a 3-on-3. That damage helps, maybe. But Davideus knows he's not even worried about long.
Smoke in front of the tunnels player at a minute. Everything is here for GamerLegion. 3 players strong inside of the tunnels, and that's going to give more time to Pain to take elsewhere.
Yeah, it's not even just GamerLegion. Everyone's coming to B.
Big Uzera's got a read of the situation and an op posted on the door. If you think you're going to jump back towards Cat, if you think you can rock this boat, you're going to have to use some utility to cover it. And ZTR's got that full belt, flash, smoke, and flames. He finds the Opper blinded. Ooh, the pressure of Davideus is quelled. ZTR gets the kill and tries to go join up. It's another moment here for Snow. So quiet at times, but huge multi-frags over and over, and a frag grenade well placed. Hypex so close to the ace. Last time he was thrust to the clutch. It's him and Snow with 8 seconds. Pain's flawless CT side on the line. Are they denied? Not today. Pain will close this. A systematic failure for GamerLegion. And just another reminder of how Pain will always bring the fight when push comes to shove.
I've always wanted to say this unironically. The comeback is real, and it was real for Pain. I need to remind you, 10-2 at the half. 10-2. It looked like GamerLegion had wrapped this up, put a ribbon on it, and all they needed to do was ship it off. And then the courier company shut down.
It's always tough in situations like this, whether or not to focus on the systematic failure of one team to close out a game or to praise the resilience and fortitude of a team to make a comeback from such dire straits. And I think when you look at Pain and you just look at the totality of the series where you lose your opening pick on Nuke, you go to Overpass only the second time you've ever played it, you dominate, you then come to Dust 2 where you feel like you should be on more equal footing. You, as you said, only get 2 rounds on the attack and then yet go complete shutout on your own defense to win the series. I mean, that is truly remarkable.
It's an incredible turnaround from Pain Gaming and an incredible collapse from GamerLegion. This is back-to-back maps where Pain Gaming is winning 11 rounds on their CT side. Or rather, GamerLegion winning 1 round on their T side on 2 of the halves. I mean, obviously not good enough and not something you have, and that was the danger coming into Dust 2 is, right, like, sure, they've started picking it up, they've had some good games on it recently, but there's not a ton of depth on it. The comfort level for the players isn't super high as it is on some of the other maps, and you saw once Pain got rolling, there was no answer from the side of GamerLegion.
Do you think that there are bigger questions and concerns around GamerLegion when you look at those CT collapses? Is that something that we need to start looking at going, oh no, we have a problem?
I think for this one it was a bit of choke, right? Because you had such a big lead and then your opponent is coming back and all of a sudden you start playing not to lose instead of playing to win. No one is taking initiative, no one is, you know, going for openings. Everyone is just waiting for ZTR to give them the answers, and that's the worst case scenario for a team.
It's tough because, I mean, obviously first half, fantastic CT side. We actually saw Hypex actually coming online with the AWP. We saw them being able to play a very dynamic defense where they were, you know, pushing out B tunnels. They were getting aggressive off the catwalk. They were being disruptive in middle. They were doing all the right things you needed to do to put yourself in a winning position. But then whenever you switch sides, it completely fell flat. And then on the Pain side, it's like you couldn't really point to one guy who like carried them back into existence. Like it was a multi-pronged effort from really everyone. I mean, you had NQZ with impact with the op, you had Davideus, you know, with some big plays from Long A, you had Snow obviously with an incredible anchoring performance on the B bomb site. Hell, Big Uzera was double opping on CT side and having impact. I mean, it was really kind of like a hodgepodge of really just everyone coming together when they were called upon to do so. And yeah, just impressive to see them come back, you know, from a map down in the fashion that they did.
I was going to say, you both touched on it, but I do kind of want to harp on this a little bit harder as you lose your map pick and to see the mental fortitude that Pain's brought to the table and how they've been able to do it twice. Like that for me is something that you need to give them a little bit of credit, because this was a team full of youngsters who a while back wasn't always able to pull themselves up and get it going again.
Yeah, definitely, you know, completely turned it around after that first map, especially on the CT side. What cost them on Nuke was super weak CT side. They had a good T side there, so complete opposite in the next two maps. But yeah, I mean, just being able to get wins on the board, right? That's what we've been talking about for Pain Gaming. It's just been a struggle. So to now be in a position where they're 2-0 up and have 3 opportunities to make playoffs, that's the best case scenario.
Even if you just zoom out from this match and you just kind of take a look at Pain in general, I mean, it's been such a tough year because of the roster instability, the stand-in situations, the trying to find themselves, the high of being able to actually make, you know, the deepest run they've ever made at a major, into not being able to have any sort of real follow-up in the second season. And obviously CAC was a massive disappointment kind of right off the, you know, beginning of this event, and yet they have been able to go up 2-0. And yes, there are still concerns. Yes, there are still, you know, things that we're going to have to keep an eye on going forward. But the grit to kind of handle all these different situations, the highs and the lows, and to be able to come out on top with a result like this against a formidable opponent, it's just, yeah, it's truly impressive. It's nice to see Pain finally showing me some life, because this is a team you can easily get behind. Like, they have very likable players. They have talented guys. It's just it hasn't really ever come together. It's been painful to watch, unfortunately, instead of them dishing out the pain. But this is a nice, like, bounce-back moment for them.
Two victories for them here
exactly.
at PGL Masters. That's a good side. Let's focus in now on Dust 2 specifically and that Pain coming back. Yanko, what were they doing that allowed them to just continue to roll over GamerLegion?
Yeah, comebacks usually happen like in a certain way. Something has to kickstart it, right? So first of all, in the force buy from GamerLegion after Pain won the pistol, they actually have a good situation here. Short execute to get the first kill, and then you have ZTR with the bomb. Instead of planning for short where all his teammates are, he wants to get that kill on NQZ, but David is also in the back, and he's the one who's going to do the work now, because they have to fight him. They have to try and pick up the bomb. Great shooting from him, triple kill to close it out, right? Missed opportunity for GamerLegion. If you go right back into the next round that we have lined up, is all right. GamerLegion, there's still a big buffer here for them, right? First gun round comes in, B split a bit early, block utility from the second CT. 2 easy kills from Snow. Now he gets the third. He swaps out for the AK. Now he gets the fourth. And this is what every comeback needs. It needs a huge highlight round for you to get this, to get everyone hyped up, to get everyone to start believing, to like, hey, we got him now, because you won the force. You shut it down completely in the gun round. That's 4 or 5 rounds in a row that you're winning now, where they couldn't even get the bomb down, had no chance to win the round. And now you're feeling the momentum actually being on the side of Pain, and that's where the choke starts right after that round.
And I think it makes it all the sweeter that those two particular moments happen on opposite ends of the map from 2 different anchors who have both had different struggles throughout the course of this year. And then in the case of Snow, you're defending one of the hardest things you can deal with as a B anchor, a mid-B split. Where should my focus be? You know, I'm alone on the site. It's very tough. The walls feel like they're closing in. For him to be able to settle in and have a play like that was seriously phenomenal performance by him. I mean, unreal.
Super great for Pain, because obviously they've now got 2 victories in the bag. That's a nice place to be here in the group stages. On the other side, though, GamerLegion, now they fall into that 1-1 bracket. I mean, what is the conversation that has to happen today?
It's just what Tostin said in the interview. Like, we can lose to anyone at the moment, but we also feel like pretty good about beating every team here. And that's the truth, right? Like, depending on the day, if they can get things to fall into place at the same time, like, they could be the team that has a deep run here. But unfortunately, too often we have moments like these. These are actually some of the biggest collapses we've seen GamerLegion have. But I mean, for you to lose your map pick in such a convincing fashion, and then to give up such a monumental lead on the decider as well, is just obviously really bad signs for a team.
It's a matter of perspective and timing. Like, obviously, in the heat of the moment, this looks terrible. I mean, you just choked a massive lead and an opportunity to go 2-0 and start kind of course-correcting your own second season of the year. But you can also take the positives away of they played a great nuke. You know, they obviously put up a good CT side Dust 2 in the first half, and they have had some of their individuals really do shine. And so you definitely can see inklings of what we want GamerLegion to be, but then, as Yank indicated, as they've also indicated themselves, it's like you also see, the downfalls that kind of come out of nowhere, and it's like, what is the solution to those situations other than like reps and experience? It's hard to say, but hopefully, for their sake, they can just kind of wipe the memory clean and come back fresh tomorrow. I mean, that's really the only thing you can do after a game like that.
First game is done here on the A stream. We got that 3-map special, and now we're getting ready for the next one. BetBoom up against Heroic. That's coming up right after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
You saw during the break there some highlights from Astana this year, and obviously PGL will be back there in 2026. I got so hyped. Being there was incredible. I cannot wait to go again. So hopefully you're getting your tickets. You can see they're on sale now, so go check those out. You are, however, watching PGL Masters Bucharest, because that's where we are right now, a studio event with a bunch of Counter-Strike teams battling it out for an incredible prize pool. And we're moving into one of those battles. It is Heroic up against BB Team. And Heroic yesterday, one specific player, Yanko, we have to highlight. xCloud had, what a day for him.
It's the term being used nowadays, life game, right? I think it fits the description for this one in particular. I mean, he was just lights out. He was doing everything. Yesterday for Heroic against NIP, main reason why they were able to just 2-0 him straight up. I mean, 60 kills. I don't care about round swing and anti-equals, just the sheer amount of frags that he was able to put out was devastating for NIP.
He basically carried Heroic the whole way through to that victory, Dust, and NIP did not know what to do with him.
Dude, this guy was on the bench 2 months ago, by the way. I just want to point that one out. I mean, Heroic has been through the absolute ringer this year, for being honest. I mean, losing some Pius, losing Tanir, losing your coach Saul, bringing Nilo off the bench after he was kind of sitting there doing nothing for 6 months, benching xCloud for 2 months with them, bringing him back. It has been, kind of a whirlwind over there, but to see them settle into this game against an NIP team that's, had some results here and there throughout the course of this year and has some talented players, to see xCloud show up the way that he did was massive. And I think that this is awesome because this is the xCloud we always wanted. Right? I mean, when this guy was on Sangal last year playing alongside Joda, he looked like the other prospect of the two that we thought maybe would go on to do great things, as Joda had done, obviously, with Eternal Fire and Aurora. And he's a very flashy entry fragger, and when he's on form, he's on form. I mean, he can just be an absolute menace, but we just haven't seen the consistency out of him yet. I'm hoping maybe that can be a breakthrough moment, at least for this tournament.
When they said that they were bringing him back, I know that the internet was very much like, oh, but he was benched or whatever. But I did kind of think it worked from a roles perspective and how the team worked. It kind of, I think it fitted Yanko, and maybe we're starting to see that fit coming together.
I think it did. It's also once you're losing Tanir, like about having the core of the team and invites and whatnot. Like I think that played a part in it. But yeah, I mean, I was going to say maybe if Aurora does feel like they need to make a change, he stood in for Xantares and Cologne. Like maybe that's something that they could think about down the line. But for Heroic, obviously they've switched from a long time ago the old Danish lineup, then the international lineup. But slowly, I mean, they've been losing piece by piece cores. Single players. Biggest loss, probably losing Saw over to the side of G2. I feel they've given up too much, right? Like now, like you really set yourself back by a huge margin. They missed out on the major as well, and they, based off of the performance at Fisher and at Pro League, they had an opportunity to get that slot in stage 1. But now you've overhauled it so much where I'm not sure. It's going to depend a lot on the coach, right? Because anytime you have a team that's going for younger players, right, and trying to develop them, like coach is a huge part of that, being able to introduce structure, have them play good Counter-Strike, and also develop the individuals and help them grow.
Yeah, very, very valid points there. I will say that, as you noted yourself, Sam, bringing X-Cloud back was a necessity. I mean, they needed an entry fragger. They needed a guy who was willing to be that soldier, and he is that guy. And again, when he's on form, he can be one of the better entries, in the tournament that we're with the field that we have here. And I think another big thing that's kind of been nice for Heroic is like Nilo actually has been pretty solid, like within the roles that they're asking him to fulfill. And despite the fact that he was inactive for a very long time, and we didn't even know when he would ever make an appearance on this team, or if he ever would make an appearance on the team, since he's come to the starting lineup, he has, again, done his job. And so it's like they have a couple of guys that have been able to produce for them, but they're up against a BB team that, has some talent in their own right.
They do have some talent. Is it showing up to the server though, Yanko?
I mean, so-and-so, they played 100 maps together with this roster. Only 15 of those have been on LAN. They just don't get as many opportunities. One of the more recent ones was the LAN in Moscow, right? So for them, this is a huge opportunity. There's a lot of familiar names on this team. I mean, obviously, Boomich is the IGL, Siren. You just saw him on your screens, right? Art Frost, who the only reason why he lost his spot in Spirit was because they had Shiro coming in, right? So can't really argue with that. But I think another one of those teams that's just suffering from a lack of opportunities, probably, and is going through the grind of just being able to play on LAN against some of these other teams.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I feel bad for Art Frost, bro. Like, again, hard done by the fact that Shiro just happened to exist and was an available option for Spirit. And then he got hard done by again when he's on Power Vision. Freaking James shows up and steals a spot there, too. It's like, God, can this guy just have a team, please? Like, he's actually a pretty good opera, so I'm glad that he's found a home here. And I think their most recent addition of Diladez has also been a nice pickup for them because it's kind of balanced out the team. Like, you have Art Frost as kind of a pillar with the AWP. You have Magnajez, who maybe doesn't have, like, the best overall form, but fulfills his entry role quite well. And then now you have Diladez, who kind of slots in somewhere in the middle. Very good trade fragger, plays a mix of like anchor spots and more star CT positions. And then you have Nilo on the other side, who kind of fulfills a similar role for Heroic. He's kind of their trade fragger. He's kind of in the middle somewhere. He also plays a similar mix of like anchor and rotator roles like Diladez does. And both these guys are so far in good shape this tournament. I think they're going to be the key factors in this game.
And two teams that there's a lot on the line in this tournament, right? Both of them missing out on the major, right? Not going to have too many opportunities moving forward. BetBoom Team especially so. So for them, if they're able to get a deep run, and they're, I think, 16 and 17 in the VRS, like they're relatively close to each other in the VRS, perhaps BetBoom outside the top 20. But yeah, this is where you're going all in. This is your major. This is your Super Bowl, so to speak, and you're really trying to get as many wins possible in this tournament.
That's the thing, because this is going to set you up for next year. And that's what they're going to be thinking about more than maybe teams that have qualified for the major. Obviously, the Vita coming in now. How much of a role do you think this is going to play?
Not sure. I mean, both teams don't really have like a map pool that we really know about on LAN, right? Because of the limited play and all the rosters that Heroic have had. Both permabans come through. No surprise there. We do see a nuke pick come up from BB. I believe that was the right pick. That's been their go-to map, honestly. I think Heroic will probably look to get into Dust 2 or maybe Overpass. It will be Dust 2 in the end.
What do you think about this?
Mirage,
it's
no?
Mirage, yeah.
Oh, my fault. Same
It's those
color.
new fun graphics.
This yellow maps.
Yeah, I
this
mean-
desert.
Got me there.
PGL threw in some fun animation.
Yeah, I thought it might be Dust 2 or Ancient, but they throw a bit of a curveball with the Mirage pick there, right? BetBoom off of the back of that, going to remove Ancient. I don't think there was any surprises for Heroic in terms of the nuke pick. Like BetBoom goes for it more or less every time it's available. They're going to get rid of Overpass themselves, and we do get that Train as the decider.
What do you think about this overall, Yanko?
Or my bad, Dust 2.
You guys got to learn the fun new graphics.
No, I was like, I don't know why I zoned out. I was like, well, how Train? Like, don't they ban Train? They do ban Train. I think for Heroic, they're going to be happy with this because Dust 2 definitely a map that they like to play, and the fact they get that in with their map pick of Mirage. They played Nuke yesterday against NIP, but granted, I don't see xCloud repeating the same sort of performance.
Okay, guys, I want to throw one question at you completely from left field. Please entertain me for a minute. Obviously, for BB Team, a lot of opportunities lacking. Some big name players know that. So much chatter online about the potential of Boombitch being that Spirit IGL replacement. I'm sure he's seen it as well. Do you think there is a world where, one, that could happen, but two, where he's possibly going, hey, I really need to step up and perform on LAN with BB because that is an option that I could take Chopper's role? Or am I just smoking my socks?
I don't know. He was the conversation was for him for Virtus Pro as well, whenever they obviously decided to go the whole Perfecto route. So I think there's multiple options, but you also have the option to make this team better than those teams. Not Spirit, of course, but certainly better than Virtus Pro.
Would you like to go to the best team in the world or make a team that won't be as good as the best team in the world?
Yeah, I mean,
But maybe
obviously the
good?
Spirit job would be a cool one if it did come up in some way, but I'm not sure if he's really in range of that.
I don't think Spirit is going to make that change, and I don't think you have the luxury of thinking about that as a player. You're just trying to do the best with what you have, right? And for Boomich, it's, you know, leading these players and with his experience, sort of trying to elevate them as a whole. And, you know, there's also a lot of behind the scenes stuff that comes into it. You know, what's he like as a leader? How are practices going? What's the motivation level at? All these little things that people try to get information on before they make a change. I think Chopper's seat is more than safe, but for someone like Virtus Pro, potentially in the long run, if they're looking to make an investment, definitely something that they should be looking at.
That was fun. I was curious, you know. I think we all were. If you're watching at home as well, it is something that's in the back of your mind. Let's focus in on Nuke now. How do we think that this particular map plays out with these two teams?
Hard to say, because I mean, BB played this map a crap ton online and have been very successful against similar level to teams that are going to be at this event, including the one that's in front of them now. On LAN, we haven't seen so much, so hard to know. They did lose to Heroic, I believe it was 11-13 earlier this year, but it was slightly different rosters. I think that was still when Tanier was playing with Heroic, and they actually, I think, had Rix back then as well. So very different, so hard to gauge head to head. But you would imagine, just based on like reps alone, that BB would come into this a little bit more comfortable. And I definitely think they have the tools to be successful on a map like this.
What do you think, Yanko?
I don't know what to expect. I haven't seen a lot of BB team. No one has seen a lot of them on LAN, as we talked about, right? But I think they have potential to be exciting, right? To be explosive, and I would still give the edge to Heroic a little bit because they get more reps when it comes to Tier 1 CS, but I think we'll just have to wait and see. BB yesterday played MIBR, who was playing without their, you know, arguably second best player in Clem, the new Opera, right? So you can't take much away from that win from BB. This is their first real test in the tournament.
If you just use the eye test and the little bit that you've seen for both of these teams, and we zoom out and look at the whole series, who should realistically take this? I mean, who do you think is the stronger team between the two?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think, you know, it's hard to read BB because of the lack of the LAN, but I think it's also hard to read Heroic because of the amount of moving parts they've had to deal with over the last few months. I think that if I was going overall firepower, I kind of like BB because I like Art Frost more than Arcaren. I also think Diladez and Mandadez are exciting riflers, but the Nilo xCloud combination can be equally as powerful. And I do think Beamich is a little bit more of a tenured IGL compared to his counterpart on the other side. And obviously there's like a brand new coach on the other side as well that's coming from an academy team and stepping up to a tier 1 level in Tobiz, and he has big shoes to fill with Saul being gone. So I think these two teams are in like really weird places right now where I think it's kind of hard to make that assessment, at least for me.
And also in all of these matches, right? Like these teams will be making mistakes, and usually it breaks down in the mid-round situations. You know, like you have your openings, you have your protocols, and once that passes and you just need to think on the fly and adapt on the fly, that's where some weird stuff can happen and where mistakes start happening. And, you know, in MR12, that happens on a key round. It completely turns the game on its head.
So we're waiting for one player who just wants to tweak some of their sound settings. So while we do, let's circle back to something that Yanko brought up earlier about Heroic. Obviously, at one point, kind of the joke was that they were just collecting money, you know, in the bank, because they would find these players, kind of build them up, sell them off. Started with that sale to Astralis and then continued with their cores, their coaches. But is there now a place that we're sitting at where they have this very young roster, but I feel like there is no experience really there to lead them forward? And now you have a problem in that when it comes to VRS, it's not enough to just have a pop-off young player that you can sell off. You actually need to be on LAN, which means you need to perform. And maybe this team a little bit too inexperienced, Dust, because of all of those sales?
I agree. I mean, again, like really the only somewhat tenured figure on their team is their in-game leader, but now working with a different coach. And I think he was probably a guy that was pretty heavily reliant upon his old coach in Saul, in my opinion. And yeah, you got Youngster, who lives up to the name as, again, a young and experienced guy who can be kind of flaky. Like you see some games where he can have a lot of impact, but others where he's quite quiet. Again, you have a Nilo who's, you know, again, was sitting out for a very long time and is now on the main team and has only been there for a short time. And the other players are also quite young and inexperienced in their own right, coming from, you know, the Sangal core that didn't really do much internationally until, you know, their core got picked up by Heroic. So, yeah, it is a very young and inexperienced team. It's very hard to gauge where they're at this point. And as you said, like, who is the leader to lead them? You know, I don't know the answer to that question because I don't know much about their coach. And, again, I don't know what Linus is like when he's a little bit more on his own.
What do you think, Yanko? I mean, do you want to weigh into that conversation?
Well, what?
Buy a core? Build up young players? I mean, what is the
I mean, I think it's too late to do that for Heroic, right? I think it's just, obviously we have to wait and see how it will pan out with Tobias as the coach. I think it's impossible to fill Saw's shoes, right? But whether you can be on the right track when it comes to that, and then also seeing how some of these players will develop, right? They had Grix on there for a month, just didn't work out. Right now, Alcaran in the op, he had some good moments, and like, are these players, can they take the next step to really compete at tier 2 level? Some of them came from academy teams, some of them came from tier 3 CS. So it's just about sort of seeing, all right, who can step up and whether they can compete at this level.
Well, there you go. Can they compete at this level? This is the event to do just that. PGL Masters. Let's see if Heroic can rise to the challenge.
Time to find out. Absolutely correct. Time to find out if xFloud can hang on to his current highest rating at Bucharest. That's right. #1 player after day 1 of play. Finished a best of 3 with a 2.15.
Yeah, he was
dog.
nuts.
Life game and a half.
That was a lot of CT fragging too.
Well, perfect place to start then. CT side of Nuke here for Heroic in a battle between Heroic and BetBoom. Magna Jez, quick to heaven. Alcaran's going to get caught off by that one. He just wanted to fall down into the site, and he does fall down, but as a corpse. Boomich right here with his teammate, and xFloud trying to put these Berettas in the middle of this pack. Weird spot for Heroic to try to deal with this A pressure. It is just Linus on his own over towards main. Okay!
Oh, come on now.
On his own and with no issue. Triple kill off the Berettas has done everything to stop BetBoom in their tracks. Boomich into the lobby, doesn't know there's a player up above him. Nilo able to find the duel, but not the kill. And so this ace is still on. Quad kill for LNZ. Under pressure with no support, no player in the backside, just him and those trusty Berettas.
Yeah, it's 1 man, 2 guns right there. That's beautiful work out of Mr. Linus. Another young Swedish IGL to, I feel like just comes from the same crop as ETR, showing that he can frag too. Let's see if he can call some T rounds though. See the stat from last game? 1 out of the last 23 T rounds.
Ew. With only 1 bomb plant on all of Dust 2. Yeah. I'd like to forget about that last match. For GamerLegion's sake. Glocks across the board with a Desert Eagle on Art Frost. Ooh, the old Zeus. The old main drop Zeus play, huh? A classic. In the playbook of trolling. It's going to boil down to hitting that in the perfect time. LNZ inside of main, the expected victim. Very quiet round considering it's majority Glocks. We hit 50 seconds and they're still waiting for that Magno Jez Zeus sweep.
Yeah, they could have done all this talking before the game even started.
It's not enough time in the day.
Yeah. There's a lot of strats they've got prepped now.
xFloud potentially the victim of the Zeus once it does slide through. We're going to go to 30 seconds. Art Frost's Deagle looking outer. Oh, Magnajez going to slide in. Yes, sir. Ooh. Perfectly done. Unfortunately, costs him a few bodies in the background. We're going to get Magnajez with a kill from beyond the grave. 2 kills, one with a Zeus, one with fire.
Fire.
He's wielding all the elements, Launders.
Just earth and wind left?
Yeah, well, wind's a part of fire, so I'm going to give him a 2 for 1 there.
You can't have 2 elements in one, right?
Yeah, you can, because you can't have fire without oxygen.
Oxygen.
Oxygen levels depleted.
Yeah, Subnautica.
Oh, God, I got chills, man.
Yeah.
Goddamn sea monsters. Sirens and whatnot. Guns in hand for BetBoom. And Boomich taking a look outside where xFloud's looking to get the game going. He's pissed. He just got Zeused. But he'll play the exact same spot in anticipation of the outer cross. He finds a gap here as Alcarin finds the first kill. A little too easy, really. xFloud inside of the smoke plume.
They're going to go back in, though?
Still looking for the Boomich frag top main, and Boomich comes out with the headshot instead. They're going to challenge over towards Hell. Diladez and Boomich trying to work this distance ever closer. Diladez gets the duel going, and Boomich finding another as he just climbs over all the buildings he has to.
This is wild.
2 frags to his name. LNZ into the action. Red Room Peak's going to catch him off guard, and Diladez connects with 1 as well. So Boomich now with helping hands behind him. And Heroic, that streak of rounds comes to a swift end. He'll walk out onto the A floor to catch the kill against Siren, but with 18 points of health and 3 opponents left to take, I don't see a world where he wins this. Bomb heads downstairs.
Yeah, that's kind of that's a wild round. I wonder if that, like, you looked at that objectively and slowed it down, if BetBoom were in favor the entire time. So there's a lot of duels there that they won, but it felt like Heroic put themselves in good spots to have a chance to swing that back. Yep. They just lost each and every one of those duels.
xFloud versus Boomich. That challenge from LNZ up at the top of Secret.
Alcarin at Hell as well.
5 versus 4 squandered for Heroic. So BetBoom on the board early here on their map pick. Their T side starts in round 3. Bada boom. Terrorists win.
What's Boomich going to do as Iron Man? That's what's on my mind.
Still enough to buy, but we've got limitations for Heroic. Eagle at a scout. How do you make up for it? LNZ going to play supportive over towards ramp. Alcarin again, just kind of over the shoulder of his forward-placed teammate outside, but nobody home right now for BetBoom. They're up in the lobby and playing a waiting game. Alcarin deciding to go deep garage and now just try to scour outer. It's all about making contact if you can, but nobody spotted so far.
Yeah, lots of roaming going on. No vision. And this just allows sort of Metal Gear Solid style for BetBoom to sneak up, get closer, while the CTs are still guessing. Alcarin will see them. One crossing secret, tagging on MagnaJez. He gets away, but with the intention of going lower clearly. There's a lot of rotations, but BetBoom don't have to commit to this. They're just going to fake.
Yeah, Bomb's still upstairs anyways, so A-Site going to be the intended target as Boomich starts to clear, unless he gets false confidence that they should all come downstairs.
I think that'll be job done, to be honest.
We'll see. Oh, we'll see. Siren's still taking a look at Heaven, and now that MagnaJez has been killed downstairs, yeah, the A commitment with no resistance offered here by Heroic. So there was a lot of rotates and maybe an over-rotation downstairs. And no real safe way to get what's left of Heroic's gun possession out of here. They're not going to take a swing at upper either. AK grabbed. No upgrades for Alcarin, just trying to find sanctuary in CT spawn as BetBoom tie this game 4 rounds into play.
Another smooth move here for BetBoom as they get into a really solid position early. I think that however they're pulling it off, getting to the red cross and sneaking around outside, that's where I think they're the strongest. It's really hard to respond to outside control just because of the way that it sort of wraps you around the entire map. CTs have to play tucked into red box, fighting pushed up, playing from secret, sort of worst case, and Heroic know that they're going to have to eventually challenge this. Because it's not as if they haven't been peaking, they just have now lost a few engagements out here that might cause some worry.
Still walking away with the 2 AKs and an M4, something to stand on. If you've been going for these duels, as you just mentioned, it's time to win them. Youngstar, boosted up inside of the ramp, will be left to his own devices. That's going to free up Nilo's M4 to come and join the others outer. Got that AK still down in secret, ready to try to join the party if needed. xCloud trying to make it seem like there's not this looming threat, but reality is still 3 real guns for Heroic, not too far away from this pack of BetBoom players who are just going to opt for the wall of smoke, not exposed either. Doesn't go deep enough. Not that they were crossing in that moment. But we're going to get more movement here for Heroic, and it's ultimately going to come down to an Alcarin challenge in secret. Easy first headshot, nicely done on MagnaJez. And an immediate disengage from him as well. Doesn't want to stick around. Doesn't want to lose that man advantage, especially when only 3 players play with rifles.
He committed back really far.
I mean, really think it's A. Again, Siren trying to come out through
this is so bad because they can run lower now, fast. They just got that really important kill. I guess it's mixed guns here for Heroic, so they were just taking some kind of risk. Fair enough. But you got to appreciate that in this game. BetBoom so far have been really good at keeping their options open.
Just making sure to play with a tempered pace. No all-ins as of 5 rounds in. Ooh, Siren, though, going to get toppled. So another moment here where Heroic are going to walk away with 3 rifles. It's what they came into the round with. It's what they'll leave with, assuming no other departing frags. But nothing's guaranteed with Boomich on the prowl. Chipping away at the BetBoom economy as they rack up 3 rounds consecutive.
You can't get, I mean, you got BetBoom, Boomich.
Yeah.
Like, that roster move can never happen.
Why?
You know what I mean? Boom, boom.
I suppose.
How are you going to find another player to replace him?
Clone him.
This is BB Boom Boom right here.
Hey, that's BBT Boom Boom to you.
Baby Boom Boom.
BBT Boom Boom sounds like a risky Google search.
Yeah, don't. We don't know what that's going to bring up.
Careful out there.
Pull that up.
Careful out there. xCloud's nade on MagnaJez. a little ahead of the pack. And it's not a pack, it's just Magnajez this time outer. It's been a pretty consistent outer presence for BetBoom. This one's a little empty. And Artfrost, what are you up to? Finding opening kills on Alcarin inside of the hut. Costs him 80 points of health, but it's another 5v4 for BetBoom as they'll go back into playing these options open, slow-paced play. Look at the push here from xFloud, caught off guard. Diladez gets traded back by Boomich at the very least. It's still man advantage maintained with secret control. And LNZ sitting downstairs in anticipation of this move from the offense. Offense.
And the defense. They're here pushing into Trophy. That'll be a lobby clear in a second, but then they've got to either go back or get to the vent, go downstairs. Thing is that with Linus right here is in prime position to stop this. A kill and a half could end the round.
Oh, but the trade potential is so high.
Oh my goodness, what a clear out of Artfrost. Ducks underneath it.
Nasty.
Not a point of damage.
Young Star with the chance to thrive, though. Down to 25 seconds, things could get a little squirrely.
Still got one upstairs, though.
Nades aren't falling on him. Molotov goes beyond. He's still found this pocket of play, and instant with the headshot. Sirens trades good. And that's a bomb plant to come with it. Teammate not close enough to challenge. 4 consecutive rounds for the BetBoom team after this one.
Probably should have just gone together right there if it was Youngstar and Nilo and just committed in. Nilo maybe thought he could catch him coming back up the vent if that was going to be an option, but after they got that kill on Linus, I think it was very clear to them it's time to go.
Yeah, it's so true, though, that BetBoom have been playing with all their options open that you can't even really blame Nilo for considering the threat of that rotation back up. It's just occurred so often. So keeping them on their toes.
Those are beautiful.
PGL Copenhagen 2024. Shout out one time.
Terrorists win.
The last time they played against BetBoom, it was they had an arguably stronger team. Yeah.
Who was on that team?
They had Tanir.
Ooh.
So they got a lot to prove because they lost that game too.
What do you think is going to affect Heroic more, losing Tanir or losing Saw?
It's a tough one. It's a tough one, but also Tanir.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, really? All right.
Well, I think let's say Saw was removed. I think they'd be fine for a while at least.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Who would find another Tanir? I don't know, but at least in the short term.
Artfrost with a hell of a round. It's nice to see that wall bang. Like, I thought it was just, going to be that classic thing where, like, it's a bullet right through the edge of the wall, but...
Also great to see Artfrost on a good team post-Spirit.
Sure.
He got replaced by Shiro. That was...
Yeah,
that
tough
was,
one.
That's... You can't... You just got to walk that one off.
It's the knock experience.
Yeah. This device moving in. What can you do?
Why, yes, sir. You can have my spot on this team.
I will sit on this chair in the corner and watch you play.
Magnajez back turn to the player over by Vent, and that's going to cost him. He comes out, doesn't clear it. Diladez burns LNZ out, but everything's going well here for Heroic. It's a solid A-hold. Siren.
He just loved it. He just kept coming back for more.
Forgot about the fire. Forgot about his limited 100 health.
Sometimes when the air conditioning's on too high, you put your hand near the stove.
No, I don't do that, and I wouldn't recommend it either. You should just turn off the AC, maybe.
Ooh.
But BetBoom's not turning anything off. He's turning it up. Comes through with the headshot on Alcarin. 30 seconds to pull this off versus 3. Bomb right in front of him. You kill this player on Vent. Oof, and you've got a chance, but Youngstar, other ideas. That's his 3rd kill in the round and a rock-solid A-hold. As far as the nuke goes today on Dust 2 of Bucharest, or Day 2 of Bust.
You got to try it all over again.
As far as nuke goes on Day 2 of Bucharest, it's those fast all-in A plays that have a 100% fail rate.
Oh, yeah, true. It's not in the meta anymore.
Nobody's rushing to success on Nuke today. That one gets stuffed. Like a turkey on Thanksgiving. Xfloud seizes a chance, just walks out.
What a kill. No chance to shoot back. Easy for Al. Oh, goodness.
Does he check red?
Doesn't.
Whoa!
Wow!
Gets away. Okay. Mitch bends a bullet through the corner. That was kind of wild.
He wasn't supposed to get anything in the first place, and
see ya. You thought you had a chance. You were feeling real good about that man advantage, but you had a man advantage and you still made moves. And it's one thing to make a move up through secret. It's another to go pushing through the squeaky smoke.
Alcarin's sort of getting tricked outside a couple of times, and he's sort of kind of doing it to himself. It's been the Red Cross, suspiciously, that BetBoom are just they're so quick and it's so quick and easy for them to take it.
A shot.
Oh, okay.
Youngstar looking for more. Off of the back of a multi-kill last round.
They only have 2 flashes.
Yeah. But not going to be easy to get into this retake. They've just picked up the kit at least. And an additional flashbang, so trying to find some more tools for the job or just more to save. Right now, BetBoom just cut through main into the A site. Gunning for that 5-3 T-side lead. Youngstar still taking a look at this bomb site. Boomich puts his head on a silver platter right there with Art Frost. This retake's live.
Okay.
They jump on, and with that picked up kit, they pull this off.
Man, Youngstar starts celebrating before he even hits that defuse. That's beautifully done by him. I mean, both of them, to be honest. Nilo gets so much information before dying. Doesn't even die in the end. Gets that peek, the op shot out that allows Youngstar to peek. Really cool. So light on utility, but they had this such a great retake position inside the lobby.
It's not even the CTs forcing the issue. That's just T's trying to get off site, looking not to die to bomb. You opened the door before you had to truly leave. And Heroic are there to crawl through the window. Tying this game 4 apiece. Big moment here for Heroic's defense. Potentially sending BetBoom into a spiral. So they've got to tiptoe their way through this one with unarmored pistols. And already down is Magnajez between those smokes outside. Bomb crossing goes over to Secret. But a chance to catch their breath and to catch a lead with it. Heroic. That retake, worth its weight in gold. Trying to scramble the defense as Boomich moves bomb towards control. You know, this is one of those moments where if they had guns, then maybe they were able to rock this boat back to A, because we've kept reminding you, BetBoom leave options open. And with Boomich just showing bomb and jumping around downstairs, he has got Heroic to allocate a few players to this site. Upper is Youngstars. And again, unarmored and unequipped. Easy pickup on Siren is going to send BetBoom back down to this B commitment. You can still see them clearly trying to work the body, try to find these openings. At 20 seconds, they could still vent pop back up, but LNZ gets active, just making sure that BetBoom can't have their way all over the map, and the headshots come through with ease. So good on Heroic, not only to pull off that man disadvantage retake in the 8th round, but a flawless 5-player standing close versus unarmored pistols.
Yeah, very easy to get shot in the back in a situation like that, but they were watching everything. That's nice from Heroics. Good game, like a very even matchup in terms of the good rounds we've seen from BetBoom, and the answer's back out of Heroic. Full buy-in for both teams here, round 10. Youngstar having a hell of a map.
Damn, Xfloud taking this aggression to a new level. Gonna try to pounce. Whoa, while blind.
He's upset about that for sure.
And the lineup's good there for a bunch of damage on the other two. seen xFloud try to float around on the entrance of main.
I think they tried to help out Alcarin because he's been just roaming outside with the SOP, and like they've been doing a good job of escaping his view. Doesn't look like they're going to be ready for this big garage either.
2 smokes.
Yep.
It's pretty critical considering there's no other smokes now to cover any kind of a cross. LNZ just out here though.
They're so good at this actually. They're so good at taking outside and dropping the guard of Heroic. They fall back at the wrong times every single moment.
Boomich gets around the corner. That'll be Youngstar's concern now. 3 players down secret, and Boomich just serves up that distraction.
Yeah, they can't find anybody.
LNZ misses the cross of 3 players without any smoke. The only thing that was smoked was Hell twice.
How have they gotten away with this again?
BetBoom make a mistake and still have gotten away with a lot of presence lower. Alcarin, oh, he brings Magnachess down with him at least. Good quick shot. LNZ is going to find
the bomb, Art Frost. You have to go plant.
A back turn to him? No, not yet. Going to plant in the corner. The cover here from Dilladez.
Oh, okay.
He's got it. All's good. Makes sure that LNZ can't pounce in that moment. And so BetBoom still, yet again, just kind of work the body, man. There's a lot of razzle-dazzle coming out of BetBoom on this T side.
I mean, I love it. Like, they're doing it very efficiently in terms of how little utility they have to use. And just as much as Heroic can't see what's going on, BetBoom technically can't either. Youngstar, what
1v3
in the
attempt
world?
is real. I mean, the guy's up 14-2 already. Challenging this bomb site. Bomb's gonna pop, just hit the 10-second mark.
Why is he just staying here?
Well, you know, hanging out.
You know.
Just hanging out. Looking for that 15th kill, that's why.
They have some money. I guess they have a buy both rounds. I guess that was it. They were just like, could fight to the death.
Yeah, Launders, crunch the numbers, would you? Beep boop.
Call me a Texas Instrument the way I crunch the numbers.
You're a tool, all right. Look at that 143 ADR. That's why he was still out there.
What a try hard.
Got to keep the numbers up. That's oh, I like that. 14 kills, 3 assists, 3 deaths, 143. That's 1433, 143.4.
That's the most numbers of pi I've ever heard you recite.
Isn't that satisfying? Enjoy it while you can, folks. One last look. The round's coming. Ooh, that's 1433, 143.4.
You asking for help?
The hotline's ready to receive that
Morse code.
Back in, but more damage. Dude, Boomich keeps the pressure up. Nilo multi-frag from ramp, however. Okay. Little op delivery in the process, just in case there's a third piece from BetBoom, but thing with BetBoom is you kill them, and they just get kind of quiet.
Yeah,
they're slippery on this T side.
They put on their cloak of invisibility and just start to creep around the map.
Mischief managed. But they're not done yet. Problem is this time, you know, BetBoom, they've gone quiet usually with like a bit of outer play. This time it's just all in. 3 players here towards Squeaky. Youngstar playing lights out. It's going to be here to clean up. Bomb hits the ground, and it's an easy execution of Siren. Art Frost, all that's left. Woo! Second shot from his is clean, and you've got a low-health Nilo back sight with an op of his own. Art Frost doesn't know about it.
Oh my goodness.
Where did those bullets go?
I don't know,
where did those bullets go? He can't believe it. I can't believe it. You done seen
2
it.
through 7, clearly missed.
Where did those USP shots go?
That was almost another Kenny S. Kerrigan moment right there. That would have been the Kenny S. Kerrigan moment for Gen Alpha. Look it up.
Cobblestone B site, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, still got it. Here we go. BetBoom trying to do it one more time. It's been a slippery T-half, netting them 5 round wins already. But some of the individual levels that Heroic have brought to the table, they've yet to match. I'm looking at you, Youngstar. Ooh, that brings Magnajez back from Secret. He throws out a grenade, so they're going to know he's crossed over. Ooh, he signed up for that fight.
And he almost found it. I don't know how he didn't get that kill, to be honest.
We're losing bullets to the sub-tick, I tell you. Now we've got the challenge out from Ramp, but we've already seen Nilo go with the 2K. Everybody ready to swarm. Heroic powering up off of the back of a strong Young Star performance. You got LNZ in the mix of it all, and just enough for Heroic to get themselves a 2-round lead off the back of a CT side.
Pretty amazing. I don't know who... I mean, obviously, Heroic have a couple more rounds, but BetBoom played pretty well to get 5.
Yeah.
I don't know who is more convincing as a team. I think BetBoom showed that they were a threat. That was very strong. We'll have to get the response from Heroic. They like the CT sides more right now. But Young Star, that's quite a carry.
Thing with me is it's like BetBoom, they were nice rounds, and I like the calling. I felt like Boomich was, you know, in good control in that regard. But just in terms of like impact and individual level, I'm looking at Heroic like they've still got control of this. We'll see how their calls look on this T side, but somebody's going to have to step it up on the defense for BetBoom. Because the nature of your round wins, you got 5 T round wins, but they were kind of sneaky round wins.
CT side's just easy, though. You just stand there.
You know, it felt like they felt like thieves in a lot of ways. Slimy little rotations, get away with a bomb plant.
Yeah.
Like, all right, win your rounds. But Youngstar's in the process of knocking both my socks off, so we'll see if he gets unleashed on the attack. You've got 2 players in front of him, and it's xFloud looking to get back to his winning ways of yesterday. Boomich with the Zeus and the pistol. It works.
Oh.
Beretta's turned back over. Missed chance to topple bodies here. Siren sitting at the bottom of the board alongside Magnajez with 4 kills to each of them, and unfortunately a Zeus is not enough to stop that charge in. You put Berettas on that door, perhaps. But strong in the numbers, Heroic looking to extend their lead with a T-side pistol win, retake underway. And unfortunately, they've lost Magnajez dropping down in from heaven. Artfrost and Dilladez trying to push this forward. Bomb right there in front of them. But the Hut players into the engagement, trying to take this fight on their terms. Knives are out, and Alcarin's there to close. Just looking to distract. Youngstar flies at him with the shank in hand.
Hey, it was a good distraction. Alcarin had it all wrapped up. No problem at all. An 8th here for Heroic. And that just keeps a meter stick between them and BetBoom, that's for sure.
Analyst said we were going to be playing some sloppy Counter-Strike. You can see it.
Heroic were doubted.
Laugh.
Heroic were doubted yesterday at the beginning of the series. Oh, they're not going to be good. They weren't good with. They won't survive without Tanir, and it's possible they don't get that good, but
I think
it looks like they could still be good.
Yeah, good enough to compete at this event.
Yeah, especially Youngstar. A lot of these guys are also early in their careers. You know, much like GamerLegion. We're going to see their stories develop live. We're going to see, players like Linus and ZTR become much better IGLs over time. I mean, I can tell you, without a shadow of doubt, ZTR has become 2 times better of an IGL as he was just a year ago. You know, when I was doubting whether or not Swedish IGLs were going to be a thing.
There's also been huge improvement already for Heroic when you consider their results at Fissure Playground 2. Bombing out of that one, 15th, 16th, dead last, and then, 4th place at CAC last week. That's all you needed to know, that this was going to be an improving Heroic at the moment.
Yeah.
So trying to take last week's success and snowball with it. Boomich's MP9's been found out. That's going to have them hesitant for a second. Youngstar gets blasted, but Nilo's got the trade. So they work their way out through the doors of Ramp and down into the B plant, just double checking that there's nobody hiding in the corners here, because again, BetBoom have been kind of slimy, but nobody here to stop it. Siren just actually managing to sweep down through the vents. Ooh, this makes it interesting. Now you've got low health players. This is not where they wanted to be. They were not anticipating Siren coming through with that kill. And there's still so much time.
Artfrost has an HE.
You dunk that on Nilo, you're never going to expect a second player.
Oh, it missed anyways.
Unreal.
That was actually just not great.
We'll see if they do clear both. Art Frost throwing a gun down and then going wild with the jump up. Didn't expect 2 players in there. And so they both survive as Heroic get to that 9-5 T-side lead.
They are hyped. And nade was no good. But you're right, even if it landed, they wouldn't know about the double up.
Yeah, exactly. Now just having to deal with 5-7s across the board.
Looks like Heroic can get a little creepy too. These guys both like a silent map. They're just playing Battleship right now. Everyone's walking into positions. No one's seeing anybody do anything. But Heroic figure it. Oh, no. They still got the bomb down here. For now.
Again, man.
Is Upper being scouted properly? No.
Sneaky stuff.
Uh-oh.
5-7s, 2 kills. Bomb's starting to flee. They're going to find that A is completely open for the taking, but that's not one of those ones where, you know, compared to like BetBoom's ability to scramble back upstairs last half, they still get here, so I guess we can't throw them under the bus.
Planning backside without heaven.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. That was like going down B without scouting out A.
Yeah.
You know, you're giving BetBoom the rope to try to catch you.
This Linus.
Now they all start sprinting.
Oh, no, Linus is up there. Linus is up there.
Molly onto the hut door. That'll keep half of the pack at bay momentarily. Main player activates for 2. Youngstar says, is there ADR to be had? And he snaggles 3 kills on the attack. The attempted retake here from BetBoom finds absolutely nothing.
Nothing, lad.
Nothing.
Youngstar is about to break the damn kill record this game.
Yeah, he's going, bro. He saw that performance from xCloud yesterday and said, let me show you how it's done.
Yeah.
22-6, 15 rounds into play.
Monster stuff.
Nice to see that there's going to be a competition between the stars that remain on this team in Tanir's absence.
Well, there became a lot of good spots to go around.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Tanir is great, but these other players that remain on Heroic have still been touted as potential stars. We're seeing that potential realized versus a team that they can bully at the moment. BetBoom down 10-5.
Oh my goodness.
Pulled apart. Youngstar will know zero limit.
Amazing impact here for Youngstar, right? I mean, there's something, you get some ecos, you get a couple of 1 or 2 kills. This is a losing position. He takes the initiative, double entry upstairs, crushes the economy here at BetBoom. They're lucky to be able to save 2 in this spot.
Genuinely feels like Youngstar and xCloud just have a little side bet going on for this Bucharest event. xCloud set the tempo yesterday with that 2.15 rating on the best of 3. And Youngstar could genuinely take a swing at it in today's match if BetBoom don't start putting up some kind of a fight. xCloud recovering with 2 kills, but of course Youngstar on the pit for that 3rd kill. And he's going to get dropped in the process. So Dilladez hanging on to the AK-47. Doesn't look like anybody's going to come get him. He is allowed to save it indeed. 2 rounds from the victory here are Heroic.
Steamrolling now. And for a moment, that was actually a very not a lost position, but, you know, really, really tough spot. If he didn't come out hut by himself and grab both those kills.
BetBoom's map pick, by the way.
Map picks don't matter today.
It's very true. Very true indeed. Over with the Saw versus Ninjas in Pyjamas game, we're having that same thing go down. It is both teams winning each other's map picks. Same thing happened in our first matchup. We had a 2-0 on the B stream to start the day, so that's another lost map pick. The majority of map picks have been lost today.
Sounds like every map pick has been lost today. What was the other? There's one other game?
There was a 2-0, so you had to have won your map pick there.
Okay.
Mathematically, it was Legacy, the only team to win their map pick so far today. And maybe Heroic. Time will tell. Youngstar can do on map 2 what he's doing on map 1. I think it's a quick day in the office for Heroic. At the moment, absolutely unmatched. And, you know, across that CT side, it said, I thought the individuals had kind of made the difference, but ever since he's taken to the attack, he hasn't slowed down at all. And there's nobody on BetBoom's squad that's stepping up to force him to change that pace. Boomich sitting here ahead of the secret push, falling back at the first seemingly sign.
Oh, Youngstar is still going, man. How's he pulling off all these first kills?
Just does whatever he wants. 25-7, by the way. Hello.
Oh.
Boomich catching him off. Huge reposition from Boomich. Leave it to Boomich with an MP9 to find the way back in. Youngstar toppled as Boomich gets an upgrade, a trio of kills inside of the vent, and one of the best individual moments that BetBoom's camp has brought to the table today.
There's 3 CTs still upstairs, so the bomb's going down. Why didn't anyone move?
Well, they thought Boomich had it all. And unfortunately, you've now put Alcarin into a post plant, so BetBoom still with a little work to do. Ooh, missed chance for Alcarin. As he gets over towards control, bomb is planted behind the silo, so going to be awkward for him to get out through the windows. He's got to double back in, smoked off. Magnajez going to stick this all the way, and so BetBoom's, or Boomich's 3K.
BBT, B boom boom.
Not in vain. There it is, 6th round from BetBoom, but it's taking some kind of individual heroic from the BetBoom team.
They kind of blew that. They kind of blew that for Youngstar right there.
Yes, they did.
First kill into a double MP9 frag in the vent, which they were clearing, which they snuck into. And Boomich is there right behind him. That's quite a mistake. Those first kills, they don't grow on trees.
Magnajez playing around the smokes as this pack of heroic players approach outside. Ooh, he gets the duels, and he gets traded out after the one. Nilo's got to bite the bullet, but it's not in vain. Xfloud trades, and heroic look to walk back.
Yeah, they got kind of exposed because there's so many, like, majority spotted outside now without them holding lobby, so they're going to go back and do their due diligence, just checking to see if anything's been pushed, which is really good. And they have lots of time to do it. But it's a nice disruptive move here for BetBoom. It's not just the one kill. Question is, does it matter? They actually never held on to Vision outside at all.
No, so Diladez doesn't do his due diligence.
They don't rotate anyone quickly enough. Artfrost not committed. Let's see if they just walk into him. Oh my goodness. Is there a molly for him? No, there might be a chance for him to get a shot then. Yeah.
Nicely done. That's Youngstar down. Oh, but again, the talent runs deep, and the challenge from Xfloud's confident. He gets tagged from the back. Boomich on the scene. Trying to get Artfrost into this as LNZ goes for the chase. It's a quick headshot to the IGL of BetBoom. Returning to the bomb site.
Leaving the door open.
Waiting for Artfrost to push out through those ramp doors, but it's that decon re-aggression again. Alcarin gonna come sprinting down, door closed in front of him, Siren up close, and they've still got time for this defuse, so all is good. BetBoom coming through with a 7th round, keeping Heroic off 12.
After getting that great kill, Linus coming back out of the door, leaving the door open, and then getting killed from the door while he tries to fight ramp. Could have stayed in there, could have come out, closed the door. I think picked the worst option of the three and gave up another pretty solid spot for Heroic. So a timeout will be called. The retake's in. It was never going to be perfect.
As far as Youngstar is concerned, it's okay because it's just more runway for him to get to 30 frags. That's all the angle Boomich needed to really unravel this post plant. Good on Siren to seize it with a 2K of his own. Yeah, get angry. Let it flow through you. Little to lose here, Heroic. Gonna get aggressive. Trying to nade out main, but we've got a lot of bodies inside of the A site. Instantly dropping to the floor and instantly locking down the ramp. Diladez with a triple.
He's not even near you.
Just in case. This one comes to a quick end, and it's only a 3-round game as BetBoom secure their 8th win. Pick up an M4, but it's all for naught. Well held on to as BetBoom CT side starts to find its sea legs.
Yeah, it starts with some close calls, then the confidence comes back, and then you can start put together more dominant money-building rounds.
Dangerous Art Frost, down to half health. That's a bit lackadaisical. Jumping around in garage with the timing of the aggression from Heroic. Oh, there it is. Oh, Axfloud and Nilo both in with AK headshots. Boomich, nice wallbang back into the secret staircase. Not going to let Alcarin get away. Keep those frustrations boiling over, but it's man advantage Heroic and ready.
Move.
However, bomb is still at the base of Silo, so that's the weird part of all of this. But who needs a bomb if you've got 5 headshots, huh?
Yeah, screw the silo. You've got Nilo.
No, but actually, you do need that bomb.
Yeah, probably should go get it.
They'll grab it, and they've still got the lobby control. LNZ's been standing in there this entire time, and Nilo's got another headshot.
Yeah,
so 3 kills to him. Xfloud joins the pack. Bomb in hand, and Boomich, the only member of BetBoom that's done anything this round in catching that Alcarin secret cross. That, for my friends, is 12.
Maybe the openers do grow on trees. Seems like anybody can put them together on this team. And in the end, I think it's like you said in the first half, it's the individual level that ends up making the difference here.
Yes, sir. You know, I definitely want to sing the praise of Boomich in a couple of those first T rounds when he was able to just kind of rock the defense back and forth to create openings despite not having any stars to pop off with. Not today, anyways. We know the capabilities, but when we look at like a 7 and 17 Magno Jez and a 9 and 15 Siren, it's not there for them. But they are still within touching distance of overtime. It's just going to take a step up from someone.
Oh,
Youngstar
my
crosses
goodness.
through smokes. That is
This could get his
ratty.
teammate killed, but they're not even in the lobby, actually.
It is ratty.
That's unreal. They're going to wrap Mini. He can just go up into heaven. He doesn't see anyone here, so I'm sure he's going to be wondering, but...
Sitting duck is Art Frost.
Man, this could be his piece de resistance in a map that he has had so many rounds of impact.
Oh, man. Has to take the shot. Emerging from Unbreakable. Youngstar in with an assist. A bit of ADR for the road as BetBoom have been outplayed. And in a lot of moments, it was just the straight-up headshot potential coming through from Heroic. In this one, it's a little bit of Boomich in that they creep beyond BetBoom. Get a back turn, and Youngstar from the top rope finding kills as this one's coming to a close. A cross through the smoke in front of the trophy plate. LNZ here with the cherry on top, and Heroic will rob away their opponent's map pick. 27 kills for Youngstar.
Scorny said it, 27 kills for Youngster. We spoke so much about xFlood in the pregame and sort of spoke about what he did yesterday. To have another player step up and do something similar in this map, I'm suddenly getting very excited about this Heroic lineup.
Yeah, you watched his mate have a life series yesterday, and he decided to have himself a life map right here with 27 kills. I mean, just beautifully defensively, obviously, for Youngster, and then even just the way the game ends with that crazy, like, ramp sneak into the Opera outside, double kill, like, just wild stuff. But it was one of those games where Heroic to the visuals just shine brighter than BetBoom by a substantial margin.
We'll talk a little bit more about that player in a bit, but let's focus in now on what we saw on Nuke. What was it that Heroic was able to do to ultimately take BB's map pick away from them, Yanko?
I think both pistols meant a lot in the grand scheme of things, and that was also huge 2v4 that they were able to convert in the first round, right? Like, considering they lost the T-pistol, BetBoom had a pretty good T-side to kick things off, right? They were able to find openings, a couple of wraps outside early on. You know, things were working out for them, but it really felt like that 2v4 switched the momentum, propelled, Heroic to have a 7-5 half in the end, and then after winning the second pistol converting, they were definitely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, BetBoom had a good enough T-side to win this game, but defensively just could not handle what Heroic were throwing at them. You know, even though xFloud didn't have the overall performance that maybe you'd hope for after what he did yesterday, I thought that he still did his job in the outer yard on the T-side to help get some entries and get some space and give them the room they needed to get the victory down. I think Youngster, again, also was making some big plays, whether it was coming out hut, sneaking through ramp, just kind of having like these sneaky individual movements that he can sometimes have. But definitely one of his biggest map performances we've seen in some time. And yeah, I mean, it was just kind of nice to see Heroic, on a map where they were technically the underdog, with it being BetBoom's pick. Their individuals were just better, like across the board. It wasn't even close.
Were you surprised by Youngster's confidence? I started to get quite surprised in the second half, Yanko, with some of the plays that he was making.
I mean, it comes from having a good game, right? Those are some of even the final round, what we saw, right? That just a confidence play that you're even going to try and go something for something like that. You can just see the consistency of the frags as well throughout the game. Really only a few rounds here and there where he didn't get a kill, but yeah, that's I think very telling of a young player too. When you start to get rolling, then you start taking more risks, and if it pays off, right, you end up having a very, very good game.
It was paying off for him, Dust.
Absolutely. I mean, again, this is a guy who's kind of moved around a little bit, because when Tanir was still on the team, he was kind of having to do some different roles because they didn't really have the entry because xFloud was on the bench. Now with xFloud back into the team, he kind of settles back into more of like kind of a, a middle of the pack type player. We can kind of, pick and choose his battles a little bit and not have to be point man. And again, you kind of saw the full extent of that throughout this T side. I mean, it didn't matter where he was coming from. He was able to feel comfortable coming out in his routes and getting the kills that he needed to get. Again, this final round was like just a complete wild round to have happen out of nowhere. And also played a good CT side, obviously. So, yeah, hat to him.
Let's talk about BetBoom's CT side, because I did feel like their IGL was trying to lead from the front at one point. When they started getting rounds on the board, I mean, a lot of credit needs to go to the old man, because he was making those different plays.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that he was the best performer for BetBoom, which probably isn't a recipe for long-term success, right? As an IGL, more of the setting up, and you want the younger sort of players to be able to carry the ones that have the star roles, but it just wasn't there today for BetBoom.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit damning that there's been a lot of hype around MagnoJez, like from the online community, like the people who watch him play, like these different tier 2 and tier 3 tournaments. He's one of the young names that people had kind of had eyes on as like a potential star rifler, but I just have never seen him be able to bring that same levels of competition like this. And there is obviously something to be said about the time and reps is required to be able to make that jump, from that environment to playing in these types of environments. And obviously we've already discussed how BetBoom don't have a whole lot of reps on LAN, and they just brought in Diladez, and they're dealing with some of their own constraints, I guess you could say. But eventually, you have to be able to step up if you want your team to succeed. And unfortunately, we're just not really seeing that from him yet.
Some of the constraints that BetBoom faces, I mean, I think it's illustrated quite well in a round that you've got, Yanko, that showcases what Heroic was doing that allowed them to beat them in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for BetBoom, as you can see, the scoreline is 4-3. They were in a 4v2 situation, right? But then they're so disconnected, so disjointed. So even now it's a 3v2 for them, but you can see it's all 1v1 fights in a way. Youngster with some great shooting now gets the final one, and that they make it just look so easy, right? From a 2v4 situation. And after this, even BetBoom went for an eco, right? So Heroic gets a sort of a free round, and it goes from being down 4-3 to being up 5-4. It really felt like if BetBoom was able to just close this out, get that reset, might have had an even better T side, give themselves a buffer, in the second half after losing that pistols to still close out the map.
Do you think that time on LAN also plays a role here because we don't
I
see
think
them
so,
enough?
yeah. Players get more nervous on LAN, right? It's a different environment. You're not at your own room just chilling, playing online, which is what everyone is used to the most. That's where these players spend most of their time competing, right? So now it's about maybe you're just usually what happens is they're too focused on the crosshair, right? And they don't communicate enough, or they just don't listen, right? Even if someone's talking to them, they just don't receive information, and they don't react to what's being talked about. And usually that's the first domino to fall, and all of a sudden if just that one player dies, then everyone else is in the site, one guy is low, and it can fall apart fairly quickly.
We're moving to Mirage now. It's Heroic's map pick. So what does BetBoom have to do to ensure that they can equalize this and get it to a decider?
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Win, obviously, but you know what I mean in terms of...
Sure. I mean, the one thing I'll say about BB, like when I've watched some of their, online qualifier games and league play that they've played into, is that they're actually a pretty balanced team on Mirage. On the T side, they're a team that isn't overly reliant upon, just running set pieces or executes. They can actually default mid-round pretty effectively. Art Frost usually can have a lot of impact with the AWP. Dila Des has been a great kind of guy to come in who's played that A-comp position defensively and has done pretty well kind of playing that CT star role. It's been a good fragger for them offensively as well. Meanwhile, for Heroic, it's hard for me to put my finger on them, Yanko, because I feel like if you look at them throughout the entire course of the year, Mirage has not been a bad map for them. But there's just been so many moving parts where people are coming in and out. And with the core that they have now, they only have a 2-5 record offline on Mirage. So it's like, I don't really know where to place them, but they certainly have enough talent to make something happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. I like what Nilo does, how he applies pressure over on the B apartment side of things, sometimes on his own, right? Really has to keep the defense on as that cat player, can never sort of go too far away, right? Unless it's a set setup from the CTs. But this is where you just want to see some of the individuals from BetBoom step up, right? I mean, Art Frost, Magnez just didn't have like a really good game. So you want to see them step up and sort of show us a little bit of what they're capable of.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point to make. And I think for a team, like Heroic, who in my opinion, if I compare their T side, Mirage, they are a little bit more scrappy. They're a little bit more loose. They're a little bit more reliant upon just like the faster 4-1 splits, kind of the faster side executes. And I do think a team, like BB, who's a little bit more balanced, if you can be disruptive on the CT side, if you can, nade open smokes at connector, if you can play forward positions, if you can get your op mobile and, kind of disrupt them from kind of setting up those executes, I don't know that Heroic's mid-rounding would be able to survive those types of disruptions. So that's something that could be a way in for them and something I would certainly keep an eye on.
Can they be disruptive, though, based on what you've seen?
I mean, they have the personnel to do it. It's just about whether or not they can get on form and have that confidence to go for those sorts of plays. I think, again, Dalades has been a great addition in one of those positions where you do need someone to be aggressive. I think he has been able to do that for them so far. I mean, the one lane that they did play, the only notable team they played was Paravision, but in that series, he was able to do that. So if they can carry some of that over, I think it is possible.
But this is a young team on the other side, Heroic, Yanko, and youngsters, I mean, we've seen it with the confidence that they get when they're playing well. They're going to be coming into this feeling, I'm going to say cocky. I think it's going to be there because of that sort of young bravado that tends to occur, which means they'll be in a good position knowing it's their map pick as well.
Yeah, absolutely so. And I think you can see that they're a team that has better protocols. They have a better playbook at the moment, but they're still a team that's developing and getting used to each other, right? We were talking about how many changes they went through, right? So still going through that, getting used to each other, being on the same team, who's going to go for a play, what's the other side of the map going to be doing. So I think this tournament just in general a great opportunity for them to also get some extra wins under their belt and just more experience as a unit.
It's like we said in the pregame, right? It's really important for both of these teams because this is basically their major. They need the prize money, and they also need that prize money for VRS. Higher up in the standings will pay off for them next year, and that's got to be something that they're thinking about for the future now as well, Dust.
100%. I mean, you have to understand that, like, it's not from a lack of trying that BetBoom haven't played a lot of LANs this year. They've played in a ton of different LAN qualifiers, whether it's PGLs, Star Ladder, whatever the case may be. They could just never get the wins in those online tournaments, whereas you go throw them in a CCT Cup or like an Exhort or whatever, like these other small cups they have, that is where they could play against similar level of opposition, but unfortunately just weren't lining it up on getting them to environments like this one. Whereas on the Heroic side, you know, they are getting to LANs, but it's just a rotating, revolving door roster, and they're now trying to stabilize with what appears to be their full 5 going forward. I mean, it wasn't that long ago X-Cloud's on the bench. Not really sure what his long-term future is. Same with Alcaran, he's only on loan. They had Hades obviously staying in last event. So it's just about hopefully getting some semblance of stability, and an event like this can help you do that.
Well, there you go. You saw Heroic impressively take down BetBoom on their map pick. Now we'll find out if they can close this series 2-0. But just to remind you, so far today, both on the A stream and the B stream, teams have been taking each other's map picks, and we've always gone to that decider. We'll find out how this one's going to play out after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PGL Bucharest 2025. Joined this time around by a youngster, of course, from Heroic. Lovely to have you here, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good, and you?
Yeah, feeling fresh, excited to chat to you. I want to pick your brains a little bit, youngster, and see sort of how you think about some different topics here. We'll start off with this one. In your opinion, what's most important in a good teammate? Communication, raw skill, even just the energy they bring? What do you look for?
I mean, a good teammate is like overall like inside and outside server. Like you can come along, you know, you have fun. Like now, my roommate Yasin, right? Like perfect example. We have fun inside, outside, joking around. Can do like go to the mall, you know, stuff like this. It's great.
So just having that sort of good vibe and a nice connection with the players, because obviously you spend a lot of time with each other. I suppose if it's not feeling good outside the game, it's not going to be good in the server.
Yeah, exactly. And like, you don't need to be like family, but you need to be able to like spend time outside of CS, you know?
Yeah, have that friendship and be able to make sure things are on a good page. All right, what about this then? In terms of your opinion, obviously being in the team, from your point of view, what's the form like for Heroic coming into PGL?
It's super hard to say. Like, start of the season, everybody knows, super like many roster changes. We sold some players, we bought some players, and last event we reached semis in China, and it was with a stand-in, and we haven't played with Alcaran for a month, so who knows? Like,
okay.
The confidence is high actually, good vibes. had some internal talks before, but feeling great actually.
Okay, so overall, in terms of everything else aside, between the 5 of you, ready for the competition, feeling like you're coming in strong in terms of the confidence.
Yeah, exactly. Feeling very good.
All right, nice. That's good to hear. Let's talk a little bit then more so about the potential opponents you've got here, the 15 other teams. Is there anyone in particular you would want to play against? The game you hope you get in the draw?
Yeah, Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah, like we lost against them on the arena in the CIC. But it would be fun, of course, like Nerds, have some good friendship there, and it's always fun to play against him, but we end some trash talk, of course. But yeah, Liquid would be fun.
All right, we're going to be hearing you get loud if we get the rematch.
Of course, of course.
All right, sick, bro. Let's talk about this one then, more so in terms of, hypothetically, right? Something's gone wrong. It's either at the event or in terms of a mid-round, you're noticing that things just aren't connecting. How does Heroic as a team approach that and kind of fix mistakes and unpack the bag so it doesn't bleed into the next game or the next round?
Like mood-wise, it's actually me who is like very vocal and like very like trying to bring the team up. Like of course I have Yasin Xcloud, who is like a bit emotional, but I'm trying to cover his bad side, with the tilt. So I'm trying to be there for the team, hype up the team, like emotion-wise, like bringing up, and also after, like I try to keep everyone like composed. But on the more tactical side, it's more like LNC and Toby as a coach, since I'm more of like a support player in the team. So I'm not bringing like, okay, this is wrong, since I'm not usually in the action. I'm more like emotional support.
Thank you for taking the time to speak to me, bro, and good luck with the event. Excited to see how Heroic do.
Thank you so much.
Youngstar telling Jackie, I'm just a supportive piece of this team. Well, support and then some on map 1. Absolute domination on an individual level to kick off Nuke. A 13-8 victory to now set them up for what should be smooth sailing on Mirage. Let's see if Heroic can go ahead and do it. Another 2-0 needed for today's schedule, perhaps.
It's very, very possible. I think, well, yeah, we saw pretty comprehensive performance out of Heroic individually as a team. Maybe there were some cool things to say about BetBoom from the calling perspective. They'll have to step up in other ways now, and it's not where their comfort zone is. But there is something cursed about today where it doesn't seem like map picks matter. Why should we not assume the same thing is going to happen here right now? BetBoom are going to run over Mirage.
Now, if Youngstar is looking for the 2.15 to match that of his teammate from yesterday, it's going to need to be a 2.3 rating here on Mirage. That's the numbers we're looking for. If you're going to beat Xfloud, that really is a testament to how great Xfloud played yesterday.
I mean, you also have Xfloud.
True. But
he's untapped right now.
Today was supposed to be about Youngstar, except he's dead here in the pistol. Man advantage still for Heroic. Slow little crawl on over in case there's an interrupted flashbang, but Xfloud lets the Berettas rip, and Alcarin ultimately gets traded out. We're going to go down to the 1v1. Smoking a kit here for Dilladez could definitely cause a bit of panic, as now LNZ's heart's going to sink hearing that smoke go down.
Got to get on it, though.
Yep, he's going to have to stick it through, but LNZ lines it up, and that is a pistol for Heroic to start a strong T-side endeavor.
Marginally scary, but overall they had time on their side. They had players. They had the insurance, excuse me, of somebody at their ramp while they fought in CT spawn. So just overall very, very well organized here for Heroic. And some more good shooting.
Rootin' tootin', Beretta shooting. Almost got Siren into the retake. You could start to see LNZ getting a little wild with that Glock, but he lines up enough damage to get the job done. And forced by City for BetBoom.
I think BetBoom Team are kind of like Liquid, but for Europeans.
BetBoom are like Liquid for Europeans.
Like they made some rosters that look like they made a lot of sense on paper, and then they just didn't work.
Okay, I could see the commonality.
Like they even still look good, but they're not like as good as they could be probably.
Thing is, I think, you know, with Liquid, it's like they let somebody succeed elsewhere and then pick them up, you know? It's like every piece that they brought in has provably worked elsewhere.
Oh yeah.
This time there's a little more.
That's true. There's like less prestige. In
Yeah,
the players,
that's and that's just because I don't want BetBoom to. BetBoom shouldn't feel as bad as Liquid should.
Right. Yeah.
You know, that can't be forgotten about. You brought in Cadian.
That's very fair.
You brought in Shuhei. You brought in Patsy. You really needed to just
Patsy
bring
too?
back a leash. Yeah, that's true. Okay, actually, they do have that much in common, don't they? Right now, you would have hoped that this force buy would do something for BetBoom, but it's 3 casualties on A with nothing.
I could see Liquid BetBoomich one day.
One single kill. All BetBoom are afforded. Tons of damage, but 1 single kill. You'll be lucky to save that scout, Art Frost, to try it in the next one, because it's a save coming up here from BetBoom, and they're not even going to have that scout to try. Is that some Swedish yodeling I heard?
Probably, yeah. There are a lot of Swedes over here.
Although I believe it's the Swiss that yodel.
Yeah?
I think so.
Yeah, but the Swedes can hear them.
Who yodels? Yeah, it's much more an Alpine cultural thing.
Does that just mean mountains? So they have those in Sweden too.
That's true. Fair. Not in Denmark. They don't even have hills there.
No.
And there's not even SMGs here. BetBoom. Bare bones. That's what the BB stands for.
The BB, well, the bomb is coming back actually into all these CTs.
Get the hell out of here, Alcarin. Run, buddy.
Time to leave, my friend.
Run, buddy. Get out of the way.
Why would you turn around?
Oh my God.
Why would you ever do that? And then he turns around.
Get out of the way.
Just leave. Know when you're not wanted.
Unreal that we are here now. This is still recoverable. But they're sitting on top of that bomb. They've got more utility still to just keep them at bay. Art Frost is the
heroic admin has some explaining to do about this round.
Get the out of my way when I'm running away with my bomb. Okay. What? What? What is?
You know
is
what?
The question.
If he did do that and they got the kill, it would have worked.
What is that?
They weren't even thinking about playing for time. They wanted to get that kill and then make it impossible. Fair enough. I think we can put this on Alcarin a little bit, actually.
Crazy.
For making a series of small decisions that created the only possible way they could lose. Yes, xCloud ran into him and then
I'm
also
so happy
killed
we
him.
have these cinematics, dude.
Yeah, they're great.
Why didn't somebody peek from above? You had 30 seconds of uninterrupted time to put somebody on the shelf to peek that same corner at least from 2 different angles, and nobody does it.
Oh, BetBoom, yeah.
Yeah, am I crazy?
Yeah. I was still tunnel visioned on the first part of that round.
All right. Gun rounds. Let's get it on.
Wow.
Dilladez filling the kill feed with the icons. We got that headshot down on Nilo, but still it comes with an opening into
big.
A.
That's big.
And there's a smoke top connector, so everybody else is completely utilitied off from this. Magnajez maybe can line up some damage, but instead
hurt.
he takes a ton of damage himself, and the gun barrel's been spotted, so Dilladez is dead.
Dilladookie.
Done dirty. Flash out from the ticket. I can hear Dust and Yanko just losing their minds these last couple rounds.
Danko unchained in there.
They'll be frothing to start. I'd like them to tell me who's at fault for the last couple rounds. Get a whole segment breaking down that, whatever that was, over towards ramp. Looking to punish on the exits, and there's a lot to be punished here with the AWP now hitting the ground. xCloud committed to the B site. Good shooting from him onto Siren. And that is an expensive cost, but the op will be held on to. 4-0 T-side start for Heroic's map pick.
It's almost like nothing happened because there was no actual eco that took place. It was just Heroic continued to win rounds. Then they win this next one. And yeah, it's like it, you know, you can memory hole it. It never really occurred, that near eco. It's like overpass in that last series.
Or the fact that
Simply an
GamerLegion
old wives' tale.
You know, the fact that GamerLegion threw a 10-1 lead earlier today.
Yeah.
You know, in an event where everybody says that they are going to win this one, that this is the one that is open for us to take. We've had some big mistakes happening today. Pain capitalized on it.
I'm sure the winner will make mistakes.
Pain who...
But maybe Heroic are going to have the strongest groups run.
That's kind of what we're looking for, right? It's just a... whoever hits the ground running, really. Smoke in front of Siren. Gonna need to reposition with the pistol. The real limitation of BetBoom in this round is that pistol for Siren. Working with MagnaJez on B. Bomb sitting back in apartments at 50 seconds. And nobody's being too disruptive in middle as far as BetBoom go. Oh, they open it and get slammed. 5-7.
That's crazy work with a 5-7.
Double kill. Siren burned into the open, but Art Frost catches Xfloud, and it's a connector hold coming through from Boomich, so Alcarin running for the hills.
Goodness.
Looking to go Yodel. Boomich not going to let him escape. That is BetBoom's first round, and it comes by way of 4 players alive off the back of a double 5-7 B hold.
$500 pistol should not be able to one-shot headshot, but it was still nice.
Okay, it's probably the most overpowered weapon in terms of cost in Counter-Strike that we still have.
Yeah.
But I love it.
Yeah.
Feels like Heroic are looking for revenge on this B hit. See what Siren can do now that he's got a full buy. And a teammate's still floating around. MagnaJez took a quick look towards mid, but doubles back up Cat. Careful.
Yeah, that's not a very good jump spot. Alcarin had that.
It's half-assing some stuff.
Easy.
Diladez catches one. And...
Yo!
MagnaJez with the adjustment into the window. Nasty headshot here. Alcarin catching the rotators over. We go back to the 2v2 while Bomb is still down. Alcarin with a pistol out.
He's going for the one tap.
Crazy. A Glock comes through.
Wait.
Nilo did the damage to get that done.
He was just messing around, but now it's really just Boomich in a 1-on-2.
Yes, sir. Quietly approaching up from Catwalk. Finds Xfloud looking the wrong way. Good headshot, Boomich. How do you get this clutch done? Huge reposition.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Opts not to. Alcarin still back here by Van. Thinking Boomich has surely, by this point, already gotten close to the site. But not knowing that Boomich hasn't made this move won't cost him. He's just playing cautiously. Boomich has let half of the bomb go. Does not have... Oh, no, excuse me. Does have the kit.
I mean, he's playing very active right now, Alcarin. I don't think Boomich is ready for this kind of 1v1, and now it's just a matter of time. Okay.
Desperate, but Boomich still just barely enough time.
I feel like...
Gets the kill, jumps on the defuse. It's going to be close if he's got it. Oh!
Dude, Alcarin, why would you ever fight that?
Oh, my God.
Alcarin, why would you ever fight that? He didn't even know you were there. You spent all that time waiting and watching. Why give him a chance to win? Why risk it all for a no-scope in the end? I got more questions than answers, Connor.
And that's the only position the bomb could be planted where Boomich has enough time.
He had to run. He didn't run so Alcarin would jump up and try to shoot him. He ran because he had no time.
That's the kind of clutch Boomich pulls off and goes, yeah, easy. Not even close.
In their heads.
clock. Let's watch this second MagnaJez kill.
It's crazy.
Woo!
That was crazy.
Beautiful stuff. Blindsiding Xfloud here, Boomich. Yeah, just hide. Stay tucked in the corner, force Boomich to come through. But alas, it's the second round for BetBoom. With only one survivor, means money's on the line, but they're building it up. They're building it up. As Heroic scramble to try to keep the funds flowing. Okay, Xfloud catching Dilladez, who thought he would be sneaky on that smoke. Just an easy first casualty to Heroic's favor. Now things get serious. Playing slower. BetBoom not willing to take any kind of risk to keep an eye even on middle. So this is very much Heroic just allowed to play as they please. Siren sounds the alarm.
What? No kills?
Digs up. MagnaJez has gotten Alcarin, but that's all he's going to find. Between the two B defenders, that one and only kill.
Oh, crazy how they can't retake. They got an op to think about.
Yep. Some spare cash, but too risky to lose that AWP, so they've got to let this one go.
It's like that last round never even happened.
The same way that that other round before it never happened, right? At some point, have we even started the game?
They're going to win with 8 rounds or something at this rate.
It's the first to lead by 5, but you've got to win on an odd number. Heroic pull it off. 4 players alive. And Siren, you may have gotten that nice double kill with the 5-7, but that lazy jump spotting to the op kill
that
2 rounds ago. And now this time, unfortunately, going down with nothing as well. Peeks into the both cat and apartment players. B-site starting to feel like Heroic could bully it moving forward. Are those Labubus?
On Team BB?
Is that what that was?
I don't know. I don't play with dolls.
They're action figures, Mom. Fast move down mid. Getting ahead of Art Frost, who doesn't shoot and falls back. Could have been a kill right then and there, but instead the Riflers will pick it up. And a ton of damage done on Youngstar as well, so costly opening moves out middle. Dilladez doesn't stick around to find out.
Going up into ladder in this spot. So if he comes in to clear Nilo or not, I mean, he's got backup. Yeah. Oh, that's not how you clear things at all. I mean, no, that's unforced entirely, right? Like, and nobody was stopping you from going a little deeper than that.
It's always crazy when you see somebody look at a position that you clearly, you want. Okay, Art Frost. Gets slammed into by Alcarin. Siren, chance to make up for a couple of rounds without kills. Teammates at a distance. Boomich trying to run over to help. Siren just looking to dodge these threats, but Alcarin finds himself another kill, and LNZ is going to plant for the market. Boomich, element of surprise on arrival. It's like you see MagnaJez thinking about clearing it.
He looks.
But then just doesn't.
Like,
why would the brain betray you like that?
He literally was clearing it. Just didn't finish the job.
But he did it. You either do or you don't, and he didn't.
Okay.
LNZ sticks around to stop this. Not gonna happen today, Boomich. Wrong about the eco, though. Buy coming through for BetBoom. It's not the prettiest of buys, but it's something. And as far as it looks from Nylo, Magna just never even thought about it. But like, that replay doesn't do it justice. Magna just cleared 75% of window.
He cleared everything else in window. I think it was like the pixel before his shoulder started.
Yeah.
Is where he cleared until. I mean, that's, you know, that's all we're talking about because that's the whole round. Nylo gets 2 kills and they win because of it.
Yeah,
so.
Opening that up for the jungle kill. Good on Nylo to then just not get the one player off guard, but then double down with the straight up head-to-head duel into jungle. So huge 6-2 lead here for Heroic, starting to take over this map. And Alcarin's the guy topping the charts this time. Made an awkward mistake in that 1v1 against Boomich to allow for the last millisecond defuse.
He also had the bomb in that spot where he turned around and dropped it towards him.
2 awkward rounds.
Just 2 awkward rounds.
But still, 10-6.
2 awkward rounds and a top frag.
Top fragging and winning by 4.
We'll call that the hype X.
Another one where Heroic are afforded a lot of mid posturing, so it seems, but window player ready to peek. Gets smoked off, still finds damage. Good on Magna Jez to keep some kind of pressure up at 40 seconds. 3 players into connector, and the FAMAS of Diladez onto the stairs is ready in anticipation.
Clean move, man.
Nicely done, spamming down X-Floud. So false sense of confidence this round from Heroic, thinking they could get away with that cat approach, but then it just turns into a slaughter. 5 kills come out from BetBoom. They don't lose a single member of the defense.
I mean, that's so smooth from Diladez.
Yes, sir.
If he doesn't go first through the smoke, there's no win. He goes through late, he dies, they have the A site under attack, a full split in there. As soon as that smoke comes up, top con, he crosses right away, and that just puts his team into a winning spot. So it's just Micro that's winning these rounds.
Games, Boomich dodging IRL. Trying to get the hell out of there as they set themselves up for another B pounce. But not one that's going to take shape just yet. Alcarin didn't find a chance to shoot the op towards ramp. They haven't really done a lot to threaten other portions of the map right now so far for Heroic. And they're not even going to put Alcarin with any kind of eyes on mid either. He just grabs utility and heads back towards A.
Yeah, this isn't much of a lean either. Now that they're both up on Cat, like, great time to go B. To be honest, Heroic, however you're figuring this out, it's working. And if X-Cloud doesn't die, that's actually going to be quite confusing. CT's not responding to this at all. Him up on Cat. Now Diladez comes through.
Alcarin just more supportive utility. The window smoke thrown from spawn now. Double flash over top. Gets the MAC-10 onto the ground. Siren Not able to get a multi-kill going, but Boomich is on the scene, rapidly flanking around towards the apartments. That's going to preoccupy Alcarin.
Wow.
Who ends up finding his kill, but at a ton of damage. Peek into the market. There it is.
What?
7 seconds. All they had left to pull that off. It's a bloodbath on B. And it's one that Alcarin comes out on top of.
Hey, it's because Alcarin didn't play scared up there in B-Apps and took that wide swing. If he didn't do that, this would have been a situation where the CT gets away on time. Damn, that's a very close situation.
Meanwhile, map 3 of Saw and Ninjas in Pyjamas, 12-12, going to the overtime. Train, if I'm not mistaken. But back to the game at hand. Leading by 4, Heroic. Trying to bottom out that economy one more time of BetBoom. Really add to the despair of this flailing CT side. Our Frost gets it. First blood found.
Oh, gosh.
But Dilladez doesn't get away for free. Art Frost continues to rack him up.
No one under Balk here. Lots coming in to squeeze the A site. And the CTs are exploring, but all the Ts are kind of protected. We'll see how far they go out. Oh, that's big from Boomich.
Yes, sir. X-Cloud kind of challenging the corner. Opper's going to get pounced on by Nilo.
Oh, he gets back.
They've got options, but they do still stick around. The ticket player comes at it with a bit of chip damage.
Yeah, just a touch.
Youngstar to challenge connector. Boomich spraying off as that ticket peak from Magnojez is still inbound. Nilo's just got a spin, but Magnojez able to get out far enough to close it down. Another close one, but it's a round win BetBoom with 1 player left.
Yeah, glad they got that one in the end. That's some nice trading. I think Boomich gets the key frag. And Nilo does his best to be real sneaky about getting an A-site kill, pulling back, trying to reposition within all the madness, and BetBoom keep this half alive now. It's round 12. They could get a 5th if they keep it together. Like, look at the guns that Heroic have. Almost nothing.
Boomich looking to take another look at ramp, and X-Flat's going to get blindsided. That Hero AK in play already. Deep ticket position here from Youngstar as well, tagging down Art Frost.
Goodness.
But it's just the Deeg, and it's a supported op now. Flash goes in, and the FAMAS of Dilladez dodges it. Desert Eagle towards middle, also down with nothing. Nilo gets off of the bomb plant. His position is found out. Gets the cat kill, whips it back around. Tons of pressure on him. And this one ends 7-5. Heroic, it's a T-side to be proud of, but BetBoom with a bit of momentum here as they'll take over to the attack.
Yeah, I think they'll maybe both teams will be a little happy here. Ending on a good note, our BetBoom having a strong overall T-half are Heroic. I'm a fan of the game plan here, Heroic.
I'm not a fan of some of the mistakes, though.
Yeah.
There was some issues to smooth out, we'll call it. But hey, 7 rounds is 7 rounds, and you'll switch over to the defense of your map pick now. Curious to see if this man, Alcarin, can continue with the top frag of Mirage. We said mistakes would be made in this game, and that was the case. But this is where mistakes can still be afforded for Heroic. 7-round T-side sets them up to succeed. Alcarin goes heavy nades, and BetBoom heading B. Smoke flash, and it's just Linus. Going for the jump spot. They get close. The attack is on. Chucks a flash up. Nilo here to help him. But it's Dilladez and MagnaJez with a kill each, and so the B site falls with nothing to show for it. Strong post plant here for BetBoom to try to close that gap instantly, and Boomich holding off on the flank that also finds absolutely nothing. A one and done from Alcarin, and a 1v4 demanded of Youngstar. Doesn't even come close. BetBoom comes through with conviction.
Real solid here from BetBoom. Love to see. Makes this game way more interesting now.
Boomich always happy to kind of operate on his own. He was such a constant nuisance prodding the flank of Heroic when they were getting into that B-bomb site. This time he's able to hold it down on his terms. Damage on X-Floud out of the gate pushes him out of middle, so that'll be a big question mark for Heroic to have to handle here in round 14. Setting up for the execute with that one smoke. Molotov's on site. We'll see if it gets burned out. Could be key with the Palace players.
Ooh. Oh, good nade and good smoke. Oh, never mind. Here, Siren puts one through it. But they're scared. They're seeing the full setup here to try to stop this. However, they didn't have outs on the other side of the map. I like the call, though. I like it. You know, even though you got to go back and clear the whole map, this is clearly a situation where you nearly ran into a stack. However, the other side of the map has a couple of players there as well. Late mid will be the option. Could be the cat crawl. They turn the corner. You don't need all the nades to do it. But they have one in Palace, so it's just going to be a connector split. The CTs have actually come back.
We know what the 5-7 can do, and this is the perfect spot for it. One tap in easy. Good trade out from MagnaJez, but the Deagle finds a player unprepared, and LNZ kills Artfrost as he extends out for the AK. That's both remaining players confirmed.
Wait.
And they've lost track of Youngstar. Awkward tracking.
The timing.
Low health. Siren needs the kill. Won't find it. Another critical error coming out as the clock puts that extra layer of pressure on, and Heroic thrive within it.
He didn't need to go for the plant. He had Youngstar stuck in Tetris. He just needed to get the kill. LNZ makes this mistake jumping for a gun after getting 2 kills. Doesn't have info on the other player that's left alive. And they give Youngstar such a great chance to actually find this frag. He's the one who's scared with a 5-7 in that spot. Pulling that bomb out does nothing. That's a massive mistake at this point in the game. It could have tied up.
Sick way to kickstart the CT side for Heroic now. Scout, Galil. Barely any nades for BetBoom. Had a bad window smoke. Devil's in the details. The devil will be dancing on the BetBoom grave soon enough, you'd assume. But
wait a second.
All right. They still come out with 2 kills. Costs them a bunch of health, but you've got Alcarin still in the window, standing out there, spotted by the scout. Fire on Artfrost. Luckily for him, he still had that smoke to deal with it. Frag grenade, though, is going to chip him down to 34. So now we're talking about 3 of the 4 players for BetBoom all tagged up. Player down beneath window doesn't get into any action just yet. MagnaJez has that 1 kill, but has just kind of gone quietly and walks upwards into LNZ. So majority alive Heroic, they deal with that mid presence shown by BetBoom. Just enough utility to deal with the player top middle, not costing them any other bodies. Majority alive, 9-6 Heroic's lead.
Yeah, plus again. It's BetBoom have to give up this round too. They have to give up a 10th round. That was such a consequential decision in that 1v1 with the bomb. You hate to see it, honestly.
sure LNZ is the guy that... LNZ killed Siren, kind of going for those sorts of jump ups. Then he turns around on CT side and starts to do the same damn thing.
I love what you were doing.
Yeah, I really like your flow, bro. Let me give that a try. They're just going to try to bombard Youngstar. Try to push in through the A site, looking for that bomb plant. Youngstar's got cover, and he's got teammates to work with. Still, the Glocks churn through. One's all they're going to get. No bomb plant there. Heroic looking to run away with this CT side now. 3 from victory in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, big time. Banks being made. One buy will come back through. BetBoom. Pretty slow into this second half, man. Having to go for a double save that early off your own unforced error. Can't let this gap get any wider. Not down a map.
Xloud happy to duel out towards mid. Doesn't feel like there's too much here for BetBoom. And Boomich is just trying to operate on his own. So risky business, as MagnaJez is yet to get into position. Underpass to help, and Art Frost has already left him out there. But BetBoom bank on Boomich, holding it on his own. And he's free to just leave as well. So gets tucked into the top mid corner. Slowly, BetBoom inching closer to this A play, where Heroic do still hold majority of their team. Two smoke exec, triple Molotovs as well if needed. Youngstar could be in a tough spot, but he gives himself a smoke to work around as well. And that flash finds Dilladez on the exit out through ramp. 35 to the clock. Youngstar so confident this is going to go unchecked, and confidence is worth it.
That's beautiful, man.
Sick play, clean positioning, takes the life out of that execute, and Alcarin's there to help out.
I mean, he throws this defensive smoke. It's within the site a little bit, allows him to get up to Tetris, but it doesn't matter. He lets them molly under Balk, doesn't stand in it, doesn't smoke it out. So they have no reason to clear this position. It's so beautiful, sort of hiding in plain sight. People behind him. Youngstar made that just look sort of effortless, as he has, honestly, throughout the series. It's great to see a new approach to defending the A site than just sitting under Balk and spamming through a smoke, or switching the default after smoking it out, or whatever. Like, he creates, even if he turns around, he's all smoked from A ramp, so he creates a lot of good fights for himself. No, shut out that brain, man. It's not even the mouse.
I also love that he just goes, shout out this mouse. It's his one chance to tell us what he's using. Yo, this thing's sick, man.
It has wireless technology, bruh. It receives energy from the air.
But what is Bluetooth? Saw victorious, huh? Top right ticker, stream B, train 1614. Look at that.
Oh.
Would you look at that?
A train finished 1614, CSGO style. Crazy style.
To see it. What year is it? Year of the Youngstar. LNZ gets cleared out of mid window, so Boomich continuing to keep this top mid pressure on. It's man advantage BetBoom in a round where they need it, because you'd think the pistols should come up short. Boomich gonna crank that dial of pressure further, try to get himself halfway up to catwalk, but Nilo's just gonna tuck into the ladder room, and BetBoom have to slow things down. Patience here for Alcarin could pay off. Deep angle, but he misses his chance to strike Siren down, and now they're gonna know op in B app. Still, minute to work elsewhere. MagnaJez up through connector. Boomich, he'll be found out and finished off.
Oh,
Magnajez is going to have to deal with the jungle player too. This is the critical duel, because if Magnajez goes down, then this rotation from BetBoom all the way back to A is arriving with nothing in
Molly
place.
on xFloud as well. Oh, he's missed it. Just in the side. Oh, he thinks there's someone else coming connector.
Siren bails out of the jump towards stairs, so presence still confirmed. And nobody going ticket just yet. Alcarin could take that long rotate over.
They're kind of freaking out right now.
Oh, everybody's losing their minds, dude. Marbles on the floor, painting on the wall.
Oh, man. xFloud just tricked them easy.
Siren goes back at this. Op shot miss from Alcarin, and with 64 health, Siren 1v2. Not a comfortable place to be in. He'll keep trying to play it out as he gets over towards site, but he's kind of lost track of xFloud in the middle of all that, and then he emerges for the 12th round win to Heroic's favor.
And he really freaked him out. Like, they were just trying to, they were like assembling a stack to get up on top of stairs. They were throwing nades at him. They were figuring out they should double swing. Every time they went to try to do something, he'd throw a flashbang up in the sky. He'd start pre-firing their angle, push through their smoke. Appeared on the back of triple. They had no idea what was coming.
BetBoom getting overwhelmed by the pressure of it all. Looks like Heroic are going to make up for what was some earlier mistakes in the first half. Has been much more convincing in the second side of things. But Youngstar goes down with nothing, peeks into the ramp, and already you've got that deep position of Magnajez denied. Siren and Diladez to continue on through this tear. So BetBoom keep it simple.
Okay.
6 rounds to run it to overtime.
Damn.
And that peek from Youngstar down into the ramp really served as the trigger for BetBoom to just full-on attack.
Yeah, they kind of needed just a one op kill, but it was a good shoulder spot from the ramp to make that difficult. And BetBoom win that round, it feels like within 15 seconds.
Instant mid-smokes. Alcarin gonna have to route down through bottom con, but blocked off what was supposed to be by fire. Instead, it gets extinguished, and they just set themselves up for another all-in A. Why not?
Yeah,
Youngstar gonna...
no nades.
Nope.
No nades.
Can't put down that smoke to play behind. Execute comes over top. BetBoom gonna try to play with a fast tempo, and again, it is a good kill on Youngstar, dropping him with nothing to show for it. Exposing the crossover costs xFloud. And Alcarin, lucky to still be standing as the bullets come flying through, so keep it simple, BetBoom. Back-to-back A commitments, back-to-back round wins.
That's pretty cool. I mean, the same thing, but even a little bit more force, and they used their utility extremely well right there. I mean, that comes down to Youngstar with no utility use under Balk, having to get a kill or two, and he doesn't deliver that. So a save is fine for Heroic. Not the way they wanted to lose, but this is why they have rounds to play with. It's BetBoom who have to go flawless.
Terrorists win.
Still, though, they haven't chewed away at all of the economy. You could see another buy coming through from Heroic in round 21. Still an op for Alcarin. Still M4s for the most. Well, maybe not the most. We got a FAMAS in the mix here for xFloud, who decides to keep a couple thousands. So light on utility by choice here, Heroic. Trying to keep options open, just in case BetBoom are able to get that third consecutive.
Oh, big opener here. Siren down quickly.
Ready to hit this B site, though. This is going to require something of xFloud. No utility. FAMAS in hand.
Yeah, true. If they walk out the whole way, it's going to favor him if they don't clear this properly. And it doesn't look like they're going to pop just yet. It's Art Frost in the back. He's got the utility. Flash in hand now.
xFloud finds a dink.
Nice kill.
And that is it. Nilo's here as Magnajez kind of throws caution to the wind, and Alcarin peeks off of the catwalk to get that man advantage. They had a 2-man advantage until Art Frost responded, but nobody over towards catwalk. This quick reposition from Alcarin could damn well catch BetBoom off guard. All three to retake from Market while the back door remains smoked. They've got to wait a second. And they've got a kit on Alcarin to try to force this once the time comes. A new smoke as well to make it all the more awkward. Well-placed frag grenade comes through the windowsill.
Time is so low.
Yeah, they're down to 10 seconds, and they've got to call it quits. They're going to keep majority alive, but Heroic don't see a way where they can make that retake happen.
Now they're going to try to kill the exits. Yeah, Artfrost will run into that. He was too low to sustain. Alcarin gets his kill as well, but there's just so much money for BetBoom, it doesn't matter. There were definitely retake chances, but it was a good job by BetBoom in spacing out their utility to dissuade them from getting organized in time. Smoke in the door, a nade in the window, and Artfrost 1 kill in the 2v4, and that was enough to stop him.
You can see the effects that those back-to-back A ramp executes had with 3 players floating around that A site, leaving it just on xFloud solo B. No support, really.
But with these saved guns, they'll also have another full buy.
Sure. They had all kept $2,000 a piece last round, came into that with very little utility. You can't help but wonder what xFloud could have done if he had any grenades to play and not just banking on the Thomas. Could have created a window of opportunity for teammates to rotate over and help. But again, they're going to go for this A-stack Heroic out of the gate, and they're right about it. BetBoom trying to tap back into what got this streak of rounds going.
Yeah, they're not overthinking this one.
No, sir. 3 out of the last 4 rounds, all A hits, but they will clear Youngstar off with no resistance from him. Good trade by Nilo. Frag exposes him. Dilladez figured that somebody would try to make that happen. Siren ends up catching a kill himself.
He's going to drop down?
xFloud 2v4 decides not to immediately. And Dilladez is given a chance to cross over to the site. So well done, BetBoom, again getting through this despite the numbers advantage that Heroic throw at it out of the gate.
Yeah, the utility just seems to be getting better and better versus these A hits. Youngstar's coming up short in a couple of rounds now. So a lot of it's focused on getting him dead. I feel like BetBoom, well, yeah, they'll have money no matter what.
Just feels
they
like
would love to punish the save, you know. There wouldn't be any buy they have to worry about, no off to, but
it feels like they've adapted really well to playing versus a Youngstar who has clearly tried to make his A defense stand on playing close ramp. Terrorists win. Coming out, clearing corners before he even gets a chance to shoot a bullet this round. Heroic touched 12, but have now allowed for 4 rounds in a row from BetBoom. It's a good answer, but the job's not done. And the money just keeps going for Heroic. So no easy rounds for BetBoom in this attempt to push OT.
Yeah, they saved 3 and 3 and 2, and yeah, they've done well to have all these chances.
They'll have a decent enough buy next round too if they end up losing this. We'll see what survives.
Youch.
And if it even gets there. But good opening damage on xFloud. Keeps that mid-pressure pushed back. It's going to open a door for Artfrost to try to peel one off. Nobody going to face him.
One bad mistake this round, man. BetBoom are back in this. They have a huge gap on middle, and it doesn't seem like Heroic are respecting it. I don't know if they got vision right there, but they should have.
Yeah, he definitely saw Alcarin.
Oh,
Alcarin ends up getting the damage, though. Peeks over top of the ticket.
CTs are in decent spots to hold this if it is going to be some kind of B lean. I don't know if BetBoom have chosen yet.
Oh. Tough for xFloud to challenge this on 28 health.
It's also just smart that he doesn't wander around too much.
Youngstar again trying to make this close ramp happen.
xFloud goes down too.
Yes, sir. Boomich gets active out through the ladder room. Alcarin's going to be pressured from both ends with no support.
This could be good for him.
Yeah, he'll find one. Freed up.
No way.
Oh, tracking Siren on the jump over towards the climb. And now Artfrost hasn't gotten the counter pick just yet. Alcarin missed chance as he gets off default. Nilo and LNZ 2v3, hearing Boomich run around bottom connector, but because of the fire inside a jungle, nothing he can do to stop that, and banking on this long play from Linus to wrap around the ramp into what will be 14 health on Art Frost. Missed op shot here from Art Frost is going to spell disaster for BetBoom's Opper, and he's not going to miss that chance to strike them down. We are going the distance, and a single save could just be enough to get a few extra bells and whistles. Heroic have done a good job of keeping enough economy to give themselves chances, but it is BetBoom who continue to thrive in these pushes onto A.
It's a solid try from Alcarin, but he's the only one to get kills. I mean, I love how he positioned himself. I think the only thing he could have done better was to slow down after those two. Sitting on default was such a great spot to be in. And Nilo here for himself, lucky that he can save because they are going to be spending every dollar. I think Alcarin can still get another op. So it looks like somehow Heroic have had 5 full-strength buys, or 6 in a row, just saving 2 or 3 players in each of these rounds. And BetBoom have still got a 5-round streak. Pretty unbelievable from both perspectives. But this round becomes the only one that matters. How many times can BetBoom do it?
Youngstar's been going down empty-handed now on this A site. 3 rounds in a row. Or rather, 3 of the last rounds that BetBoom have hit A.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, he had that great moment where he played his smoke, got a 3K multi-frag, but
ever since he thanked his mouse, he's just been failing.
True. Quick. Throw it on the floor.
No free brand deals.
Stomp on it a little. Get that thing working again, because right now, Heroic still great chance to buy out. They go back-to-back tactical pauses.
Yeah, I guess why not?
Burn them both. Can't bring them to overtime.
Yeah, it's these full execs that are the full execs on A. That's essentially their main threat. It can be a B play, but you know, for BetBoom, they know what they're bred. If it's early, it's A. If it's late, they can do either site.
Awkward climb. Boomich has been so constant in his pressure top middle. Here we go, Nilo. Oh, missed shot from Alcarin. Critical miss at this point. And he tries to put himself back on the angle. Spam coming back the other way. Oh my God, how's he still up here while xCloud covers towards top mid? That's
solid.
The way to get Alcarin out.
That was really good cover for him. Even though he didn't get his kill, he had good movement about him. I might need Linus to step up. It's BetBoom who have 3 players left. Still chances. But Alcarin's got backup.
Fantastic map out of Magnajez. Luckily for BetBoom, he is still a part of this 3v4 attempt. Bomb's going to take its time in the backdrop. Siren and Magnajez getting through their utility here at 55 seconds. And Alcarin's going to drop the top-performing BetBoom player now 4v2. And with Art Frost late to the party, somehow he's going to have to bust down the doors. Tech9 in hand. Great headshot, but that is all he gets. They give BetBoom false hope as they string together those rounds, as they silence Youngstar map to map. But ultimately, round 24 comes up Heroic and a 2-0 on today.
As Squanny said, 2-0 for Heroic. I was getting very excited for these youngsters. However, the last few rounds there, I do think more experienced teams might be looking, going, there is a little bit of confidence maybe lacking and indecisiveness. Didn't matter, though. That final round ultimately allowed them to close the series out.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more of a labored finish than they were probably hoping for after having what I thought was a really good first half and a good start to the second half. But just, you know, we're struggling with some of the pacing changes I felt like, you know, BetBoom brought in the second half. Those executes were coming pretty rapid. Youngster was kind of getting a little bit flustered in some of those plays, but ultimately able to, you know, recover and ultimately get the win.
I think also great patience you know, there was that one 3v2 on the B bomb side. They could have gone for it. They didn't. Time was running out, and they just decided to bail. I mean, they were on 12 at that time. I don't mind the call. You just need one round. If you're not feeling good, if you feel like you kind of messed it up already, that was what enabled them to go for buy after buy, really, to some extent, and be able to close it in the final round of regulation.
I'd argue, yeah, exactly that. The economy management helped them out in a huge way, right? Because there was a different world where they weren't going to be in a position where they could get the AWP in Alcarin's hands.
Yeah, and I also like that they didn't like shy away from continuing to play forward positions or like going for aggressive plays defensively. It could be really hard to want to keep going for that when, like, you know, the umpteenth time youngster decides to play forward on A-ramp, he gets caught. Or, you know, maybe you try to go for an aggressive play middle and someone gets busted. But that final round, despite all those things going against him, Milo still went for the underpass push, gets a kill. You know, Alcarin gets kind of stuck in an awkward situation, but xCloud bails him out with some aggression from A Connector to close out the game. And, you know, speaking of Alcarin, I mean, you can kind of see some of the reasons why this team wanted to give him a trial, you know, bring him in on a loan. Like, I felt like he had a lot of impact throughout the game with the AWP.
Just anyone from the CIS region, just get an Opera. If you need one, just go on HLTV, select the region, who's the highest rated at the moment, that's not on a tier 1/2 team, just get him. You have a better chance. You don't even need to watch the games, you know, just try it to have a better chance than actually trying to evaluate.
That feels like it was directed at GamerLegion right now.
Whatever.
There we go. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what BetBoom was trying to do in that second half to bring the game back. Anything that you liked there?
I mean, they were just struggling to play kind of default, you know, and execute these later splits. Heroic does a good job of being proactive on the CT side, and the reactions are just not as quick on the side of BetBoom as they need to be. So Boomich takes it out of his players' hands, calls a couple of set strats, set executes, ups the pace, and they find some success there, but unfortunately too little too late for this particular game.
Yeah, normally, you know, when I see them play online, they have a very balanced Mirage, and they're able to kind of, you know, be successful on both ends of the spectrum of aggression. But in this one, it really took them going for the faster-paced plays to get anything on the board. Meanwhile, Heroic, for their T side, a little bit more tempered than I'm used to. Like, they were kind of milking the clock down into some later round situations. I'm used to them going for more, like, really pacey stuff in the beginning and just kind of following through and not really, you know, paying much attention to the clock and just sending it. But this time, they were a little bit more measured. And again, I think Alcarin, it allowed him to kind of develop his op throughout the course of the half, you know, kind of finding those mid to late round moments. Almost had a brilliant clutch on the B bomb site. Later on was able to still have some impact there. And yeah, I just think it was nice to see Heroic finally, you know, use this opportunity, this event, to stabilize their roster and start putting some results on the board.
BetBoom, they won 1 out of 4 pistols, and when they did, they lost the second round, right? And that was ultimately the killer in this series for them. You know, some of these lower tier teams, if you only can rely on the gun rounds to win a game, I mean, it's going to be rough. They just don't have the depth to do it.
So let's take a look at the bigger picture now as we look at PGL Masters here at Bucharest, specifically for Heroic, 2 wins. What I kind of like is yesterday it was xCloud, then we were talking about Youngster early on, then we saw Alcarin rise up. It's good to see different pieces of the puzzle stepping up when it's needed, because that's going to make a much prettier picture long term.
Yeah, absolutely so. It gives them a good opportunity, like we talked about now in the 2-0 bracket, right? You have 3 chances to make the playoffs. That's absolutely what they're aiming for, a lot on the line for them in terms of accruing the points and putting themselves in a good spot for next year. And I think for BetBoom on the other side of things, like, it's going to be a struggle to get into the playoffs, right? They were able to beat MIBR yesterday with a stand-in, but looked rough today against Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big opportunity for both these teams. One, because BetBoom don't get to these offline events very often. If you want to start putting yourself into situations where you're in the invite window instead of having to play through qualifiers, which they have struggled to be able to win to get to these events, you know, this is now the time to do it in a field like this. 1-1, going to be tough, but you know, at least they're not completely out of it yet. Then for Heroic, again, I think this is an opportunity to kind of show who they are. You know, I think there's been a lot of moving parts and a lot of uncertainty, but now is the moment where they can kind of solidify things and kind of show that, hey, yes, we did lose a lot of talent. We lost, you know, coaching staff. We've been through the ringer, but we still have some capable players and an ability to put out good games against quality teams, and we'll just have to see if that can continue or not.
Heroic takes the victory 2-0, and now get excited because I would call it the match of the day. Coming up next, Aurora up against Liquid. That is going to be a banger. So we're going to be putting our feet up to watch it on the couch, making sure that they bring you all the breakdowns and analysis. Richard's going to be here with Blair and Striker. So go get some snacks and get ready for some fun Counter-Strike. We'll see you in a bit.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here. This time around joined by the legend himself, Naf, of course, from Team Liquid. You've obviously been on many rosters at this point, right? You've had different teammates over the years. What is it that you look out for or stands out to you in terms of what you think that's an ideal teammate? You know, they've got good work ethic, maybe it's their comms or raw talent. What is it that stands out in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the things that are obviously very important are obviously our, work ethic. That's very strong, and I think everybody on this team has it. A lot of people put in a lot of time. Good communication. Obviously, you need that in any team sport. And especially in Counter-Strike, communication is pretty much everything. If you don't really have it, or if it's off, it's usually the things that you'll hear from teams when they lose. They'll say, "Oh, wasn't really feeling the day. The communication was kind of slow." So, of course, that's all very important. But at the same time, I think it's also very important to have good teammates that you like to be around inside the game and outside of the game. And I think we have that down pretty well here at Liquid. A lot of the players get along together well outside the game, inside the game, so that's always just a bonus, obviously, to have. So
yeah, I mean, you spend a lot of time with each other, obviously, with the travel as well. So if it's good vibes outside the game, it's going to translate into the server.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't know. I tell my teammates it's like us being teammates, kind of like being in relationships with our girlfriends or wives or fiancés. Like you spend so much time with each other. If that person's frustrated about something or upset, it kind of bothers that person, and then you need to kind of communicate it just like how you would if you're in a relationship with someone, because at the end of the day, it's just going to bother you. So, so we always need to make sure that we're close knit, and everybody has the right spirits and the right attitude, that we can all perform well on the server.
Let's talk a little bit then about sort of from your perspective, being inside the team. How would you describe Liquid's form coming into this event?
I would say it's in a somewhat of an upward trend, I would say. Of course, with our previous event at the CAC, there wasn't really the best of the best teams there, really. I don't really think there was one top 10 team really there, technically. Maybe like FaZe somewhat, I'm not sure exactly, but like, close around that area. But there's nobody really close to like the top 5 or so. So obviously our expectations are obviously, somewhat high, to win that. Of course, hey, maybe we're not in the best form, recently got a Liege. But yeah, no, of course, looking at the teams, I think we expected a better result from ourselves. We obviously lost to a 3DMX, a team that we felt like we maybe shouldn't have lost to, but then again, 3DMX is kind of like an upward trend. They've also been a team for a long time. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, we still got 3rd place, still had some like good showings against, beat Legacy, who's a team that won. Then again, Legacy is our first opponent here as well, so that's obviously interesting. But I think there are some positive signs, but we definitely expect more of ourselves, of course, and I'm sure everybody else expects more from us, so we're all in the same boat on that end, to be honest. So, yeah.
That's fair. It kind of leads me into what I was going to ask you next as well there, obviously mentioning Legacy and that opening game. In terms of the opponents we've got at this event, was there a team ideally you were looking at as maybe a squad you would like to play in the Swiss, or anyone you'd rather avoid until we get to playoffs?
I mean, I don't think there's anyone like particular. I think just whatever team gets thrown at us, I think we just need to find our ways to win and find positive signs from this event, because this is obviously our last event until the major in stage 2 that we go to. So I think we need to have a lot to go off of this event. So no matter what, we just need to make sure that we play the games and we just play them right. And in the end, if we lose, we just lose because the other team was just a better team, and we don't want to make any excuses for ourselves or lose a game because we weren't 100% or anything like that. So no matter who we play, we just need to make sure that we secure the win, and that it's a win that we know that we deserve.
Yeah. Good luck with the run. Excited to see what Team Liquid are going to be doing.
Of course, thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof! We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof! We will roar!
Yes, welcome back. We've had the starter. Let's get ready for the main course. Of course, the big guy, just the food analogy. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, we've tagged in Striker of HLTV fame, and of course, Blair, a familiar face at this stage. Guys, I'm very excited. Team Liquid versus Aurora. It is the big game of the day. Probably, I think Liquid would have liked to have dodged Aurora for as long as possible. This is a real test for both of these teams. And of course, we watched Aurora yesterday. They were struggling. But if you want to talk about struggling as a concept, Team Liquid are the experts. So Striker, over to you. What's been going on with Team Liquid lately?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying struggling. I actually have a lot of positive things to say for once about Liquid.
Contrarian HLTV again.
I'm sorry about that. That's just me. Just since they got this flashy addition on the coaching spot, things have actually been looking up for them from a lot of different perspectives. A lot of the players are looking better. Obviously, since then, they've had the Elish swap that has also unlocked nerds. So there's a lot of positives to look at when you're looking at Liquid.
I mean, yesterday's the first map was a bit worrying for Liquid. They're losing it in a very classic Liquid fashion. But yeah, map number 2, map number 3 looking very good. And I'm actually gonna, disagree with you there, Richard. I feel like for Liquid, this is their fall. I believe this is the last event before. Yeah, I like disagreeing with you. A little bit of banter. I feel for Liquid, I think this is the last event before the major, right? So for them getting as many reps as possible, right? Obviously, win here would be great as well. This is potentially a playoffs matchup as well, kind of like a preview. So for them, I feel like getting tested against a team like Aurora, who, despite the struggles, are still one of the favorites of this event early on, I think would be a good thing for them overall.
Yeah, I also think
talk about the roster.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I also think that that it's actually good for them that they get to play Aurora this early, because they're going to be the favorites for the whole tournament. And as Vlad said, they're probably likely to make it pretty far. So for this not to be a playoffs matchup, I think is good. Then again, we are talking about Aurora, and they're kind of known for just letting their foot off the gas in the playoffs. So who cares, right, where you play them, I guess.
It's true. I was going to say, let's talk about the roster, because obviously they've had the return of the king. It is Elish,
the prodigal son,
back in Team Liquid, and obviously he is Mr. Team Liquid, was ubiquitous. And since then, Nertz appears to have been activated since Elish has come back. Obviously, Nertz was struggling, and he said this: "Me and Elish are aligned in the way we see CS." Now, I'm going to give everyone at home a little spoiler here. If you play on a team with Elish, you better be aligned with him, or you're out, or you're gone.
I mean, we all know what happened to the non-aligned movement back in the 70s, right? Didn't quite pan out for them, so a bit of a historical fact right there. Look, he's playing better, so obviously, things are going good for him. Also, even though he has given up a few of his roles, especially on the CT side, giving up to Elish, a lot of these positions are positions he used to play in his previous teams as well. So it's not necessarily something new that he has to adapt to, just basically going back to his comfort zone, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, I don't think we have to read too much into that, Rich.
Yeah, and in that same interview, he was even talking about how he is used to being the second or third voice on the team, not as much as he was before. Obviously, the Elish edition, at that time, they had Twists, who obviously was in-game leading, so he was still probably more like the second, third voice. But I don't think this has been a bad transition for Nertz in any way. As you say, this, like him being a player who works more with information rather than creating it, I think fits him better. He's still been pretty up and down considering he's gone to a lot of his more comfortable spots. So I'm still looking to him to see a little bit more. But I think the signs are good.
Yeah, and obviously as well, I mean, you can see definitely improved there, but also NAF on the improvement trail. You know, a lot of people were saying that NAF can't hang at tier 1 anymore, kind of in the first half of the year.
He was saying it's to be there.
And he was saying it, yeah. I mean, like, it's never nice to sort of see a player kind of have that energy where they're, like, defeated and they're doing the interviews and you can tell how sad they are. But look, we even found he's smiling now.
Look at that smile. That damn
obviously,
smile.
of course, he's smiling because look at the statistical improvement.
I feel, look, everyone, yours truly included, we were kind of critical of Liquid sticking with NAF after what was a miserable season. We're like, you know, what are you guys thinking? He doesn't have belief in himself as well, and that is the worst thing that could happen to any player, right? But the fact that he's able to kind of find a semblance of his form again, I think it's been kind of miraculous, and maybe this changes what was needed. I also want to harken back to what you mentioned there earlier, right, Striker, about Flashy still being the coach, and I think that has been one problem. You keep talking about the roster changes they've had, but everyone kind of forgets how many coaches they kind of went through, how quickly. So the fact that they've stuck with Flashy and having a little bit of faith in him is allowing, you know, the players to finally settle down and feel a little comfortable, which is why they had the result over in Shanghai.
And I have a little tidbit actually about that and about the Elise edition. So apparently Flashy, when he was the coach of CLG Red, the women's team, who had Goosebreeder, who is Elise's partner, they actually had a lot of feedback from Elise, you know, when they were trying to improve as the women's team. So there's already rapport there from those times, you know, from I think about 2.5 years ago or something like that, when he was still the coach of that women's team. So them now joining together and being kind of on the same page, I think you can see that from a lot of those interviews where they're talking about, yeah, this is the sort of style that I like and that I understand, and we actually see eye to eye. So there are a lot of positives, as I said.
Well, let's talk about Aurora as well. You know, are there a lot of positives when we think about them and their performance yesterday? It was a little bit labored against Fnatic, and
at least not in the latter half of Dust 2. Sure. I feel like they finally woke up. You could see them kind of like realizing, guys, we were just a better team. We have the better individual. So everyone woke up. We saw in the head-to-head as well, Jota, a player who doesn't necessarily light the scoreboard on fire. When you have players like Wycadia, you have Woxic and Xantaras, you know, him playing a bit of the angry spots and whatnot. But yeah, individually, they're all looking kind of even, right? There's no one really popping off. And that is a good thing about this team. The fact that even if Wycadia has a bad, he hit a bit of a quiet day yesterday. You had Xantaras pop off. You have Woxic being consistent, being aggressive. So all in all, they're in good form here, Rich. My only problem is their mentality. It just feels like they need therapy at this point. You know, even if they're winning, they look like they've lost, which is rough to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, for me, it's kind of like, I said this at the start of the tournament, and I'll repeat the point. I think they have to win this event, because if they don't, I don't think they win anything of any significance, really. It's like, this is the opportunity that is being presented to you right here and right now. And you think about Xantaras, you know, not getting any younger, the oldest guy to break into that top 20 at the tender age of 29 years old, you know? Like, when are we going to see, you know, him lift some big trophies in his career? Because he definitely deserves it.
Yeah, 100%. He's been the one consistent star of this team. When Wycadia started, it was a bit more, you know, up and down. But since then, this last season, he's actually looked a lot improved. He's been a big impact player for them, big X factor. We saw that yesterday. I mean, he had that basically over map-winning clutch, and eventually to take it to overtime. And he's had a lot of those maps lately. So to see this team, you know, get a little bit more firepower, and obviously this year having the rise that they've had, it has been great for them.
I think the only problem right now we just saw the map stats for the two teams, and we have to touch upon the fact that for Aurora, we don't know what their map pool is. They don't know what their map pool is. They picked 5 different maps because of the past 5 best of 3s they've played thus far. Coming into this one, though, I think we could potentially kind of predict this, right? Overpass is going to be banned out. Ancient's going to go out of the equation right here. I would like to see them go for the train pick. You know, train would be interesting.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, just because Liquid haven't played it a lot, so I think that would make a lot of sense. I think there's a lot of ways this could go, though. So we see the Mirage pick.
No surprise here.
I think so as well. I think it was always going to come down to that or Dust 2. depending on whatever Liquid felt more comfortable on. There's the train pick. Yeah, you absolutely called it.
It's a bit of a punish. Also a map where, I feel like this is one of the few maps where Aurora's T side, they have a plethora of ideas. They look much better and more cohesive on it as well, which is kind of funny to say considering it's train T side. I wouldn't want Aurora to, yeah, there we go. You should ban it Inferno. Inferno has been one of the better maps of Liquid as well. I think a Dust 2, yeah, there we go. Dust 2, which is, I think, kind of 50-50. Aurora have looked decent on it as well. Liquid are okay playing it. If it does go to map number 3, Rich, this is anyone's game.
Yeah, well, do you agree with that? Anyone's game here?
Yeah, 100%. I think this is the game of the day for sure. Should go pretty much down to the wire.
I feel, the couple of plays we really haven't touched upon thus far has been the long-suffering Ultimate, right? Gone are the days when he popped off, everyone's like, who is this Polish kid?
Yesterday.
Get one map, come on. Just, you're a numbers guy, sample size, man.
That's the thing, like when he is on, he is so exciting to watch, but you see it so
Sure,
rarely.
man, when I'm on too, but I get it like once in 6 months, and that's why I'm not on any team.
But that's with age, this guy is still young.
Now, compared to Woksik, who is a veteran in the Turkish scene, and yesterday you could see him just laying down the law with the AWP. So I feel, coming into especially maps like Mirage, like Train, like Dust 2, which are the maps you're going to be seeing over here, these are maps where Operas are supposed to thrive in. And that's where I see Aurora have the slight edge over the side of Liquid.
I mean, I agree with you to your point, Blair. I think, unfortunately, on maps like this, where, yes, you need an AWP to have impact, I feel that's where the bottleneck is for Liquid. It's Ultimate started well, then he did that interview, if you remember it, where he said, hey, because I made it now, I stopped practicing. And it's like, guys, stop doing this. The community are going to eat you alive. And then, now, unfortunately, he hasn't had a good run of form for a while. He does it in fits and starts.
He just struggled a lot with the adaptation to Tier 1 because people just caught up to what he was doing. He was so dynamic, constantly going for openings and things like that. And once you catch on to that, you can counter it pretty easily because then you know what's going on. You know what's going to happen. You know that within the first 20 seconds of the round, he will pop up somewhere. And you just need to prepare for that. It's not that hard.
It's also like, you juxtapose about how Molodoi is popped up. And the thing with Molodoi is he's way more versatile than how he approaches it, right? He's can play it safe, but he's also not afraid to take those duels. And the worst thing you can do to a young up-and-coming opera is, try and curtail him a little bit too much, kill that confidence. And I feel like for Ultimate, the confidence hasn't quite come back to what we saw back when he joined Liquid.
Yeah, I think it's definitely tough. Liquid's always one of those teams as well. It's like a bit of a poison chalice gig because they have so many fans and there's so much attention on you that if you're not a proven player and you don't hit the ground running, it can be very tough. I do think, though, ultimately, there's probably going to be a change, in the not-too-distant future, probably post-Mage. But we'll see. For now, though, I can bring in our commentators. It's Stinko and Jace. Jason.
Hey, Rich.
Team Liquid, you're Jack Twist. You just cannot quit them. You're always here for their games.
Yeah, there's something to it. I basically request to be put on all these games. I love the pain. I love the heartbreak. I love pain. Yeah, that's the way I get excited.
All right. Well, over to you.
Dinko's afraid.
I was taking that to a place and I realized it was going somewhere different, and we try to bail out.
Yeah,
look, I think this Liquid team is really good. I think they have pieces in place, and the development should bring this team to a new level. I think this Elise edition is tempered, like the concerns I would have over it are tempered by Flashy as the coach and that relationship that they have. He obviously fits into this team perfectly in terms of role-wise. His supposedly, and what it's looked like early on in returns, he's unlocking nerds. So there's a lot of good things to come, and I think a little bit more time, and we're going to see what the peak of those good positive aspects are going to be.
Good things to come. I hope you're right, 'cause the game started. Take it away, gentlemen.
I took over the whole segment. I'm so sorry.
Well, Jason, it is Team Liquid. You get to do that at least. We got this game, though. This is, looking at Team Liquid Aurora, this is probably the best game we could get in the tournament name value-wise, Jason. These are the two biggest organizations or more big teams, so...
Certainly, like, in terms of the size and expectations of the Liquid organization, but also Aurora of where we expect them to be, which is a top 5 team.
Exactly. Well, there's going to be 5 players of Team Liquid going in towards the A-bomb site. Straight away to Liege, the opener. Shuey to follow up with Ocadia's one trade. And eventually, Team Liquid are going to be into the bomb site. It'll be a retake required, with Nerds applying pressure towards CT.
Those Glocks mean business, don't they? Immediate gushes on a lot of these players. Woksik down to 1 health. He'll lead the way, try and be the distraction. But how do you get through this? All 3 defenders retaking from CT spawn, 4 members of Liquid to find.
Yeah, we got Jota winning back in from CT spawn. It's going to be Nerds for that first kill and the follow-up with Nav closing out for Team Liquid. A simplistic A hit works out for Liquid. They've got the pistol.
Here's the thing. Blair had a big talk about confidence relating to Oppers, and I'll kind of touch on it again with this Liquid, with Team Liquid in a bigger picture sense. Is over the past few years, I don't think this Team Liquid as an organization has had a team that actually truly believed in itself, or believed in the teammates, believed in the 5 people being able to come together and win the important big games against the big opposition. If this team can get there, which it feels like they're at a point now where this can turn around. They had the really nice run back at Fisher to qualify for the major. Twist left the team. Elige comes back in. They've had a good start. They're 1-0. You know, I think there's a lot of reasons to where it feels like Liquid's on a cusp right now, and I think the results of this event can propel them into like a momentous push into the major, or can kind of shatter those expectations pretty quickly.
Now we'll see if they can get a win here in Bucharest. Looking to try and deal with this second round bye from Aurora. It's going to be Wikidia off to the races with a good start here, but oh my god, oh, and look at the rage on him. You have to understand it. That is an absolute fumble there for the quick switch of Xantares. And 3 versus 2 now, and this round is obviously going to come to its natural conclusion.
Yeah,
with Team Liquid going 2-0 up, but that is just ridiculous.
That's a 2-for-1 disaster, because I think of all the pro players, I feel like Xantares has the weakest ability to snap back into it after a frustrating start, after he gets pissed off really early. So we'll have to monitor what his game is like from here on out, but that is a travesty, because that's a huge trap that Aurora pulled Team Liquid into. That could have been a round-winning setup if Xantares gets that kill.
Absolutely. That was obviously...
And there's no excuse.
His teammate comes out, he sells his life, he even gets 1 kill. No one's going to check Xantares. You got 2 there for sure for Xantares. Absolute fumble.
I mean, you don't see a kill miss in that fashion. Like, usually it's like the accidental jump, a mouse wheel jump. This is the quick switch to the knife, 3 bullets in.
Right. Well, as you said, we have seen mental collapses before, and those are frustrating moments to kick things off here for Aurora. Now, yesterday, Xantares had a rough time on the CT side of Mirage.
Yep.
We were noting on that quite a bit. He was always dying towards Connector, getting caught by just the Fnatic Jambo.
And he's not going up against any slouch today. He's going to have a Elige coming at him.
Yeah, so it might be a very rough day at the office here for Xantares. We'll have to see.
Oh, no. That one's rough.
Yeah, well.
Painful.
It is very painful. Very understandable reaction, but Team Liquid about to be a 3-0 lead for them. Coming into this event, Jason, I think many people are talking about Aurora, 3D Max as winners, but Team Liquid have to be in that conversation as well, right? When you look at the field of teams you've got here in Bucharest.
Yeah, they do, but I think a lot of it is just kind of based off potential. A lot of it is based off like name value. Like when I look at this team and I see Elige, I see Naf, I see Nerds, promising IGL and Shuhei. Like, I don't see a reason why this team shouldn't be a force that can actually contend for things. So I think we still don't have enough of a body of work to make a judgment call, but for me, this team should be one of the guys vying for the trophy at the end. I shouldn't surprise anyone to see them in the final at this event.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you touched on Nerds coming into the game as well, talking about how he's being freed up a little bit more. Looks like he's actually starting to get to some of the form you wanted to see from Nerds when he got brought into this Liquid team. I actually think that was a great move to bring Nerds in, and it was just very unfortunate for Team Liquid that he really did not hit the ground running.
It's been the curse of like all the roster changes that Liquid have made over the past few years. You know, let's just say after the whole Rainwaker lineup that came in with Daps as the coach. We're going to avoid that one. I'm not going to try and defend that one too much, but they've been in like that cursed position where all their roster changes have made sense, and they've gone out and gotten strong players who are performing really well in the moment, and then come and join the team, and things just have never been able to get going.
Yeah, they
every
make the
pickup's
moves.
been underwhelming, despite the fact that it looks on paper like it should be incredible.
Right, exactly. I think that's the thing about Team Liquid. You can't say they haven't been trying to put together a roster. They've tried so many different approaches, even going out and finding that Rainwaker roster, as you were talking about, Jason. Really willing to take a lot of risks, and none of them have really paid off yet. Aurora finally getting a buyout. Going to be Woxic on the sniper. I heard the desk talking about what we can expect from Woxic. But he's going to be playing towards mid early on, and Shuhei pushing up into the short fight. Wikidia is going to win it. And here go Team Liquid looking to respond.
Yeah, right into the A-bomb site we go. They take the space. Shuhei goes down, but he at least calls numbers. So now they feel they can apply pressure. That's a quick dink, but the AKs deliver a cleaner headshot. But still, a lot of health taken. Bomb site still not picked up by Liquid.
Yeah, low HP on these Liquid players at the moment. Ultimate and Nerds very
Flank coming
low.
in.
And that flank, yeah, from Arcadia has arrived towards ramp, and Team Liquid is stalled out at the moment. Smoke's going to be cleared out at Con, but it's all about this flank, and Arcadia should have the round here. Elige on 100 health. They actually line up. There's the denial of ultimate, but you've given Elige a small chance, and now it's all on Nerd. So 1v3, look at this position. He hasn't been spotted. No way he gets away with this. Oh, he couldn't get the second. There is a world in which you see Nerds from that spot deliver.
Almost had deja vu.
Yeah, from that exact spot.
From the exact position. I think he was having deja vu. He's like, how do I recreate this just about perfectly?
Well, he didn't.
First? Yeah.
He definitely didn't.
He did not do it, but tough scenario to be in. 3-1, good round for Aurora. I think that's going to be something fun to watch about. A lot of the interest of this Elige return to Team Liquid has been like, how are you going to tool this team on the T side? Shuhei likes to be active, likes to be, IGL who likes to be a playmaker, likes to make opening moves. We just saw him try and move through the smoke in mid, but that's kind of the fun is you can pair Shuhei and Elige up, you can pair Elige and Nerds up, you can pair Shuhei and Nerds up. They have a lot of options if they want to get creative and show different looks at their opposition.
Mid taken. Here's Zantares. Going up against Nerds and Elige. That's going to be rough, and Zantares is immediately down by Nerds, who's actually tapping his own teammate in the head. Arcadia can't handle Elige's jump up onto the bench, and Team Liquid have space in middle and Con. They've really hollowed out this defensive Aurora immediately.
Yeah, and this was the big issue that Aurora had against Fnatic yesterday, was just exposed in middle round after round after round and not able to really contain it whatsoever. Once again, Liquid has kind of leaned onto that pressure point, made it sting here in round 5. Hitting the pause button, ready and waiting. Aurora trying to recover this by pushing the extremities and finding information elsewhere. Major has pushed up all the way into the B tunnels. Joda has found some safety over towards A ramp.
There's, I guess, still a world in which Aurora can pull this back, but it would take a miss and a big mistake here from Team Liquid. Joda biding his time. There goes the plant inside of the site. Nert's not going to go down to that first fight. They'll throw the utility down. Woxic to fall at CT, and now there is no chance for Aurora to win this round as Naf cleans up in Palace, and we've got a 4-1 lead for Team Liquid. Interesting. I'm sure Liquid will have seen that game yesterday, Jason, a conversation around the weakness that Aurora had in mid.
Oh, probably, yeah. That's certainly something that we picked out just watching it, so you know the rest of the guys looking back at the demo, Flashy and Elige watching back are going to be like, wow, we're going to get a lot of space to work with. We can do a lot of cool things here. So that's just the first one, and that's just punishing. I mean, that's not even anything fancy. This is just skill on skill challenge. I don't even think there was really a pop flash for that peek in towards Con. That's just Nerds and Elige playing Bash Brothers and just saying, we're going to kill or trade everything we see. Opening kill at Con on Zantares, opening kill on short towards Wakadia makes the round very, very easy.
You mentioned Zantares perhaps getting a slow start here, 0-5 now, getting caught from that connected fight straight away.
And it's got to be really frustrating too for another reason. For Aurora, this is almost like a pride game to a certain extent, right? That loss they took at Fisher was a shocking loss. Like that was embarrassing, especially when you consider we'd all known Twist was leaving. We all knew it was the quote-unquote dead team walking. But for Aurora coming into that event where it's another one where you would have said just based off name value and their performance the rest of the year, Aurora should have been favorites to take the trophy.
Oh, they
Fisher.
absolutely should have been at least in that grand final, right? And for Mongols and Furia were still at the competition, so semis at a minimum for Aurora. And against Team Liquid, definitely a team you shouldn't be losing to in the playoff bracket for all the reasons you just highlighted. So absolutely, and you can see in that loser interview as well. We heard Madger talking about how much that one really stung, because you mentioned yesterday the exhaustion you're going to feel getting to all these playoffs and not really ever making that breakthrough.
Well, also keep in mind it was the event directly after Pro League where they were eliminated by that weird post plan of Major walking through the smoke with no time allowed, or not post plan, but walks through with no time on the clock. So they had this series that's like the second in a stretch of just a heartbreaking, jaw-dropping defeat.
Yeah, they went on to Malta, didn't perform the way they would have liked that either. But now for Team Liquid, it's going to be a 5-1 lead, a beautiful foundation laid in this T side already. Never really having to break a sweat at this point. You imagine that will start to change in the next gun round here?
Well, let's find out. I mean, again, it comes down to the same thing yesterday, which is the same point I was harping on. So I feel like a broken record. I probably sound like one as well, where, if you can't stop middle, like you're just going to get screwed. If Elige and Nerds are going to be able to run down mid like that at will, take 1 or 2 kills every single time, or more often than not, it's going to be a very difficult half for Aurora. Fnatic made it a very difficult half, doing the same exact thing, and I think Liquid's going to be a better team than Fnatic. So Aurora, this series, they're in a lot of trouble. I know like they're not the actual statistical underdog, but they feel like they are in a way. So 5-1 for Liquid, and now we get to see if there's going to be any extra resistance out of Aurora, if they're going to have any game plan, any adaptations to make. All we saw yesterday when they were getting bruised in middle and wanted to have some mid presence on the CT side was Xantara's pushes. Xantara's push towards top mid, Xantara's play base connector and just go for a cheeky kill, but there was really no team effort. Now, we did see it in the first gun round when Shuei tries to slide through the short smoke, the base of short smoke. 3 players were fighting him. So, I mean, there is that to look at and say, at least today, maybe they talked about it and are a little bit more motivated to fight for mid. But they better figure it out quickly because Team Liquid's digging quite a hole that they're going to need to climb out of. Flashy having a chat with the guys. Nertz starting out this game in spectacular form. And again, him and Elige, like with just the roles and the styles that they play, those 2 guys are going to activate each other and make the other one better all the way through. And then it even goes past that. Because once those guys start getting some kills in the middle of the map at the main point of attack, NAF gets opened up and some freedom on the extremities. So the Liquid machine is working exactly the way it's supposed to for these first 6 rounds.
Here's Wakadia out in the short peak. He's actually getting caught there by Elige. Putting the pressure on him. There's actually a boost as well going on at the moment. A lot of pressure towards top middle from Team Liquid, but Woxic dipping into the bottom of that connector smoke and coming out with Elige.
That's a good find. A nice creative way to cause some damage and make these mid players a little bit nervous. Good shot from Woxic. I feel like yesterday against Fnatic, he struggled to find impact with the AWP, but this is a good start here in round 7. 4 versus 5, Liquid going to attempt to convert it.
Strangely, Woxic, you know, it felt like he had a quiet game, but the numbers didn't really reflect that. I think he had definitely was the only player that kind of standing out for Aurora in terms of the kills delivered, but there wasn't like a big round or a big moment, it felt like, where Woxic did take over the whole server. I like that he's willing to throw himself into the mid fights here and getting an opening kill. Could be huge here for Aurora.
I think you got to. If you were going to have the conversation about Liquid noticing the weakness of the mid defense of Aurora yesterday against Fnatic, Aurora is going to have felt the very same thing. So certainly something that they need to figure out before this. And it looks like they've brought a couple tricks to the party. So Ultimate with the op is going to be over in middle. He'll be there to cut off rotations. If this hit fails, he'll save the AWP, but he's relying on the AK-47s, his 3 teammates, to create some movement across the map.
There's such limited time here for this final finish from Team Liquid towards the A bomb site. It looks good for Aurora's setup here. You've got Jota out towards default. He's easily collected that kill on towards NAF. Nertz to respond, but he takes damage on board, which is finished off by Xantara's. 10 seconds on the timer. Ultimate with a kill towards jungle, but he's all alone. He can't win this round. There's not enough time to get back to that bomb, and so Aurora just hide away.
I'm so surprised
he could die here. He's got money in the bank at least, but gonna hold on to the AWP regardless.
Fair play to Ultimate. I was very surprised to see him actually moving up middle all on his own. No cover of smokes and window. I thought very much, as I outlined, that he'd just be chilling back and waiting for the save. Regardless, he gets away with the op, so it amounts to the same thing. A couple of extra kills down the stretch gonna hurt the economy of Aurora, so Liquid's not in a bad place coming out of a loss. But out of the timeout, a good sign that Aurora come up with a game plan to put a stop to the shenanigans in middle.
Yeah, let's see if that continues throughout this half. Team Liquid, instant mid smokes coming out. We'll see that pack of players now moving their way towards middle again. Shuei, Elige, Ultimate. There's the underpass push coming in from Wakadia. A lot of damage being done. The grenade going to hunt them down, and NAF is going to be the opener. With no problem onto Wakadia. No trade until this point as Woxic and Xantara's together combined. Shuei and Elige caught. And a 3v4 at the moment. Team Liquid not feeling it at the moment. They've lost a lot of health here on Nertz. They're coming back towards T-spawn, and Jota's made the perfect push.
I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Aurora so far, though. These are the plays in middle that we didn't get yesterday in Fnatic. They never brought this out. Good kill from Jota as well. Now you've got deep information, and Ultimate and Nertz have nothing to do. 2 HP on Nertz. This could turn into a very long save, but at the moment they're going to give it a try, see if they can find any kills. 1 minute remaining on the clock as Ultimate and Nertz are halfway up short. A very passive, far back defense where Aurora just says, we're not risking anything. We're not giving you any chances to come back into the round.
Yeah, very impressive as well from Aurora. The fact that they lost the opening kill in this round, Jason, and it is the 2 players you want to see entering that kill feed, which is Woxic and Xantara is making the difference to pull it back.
We didn't see the push, but based on the mini-map, the X's of the Liquid players, I would assume something from Connector. Okay, there's Xantara's. Nice kill on him over towards Nertz with 2 health. And now it's about saving the op. Tuck yourself in a ladder room, and we get 25 seconds of chit-chat. Not that I have anything to say.
No, not much to say, really. I think it was an interesting talking point because we're already sort of mentioning the Woxic impact with the AWP. In the desk, we're talking about Ultimate, and I think he's always the conversation point around Team Liquid. It's this hot start that he had in Cologne last year, and a player that really did break out, but then just fell off very quickly and got figured out. But the problem is, Jason, okay, if you do decide that Ultimate's not good enough for Team Liquid, who do you go and get without spending massive money? I mean, look at all the organizations trying to find new operas. It's not easy.
That's the question. That's the half of the question that, you know, no one ever has to answer if you're not involved in the team. You know, whenever there's that conversation, who are you going to replace? The other side of the equation, as someone who's been in those conversations, is like, okay, yeah, hypothetically, let's do this. Who are we going to get that's better?
Exactly, yeah.
So there is always the second side of that coin that doesn't often get talked about. I think at the moment, probably not too many great ones that are appearing out there that are going to be obvious, but we've seen a number of teams go out and find operas out of nowhere. Obviously, Furia is the best example of that recently with Molodoy.
Yeah, but there's no one really that's... I mean,
I'm not at a point yet where I think they should change him. I'm not fine with where they're at in terms of I don't think he's been like any kind of huge red flag for this team over the past year to where that needs to be a priority. I think there are other things more important, which is settling the coach situation, settling the IGL situation. They've handled both of those. So let's see what this team's got, and we'll reassess at the major.
Yeah, see what you're looking like with Elige and the team. See how that Nurse-Elige pairing pans out. Excited to see how it goes down. Currently a 5-3 lead, although Aurora is starting to figure this CT side out. 2 great rounds back-to-back here, even converting a 4v5. Team Liquid not as heavy into mid as they were in previous rounds. A little bit more of a heavy B lane because they want to attack into the B bomb side, which means Madger is going to be under pressure. He's going to handle it quite well. He's got a second teammate here, Wakadia, out in behind him, but Madger's been taken out. Wakadia is worried about being pushed from short and ends up going back to an unfavored fight against Ultimate. So Team Liquid break through into the side, bomb gets planted.
He got shot by a teammate as well. Zantara spammed up towards short. Oh, Nav had no idea he was exposed. That's a blunder. 3-on-3. Now it feels more doable.
Yeah, Ultimate especially being low in HP.
Shuhei's all the way on Cat as well. He's not here yet.
And he's still got Elige. And he's out towards one of the archers here at short side. Just waiting for that fight, not getting any vision on the Aurora players coming back in, but as soon as he does, he nails his opportunity. It's jotted down first, Elige on the follow-up, and he will cast away this retake attempt. Woxic to retreat with a sniper in hand, and Team Liquid will increase their score to 6. Good shots on the way out here from Woxic. Here's the steps of Shuhei. Oh, what?
Okay.
What is that? All right, fair enough, Shuhei.
Even Woxic.
He's laughing at that. He can't believe he's hit that one.
Woxic's just like, that's so unreasonable. Couple of nice shots down the stretch. Money's hurting for Aurora as well. You might see another timeout come out of them right now. 2 players really hurting for cash, but they can still buy up if they want to risk it. Well done from Naf and Ultimate. Good job baiting as well. The Tech9 player comes out and just dies, but that gives away the game of all the positioning going on. So very patient is Team Liquid in that attack. And yeah, that one's brutal.
That's so stupid.
So op on Woxic, you've got an MP9 on Major, FAMAS on Joda, limited utility across the board for Aurora. And after this, they're out of funds. They go for a heavy mid play, use a lot of utility to execute it. And now they got to back off because Liquid's not home.
Woxic, he's waiting in towards the underpass. Here comes Elige, and there goes Elige. Woxic nails the opener. Needed that, especially with some of the weaker weapons you've got in play here. Can Ultimate source the trade?
It's going to be hard up in the window room as well. You're going to clear this with an ult.
Tara sees his toes. And it will be a couple of shots right to the feet. And Zantares is going to get rid of Ultimate.
No one's home, and Zantares is the next rotating supportive player to this bomb site. So hold the phone. This round isn't done yet. If they find Joda quickly and clean, now Woxic is coming back with the AWP, but he's getting to a flashbang burning. Yeah, but it's all good. What can Zantares do with this health?
Well, 14 HP. It's a good angle. He might actually get enough time to get a couple of shots off quite quickly here on Shuhei. In fact, he nearly gets the lineup. Naf's going to trade them out. And now Naf has to clutch alone. And he has no information, really, as to where they are. And it's a quick flank here from Wakadia all the way back to the ramp. And Naf is exposed. Wakadia takes the kill. And Aurora go up to 4.
Yeah, things just it took too long. Not clearing underneath Dark, jumping into the bomb site with the knife out. You thought those were the 2 kills of the A defenders with Woxic as the seconds. You didn't expect Zantares to still be around. So Aurora find the solution, converting to 5-on-4, and they avoid getting reset whatsoever. A nice eventuality for them, but for Team Liquid now, all of a sudden, you've been put on the back foot, losing, what, 3 in a row at this point?
Yeah, I mean, they're happy they got that great start with those 5 rounds picked up early. Otherwise, it could be a very scary half for them. Aurora gonna have to deal with what is coming at them on this A-bomb side. Joda's gonna play on the ladder. And Team Liquid might just go contact right through. So that's Naf to walk through the palace smoke right towards Joda. And an opening kill found here straight away for Aurora.
Joda wanted the Galil. Now, not finding it, does he think, okay, somebody else picked it up, or does he think, okay, it just bounced away after the kill?
Well, if he decides that it is someone picking it up,
well, that's
good
it.
Information flash comes through, and Joda blinded, walks it, picks up the pieces, and goes back out for a second. We'll take a moment to reload, but the damage is already done. And it's Shue seeing what he can piece together here with a P250. And it's not much other than the one.
I don't think the Molotov would have changed anything, but that was always going to make that a very awkward hit, wasn't it? Doesn't quite bounce the way he wanted it to. 6-5, final round for Team Liquid, and they have just run flat. Hot start, but Aurora outlasts them. And now Team Liquid got really nothing. Tech9's coming in, some utility. I mean, something like this, you have to imagine it's going to be a really quickly timed B exec, maybe an A exec. You're not going to go for mid control. You kind of just want to hit a bomb site, get in, and play the post plant.
Yeah, very aware of that. Shue is going to be leading the charge of his teammates towards the B bomb site.
One smoke miss as well for Team Liquid, so Khan doesn't have a smoke, so the fake is even weaker.
Well, MIBR currently is the only player here alone, and he could be overwhelmed. Here come Team Liquid diving down into the bomb site. Can MIBR hold on? Clean first headshot, sees the second player, seizes his chance. And Shue is silenced. Eventually, Nerds gets one kill here for Team Liquid, but they haven't been able to put that bomb down. They still haven't found MIBR, and he's no longer alone. He's got his teammates with him. MIBR taking damage on board from the deagle to the chest. And Nerds is going to get another kill here. Naf on the Tech9, and Aurora all of a sudden crumbling in the last round of this first half. Team Liquid didn't even get the bomb planted until this point, and they are looking like the better team to close this round out. Arcadia nips in, steals away Ultimate's life. Heats things up for Naf, and behind that bench. Forces him uncomfortably into the corner. Arcadia is going to wait, but the scope is up, and Nerds will close it out. A 7-5 lead for Team Liquid going into the second half. That really should have been a tie game for Aurora.
That's a horribly played retake from Aurora. I think they're too motivated there to preserve Major's life. I feel like they think like because he's still alive and he's still working his way through smokes, there's some safety. They can come into the action and help alleviate some of it, but it just exposes everyone to Team Liquid, who, as we've seen a number of times throughout this half, are very good during these executes and bomb site takes, if not stressing out if the first kill doesn't go their way. They're very patient in terms of their scaling after the fact, and Aurora just get punished making bad decisions. 7-5 for Team Liquid going into this second half. Their map selection. Next up, we move over towards Train. Aurora's picking this series, and it makes sense. A map that they have a great win rate on. Liquid, not so much. Haven't played it with this lineup. Have not played Train with this current lineup. Back in Fisher, the series they played was Mirage, a 13-9 win for Liquid there, and Inferno, a 13-8 win for Liquid there. So a little switch up in the veto from Aurora to change things up heading into this series.
Let's see what pistol call Aurora have. Update for the B stream. It's Fnatic playing against FlyQuest on Inferno, 9-9 at the moment in that game.
All right, FlyQuest showing some good things. Fnatic was fun to watch yesterday.
Yeah, would you put FlyQuest and Fnatic kind of on the same level?
Yeah, sure. Let's go for it. Without having any great details on the top of my head to distinguish one or the other, let's throw them in the same boat.
I like that. It's a big boat.
It's a very big boat.
Well, it's going to be all in on B.
And there's a great stack here from Team Liquid. Ultimate's over on shore with the USP. Naf with the dualies at Van. Nerds as well, tucked into the corner and waiting. There's layers to this defense that Aurora's going to have a tough time with.
Well, let's see if things start peeling them away. Maybe Naf waiting as they dive down through the window. Ultimate is the first sharp shooting from Ultimate as he takes Antares and Joda to the grave. It's going to be a swing out here from Naf on the dual Berettas, gunslinging his way forward into Arcadia. MIBR also meeting the same sticky fate, finished off by Elige.
Yeah, damn, Ultimate just takes all the strength out of that attack. The one tap on the first player who falls out cleans up the second as well, and all of a sudden there's really no thrust from that Aurora pistol round. Liquid take complete advantage of it. Lovely job with the stack, lovely shooting from Ultimate. 8-5 now for Liquid. Both pistols in their favor with that victory. A great benefit to have on the opening map of this series. These teams looking to go 2-0 in the Swiss system here at PGL Masters Bucharest.
Would be a fantastic result for Team Liquid to defeat what many are calling the tournament favorites. To go 2-0 up in the Swiss.
Cool play. I like the decision as well from Ultimate with no bomb plant in the pistol round. Straight to the dualies. Get that third round AWP rocking and rolling.
Rolling.
Yeah, I know. I walked into it again.
I like it. You know, Jason, you got to take every one of them. The low-hanging fruit sometimes can be the sweetest.
I actually hate it. Okay, I hate this too. 2 Glock kills out of Aurora.
Oh,
Here's
the
Ultimate. There we go.
Getting rolling now. There's the Jewel Berettas. Triple kill straight away. Now, Wakadia has taken a bomb plant, which ain't too bad at all, considering the lack of investment here from Aurora. Everyone's a winner.
Yeah, great round overall for Aurora. That's exactly what they wanted. Pull the defense away, get that bomb plant in, 2 kills plus the plant. Lovely job. So Aurora, there's this third round bye in the second half is going to be bolstered as strong as it possibly could be. But because of the dualies on Ultimate and the 3 kills, he's bringing out an AWP. I don't think Aurora's going to be able to match that even with the plant. Everything was going oh so well. It was still going to be hard to actually win the round even with those first 2 kills, but it's slaughtered by the dualies as they turn. Yeah, full utility for Aurora on this T side. 5 AK-47s. We do have the AWP on Ultimate. You got a FAMAS on it, NAF.
An unchallenged sniper. Sniper?
Sniper. All right, Sean Connery.
For Ultimate. They'll be waiting up with Elysius as rifle support here in the underpass.
Could turn into a little bait and switch later on if Ultimate decides the timing is there that he needs to back away towards Khan. You can leave Elysius in the position, or he can just push all the way forward.
Ooh, I love this from Elysius. Madger's gonna hate it though. Oh, never mind. Wakadia's come to help him out.
Yeah, Elysius so concerned about someone just peeking his head up over the top of that railing, so Wakadia got another half second before Elysius was able to react in time. Good information, though. 2 players found in those halls. A lot of damage done to one of them. Elysius is going to call out the dink. So a man-down situation that Liquid has to recover. And back to the A bomb site as Aurora in the mid-round switch things up. Other side of the map. Shuhei going to play close up towards ramp. Nerds has a Molotov. That's a good find. That's Wakadia just getting spammed down. A freebie to equalize.
Shuhei waits in the ramp, and Jorda's not going to check him. So Shuhei comes out on top, slices open 2, and eventually taken by Madger. We've got 35 seconds on the clock. Aurora, well, they've got a player deficit and health issues right now as well on Madger, who's going to start coming out towards Nerds. Not going to check him either. Nice and easy for Nerds. Really reacts to Zantares, who's now in the 1v3. Taking the first kill, 20 seconds left as the bomb is picked up. He'll tap and now get peeked. Straight away, Naf will deny the bomb plant. And yeah, Shuei's loving that one. Big celebrations as Team Liquid reach double figures.
That's a great setup as well. You could almost see Shuhei and Nerds having the conversation of like, what utility we got? I got a Molotov. And Shuei's just like, all right, well, if they throw util, just drop it. It shows the exact util to disrupt and execute for a player playing back in the bomb site. And Shuei's over there in the ramp, so completely catches him off guard. Lovely little way to ruin the round for Aurora. They take their second time out to talk things over, but Liquid marching towards a map 1 victory just 3 rounds away. 10-5 lead. Things looking good for them to repeat a victory on this map, and that's also been a great conversation point for the Aurora side of things is their map pool with Anubis all of a sudden out of it became so good on that map. It was a mainstay. It's what helped them be so effective in best of 3 series, that map they could always rely on. And without it now, they have been lost at sea with nowhere to call home.
Yeah, Mirage seems to be betraying them as well at the moment. Yesterday against Fnatic, just about scraping through with a 16-14 win.
Nerds, 16 kills, Naf, 17 kills, Ultimate 12 kills for Team Liquid. On the other side, it's Woxic in double digits with 10, but that's it.
You know, when it came to that overtime in those late stages, the reason Aurora were able to get the win is because you did have Zantares stepping up, being that difference maker. He has had a quiet map here, 9 and 12. And Aurora haven't really shown any signs of getting into this game yet. It's going to be a wild dive down from Elish.
Yeah. Took a risk.
Didn't pay off.
Did not pay off.
Well, let's see if it cost in the round here. Team Liquid 4v5.
That almost didn't feel planned to me for some reason.
It might have just fallen off.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, shit. Well, smoked out at the ramp for the time being. Woxic and Jota going to be held back for just a little bit longer here.
Well, that, whatever you want to call it from Elige, silly play or mistake, has put Liquid once again down a player.
The shot.
Who's going to try and recover it, but cannot get the job done. Now the floodgates open. Bomb site is overrun. It's Shuhei with a chance to recover.
Yeah, if Shuhei does nothing here, it's going to be a safe call for Team Liquid. He's done a lot of damage towards the Tetris player, but hasn't finished them off. And now with the bomb planted and the 2 remaining CTs still so far away.
Yeah, I think this is a safe call. Shuhei switching to the op is just like, let me get the hell out of here. And he's not going to be able to do it.
All right, strange round there from Team Liquid, but Aurora will take it.
Yeah, they really will, but you're not going to get that gift too frequently. You're not going to get just a free kill like that kind of dropping out of the window through the smoke. I wonder if they were setting up some kind of an actual play to activate that, and that's why I feel like he might have gone a little bit too far and just kind of fallen out accidentally. Might have been setting up for like a mid-round retake of middle that included him dropping down with some utility, but it obviously feels a little silly seeing how it played out in actuality. 6-10, Aurora doing everything they can to stay in this map. But we still haven't felt them come online. You know,
no, there hasn't been a moment where you're like, okay,
yeah,
they're in this.
Hasn't been a stretch of this game where it's like, all right, they're getting like, there was maybe the 3 rounds on the CT side where they started really shutting down Team Liquid, but that was it. Outside of that, it just feels like they've been kind of getting bullied on this server. First time out taken from Team Liquid. A conversation I would imagine because the money is running low after this buy. Naf had to drop a weapon over. He's got the AK-47. Op still in the hands of Ultimate, but after this investment, Team Liquid is dirt poor. So this round, very, very important for them to have an easy closeout if they can just keep taking one step at a time towards 13. Aurora's cash at this point in the game looks all right, especially on the T side. Easier to manage. You get a couple bomb plants. I've at least got 1 or 2 buys left in them behind it with the cash built up.
You can close this gap pretty quickly if you break the money here, Team Liquid. So this could be the point where we do see Aurora finally get into Mirage. Ultimate going to be smoked away at the window. Has to retreat with that AWP back to jungle, leaving Elige to keep some pressure on with Nerds at short as well. God, he's going to see the traces of those grenades being thrown out and actually decides he's got a great timing here to get through Connector. This could be a huge play from Wagadia.
Oh, yeah, I can't believe he hasn't seen Ultimate yet, but he's going to get at least 1. He might even get 2. Both have back turns. Elige, oh, okay, he turns.
Oh, Mike, he got the second as well. Wagadia, fantastic work. Elige able to trade him out, but it's panic stations here for Team Liquid, and around where their money's on the line. Elige is the player to die early in the last round. They give nothing over to Team Liquid. Well, this time he's down after 1, and that's the round. That's the money gone for Team Liquid. You can't afford to go for this. 7 rounds for Aurora and picked up off the back of 1 play forward from Wagadia.
Well, I feel like that's a call from Aurora that's like really disruptive for Team Liquid that just called a timeout, right? That's like kind of the creativeness of Aurora in this round with Major kind of making a call that says they're calling a timeout. They're going to have a setup. They're going to have a plan of action. Let's do things that are so different from what we've normally done. Just get someone down mid quickly. Wagadia had been a very aggressive sneak through, taking that huge risk through the smoke, and boy, does it pay off. A good way to disrupt exactly what Liquid thought they were going to see in the round. There goes Zantara's trying to hunt down a couple rifles, so Liquid's going to be able to get away with 2.
Really important they save these weapons, actually give them a shot going into this next round. We'll see what kind of purchase they throw in around it, if anything.
Tell you what, we just went on the big rant about we feel like we haven't gotten to a point where Aurora strings rounds together in a way that makes us feel like they're back in the game and it feels like they've got something positive going. But if they can convert this one with the 2 saved weapons, whatever else Liquid's to buy in this round, all of a sudden you got them back within striking distance. You might start to feel that way now. A little momentum, a little bit of confidence building up off these some plays.
Yeah, that's what I was saying in the last round. If you win that, if you're Aurora, look at the money for Team Liquid. It's a breaking point. There's 3 players obviously going to have to save because they have $2,000 average left over in the bank. So get a buy in the next round. So maybe, just maybe, these 2 8Ks can do something. But then Jota led to the mouth of Naf, just going to run all the way back and take that opener with ease.
Well, they saw that's the B defender as well, though in a round like this with 2 saved weapons, those kind of role designations don't matter a whole lot. Back to the A bomb site we go.
And Elige is not in the right spot. He's taking that AK to the B bomb site, perhaps thinking what you're thinking, Jace. You know, they've just killed the B player. Maybe they're going to go for the B hit and exploit that weakness. So Elige moves over there. But there's no one down on the A site. So it's just pistols here. Should be quite easy to clean up here. Wakadi is going to take one quick headshot out towards ultimate. And Nert's held back with an AK of his own.
All right, well, how much of a beating has Liquid taken in these past couple rounds? We'll find out in the next gun round how they're looking, if they feel like they've been disrupted, if they feel like they've lost track of things, lost control of things. It's been a very easy round for Aurora, staying away from any danger in these 2 saved AK-47s. Elige now is the only one remaining, and they're going to hunt that down. Zantares has got him boxed in.
Great
Aurora
round
within 2.
Great round to win here as well in the fashion that they've won it, Jason, with 5 players up at the moment. It's going to allow that money to continue to swell. You can see around $8,000 here for Major. Jordan's at 4K. Zantares needed some extra cash, so keeping everybody alive here would be absolutely massive. Elige has just been spotted. Let's go. They're going to put the pressure on. Pile it on. Elige gets 1 kill before being traded out by Wakadia and smiles back on the faces of the Aurora players, as it feels like they're back in the game.
Yeah, 3 in a row now. They've hit a little bit of a stretch here. 3 in a row to really kind of break down the Liquid defenses and make them feel mighty uncomfortable. This was a solid, comfortable, breezy lead just a few rounds back. Elige being vocal in the freeze time as guns come back into the hands of Team Liquid. Round 19. Can Aurora continue closing the gap? No kits for Team Liquid, but an early opening kill. That's Woxic to go down. However, Wakadi has been the point man for this T side on Aurora, and him still up means there's still something they can salvage.
Badger going down middle. Protected by the smoke for the time being, and actually trying to use it to fight up into connector. Re-smoke coming in from the CT side. Wakadi's grenade has caught Elige. So that opening kill that Team Liquid once held on to is no longer with them.
And these A defenders are starting to feel really nervous. You can tell by the counter utility choked out. Oh, ugly commitment. Joda can't land shots. Ultimate takes him down. And all of a sudden, things feel more comfortable on this side of the map until now. Zantares, he clicks into action. 1 kill onto Shuhei. The bomb is going to the B site, and Liquid have no idea.
Yeah, that B bomb site is open, up for grabs. The quickest play they can get there is Nertz, and he's out at the ladder room. Naf is going to be dropping back first instead, though. From the market, he'll go to the window. But they've already crossed by. Did he just see him?
Yeah, he saw one. I saw the lips moving.
Yeah. So Naf knows for sure he's going to go out for the peek into the bomb site. Confirms 2 players there. Nertz comes back in from short to help. Now Madra can't feel too comfortable about this.
He's got to wait for Zantares to clear out at least Naf.
Yeah, well, let's see if he can get this CT kill. He will. Ultimate's down. Now Naf inside of the market. Can Zantara take 2? Yes, he can. The Turkish Terminator is back online, and with 20 seconds left, that bomb needs to go down inside of the site. Nertz trying to win it on his own. He'll play out from short, using the smoke to try and gain some ground, create some cover, and move a little bit closer, but Zantara is still lurking around the bomb site. Nertz trying to isolate these fights into 1v1s. It's not going to be easy for him, but he's going to give it a good go, and there's the kill on Zantares. Traded out immediately by Major, and that is a huge round to pick up for Aurora because it truly means they're back.
It truly means they've gained control of this game. Now we've got them in some kind of a rhythm. Now Major's starting to feel the flow a lot better, a lot of new calls, and Zantares, that's maybe the first round in this game where it looks like he's felt comfortable and calm enough to be patient, wait for his moments. That's perfectly played from Zantares. Lurking and waiting, finding the kill that allows them to get into the B bomb site, and then activating once Major needs his help. Absolutely spectacular. And Liquid on the verge of dropping a massive lead.
Yeah, trying to figure out the buy here. Team Liquid going for a timeout. See what we can piece together. You can see Nertz chopping and changing at the purchase. He's had an M4, now he's got an MP9. So important here for Team Liquid to maximize the time they've got in this timeout to figure out what kind of purchase is available. They've gone for a pretty conservative approach, picking up MP9s, a couple of 5.7s, and a Deagle. They want to make sure that they have enough money to buy in the next round and still try and be potent in a round like this, try and pose a threat. But in all likelihood, we're going to be looking at a 10-10 scoreline with Aurora tying things up.
Yeah, that's a 4v5 conversion in the previous round as well for Aurora. So
another one as well. There's been a lot of those.
Oh, we got some mid-pressure for the first time from Team Liquid, but Aurora sense it. And everyone backs off to take up defensive positions to prevent any kind of a push.
Aurora going to be aware that things can get a little bit freaky in rounds like this. Don't want to end up getting caught by any stacks or any crazy aggressive maneuvers or traps being laid, but They go contact into the B bomb site, and they're seeing no one's home. This is huge because the bomb can comfortably arrive at the B site. And once the bomb goes down, there's no retake happening here for Team Liquid, so this pretty much confirms the round victory for Aurora.
Yeah, this is now kind of set up for some exit kills, see if you can grab a few weapons on the way out. That's a nice find. I don't think there's enough that they can get done to motivate them to actually go for this.
Well, we require Wakadia going down instantly without getting a kill, right? But they run right by him. Wakadia does get that kill. Nerd's trying to get the second. Wakadia is kept busy, and that means he's away from his two teammates, which gives Liquid a little bit of a chance to allow Shue out of the market window into the B bomb site. Matcher's dealt with the threat. Yeah, that's the problem. They don't have the kit. They don't have a smoke, so there won't be enough chaos created. Oh my god, Madger. Oh, that was the chance there for Shue.
Yeah, fair play on the little van on the bumper. 10-10, 5 in a row for Aurora to tie things up and make that lead from Liquid disappear. Ultimate's going to have the AWP in his hands again. 4 M4s to surround it, but Aurora is sitting pretty with plenty of cash behind this buy. They're all set for the closing stages of this match.
Oh, this is going to feel very frustrating for Team Liquid.
Oh, for sure. But this is also the cool part. You get it. Let's see what the mentality is, right? Like we all know Team Liquid, the history of this organization, a lot of choking, a lot of inability in high-pressure games and high-pressure moments to deliver for you. Let's see what the mentality of this new lineup with this new coach above them, if they can change that tune. They can change that tradition.
Elige wants to change his performance right now as well. 9-16. He would love to see Elige start getting involved in the later stages of this map. Ultimate's prowling around bottom middle, just having a little bit of a look down into the underpass, not spotting anybody from Aurora yet.
Elige mentioned this yesterday in a tweet as well in the series that they played yesterday. Started out slow, closed it out very well. Obviously that massive performance on Nuke. First map in that series was Mirage as well, so maybe it's not slow starts. Maybe he's struggling at the moment on the map. Either way, you're dead right. Any kind of increase in Elige's production in these last few rounds might be enough to bring Team Liquid over the finish line.
The ultimate AWP waits for the underpass peaks, and Tara's going to bait that shot out. Nerds now moving forwards, had a great map individually, doing damage, finished off by Shue, goes into the Xantares fight, loses it, and a missed shot here from Ultimate. He'll go back, but he knows Xantares is coming, and Ultimate able to reap the reward on two. It's Jota with no bomb, 30 seconds left, and Ultimate is finished off by the grenade, so it will fall to a 1v1. Shue outside of Khan in middle, Jota to hunt him down, 25 seconds, low HP, and Shue will knock him over. An end to the streak of the round victories for Aurora. It's close right down to the 1v1, but Team Liquid back into the lead of the game.
Jota even misses the nade. It bounces off the wall to kill Ultimate. If that goes where designed, Ultimate's alive in that situation. So one extra kill on the way out. So yeah, you lose the round, but you bring it to one player alive. You know the economy of Liquid is going to be so hurt.
It looked like Xantares had done enough there to get Aurora in a great spot. Ultimate does fantastic, misses the first shot, but recovers himself to take two. The fact that he gets the second, that pretty much sets Team Liquid up for the round win.
Well, those are the situations where when you say, like, he does excellent work, it's like, yeah, it's great to get those kills, but if he lands the clean shots earlier, right? If you land the first, yeah, then you don't lose a teammate, and then it's not as haggard. So, yeah, it does a lovely job recovering, but hitting those standard shots can make that a lot easier of a time, because Liquid has that whole plan of crunching and trapping in middle. The first player that Ultimate misses ends up taking down Nerds pushing on Catwalk, so, you know, give and take, but now they have that tough task with this bruised economy, with the AWP brought forward, Team Liquid. It's a better buy than I expected, but missing some utility on Ultimate.
Well, this is it for Aurora. Was the comeback for nothing. From 10-5 down to 10-10. Team Liquid have the chance to now take map point. Cardia be pushing out behind that top mid smoke into the boxes. Ultimate will retreat as the smoke fades away.
Looks like this is playing more like a standard Aurora round. You have Wakadia at the top mid boxes. You're going to have Xantares come in through the underpass for mid control. Wakadia will be able to choose if he wants to fall back and join up with an A executor, stick around to harass in middle, which looks like he'll stick around as the rest of the team works back towards the A bomb site. So end goal is the split onto A. But Wakadia and Xantares going to see what they can find in middle.
ladder room burnt out. No one can be playing inside of that. We've got Nerds advanced up in front of the ramp. There's a kill for Xantares. Elige continues to suffer here on Mirage. Nerds, though, the opposite. Another big multi-kill from Nerds here on Mirage. He's on the ramp. They're coming at him from multiple sides. Nerds is going to get back into cover with 30 seconds left. He's going to stay alive, pick up the AK instead of the M4. Looking for instant death onto Xantares, who has made a step towards Tetris, but he's not alone. And his teammate will pick that bomb up. Nerds goes into the swing. Xantares wins the essential fight, but Naft is coming in again on the flank. There's another layer to this from ramp. And Xantares is not ready for this one, and Naft will line them up, knock them down, and put Wakadia into the 1v2.
He's got to find ultimate. He doesn't care about Naf at the moment. He's like, let it settle. Where's the second player? Footstep makes the noise.
Knows that he's inside a con. Wakadia is going to take position up in jungle. There's ultimate down and out. Now it's on Naf coming back in. There's a kit down in front of the site. Naf has not picked it up yet. Taps on that defuse. Goes into the fight. Wakadia now spotted. Naf needs to run him down, but the time is ticking on. He needs to get to the kit. He needs to get to the defuse, and Wakadia has not given this up. It is going to be 11-11, and Wakadia with a huge clutch to keep Aurora fighting on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the kit mattered at the end of the day. Naf never felt like he could actually sit on that defuse, but that is a rough round to lose if you're Team Liquid. Nerds has to do so much. He does everything at that 8 bomb site. Even the death at the end sets up the play from Naf. They just can't get over the finish line. And Team Liquid looking at this one, what do we do? How do you choose to invest here? I almost feel like you go for it. That feels crazy for even me to say.
Well, that conversation being had right now. We'll see what the approach is.
Half buy is the safer option.
Well, Flashy, very vocal at the moment. This is Xantares dropping the leash. Nerds, you think, recovers it all. Does so well here, getting himself a double.
It's just the problem is everyone else is so far away after that, right? His 2 teammates at the A bomb site, you know, just don't get anything done. Even his death at the end, even the aggressive play to try and find, you know, Xantares is like setting up the flank from Naf and does it perfectly. Like, Nerds directly responsible for 4 of his team's kills in that round. Still not enough.
Triple push into the ramp here. Shuei leading that charge of Elysian behind him. Joda's default position is to wait passively for any aggressive maneuvers that Team Liquid might throw at them, and Joda could devastate this push on his own. He ends up getting dinked, and they're actually allowed to get away with that one, Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's going to make him feel a lot more comfortable with his mid control when you see 2 players pushing A. You know there's not enough bodies to really trap you in middle. Working the way up short now, and Liquid with these weaker weapons, with these SMGs, trying to figure out where they need to rotate to get involved in the action, how they're going to fight this at the end stage.
Xantares, the smoke will fade away, and Khan reveals his victim of Shuei. Elige blinded upon the peak, and Aurora will be heading to map point first on Mirage. It looked down and out. It was 10-5 for Team Liquid.
No, but they finally hit that Aurora that's dangerous. They finally got to this point in this game, and ever since they hit it, it's been no looking back. This has been an absolutely incredible run in the second half. 7 of the last 8, about to be 8 of the last 9 in the favor of Aurora to take a lead and give themselves one chance to steal this map away. And keep in mind, next map is Train, where Aurora have an 80% win rate to the 25% of Team Liquid, who have not played Train with Elige in the roster.
So many unknowns going into that second map for Team Liquid. We'll add extra insult to injury here from conceding 10-5 up to a possible 13-11 win here for Aurora, but Team Liquid saved extra money so they could get a good buy here into round 24. The AWP returns to the hands of Ultimate. Every player will have a rifle.
Yeah, but who knows what's going to happen. I feel like Liquid in this run, like there haven't been too many close rounds. I feel like Aurora's done a great job of just dismantling and picking apart this defense. They back off the initial mid pressure. This time not leaving Xantares and Wakadia there, but Liquid is real eagle-eyed in middle. One player ladder room, one player con, one player window room. So very mid-centric defense for what's going to be a play towards the B bomb site, where Naf sits and waits on his own.
Smoke into the window.
Naf's playing catwalk as well as a B defender, so he's too is leaning towards mid. But the hard thing is when this B hit comes in, him and Nertz are both going to be on short.
Yeah.
So rotating back in, like you'll have Naf is going to try and get into the bomb site now. Got to use the cover of the Molotov, so at least adjusting it now that they know mid is clear.
Yeah, starting to panic a little bit now. Jota applying some pressure on A, keeping them busy for the time being, but it's all about this B push. Naf only getting one kill. Can Nertz step up? He's got a double again. Nertz is saving Team Liquid, keeping them in this fight. A 4v2. Can Woxic and Jota close the map here and now, or will Team Liquid force us into overtime? The rotations have arrived. Everyone here now for Team Liquid. Shuai to the instant headshot, and Jota is just not in a position to win this one. It's Nertz and Naf doing the heavy lifting for Team Liquid to keep them fighting on here on Mirage. It won't be a complete disaster. It won't be a complete collapse. Team Liquid still have a chance to win it on Mirage.
Yeah, but how much can one man do? How much can Nertz do for this team? He's close to being in hard carry mode, especially down the stretch. Naf is close to them at 22 kills to end the day, but I think Nertz is going to finish with 28. Absolutely incredible in regulation. But now that all the money woes disappear, the saves that Liquid had in this past stretch, they don't have to worry about that anymore. Money comes back in flush.
Nertz was doing it all throughout this game. He had the AWP, he's had M4s, just highlights, AK highlights. Looking great from Nertz. Just, he needs to buy time for the rest of his teammates to show up, and Ultimate going to be chiming in straight away. An opening kill for Team Liquid to kick off overtime.
Getting a little frisky in middle as well with the Nertz push. Great flick from Woxic. Shuts him down. 4-on-4 provided, so Ultimate's opening pick gets negated immediately.
Shuai. Investigation being conducted up towards Palace. Going to be having a little look around here.
It's a cool play, and Liquid haven't had the freedom to do plays like this throughout their CT half because Aurora has just been, destroying this defense and getting into bomb sites. I feel like there's not been as many moments as they would have liked perhaps to push the extremities, but Shuai grabbing some very valuable intel that allows Elige to cheat towards that B bomb site to pair up with Naf. But without Nertz alive in this round, who from Liquid is going to be the hero?
35 seconds. Naf gonna spot it. Flash pops up. Out the window they go. Naf handles the pressure of the first, gets back to the second. Bomb spills to his feet, and he'll just clean up and make it look simple. It is Xantares, nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found, and there's nothing he can do to pull this round back. It is Team Liquid starting it with an ultimate kill in mid, and Naf ending it with a shutdown on B.
Yeah, that's the Naf we missed for about 6 months here in 2025. That is an incredible hold at the bomb site, especially getting caught off guard. Nice utility work as well, improvising the flashbang as quick as possible, and then ready for the fight after the fact. Triple kill from Naf in Nertz's absence. And that's 13-12 for Team Liquid.
Going for a double-up setup here, Team Liquid. Currently Naf and Ultimate wielding the snipers.
Okay, maybe want a little bit of mobility. Obviously, one of those, probably Naf will be posted up at the B bomb site and allows Ultimate to either play mid or A, but then it gives you a very, very mobile rifling core on this defense to shift around the map based off what they're sensing. Flashy getting involved in the conversation. This timeout was called by Aurora, who have now been blanked 2 rounds in a row. So the conversation now changes of, what are you going to call, Major? It felt like you were having a very good feel for the game. Some very cool setups in middle. Wakadia and Xantares and the slow mid defaults have been doing great work for you. That A bomb site has been there for the taking. You've been able to crack into it a number of times. And he's got to balance all that information to find out what's best to try and get their 13th round and tie things up again. This is an Aurora team that came back from 5 to 10 to have a chance to steal the map.
Oh, close to the flick there from Woxic. Getting into the off battle with Ultimate to kick off the second round of overtime here. Woxic going to be looking up to the ladder room. Elige, he was in this position in the last round as well. Xantares, oh my god, it's awkward. Elige again. having a real tough time
He's having
against
the game.
Zantares.
He's having the game Zantares had yesterday, where it just feels like he can't get any of the fights he's looking for.
Zantares eventually showed up, though. That was the difference.
That's a fair point. Yeah, I think Elige's been stuck on 9 for about 6 or 7 rounds now, going back towards the end of regulation. Gone very, very quiet.
Oh, Nertz has got that one. Zantares thought he was getting away with one into the smoke, but Nertz is so ready. And at least Nertz is playing with a strength of 2 players at the moment, so he's making up for that slack of Elige.
Back to the B bomb site, it looks. Walks it coming up short. 3 players in the B halls. Naf, we're going to get that double op tested. Nertz playing over towards Dark.
Oh, the Nertz-Naf combo on the B bomb site has been so strong.
Yeah, but it's Naf with an op. Now, strong with an op, good with an op.
Yeah, well, Nertz has been fantastic with the AK. Unstoppable, in fact. It's going to be Woxic down first from short. Now Nertz can fully focus on the rest of the players flooding out in front of him, but Naf is blinded. And with that AWP, he's going to miss the shot, but he still denies the bomb plant because he scares him off of it. Goes to the dual Berettas, swings on out, and Naf is just melting them on pistols. It's Magic now 1v3 all of a sudden with 10 seconds left. Shuei's arrived in the rotation, and Naf just delivers on the sidearm.
I mean, thank God he did, because I think Nertz is feeling like, man, I feel like I have a teammate at this bomb site, but my opera isn't watching anything. I think it's that awkward moment where Naf was going to check maybe for market, but man, Nertz was in a tough place. It's just the way that he misses a planting player who's not moving with the AWP and just deletes people with the dualies.
The fact that he actually stopped the plant without hitting the shot, though, is so funny. Naf then gets back to a double kill somehow, making the most of that. That might just be one of the rounds that tips this one over the line, as Aurora have some glaring weaknesses going into the last round of this T side of overtime. But Wakadia round the back of the AWPer, ultimate dead first.
That's a very risky play at this scenario. Okay, Shuei sees plenty coming up ramp. Elige is going to turn. I think they might have spotted him. They might have seen his gun barrel.
This has to be the moment, Elige. He's going to step up right now, Jason. We've been waiting. Nope, not going to do it. He's going to go down straight away. Jordan and Woxic clear out the site. And now Team Liquid fall to 2. So Aurora into the bomb site. A central round victory here, preventing Team Liquid from finding the flawless CT side.
Yeah, that round's really tough for Elige. You can't fault him for anything there. He's got to worry about Palace, which isn't smoked whatsoever. Not knowing where to look at the right time. This has Aurora written all over it. Major gets the kill in middle.
Oh,
Naf is going to go down eventually, 13-14. At the end of the day, they switch sides here in OT. 16 being the magic number for a win. We'll see that Liquid T side as well. I mean, did such a good job throughout the half. Was very good at playing slow pace, very good at taking control in middle, finding some opening kills. Very good on executing and scaling into bomb sites, making sure they're trading frags. But with all the money issues disappearing, Aurora going to be confident. And the AWP in Woxic's hands, plenty of utility.
Execution arrives in towards the A bomb site, but
it's got to be a pump fake. They don't have the bomb, and it's way, way early for this.
Oh, missed smoke though. So Zantares can see that. Gonna keep gathering info. No one's coming in towards the A bomb site.
I don't know if Zantares saw ultimate at the bottom of ramp. He had the chance. There's that window smoke coming in. Shuhei aligning himself for the mid fight, clearing out some angles, just jiggling corners. How aggressive do they want to be here in towards Khan? Shuhei stepping up. Woxic has eyes from Ticket.
Zantares peeking out for the bottom of the stairway. Shuhei peeled away, and Aurora given the advantage with 50 seconds left. It's extended upon by Wakadia. Given John his sandwich position, there's no way they're going to check him, especially with the distraction set up by the stairs peak. So it ends up being a very comfortable round here for Aurora until Naf and Nertz arrive. And even then, Woxic's shot should confirm there's no problems, and Zantares will arrive at the top of the stairs. And it is a tight game once again. Every time you think Aurora down and out, they find a way to stay alive.
Yeah, that round felt very, very weak out of Liquid. Obviously, when Shuhei and Elige go down over in Khan and short, it's like the A exec has really no chance of coming in. So the pump fake to take attention away from middle, which succeeded, but never able to get a clean fight as Shuhei tries to get in towards Khan, and that means Elige is just sitting out in the open on an island and short. So it's Liquid's timeout here in the first overtime as they talk things over. Gives a chance for Major to bark out some orders as well for his CT-sided team. And how does Shuhei and Flashy want to end this overtime? Do they want to have the more slow, calculated rounds like they just did? Do they want to have something a little bit more explosive, a little bit more bursty? Double up for the CT side of Aurora now. Wakadia with one, Woxic the other.
Quicker from Team Liquid with heavy numbers into middle. 4 players top mid, 1 on the ramp, and really fast up short here. Woxic gonna drop Elige. Opening kill goes the way of Aurora. Woxic's gonna hang around and look for this follow-up too. And he's concerned about connectors. He was about to nade it and then gets peeked at that time by Nerds. So a 4v4. Decent start here from Liquid to pull the kill back, but immediately Jota will respawn and Shuei's gone. So 3v4 to recover here for Team Liquid's T side. Otherwise, Aurora up to map point.
Yeah, and Liquid at the moment is spread across the map. There's no way for any of them to work together at the moment. And Ultimate kind of perched with this AWP. I feel like you almost want to leave that a little bit centralized, but he's the best person to go pick up the bomb, it feels. Nertz is going to be the one to do it as Ultimate stays scoped up on short, but where do you go to get in? Good news for Team Liquid is you've got Naf and Nertz alive, your 2 heavy hitters, both of them over 30 kills on this map. Naf's presence at A ramp now noted, but it's Catwalk as the play.
Ultimate gonna keep Madra back, won't allow him to peek into connector as they move up. Team Liquid have an opening here, good flash as well, keeps Antares pinned back in jungle. And Team Liquid have a central space into the site, but then Madra comes around regardless, still takes Ultimate down. And as that Naf Nerds combo that have been lights out, both players have broken 30 kills. 15 seconds on the clock. That's the big problem here. Nerds has got a plant. He's going to do it in the open, then denied. Centaurus has got the kill, and Naf is running out of time and out of life as Aurora head up to map point on Mirage. They've stayed in it. They've had to come back time and time again, but Aurora on top at the moment.
Yeah, Liquid's lost their mojo over towards Khan. They're not getting any production there, and they've kind of headed towards it for a couple of rounds, but every time they do, just losing players. Elige going for that early challenge. This time Woxic has the op. Great smoke break from Jota for the kill onto Shuhei. Happened as well previously. Zantares holds on towards Khan, and Liquid without that little piece of map control, these A hits are so weak.
Well, Aurora, remember 10-5 down. Let's see if they can close it now. Nertz throwing caution to the wind and just running out of the A ramp. He's taking that opening kill. He will be stopped, humbled, and held back. But here goes Shuhei. Oh, he's found the gap and he's got the kill on Wakadia.
This is such a scary round for Aurora because of the craziness and the chaos of Nertz's aggression. They don't really know how to react because it's not a rush. It's only one player, but all of a sudden the whole map is out of control. Now they've got to scramble. Major slowly walking back towards market, but Team Liquid haven't made the decision to commit. So he's got time to get in and get settled.
Oh, not only that, but he's bringing Woxic's AWP back. Madra, that smoke's a little bit too late. It's got to be bullets instead. And Woxic's come in with one of his own, but Madra gets nothing. It is Woxic arriving to the bomb site. Nertz will lock that plant in, and it must be a retake now, a 2v4 to close the map. Otherwise, we go again. And Zantares is the only player that can do anything about this, and even he can't pull this one off. It is going to be a double overtime. Team Liquid stay in the fight. Nertz leads the charge out ramp, and the B bomb site finish is enough to keep going.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, Nertz really is, again, if it weren't for Naf, he'd be hard carrying, but he is providing literally all the energy in the early parts of the rounds, right? He's providing so many openings for you. Naf is getting involved later and having great impact, but if it's not for Nertz, you're never getting to the late round. This is an incredible performance from Nertz, and exactly what everyone wanted to see when he donned the Team Liquid jersey.
Elige finally off 9 kills as well.
Yeah, I was going to mention, I wanted to wait for the hype of a second overtime before really dropping the bomb, but yeah, Elige, that's his first kill in about 9 or 10 rounds, it feels.
Yeah, and it was a good one too, once to match her.
It's an important one, yep.
Yeah. Wakadia gonna be up short, that smoke cleared by the nade. Oh, Zantares.
That's a nasty one-way.
Oh, he's going to hold the side of it, and Nertz is going to walk right out in towards Zantares. Opening kill claim by Aurora. follow-up should be there as well, but actually, Wakadia is going to survive, and now Lige is starting to get going. There's a kill straight onto Wakadia.
Now everyone's getting really eager in this at this stage in the game. Everyone's feeling some nerves. Liquid just double smoked Khan as well, so a bit of a miscue there. That takes away an important piece of utility. They now only have one smoke remaining. And the bomb hasn't scaled up Catwalk at all, so that's going to be important smoke to utilize.
Under 1 minute on the clock, and the bomb is going to be going back to a B bomb site finish. Only Manager here at the moment. Closest player to him is Zantaras, who is starting to get a little bit closer as we speak.
Yeah, he'll slide over now. Question is, can Ultimate pick anybody off trying to rotate from that A bomb site? He's got that deep angle in, and he'll mostly ignore... Ooh, no, he's going to turn and help out.
Well, Ultimate walking up into Manager's rifle, gives away his position, quick switches, and Elige floods out of the window right in towards him. Now with Zantaras from the back of the bench. Okay, another one from Zantaras, finally taken down by Elige, who must clutch this one up.
Yeah, no matter what kind of a game you have, you win this kind of clutch, you get a lot of props. 1 versus 2, bomb planted, but he's going to be feeling boxed in inside the site.
On for the ace, and can't get it as Jota just takes him down upon the first peak. It will be Aurora to reclaim the round, and once again, Zantaras delivering some impact on that B site.
Yeah, really good rotation, whether it was his read or whether Major called him over, but perfect positioning at the exact moment he was called upon. That's the second time Zantaras has used that position to good effect. Gotten a few kills out of it in this game. Major quick switching a little bit too fast, but way too much for Elige to do at the end. Maybe if him and Naf are alive, could have been a different story, but he's just got nowhere to go after planting the bomb. 16-15. 19 now your winning number.
Here's Elige speeding up through short. He's got a lot of space to play with. And he gets himself into the ladder room and will plant himself there for the time being.
Shuhei's, again, his con plays have not been effective. If he goes forward again, Zantaras has all the advantages in this situation. Great shot from Wakadia on the double op, and that's the signal Liquid's going to be saying right now. Double op setup. Elige does grab the kill on the trade, but Zantar's there for one of his own, and still the op lives in the B bomb site.
Look at Shuhei trying to get in behind the B bomb site defender. There's only one player here. It's Wakadia. And he can't watch everything. Nearly gets back to the angle in time there, but Shuhei will still take him away. And the numbers even once again, but Zantaras is slowly but surely marching his way up short. Just about missed out on the opportunity to stop Naf from safely planting that bomb down in the site. And as soon as he goes out to the peak, it's Ultimate with the double kill. That should silence the round, and it will, as it is going to be 16-16. Team Liquid tying things up again. Jota giving it a go, though. And maybe I spoke too soon. We'll see if Ultimate, he's in a good position to once again nail this shot, but he is low HP, so can't stick around. Goes back behind the wall. Jota's starting to close some space down. Does have a kid on his back. The time will start to thin out, but that molly is good. Ultimate burning, and down to 2 HP into the middle of the site. Hits the no-scope of all shots to win the round out for Team Liquid.
Lovely work from Ultimate picking up the op over at bench, and then he's going to be tough to clear out of that position. Great pressure applied. Once again, Elige with a very important kill at that B bomb site, taking down Major before being killed on Catwalk by Zantaras, but that one kill alleviates so much of the pressure. It's Shuhei who really opens up the release valve with that flank. Well managed from Team Liquid. 16-16. It's got it going blow for blow in this overtime. No team's been able to go on any kind of significant run.
Yeah, it's hard to call who is even kind of edging this one out. And it's going to be Ultimate to drop Zantaras straight away. So an opening kill on a really impactful player here for Aurora.
Feels like the first time Liquid's had the opening in middle. I feel like Aurora's defense has been doing it all, getting all those victories. So playing from a man advantage position. Khan smoked off. There's still the op on short. Woxic with the deep angle. Lovely stuff on Inerts, who wanted the challenge. Advantage gone and no real significant map control from it.
Legion of the connector will play in behind that smoke while it's still up. The head actually might have just shown Jota had a little look towards it. Didn't see Elige. Now spots him. Can't win the fight. An essential jewel picked up here by Elige. Wakadia is going to wait under the wood. Strong position. especially with maybe some help from his teammates, but Elige has started to really warm up now. It took a long time, Jason.
There we go.
But second overtime is where he's thriving. And that's going to be Team Liquid reclaiming the lead of the game.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot from Elige with 17 HP to really make sure there's no extra danger in this round. No worry of them dropping and letting it slip away. Voxic might just give this the old-fashioned... Actually, he's got low money. He might want to back off and save this. Oh, excuse me, this is the last round.
Yeah, so he's going to go and give it a go, but unlikely to find himself anywhere near the site, as Elige will confirm the triple kill, and in fact has overtaken Shuei now in the kill department.
Okay. He's got a smile as well.
He's like, yeah, finally.
Yeah, you can feel the absence.
The mouse is working
Yeah,
again.
you can feel when the kills aren't coming. But again, like, you get those impact kills down the stretch. I've always said it's the mark of great players is you're always going to have bad games, but if you can stay mentally in the game to have impact down the stretch, it's all that really matters.
I mean, that's what you were just saying just before overtime started, I suppose, Jason. You were saying, if Elige actually has a couple of rounds even here, that could be enough to make the difference. Nerds and Naf have hung in there long enough to allow someone else to come online. But as we were just saying in the previous round, it's still so hard to call how this one is going to go because Aurora have been going blow for blow with Team Liquid throughout this entire game. And could easily once more grab momentum. Santara's a real threat as he gets his way out of the underpass, under the window.
Liquid really sure that the opening stage of this round are going to be dictated by the con area in middle. They've sent Naf to the B bomb site alone. There's nobody even on short. So you're putting a lot of faith in Elige ultimate to be able to do so. Oh, the flashbang is perfect!
Yeah, Elige gets away with one as that smoke clears, but he couldn't get back to safety. So Ricardia with an essential trade. And we're going to see Aurora start dropping most of the players away from top middle, leaving Madra in position while the rest go back for an A finish.
Nertz is pushed up inside of A ramp, but that smoke is going to fade, so it's no longer going to be there as a trap. He's just going to sit and wait, and I have to imagine this is going to get cleared. Surely you hard clear this. However, even if he goes down, 2 more players at the A bomb site, and Naf rotating as well.
With the way Nertz has been playing, it's hard to imagine him not getting one, and he will get that one pick. Jota going to respond to him. But now Ultimate looks to plug the gap on the A ramp.
The con play for Major is critical.
He has to be successful as he comes through. Are they even looking at it?
They're waiting
Do they even consider Ultimate still waiting? His teammates still fragging, and it's all on Woxic coming out of the ramp, denied by Shuei, and Team Liquid into the lead of the game. They've got map point on Mirage once more.
Yeah, 2 chances. The chance to close out the map in regulation was taken away from them, but finally they have their due opportunities. 2 of them, and timeout called by Aurora. As a little chit-chat is going to occur. That is a nice hold, and Liquid was so convinced the ending play was going to be at the A bomb site. They were right the whole way along. It'll be interesting now with the map on the line how Aurora decides to play this one. B bomb site has been tough to get into. Naf and Nertz have been playing there quite frequently in tandem, the 2 strongest performing players for Team Liquid. They have been able to have success in mid. They have been able to have success at the A bomb site. So what does Major bring to the table? Do you trust the individuals with the default to take control and build off something from there, or do you call and execute out of spawn?
Mid smokes go out for Aurora, top mid and window. Ricardia the only player here. It's a heavy lean towards B early on from Aurora. In fact, everyone here apart from Xantares who's been sent down into the underpass. So they're going to test Naf. He's been so good on B. He's been a little bit quiet over the last few rounds though. But let's see if Naf can go loud to win Team Liquid this map. They come out at Shuei on the first kill. Elige has arrived from short and the double should seal it, but Jota and Woxic have other ideas. They stay in this fight for Aurora. There's the rotation in from Ultimate and another shot that should be another step towards victory on Mirage. It has been a marathon on this first map. But it looks like Liquid are the team to endure.
It's really weird though. I almost feel like the 2 cat players should be repositioning right now. Like, do you really want to scale up Catwalk against Woxic? You know it's the Opper.
Well, the smoke is up for the time being. Then they peek on the fade. It's Woxic getting away with it in nearly a second, but Shuey finally brings Mirage to a close. This is exactly the kind of first map you want to see between two of the top names here at PGL Masters Bucharest.
Definitely, and if you're a Team Liquid fan, you definitely want to see those two players popping off that popped off, Naf and Nertz. Crazy to sort of see Naf roll back the years like that. Nertz, I was expecting. You know, obviously he's been resurgent. We highlighted that at the start of the contest. But, yeah, I mean, like, they got it done in the end. And they got it done without Elige as well.
Well, towards the end, it was even with Elige,
yeah,
to be honest. I don't know if you saw, but the way that Elige popped off at the end of that game in Celebration, I don't know if he would have that pop off if it ended in
no, definitely not.
When he was like 920 or something, I don't think he would have been that happy, but, you know, they got it done.
He was like, what, 3-10 in opening duels, which is truly ridiculous. He was basically feeding them in that, at least in regulation, but yeah, real pop off from him. I think he had like double his kills almost in overtime. But yeah, a strange game, in all honesty. It felt like Liquid really had Aurora's number for the majority of the game. It was 10-5. But credit where it's due. I feel like Masher was able to kind of figure out how to deal with their CT sides, some really good calls coming out. And sure, you can be like, oh, maybe they shouldn't have gone for that B rush come, the penultimate round of regulation and whatnot. But you can't really blame him for that. I think he had a pretty solid game. I feel like the first half is where Aurora just made too many mistakes, man. And I feel that's what allowed the game to slip out of their fingers.
Yeah, I think as well, though, Aurora, this is what their value proposition is in tournaments like this. It's lots of firepower, lots of good individual moments, but then when the going gets tough, they seem to capitulate a little bit. And what was kind of interesting in this is that's kind of Team Liquid's jam as well, right? They love to do that too. So this is why it kind of went the distance. But in the end, it's Liquid, thanks to Nertz, that were able to get it over the line.
Yeah, in the end, it was actually kind of the opposite for Aurora because they were taking turns. Everybody was having some of their moments, while for Liquid, it was the duo you were talking about that was carrying them through it, and not so much on the other side of huge props to Nertz, especially. I think he was the one who was having a lot of impact. Obviously, Naf was having the output, but maybe it was a bit more like a couple of kills here and there that you don't necessarily notice, but they happen on the sides, right? And Nertz was the one coming up with the big impact plays. A couple of them didn't really work out, but still, really big props to him.
Maybe Elige should get aligned with Nertz rather than, vice versa.
I feel for Nertz, just as Striker pointed out, right? Like, I think it was working. There were times you'd see him go for this individual plays, but it was based off information plays and just overall working very well with the pack. It could also be because, he's been with this team for such a long time. It felt for Elige, there were so many moments, especially towards mid, it was reminiscent of when he just joined FaZe and he was trying so hard to try and find some impact. And that's something we've seen from Elige over the years, right? If he's muted early on, if he's having a bit of a quiet start, he seems to kind of try to want to prove to himself that he still kind of has it and just goes for these unnecessary duels, just giving away so many free kills to Aurora, where I feel that was one very important factor in Aurora mounting that comeback. The fact that it was so many 5v4s early on towards mid by Elige sacrificing himself for nothing.
Yeah, I got to say, Aurora looked very much like they did yesterday for me. Whereas Team Liquid, I felt they had a tenacity and a bite to them that I haven't seen there for a while.
Yeah, it's another overtime game that they had to plow through. Yeah. Obviously, that one they won. This one went the other way, but it could have been. And the same way as before, they needed to rely on a couple of clutches that another Wikari on 1v2 that they had towards the end that even saved it from effectively going to overtime in the end. They had to make the last second push for it. And on the other side, of course, it's Nertz and Naf slowed down a little bit towards that overtime, but then finally Elige steps up to make up for a little bit of what Blair was talking about, because he was overcompensating like crazy towards the beginning. He was just giving up advantages all the time. So to see him reset from that, we don't necessarily see that from Elige so easily. Yeah. But it's a good sign.
Yeah, and I'll stay with you. We'll take a look at some rounds. I'll take you all the way back in time to round 7. It was yesterday, I think.
Yeah, I think Liquid just generally had a really good chance to just run away with the first half, but I think this was the round that kind of turned it around, right? Because they gave up the opening kill in middle, and then you see Shuhei here just leaving ultimate in middle while he was faking out with smokes in towards connector and towards window. Then ultimate is pushing down mid, trying to walk through a smoke effectively that just Shuhei just threw, while Liquid just walk out apps without any real, refragging attempt or anything like that. Ultimate effectively has nothing to do from the connector side. I felt like it made a lot more sense if they had left Nerds in middle, who was the one who rotated towards A. He can maybe brave the smoke in connector and try to turn the 4v5 from that, rather than from an AWPer who has to brave a smoke or has to wait for the smoke to wait out. Then you have a chance, to do something out of connector, pull the attention on you, while Ultimate would have a chance from ramp to take the fight with Woxic, for example, who was posted up on CT, So it was just like one of those swing rounds that didn't really make sense to me. Of course, it was a 4v5 in the first place.
Yeah, it's also because even if it was a rifler being posted over there, right? Like what did he smoke off? Smoked off con, smoked off towards window, right? There was no pressure being applied towards mid. There was no one present over there, and just slowly just kind of creeping, crawling out. There was no reason for Aurora to rotate away or just try to fight from mid or anything. They just hold on to those default positions at the A. So I think that was one puzzling round. But overall, I think it was a pretty solid tease-out from Liquid. But then again, I want to give credit for Aurora, where it looked like it was going to spiral out of control, but after that round we just pointed out right there, they started going for this aggro plays, fighting mid, fighting underpass, Jota pushing towards ramp multiple times, and that was, I feel, kind of the turning point in that particular game. Aurora starting to kind of regain control of that first half.
And you want to take a look at round 12?
Yeah, this is just a comedy of errors, man, for Aurora. This is the final round of the first half. It's a 5v3. All right, Major he goes above and beyond. He gets 2 kills here, buys Lonesome on this B bomb site. 1, 2, and even better, he stays alive. He's low on HP. Why is Woxic alone with the AWP just running up?
I mean, that's a classic Woxic play right there, by the way.
I was literally praising him, saying, he's taking a lot of his duels. He's, trying to take matters into his own hands. He gives the op to Naf, who gets the kill. In the meantime, the rest of the CTs, they're trying to retake the site. The bomb's not even planted yet. It's a 5 versus 3, and even if Major dies, it's okay. You still have a 4 versus 3. The bomb's on the bomb side. You have them kind of trapped right there. There are these moments where when they have the player advantage, they have the man advantage, there's no reason to go for these plays. And it's not just Woxic running up and giving a free AWP, which is Xantares as well, just creeping, crawling in, getting caught with a player towards bench, for example. They have the pistols. They're there, but you don't have the exact information as to where they are exactly. So this is textbook. This is like pug level Counter-Strike, where playing like a face level 10, they know how to approach this scenario, and they just threw that round away. And in context, if you think about it, this could be them running away with this game if they hadn't messed that round up.
Yeah, and it's also all coming on the CT side, where they usually are on the stronger side, and it's the T sides that let them down, right? So if they don't get the rounds that they should get on the CT sides, then that's where they struggle. Of course, in the end, the clutches kind of pulled them out of that trouble and got them to overtime. But they maybe shouldn't have been in that position in the first place.
And just a classic meltdown of a round from the side of Aurora.
Isn't it?
Here's the thing, Rich. I've seen this so many times from Aurora in the past this season, right? Rounds where, we're talking about a team who are at the tail end of S-tier teams, right? But they are very, very capable. You don't expect to see these sort of mistakes from teams of this caliber, players of this caliber. That was Woxic, one of the most experienced players on that team.
No, but here's the thing with that, Blair. Like, I've watched Woxic for a long, long time. I've been one of his biggest advocates going back to the mouse era.
Yeah.
If there's one thing he does, if he gets a little bit frustrated or a little bit in his head, he will deliver an AWP to the opposition like it's on Uber Eats. Like, he's there, man. Like, if you want an AWP, he's there. He will make an aggressive play, push by himself, and just die. And he did that so much in the Cloud9 era, the failed...
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
That was, like, very much a hallmark of his thing. We've got a slightly longer segment. Before I set up Train, I wanted to ask you, Striker, Shuhei, right? Obviously, he was earmarked for greatness with everything he achieved at Mouse. There was supposedly a scramble for him. I was very critical of G2 not getting him. Then he went to Liquid and unfortunately hasn't had that period of success yet. Do you place any of that on him, or do you think he's still the right man for the job?
I think he's still the right man, because I think he never really had the coach that he would work well with, and it seems like that's turning around now. I mean that's back to the conversation we had about Flashy earlier in the segment, right? Where he seems to have taken a lot more control over this team, and having that kind of combination with Shuhei seems to be working better now. And we saw that in the past. I mean, Shuhei's obviously had Ash as his mentor in the GamerLegion days. Then he had Cyclone, who I think now people are turning around to see as one of the better coaches of the current era. And now, hopefully, you know, Flashy turns into another one of those up-and-coming coaches that we see as, you know, some of the greatest that we have in the game at the moment. So I think that's the part that I see the positive in.
Okay. We'll talk about Trainbler. Let's set it up. Obviously, Aurora's pick. Yeah. I still like Aurora for this series because I think on Train, they should definitely, I think they should win this map for sure.
I think so as well. I feel for the side of Liquid, they've only played it once. I think it was a Birch Cup, a smaller LAN event right there. And they really haven't been tested. And this is a map that, even though you have it in the pool, if you don't have the reps going against decent opposition, you're going to get found out. Your whatever setups you haven't really been truly tested, right? And the thing is for Aurora, they're going to be starting T side. And I've said this time and time again, I think they have some really, really cool ideas on the T side of Train. We saw them against Furia as well when they picked this over in like just a couple of weeks prior in Malta. And, they were able to adapt on the fly. Furia, CD side, really, really dominant, but still they were able to accrue, I think, 3 or 4 rounds there. I feel Woxic feels very comfortable as well with the AWP, trying to go for the aggro peaks and whatnot. And more importantly, they're able to, a lot of teams in the T side and Train, they kind of play a little too static for my liking, a little bit too textbook and default, because that is the way to approach the map, right? But when you play that way against a good opposition, a good CD side, you can just get completely shut down. You're looking at Nerds and you're looking at Nav and Elish, and if they get the deep control and you're trying to execute with 20 seconds remaining on the clock, you're going to get murdered, massacred. I like the fact that they speed things up sometime. They're not afraid to just run on in, group up together like a pack, and just trade out kills right there. So that is something which could go their way. Also, they did wake up on Mirage, so the players are activated. I see this going to map number 3, man.
Yeah, no, same thing here, to be honest. I think Train's definitely going to be one of the maps that, Liquid haven't had too much time to practice with this lineup still, because they've been on kind of a run of tournaments with this lineup because they've kind of had to be. So that's probably been on the back burner for them. They did play it quite a bit in the previous iteration, but since then, Nerds has had to move into inner. They've had some of these positional changes because of the leash change coming in, right? So they're probably going to be a bit raw. I still think that they're going to be fine in terms of their basics because they did play it quite a bit in the previous iteration, so I don't think that there's going to be any problem with that. I was actually looking into the stats, and this is one of the better ultimate maps on the CT side especially. He actually gets quite active and looks for angles. He pushes through Ivy. He changes positions a lot, so he's kind of hard to predict. And that's kind of what Ultimate thrives in when he's on form. So I'm curious if he's going to continue that.
Yeah. All right. Great talking to you guys. A wonderful segment. Now we are going to go to a break, and we're going to find out if Team Liquid are getting above their station as we go to Train. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this
Aurora versus Team Liquid rages on here. We're getting into Train. Aurora having to bounce back into the series. A double overtime extravaganza on the first map, Jason. We're hoping for more of the same here on the second, but it does feel like we have to edge this one to Aurora because we've never seen Team Liquid play it with
Let me step in front of you because I had that wrong. I've thrown you down the river that they played it once.
Oh, they played it once?
They played it once.
I just got a nut trust.
It was an 8-13 loss against 9 back at the Birch Cup towards the end of September.
Birch Cup.
So very early on. So they have that one game of experience on it, and obviously some time between then and now that they could have freshened things up and tried things. I'll say this, though. Train was the map the old Team Liquid rosters historically used to just not want to play. Elige didn't really like Train. No one on the team really liked Train. They just didn't want to touch it. So still going to be kind of a newish experience for these guys.
Kind of newish, but not newish. There's Nert straight away, though, getting into the fights. He was the hero of Liquid over in the last map. It's a 1-for-1 between him and Wakadia, though. That'll be a 4v4 to start things off, with plenty of time still left on the clock here for Aurora.
Yeah, tricky position for Elige to just grab some intel, relatively safe. Only danger is really if they creep up close to him along the wall, but he can constantly tell his teammates that box halls is clear, that there's no presence in this position, so Liquid gets to play with 3 players towards the outer yard. We've got Ultimate over at the new boxes. Shuhei and Naf playing around the camera angle. Ultimate's got to bail out. He got gushed immediately. Find some safety at the bomb train, but they need kills, and that's not going to happen.
God.
Great shooting from Wakadia stepping up. But a 2-on-2, and Alicia's coming from Pop.
Coming through the Pop Dog right now, but isn't going to go for the peak because everything's gone silent, and Naf is actually going to go on the push around Ivy, knowing that Aurora will have to pick the bomb up. There's the fight between Elige and Zantares. Elige down to 40 HP, goes back into the peak again, not able to finish him off. And 35 seconds remaining as Naf, not in his chair apparently, he is still going to be winning this one. The Invisible Man looking for shots and unable to get it done because Wakadia, he's on for the ace. He's on for all 5. As we've got Naf left on 2 HP running away from this.
Yeah, so well played from Aurora, from Wakadia with the entries. I mean, yeah, a lot of Wakadia, but Zantares as well, even towards the end. You can see him full focused in this pistol round. Was able to kind of be patient, wait for the Pop Dog play from Elige, then also sense if there's no more action coming from 6 Train, coming from camera, Naf's repositioned as well. So he was ready for both of those flanks and make sure that nothing gets tough for Aurora in this pistol. 1-0. First pistol of the series for Aurora. They lost both of them on Mirage previously, so that's a great start to the map.
Yeah, Wakadia with some great shooting. And to trade out that initial frag from Nertz. Now let's see what the Aurora T-side has in store for us on Train. And all right, I think even more so, bring it back to the point that Liquid have actually played this map one time. It actually only furthers my point, which is that Aurora should be heavy favorites on the second map because they got banged out by 9.
And I think this is one of the maps that, I mean, this is their best win rate, statistically, just looking at the page on HLTV as well, Train. And it's a map they adopted kind of early as well. They were one of the first teams I saw doing hyper-aggressive plays back way when Train first came out. So things have changed and things have adapted, but they've kept up with the meta on the map, so going to be very tough for Team Liquid, and especially starting on the CT side is great, but let's just say you have a terrible first half. Do you really have enough in the tank to bring it back on T side?
Elige has pushed through Pop. He's got a bit of a flank going on here. Jod is watching for it. Elige wisely not committing to it just yet. He's got Shuhei just in behind him, so this double push up through Pop could be effective here for Team Liquid. But look how aware Aurora are of the possibility.
I should have heard those footsteps, even though nothing burned the feet. They'll have the sound cues and now the execute into the inner bomb site. Team Liquid out of position, and you're just going to call for the save and bring all 5 of these weapons into the next round and try it again. Set up for some exits, perhaps. If the evacuations come back towards box halls, it can be very damaging. But I think Aurora is going to start clearing out CT spawn any moment. So 2-0 for Aurora. A unicorn round, a pacifist round. Nobody goes down.
Yeah, you can see Aurora very aware of the possible traps and weaknesses that might have been out there that the CTs could have thrown in. Instead of taking straight up fights, use utility to force Team Liquid back. And as you mentioned, no point in throwing everything into this retake attempt and losing weapons. Just give it a go in the next here for Team Liquid. A round in which you would have nothing if you had lost this round. So 2-0 start on the T side for Aurora, who are really hoping that they can get off to a clean, easy lead.
Especially if you think about that first map as well. Ooh, a couple kills right at the end. Nice finds for Ultimate. Especially if you think of how like Mirage kind of played out, right? They had the slow start. It felt like they weren't really getting into things until the second half came, and then they won like 7 of 8 rounds or something crazy like that, and they just like kind of switched on at one point. If they could start the game at a high level like that, I mean, obviously going to be much easier, but like that's going to be a tough team to play against if you just get that Aurora from start to finish. One more chance with these weaker weapons. 2 Deagles, a 5.7, and 2 MP9s.
Yeah, good utility, but it's not going to stop Shuai from being impactful. He's still going to come out with that first kill.
Worth.
And he's on 9 HP. He'll start switching out his weapons. And he'll play with just the 5.7. Alicia's pushed in towards teammate as well.
Yeah, and those sound cues are heard by Aurora as well, so they might start actually feeling pressure to like maybe pick up the pace and make a decision of where they want to go. Because those footsteps in team main, you start to say like, okay, the map is a little bit smaller now. They've got this control. They know we're not here. They have quick flank access. Forcing back anyone who were to be in pop. Nobody's home. 4 players outside for Team Liquid. Still no rifles recovered is the dangerous point. Oh, Shadow.
As Madger burning away Shuai. Zantara is going to go down to the Deagle. Woxic to respond. 3v3, still a chance here for Team Liquid, but with Woxic getting that kill on Elige, starts to decrease the chances of Liquid's impact being felt here. Nertz and Nav, the 2 heaviest hitters from Mirage, still on the server.
Yeah, but they gotta realize what's happening really quickly. Aurora's gonna book it into the other bomb site, so swaps out for the AK-47. Nertz has a flank, but Nav needs to create something, some opportunity, get a kill, take some attention away from the flank.
Well, he has delayed them a little bit here as well. Nertz coming around. There's Rakadia turning back, but Nertz has got the kill. Remember, low HP right now on Woxic. It's on Madger to deliver a headshot here. Naf is coming through. Nertz has gone silent. Madger starts to piece together in his brain that the likelihood of Nertz going silent for no reason isn't to be the case. It's all about allowing Naf to make the next move, but he's made that move and taken damage. But look at Nertz slipping in. There's one quick kill. He knows exactly where Madger is. He can get over towards that defuse. It's planted at long range, but not going to be planted for the post-plant area of Madger, who climbs up on top, and Nertz has got the kill. Gets back to that defuse. It is going to be close, Jason, but Nertz is confidently holding it.
So confidently
holding it. Holding it all the way, and he just won't have the time whatsoever. So it ends up being 3 in a row here for Aurora. Madger does win out the clutch. Well, a lot of damage and bringing it close to the breaking point there from Team Liquid.
Yeah, just a straight up sigh of relief though from Major that defused actually doesn't come in. That nade does the job of pulling it off. I think Nertz thought it was going to be a Molotov. But, I mean, great call from Major in the 2-on-2. Whoever made the decision in that scenario of like, okay, we can't just sit here afraid to move because we have a flank coming in from Nertz. We have to go find something else. Push towards Naf. That kill alleviates so much of the pressure. However, money's really hurt. A strong buy here, but if they're to lose, Aurora out of funds early on train.
Shadow allows Woxic the extra millisecond to react on Shuai, so an opening taken here by Aurora's sniper.
5-on-4. Great advantage in the early stages. And that's someone who's been paired up with Nertz towards the inner bomb site, so Nertz is feeling very, very lonely. Naf would be the next one to rotate over. He's over at the bomb train outside. He's got to start moving and shifting in towards Khan. Here comes the execute and utility.
The run down into the ramp, into the B site. Nertz retreats in behind oil train. He's going to hear a lot of steps coming close towards him. Nertz is hoping that they don't check him. He can get away with this, but now has to give away his position. Gets out of dodge before that peek from Xantares came up from the elevated area, but look how many players now running Nerds down. It's going to be impossible for him to find any impact. And Ultimate can't even retreat with the AWP, which leaves Naf in a 1v4 save. So that's 4 in a row here for Aurora.
No good options. Just a great call from Aurora as well, just to hit that inner bomb site. Nerds, if they wanted to win that round, he had to challenge for some space. He had to make sure they weren't pushing up in those fashion. He had his like moment around high train, around oil train to maybe take a fight, but he had to do something if Liquid was going to get back into that round. Just the weakened nature of the rotations due to Shuhei falling early means it's impossible to hold back the floodgates.
I mean, look how controlled and comfortable Aurora look at the moment, Jason. Tell we switched over to a comfort map of them.
Yeah, that, and I think combined with probably, I mean, let's keep track of it. It's only been 4 rounds, but I think we're going to notice a lot of discomfort on the Liquid side. Probably not as well drilled as we saw in scenarios on Mirage. They're going to take a timeout really, really early on. Have a conversation about this next round and how they want to buy, how they want to work things out. I don't think they expected an AWP in that round. You clear out all 5 players in round 2 and a loss. I don't think you expect there to be an AWP in the field of play. Shuhei gets surprised in the worst possible scenario.
Okay. In the background, that
was flashy. We could hear a little bit of the shouting. Didn't really hear the context of it. They go 3 or 4A. A lot of teams do that, you know?
Not really too much to take from that one.
No, not at all.
All right, over in the B stream right now, Mirage has gone the distance as well. I believe that first map between Fnatic and FlyQuest went all the way. FlyQuest just edging out 13-11. Looks like they're about to do the same over on the B stream again. All right, Aurora 4-0 up, Team Liquid. This is what they've brought to the table. It's a Scout, MP9, M4, 2 pistols. Mokadia already out towards T-Main. Taking some space as Xantares is taking damage on board though. His ultimate from the new box chimes in with a deagle. Shuhei unleashed onto Jota, but it will be the Turkish player to come out on top of that fight. And Aurora have certainly sustained heavy damage, but no kill going against them until this point as Naf and Khan in the elevated area takes Wakadia out of the question.
Yeah, it's not done yet. 2 players still very low, easy to be cleaned up. So Woxic with the AWP is going to be the man to change the nature of this round. Good shot with the AWP. Nerds close up, wins with the 5-7, and now you just got the low HP players, but Xantares with an Ivy Lurk. Once again, the release valve takes away all the pressure, and it's got to be a reposition.
Reposition is quick, and it is very effective. Naf dropping Xantares, leaving Woxic now 1v2.
But with an AWP in open space.
Yeah, he's got a chance for this. Naf and Nerds have moved towards Hell, though. The blind side of Woxic as Nerds just walks out and grabs him. I think that really important fight goes down in Connector with Nerds up against Wakadia, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Nerds coming out on top of it with a pistol and a smart reposition to adjust to the Xantares threat.
I think otherwise you'd have maybe another player close to help clear Z or like work in tandem as well for that kind of a play. But because of all the harassment, because of how much of a struggle it was just to get out, the Aurora attack gets spread out across the map. Players are low. They have to play it more passively. Nobody wants to scale up in the same way. And Liquid able to take advantage of that fact.
That was Madger actually in that Connector duel, but 3 AK-47s, a MAC-10 and a Tech-9 here for Aurora. Chance here for Liquid to get rid of the money of the T side. Would be a great time to do it this early in the half. One of the problems for Fnatic yesterday against Aurora was it felt like they were always getting to that point where they're about to break the money of Aurora, and Aurora would win a round like this and just keep enough money to continuously buy. Let's see if Team Liquid can avoid that problem.
And I think on a map like this too, where like Team Liquid is the heavy underdog in terms of the win rates and the experience on the map, like you have to win a round like this. This is one you can't let slip away because you have to take advantage of what comes next. Give yourself as many easy rounds as possible. Very, very important for Liquid's defense. Yeah, Lige just steps forward, gets through the edge of the smoke, sees nobody's home. And then you've got Nerds and Naf towards the inner bomb site ready to party.
Dropping nades at the bottom of the ramp. 44 seconds left. Here they come. Oh my god, Xantares just shreds right through Naf, so it's Nerds required in his stead. Xantares does get traded. Nerds is track Wakadia back in towards the back of the bomb site, but Wakadia comes out on top of an all-important headshot. And Lige keeping the numbers even for the time being. Great information picked up for Ultimate, but he's about to be taken down by Wakadia. Who is going to take his chance and strike straight through the AWPer? It is now Shuey and Elige coming back in on this one. Shuey's up in the brown halls. Elige taking attention out towards CT, but Shuey's got to activate soon.
Oh, not even going to be possible. Aurora doesn't like sitting, pausing, and waiting at this inner bomb site. They want to push forward and find out what's coming. Bomb on the side of the train, so Shuey really has no chance, especially without a kit and against the AWP. So backing away, a 5th round for Aurora, and Liquid missed that opportunity to capitalize and decimate the economy. So Aurora's attack moves on with a 4-round lead. I'll tell you, Nertz looks uncomfortable on this inner bomb site, and I can understand. It's a very awkward bomb site at times to defend, especially when your teammate goes down. It really feels like there's no comfortable positions. But I think you can tell just by watching him play and feeling that same nervousness and him playing at the inner bomb site is that inexperience as a team on the map.
There you hear Nertz in the background there, communicating how he wants to play it. But not exactly what Liquid were hoping for coming into the second map, but certainly what we expected. Aurora comfortable on the T side, and a good start again from Woxix off, this time onto Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora's just having their way with this map. I think this is feeling like it's going to be a quick one. 5-1 right now. Elige wants to make a play, forced forward by the Molotov, and an easy kill for Jota. Xantares would have got it if he wasn't there, but now it's Nertz's turn. He's blinded, still manages one somehow, but that's the only miracle you're going to get.
That flash lasted forever, so Xantares coming through in the final second of the flash is able to get the trade kill. And we're down to 2 players here for Team Liquid almost instantly. Bomb is going to be dropped at the bottom of the ramp. Xantares has an AWP. He's going to miss his chance on Naf. Jota won't though. And now it is Shuey left alone.
The way Aurora scales into this inner bomb site and moves forward and pushes to that second train, doesn't just stick around at oil, doesn't just stick around at the bomb train. They get deep towards CT spawn. So effective and so painful to get any kind of a retake going.
Agree with you, Jason. This one might be a very quick second map of the series. Dust 2 is map 3.
It's more than the scoreboard. It's just the nature of the way these fights and these bomb site takes are going on, where it feels like Liquid is just like barely clinging on. Like the round they win is the force buy with pistols and a scout and an MP9, right? And even that you were barely hung on to. Outside of that, it feels like Aurora just are way more comfortable with the fights and the angles that are coming in, way more comfortable with the string of utility and the sequence of utility that they're using. Liquid having a tough time getting a grip here on train.
Oh, thank you.
Risky.
Yeah, waited all that time.
Risky move, in my opinion.
Jump out and grab an AK. All right, Shuey, you didn't waste all of our time. You did get the AK.
Got the AK.
All right, let's see what Liquid can do now. Trying to figure this one out on the fly. Shuey with that saved weapon can drop ultimate in AWP. Shuey is going to give ultimate the AWP.
I think more than anything, I think if you're Team Liquid, they've tried pressuring they've tried pressuring Pop a couple of times. They're always held off by utility. I think the problem is they're really having a tough time finding aggression, and they don't have the experience or the depth to kind of play the more calculated tactical rounds against Aurora. They're like really kind of like the definition of a rock in a hard place.
Right. And they're getting smashed in between both of them.
I mean, there might be a way you can maybe take an easier angle if you want to get some CT aggression, and maybe pop flush someone down Ivy just to see if you can get that one cheeky kill, you know, and back away. In a rush.
Yeah, I mean, I love the change of pace here for Aurora.
Good luck, Nertz.
Yeah, good luck indeed. Mac Tank comes flying out first. The trade is effective from Xantares. Naf racing back in. Woxix at the angle, so that's it. That's the round.
Yeah, and I mean, they do it without utility as well, so as soon as they get in Molotov, like, you can't retake this. I think you're going to go for it. Team Liquid probably starting to feel desperate already, but look at how deeply this is controlled.
Yeah, Shuey receiving damage from the grenade. Woxix has the angle for the swing.
All 3 players coming out of the same smoke, the same Molotov, and eating the same nade.
Yeah, well, they did get by the AWP scope at least, but Bacardi is just going to deal with them instead. And that double kill on the rifle has confirmed the round victory. Elige saving in connector, trying to get away, but it is now 7-1 on the T side as Aurora continue to rack up rounds. I think Dust 2 could be a fun map, Jason.
Dust 2 is going to be a great one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're calling a B rush like that at 6-1, that's confidence. That's a statement. That is establishing your dominance over your opponent. And I mean, it looks, the disparity is so wide that I don't even know what the answer is. I don't even think the answer is going to be available to Liquid. It's really just kind of like fight and scrape whatever number of rounds you can get together with what we've got and hope and pray it's enough at the end of the day. 6-round lead for the Turkish team.
One saved rifle for Liege. Everybody else on a weaker weapon. Ultimate about to get in a fight with Xantares. Perhaps the fact that he's tucked in the corner might favor Ultimate here.
Yeah, I wonder, is he going to wait for a timing, or is he just going to wait for someone to walk past him looking at a gap? I think it's the latter.
Well, there's a kill. It should have been a kill, and in fact, it's nothing. He gets taken down. Warcadia and Jota have got 2 picks between them. Naf coming through, but it's actually Liege who's doing the heavy lifting. He's got a double on that M4. And so if there is to be any way to win a round here for Team Liquid, and his Liege that's put them in that position, and now it is Naf to try and pull it back. But as soon as he walks through that smoke, Woxic is aware there could have been a pesky player hiding in the smoke. He's waiting for Naf's walk. He punishes it, and Shui with 30 HP.
Yeah, you're not going to get anything done there. 8-1 now. Guns will come back in for Team Liquid, but again, like I don't think anyone has any comments on what's looking great for Team Liquid they can lean on.
Yeah, they're not going to have enough going into that second half to really even show us what they can do on their T side.
I think that's Ultimate kind of calling out, you know, we're having a tough time, like the B-bomb site is getting ran over. We can't really push pop. Box Halls hasn't been great. We haven't really wanted to maintain any presence there. So give me some nades so I can break the smoke in middle and just give me some time to see if I can find us a pick, see if I can find us a 5v4.
Well, it's very quick against Xantares. Just look at the death match out towards the A-bomb site. This time Liege is going to stop him.
It's a cool idea, right? If Xantares gets 1 kill, stays alive, attention is kept in middle, which opens up the Ivy play. But without Xantares, this is going to be difficult.
Oh, nice shot from Ultimate. That's Warcadia going down. And yeah, they kind of just funneled through Ivy into the waiting arms of multiple Liquid players. MIBR trying to unravel this though, and he's done well with one. Jota moves out of Ivy. Naf caught. Elise goes down, and MIBR looking sharp on the AK. We've now got Jota waiting, and Ultimate, important kill there coming through. Might have just stabilized this, but MIBR, we're not going to count him out of this. He's already shown some nice shots. So he's got spotted from Nertz, who just arrives out of Pop Dog, and it will be a second round found by Team Liquid.
Again, barely hanging on though, right?
Yeah,
you get the opening kill, you get the second kill. I even think that was a 5-on-2 very, very briefly for a certain point, but then the trade kills come in, and even Ultimate is in such a dangerous situation he's fortunate to get out of. So a second round for Team Liquid, it's not nearly enough. 4 is not nearly enough. But I think the cool thing for this too is going into Dust 2 as a third map for Aurora. You get to slide into a third and deciding map after you've just demolished a team on the second one in the series. Like, you're going to be going into it confident. Going into it, everyone's going to be in a good mood. Mentality and calms are going to be there. This is a great way to set up a third and deciding Dust 2.
All gathering just in the brown halls, ready to go down into the B site. Aurora silent for the time being.
I bet Nertz knows what's coming. He can feel it. He's living nightmares knowing this is coming in.
You mentioned some of his uncomfortableness here on the site. Well, he's going to go again, and it's going to be Ultimate to drop Xantares. Jot on the double straight away. And I mean, just the level of impact that Aurora can bring on so many different players at different points throughout this T side.
I think Liquid at this inner bomb site is missing the protocol to deal with the sidewalk push. Like, they've been able to gain so much ground and advantages there, and it just makes the retake so difficult if you're always concerned about a player pushed up behind the first train, pushed up behind the boxes, challenging you at the choke points. Nertz has had a difficult time handling the scaling up sidewalk during the execute itself.
9-2.
They just don't have a defense for that in their bag yet. And that's inexperience on the map.
Well, lots of work to be done on train, and obviously with Team Liquid, they're a new team. With the Liege coming into the squad and figuring out how this is all going to work. So, haven't had the most amount of time, and it's obviously tough because they're going up against a team that's been established for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ton of moving pieces too, right? It's not just Elige coming back in. It's, you know, it's some change in roles, some change in philosophies. Shuhei and Elige have to figure out how they want to play together. Nerds and Elige have to figure out how they like to play together. Apparently, they're on the same page already.
Yeah, same page.
Shuhei as an IGL working with a new coach coming in, trying to establish a new system. Tons of things for Liquid to work on, and not a whole lot of time to fix them before the Budapest Major begins.
Jordan going into the peak. Shuhei gonna win it out this time. So an advantage given on over to Team Liquid. Not only that, but a lot of influence space being taken here by Nerds, so they realize no one else is towards B. They're going to take team main control as well. The positions the CTs currently hold are incredibly strong, but Match are going to break that smoke open, and it reveals 2 players inside of it. So down to a 3v5 for Aurora.
Yeah, and I think Liquid know exactly where this is coming from. Every other eventuality has been handled. Nothing T-mid, nothing pop, nothing inside. It's got to be towards Ivy. Good shot as Rakadia tries to slide through the smoke. Nerds gets a double. Woxic, the last remaining 1 versus 4. And it starts with Nerds, who he's taken down.
Yeah, switches out to the AK. He's got the bomb on his back. Is there a world? Ultimate. Peeks out, just as Woxic had nades in his hands, and a 3rd round secured at the end of the half from Team Liquid. Certainly doesn't feel like enough.
No, it's not even close. Not even close to enough. And I mean, this is, I imagine, especially towards the end of that half, I think like that Joda peak towards Pop Dog that we saw in the last round, like that's confidence of being up 9-2, like just the underhanded flash, hard wide swing. Yeah, like I'll just take this fight. I've been winning most of them anyways. I think when you see that on the CT side, if Aurora kind of has that similar kind of an attitude to them with the aggressive pushes in team main, aggressive pushes of their own through Pop, I think Liquid's T-side can really feel like it's bogged down from the first 20 seconds of the round, so we'll have to see. That's how Aurora like to play in the early stages of Train, were those aggressive stances fighting in towards main. So last chance for some conversations before the second half begins. Pistol round being discussed by Team Liquid. It is absolutely necessary. For Aurora, just hashing over the details, making sure everyone's on the same page, making sure everyone still knows what they like to do. And just talking about getting this over with quickly. Like, guys, we're up 9-3 off the T side of Train. Let's not let them come back. Let's not let this get close. Let's not let this get sketchy in any way. Let's just take full confidence into that next map, and let's get there quickly. Pistol round is live. 2 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov for the Team Liquid attack. Dualies on Zantaras and Jota for the defense.
All right, quick here of 3 players coming through Ivy. Walks is going to try and get there in time, but realizes not a very comfortable fight lies in front of him. So he repositions, drops behind the smoke, and hopes he can catch them as they cross towards CT, but he can't do that either. And they have actually broken through, so it falls to Arcadia the responsibility of landing at least 1, which he'll nail on Shuhei. He'll go back again. That's the bomb. Really risky, but Elite is going to take 2. There's another player here, and I'm sure Liquid are just shocked about how many players are in the same position from Aurora, but they've handled it. They've handled the pressure, and it's all on Jota with the dual Berettas at range, and it's an absolute chaotic pistol round, but they've got out of there. They've got into the connector, and now all the pressure is really on Jota to win this in a very tough position. He's going to come out of connector. Peek from Nerds, then Naf. They're giving him some chances, but Jota not landing the shot, and Liquid eventually closing out that pistol.
That's a nostalgic old school pistol round. The Ivy wrap through CT spawn to the B bomb site. Kind of cool when you combine it with the 2 players coming from the inner bomb site actually push all the way to that first train. So every defender who's there to stop the progress in CT spawn just gets hit from the side. That's a pistol round that I don't think is going to work that often, but obviously it's worked here very well. Helped out by some brilliant shots from Elige.
Yeah, he recovers it right there. I think Arcadia could have spelt the end there for Team Liquid because the bomb was on the back of Elige. All right, that's the first step of a very long road back into the game here for Team Liquid. But 1 step at a time. And 1 huge step here for Elige out to the open. Oh my god, a lot of bullets coming at him from multiple different directions. Elige has had enough, and he'll drop back behind safety. Here comes Arcadia racing in. Dude, Nerds to respond.
The idea that that's the first kill is kind of insane. So much utility, so many bodies outside. Liquid going to start working their way back. I don't think they have the confidence to make the call that nobody's home at the B bomb site, so Nerds doesn't press the issue, which allows time for Aurora to rotate all the way back. And you already have some damaged Team Liquid players. You're missing smokes, and you've only got 1 flashbang. this might be an Aurora round.
Well, Nerds out over the top. It's going to be Jorda to pick him up. Shuei, important response here with under a minute left on the clock. Team Liquid forced to relocate, go back to Pop Dog.
Yeah, Shuei wisely calls for them to back off just when Naf is about to peek the lower ramp. So yo-yoed once again to the outer bomb site.
Yeah, Madger's coming out here from hell. Naf back turn. Oh, there's the chance. Madger does take it eventually in a second as well. And Elige, bomb plant being secured, but Shuei, it's going to be near impossible to get into a position where he can win this because there was just too many angles to worry about. And eventually, Jordan comes back from camera, and it's a headshot on the MP9.
And I mean, that's the chaos. That's the problem. That's all credit over to Aurora, forcing Liquid to go away from plan A, to go away from plan B, and go into plan C. But the problem is, when you come back to that outer yard, you haven't cleared anything. You haven't been here in some time. So Naf is concerned about every single angle, gives Major a chance to connect 2 really nice kills with the MP9. And that's Aurora back to their winning ways. 6-round lead, 3 away from Dust 2.
Aurora certainly had their chances to 2-0 the series today against Team Liquid. Mirage, a disappointing loss in a double overtime fashion, but Train has been their comfort ground. The money in a tough spot here for Team Liquid, $2,000 average before purchasing, so it's going to be an eco, which means they're going to concede 11.
Yeah, I mean, at this kind of a disparity, I think it's like the only way you really get back into this, obviously, is by winning a bunch of gun rounds, so why not just wait for it? I don't think Team Liquid feel like they have the playbook to kind of win a force buy here and really go for things. I think at this stage of the game, I don't know if I could blame them for making either decision. Oh, that's a zoomed-in gun.
I like this angle.
That's a cool angle.
All right, should be a nice and easy 11th round here for Aurora. Then we'll get into the gun round again. The last one, really. What do you make of Aurora's map pool, though, coming into an event like this, where everyone's kind of saying, if there is an event that Aurora are going to win, it's this one. Do you think their map pool is strong enough to get a tournament win, Jason, from what we've seen so far?
No, but in the sense that, I mean, I think they're good on a good amount of maps, but I don't think they're, like, this is maybe the map that I have the most confidence of on them over most of the teams here.
Right.
I think outside of that, I mean, the last time these two teams played, they believe they picked Inferno was the map that Aurora went with. I mean, 3D Max is good on, and, you know, like, the problem is the other maps that they're pretty good on, other teams are good on as well.
Yeah.
There's no, like, greater disparity than Train, I think, for Aurora at the moment.
So this needs to sort of become their Anubis that they had before.
I mean, it'd be helpful, yeah, if they could have that. I mean, the nice thing about it is having it as a map against teams like this, like Team Liquid, who are very, very good, who are strong on a lot of maps. But Train not yet in the pool. Oh, that's unfortunate for Major. Give it a laugh. Kind of break the tension a little bit, my friend. Okay, there's the smile. There's the giggle. There we are. Yeah, I mean, their map pool isn't good enough to beat the other, like, top 5 teams, you know? Like, that's where it feels like they struggle a lot. That and kind of the choking and the pressure matches on big stages. But at this event, they can challenge on every map. It's just you have no easy map to go to the way Anubis was for you in the past.
Right. Well, the 2 biggest competitors, you would say, in this competition, 3D Max and Team Liquid. Got one in front of them right now. Lost the opening map of Mirage, about to take 12-4 with a great opener here for Jorda. It's Elige that has gone down first. Going to be smoked out of Pop Dog. Nurch is going to walk right through it. Actually going to win that fight. So he's got away with that one. Probably should have died.
Yeah, those fights, especially if you're from Joda's position and Joda's POV, those always feel so unreasonable.
They're just a 50-50.
That's so frustrating. Especially when they just walk through the smoke like that.
That's just where Nurtz's aim bails him out of a bad play.
Well, deep Molotov's in. Still plenty of control, even with the defender down. Nertz is very low, so he'll likely end up being a little bit passive in this round. 1 minute left on the clock, and Liquid not really spread out on the map. Doesn't look like they have a kind of plan of action. Gonna wait out this smoke and looks like an execute and attempt to trade their way into the outer yard. But with such an early warning system as well, like, you're fighting every step of the way. Starting with Santaras.
Goodbye. He just about gets away before he's fully burnt down. 35 seconds, good shot from Woxic out for the back of red. Naf to respond and keep this fight even just a little bit longer. Zantara is not cleaning the first bullet, but is able to commit to the spray. Look at Nerds coming through Ivy.
Yeah, but he's smoked off, so like Naf has to wait, but there's only 20 seconds on the clock still.
Well, Nerds just walks right through. It's going to be Woxic claimed. And knows Antares was towards Olaf, and Naf is going to finish him off, leaving Wakadia.
Time.
1v2, and yeah, you're right, 10 seconds on the clock as they cross into the open. They're going to check him, but he can just hide, and he peeks on up. Wakadia with bullets wins the round. It's 12-4. It's map points here on Train, and it looks like we're going to Dust 2 in about 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Yeah, it's this has been solid all the way through. Really not a whole lot to talk about in this map. Everything that looked like was going to occur leading into things has come to pass. Aurora dominant on a map they have a great win rate on that Liquid don't have a lot of experience on. One map played with this lineup. This is the second. And they've just shown that class. It's not even a map where I feel like you can really criticize Liquid because it's been so apparent out of the gate. They just don't have it yet.
2 Galils, 2 Tech 9s, and 1 old Deagle in the hands of Ultimate. That's what Liquid bring to bear here in the likely last round of Train. Making use of the first 20 seconds of the round by sending Elige, Naf, and Ultimate down Ivy. Ultimate will be the man with Util, ready to pop Elige and Naf into the play. Not required, as contact is not made. They will continue to move forward silently through the back lines. Some space gained here for Team Liquid. Sound made by Elige. Wakadia now honed in on it, but Elige will still win the fight. Galil comes out on top. Response is there from Zantares. Jota spots the backside of Nerds to make sure he claims that kill. We're now down to just 3 players for Team Liquid. In the dying embers of this map, it is going to be a 13-4 victory unless Naf and Shuei can step up, and they just won't. It's now Shuei left alone.
Give him one more.
Yeah, one more kill. Nope, denied. Zantares is going to take a 4K right at the end. It will be a quick response from Aurora on the second map. Train is very, very comfortable.
Yeah, chalk and cheese, day and night, a very different map there from Aurora, but we expected it to be. As we highlighted, Liquid definitely not experienced enough on Train yet with this iteration, whereas Aurora, this is arguably their best map. I'm probably going to contradict that a little bit later in this segment, but let's just start by talking about how dominant Aurora were.
Yeah, for sure. And you could see from the beginning that they had a really clear game plan that was super simple. Just try to get Woxic to get some openings and then just basically group up and then target Nerds inner, right? Because he didn't really have a lot of support over there, and they were just exploiting that over and over. Nerds was doing all he could.
He was still killing people.
He was still doing all he could, but you know, if you're the only one on B side, there's just not much you can do.
Yeah, and unless he's gonna get like a triple kill or something, even if he gets one, he's getting immediately traded, and then retaking the bomb site, especially we don't have control towards all the bomb of the site. It's so very hard, but. Lovely to see from Aurora, Rich. I did say it as well. I think their T side, they're very, very solid on this map. We don't get to see them play it that often, but here clearly just absolutely outclassing Liquid in every facet of the game here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's very clear that Aurora like to play this map. They probably don't get to play it as much as they would like to, because obviously it's a lot of people's bans. It's not a very popular map at the moment, although I think we're going to see some teams ahead of the major maybe throw this out as a curveball, we'll see. But this is definitely in Aurora's wheelhouse, and I don't think we were under any illusions really about how this was going to go.
Yeah, for sure. From the beginning, I think that was very clear that which way it was going to go. You could even see from Liquid side the aggressive pushes that they tried to do at the beginning didn't really have too much thought behind it. You know, they were opening themselves up to Woxic when he was trying those openings out of A main. Then Ultimate was trying it out of inner. Brown halls. Then Woxic is waiting for him there too. So they just really did a good job, shutting it down very early, and then it was basically too late for Liquid to try to come back from that. Even if they started doing some of those aggressive pushes into A main, try to disrupt Aurora a little bit more, by that time, I mean, the game was over.
Yeah, that's fair. Blair, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I was even more impressed with his T side, because I thought, maybe if Liquid win the CT pistol, they're able to win the first few rounds, right? And they could maybe have a chance. I was expecting Aurora to get maybe 5 6 rounds tops. But yeah, 9-3 just basically overkill. But also individually as well, it's good to see that very, very close loss on Mirage, because we spoke about how easily some of the players can get tilted over here, right? We saw some frustrations from Walksick, from Xantares as well, but everyone just seemed to be completely locked in, you know. I'm sure Major gave a pretty rousing speech, I'm hoping, between the two maps, but it really looked like a whole different team.
Probably didn't need to, mate. I'd save the, Henry V soliloquies for, like, a map where it's going to be competitive.
Which probably going to be Dust too, right? I think Jason put a point out as well. It's a map where both these two teams are reasonably comfortable on. We saw yesterday Aurora especially looking very, very clean on it, and I feel this sets up a banger for map number 3, honestly.
Yeah, well, look, if you want to talk more about that than analyze what we did on track.
No, we could talk about a couple of rounds, actually.
Oh, we've got some rounds up.
Yeah, we do have a couple of rounds here. And listen, you could pick, I think, almost every buy round from the side of Aurora on this T side, and it was phenomenal. This is great. Again, as you pointed out, Striker, Walksick finds a catch on his Sue. They waste no time whatsoever, right? Meanwhile, the other two cities towards Ivy, they're going for an info play from the side of Liquid. What do they do? Instant exec onto this bomb side. Nerds was all by his lonesome. He had an incendiary, but when they're executing with the smoke as well, it's so well constructed when it comes to the utility protocol right there. And I don't think Nerds did anything wrong right there. That's the only way he could play the position and getting completely neutered.
It was just more macro, right? Because I mean, Liquid were just not playing heavy towards B until very late in the game, effectively, when they saw what the game plan was from Aurora. And if you leave, even Naf was trying to support with the Molotovs early, but then there was another round where he just waited 2 seconds too long with that Molotov, and by that time they were already down ramp and it was over again.
And I think we can even roll a couple of rounds preceding. This is when they try to be aggressive, right? Look at the utility, just the damage being dealt by Aurora towards the Liquid players. They take a lot of damage. This is round they're talking about Striker, the op, waiting for the peak from Ultimate. They take him down. Meanwhile, Elige, he's by his lonesome. He's like, do I take this fight? He swings out. Two guys. He could have potentially fallen back. And then Nerds now, he's like, surely didn't expect second CT up there. Flash pop. He's lucky to get a single kill. Not a single fight there for the CTs was fair. They were just getting bullied, peeking into 2 guns, waiting for them. Perfect pop flashes, utility abuse as well. And like I said, these 2 rounds, I think, exemplify how, their default was really good. Their defaulting utility was very good, but also when it comes to them getting an opening pick and deciding to hit a bomb site, they were so emphatic, so on point. And I would love to see this becoming one of their mainstays maps, so to speak, for Aurora.
Yeah, the problem with Train, obviously, is it's who do you really get to play it against, as I said. And I think having that up your sleeve...
It's kind of like Anubis, right?
Yeah, but people played Anubis. This is why Aurora got hurt with the Anubis being taken out of the pool, because the next map they've gone to as a speciality is Train, and people are just like, we're not going to play you there.
It's fine.
People did play Anubis.
It's still okay, I feel, because, when you're playing... This is a team looking to compete with the best out there, right? Like, having a map like this would be very interesting. Sure, it might be permabans for a couple of teams, like Mongols comes to mind. Dead now, of course, as a team. But apart from that,
Miss you, Senzu.
Yeah, shout out. But look, the Dust is looking pretty solid. I think this we're going to have a very good gauge of where they are right now over there. The Mirage isn't quite abysmal either. They seem to have kind of figured out the T side as well. We can see this map will kind of coming together for this Aurora side. But if they can have Train in the back pocket, it's just good overall.
Now look, here's where I contradict myself earlier, guys.
Oh, here we go.
It was their best map. I think it is. I think this is a map they can literally push all of the best teams in the world on. Now, I know, Striker, you've picked out some statistics that make me look a bit silly for holding that opinion.
It's not even just statistics, it's just their 2 throws that just stick out in your mind, because it was just like some of the throws for all time, man. It was.
Well, you can't throw if you didn't have a lead, right?
That's the thing. They really are good at it. They're absolutely good at the map, but just closing out a couple of those situations was just such a trouble. So that's the only.
Tell us how they got into the lead, and then tell us how they threw it. So
well, I can tell you.
Let's get the good and the bad.
I can tell you how they threw it for sure. That's kind of.
I think everyone can.
That's kind of what takes over in your mind, where you're like, yeah, that's what I remember, because that's how they threw it. Because they were just. losing all the advantages. I mean, they had like several 3v4, 3v2s, 4v3s. They had like a 4v2 that they ended up throwing. You know, it was just like situations over and over where they had the advantage, where they could have closed the game and they just didn't, because there was just a lot of brain farts effectively happening all over the map. So yeah, that's how it happened.
I mean, I think that's freakish. I don't think that can keep happening over and over and over again, even for a team that we criticize for being chokers. And I have to say, I'll ask you, Blair, Team Liquid on Dust 2, I mean, are you a believer?
I can see this. I can see it's working out for them, right? Obviously, they would have done their homework as well. They were the one deciding. Okay, I think it was Inferno getting banned out by the side of Aurora. They had the option between Nuke and Dust 2, right? And I'm not too surprised with them going for this. Look, I don't want to sound too reductive, but it is going to be Ultimate who I'm going to be keeping my eye on in particular, right? Because I think the rifling core Nerds has just been phenomenal, even in the losing effort on Train. Elige, we know he can always pop up at any point in time.
This has to be where Elige comes back into form.
Sure, right? And then you have Naf. And then you compare that to the rifling trio on the side of Aurora. It's a great match overall. But if you look at Woxic, I'm just placing Woxic above Ultimate, right? Even though Woxic might have made some blunders like we saw in Mirage and whatnot, you look at Train and how he's finding all these openings, getting the read on Ultimate. And for Ultimate, sure, CT side, your money kept getting completely, just curb stomped, so you didn't have the op too many times. But he's just missing simple shots, right? And you can't afford it to happen. He needs to be proactive. He needs to just, kind of be in your face.
Bracken's name earlier.
Yeah, like, it reminded me of Bracken towards Khan. He's missing to Sirius and just hits these crazy flick shots. So if Ultimate is able to find as much impact as his rifling compatriots, I could see Liquid pulling this one off.
A final thought for you before break. I mean, do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, Dust 2 has been basically Liquid's secondary pick ever since they made this change, and I think they won all 5 games that they played.
Yes.
Of course, it was teams like Legacy, 3D Max. I think was the best
put some respect on Legacy's name, all right?
I'm not saying they're a bad team. It's just more like they're not among the elite as you would now consider, maybe not right now, consider Aurora, but they've definitely been up there for.
I wouldn't want to check
your
Twitter feed after this segment.
It's at Striker Digital TV.
Just in case I didn't know. Anyway, thanks. Go on. I'll let you finish your point.
No, that was basically my point. I mean, they've got 5 wins in a row on it. They've picked it into a couple teams before, and I think they're comfortable on it. So I think it's going to be a good game.
We are going to wait and see. I hope it is a good game as well. It's been an interesting series. We go to a break. When we come back, we're going to settle it on Dust 2. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are locked in the building with Nerds from Team Liquid. Excited to talk to you, man. It's good to have you here. How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling good. How are you?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's always nice to get a chance to chat to you. But I wanted to ask as well then, more so from sort of the other teams we've got here, the 15 other squads, is there anyone personally you'd enjoy playing against and want to go up against in the Swiss?
I think 3D Max in this tournament. Yeah, I feel like the last tournament we played, they beat us. I don't think it was about pressure in a way. I feel like it was in-game things that we know that we should not do. We took, now I'm saying about some of the players, but as a team we took responsibility, what cost to it, and we will not let it happen again. And this is something that is important. And if you said about something that I want to face, again, there is Legacy just won a tournament and we're gonna play against them. So for me, it's also like enjoyable to play against this kind of team that they have good form right now.
Yeah, get the best practice from it as well, especially
from the start.
Yeah, no, it's a great way to do it. Like you say, round one game, so it's a nice way to get a benchmark for the event. Let's talk a little bit here about if sort of things are starting to go wrong, either mid-round or at an event, right, in a hypothetical. How does Team Liquid approach that to be able to sort of reset mentally and not let it bleed over, affect other rounds or the event?
So this thing is what you're saying right now. Since I joined and that moment, we change a lot. We are trying to figure it out our identity as a team. And now we know when to talk about it, because sometimes it's just useless to talk about the things. And I feel like we address the things that it's not working for us. If it's the first map, second map, third map, after the game, between the maps, and it's something that helps for us. And I feel like the players we have knows how to take responsibility, give the space to each other, they take the space from others also. So this is something that help for us during that rough spots that we end up being.
So it sounds like then literally it is that matter of communication now is far more open. Everyone's willing to kind of admit mistakes or be able to adapt things, come to the table.
Exactly.
It's easier to fix.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, not everything it's easy to fix, but there are some things that you have to address. If you're playing super fast, you're not feeling the game, etc. It's like, for me, is something that we should talk about it, because, okay, the first map we end up in the scenario that we don't have a chance, we need to talk about it. And we end up in, when we talked about it, we figured out a lot of things during the second and third map that helped for us. So this is something that for every team needs to have these dynamics, in my opinion.
Be able to sort of reset even throughout that series.
Yeah, because think about it, when you have best of three, you're losing first map, for example, it's, all the feelings, it's like all the pressure. For example, I can tell you something that if you are in practice, it will annoy you a little bit. If after the official, you will take it in another way. So it's something that you need to be very professional to take it as a man and face it and say, yeah, my bad, let's move on.
Yeah, thank you so much, bro. Good luck with the run. Excited to see you dealing some damage.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Masters Bucharest 2025. We have got Aurora and Team Liquid going the distance. Dust 2 required to settle this series, Jason. And, well, Train was a one-sided affair. Mirage, a double overtime extravaganza. Let's see what we're in for Dust 2.
Yeah, this is going to be a different story. Liquid obviously much more competent, much more prepared on this map and ready to party on it. And I think also that Train pick partially is because the last series they played, this is what Aurora picked as the second map, and Liquid beat them on it. So now they're like, okay, we're still confident on it. We're happy to play you on it as a third map, but we're going to make Train our pick this time because of that disparity. Previously, Train had been the third in deciding map, so we've just kind of swapped him around. But it makes for a fantastic end of this series. Should be an absolute brawl, especially with some of the attitude we've seen Aurora. And that's why I mentioned like the confidence you can bring in from map 2 to map 3 can actually be really cool. Because Aurora, slow to start on Mirage, kind of picked it up at the end, but wasn't enough to get him over the line. Train was an obvious stomp, and now you come into Dust 2. Let's see what kind of swagger they're working with. B rush for Team Liquid.
Yeah, fast into the B bomb site. Jota straight for the window, dropping Shuei. It's going to be Elise to respond quickly, and they're into the B site. site. A bomb plant will be secured at a bare minimum.
Yeah, but the flank is going to be the strength of this retake. Now, Liquid, they already have heard these footsteps. Smoke is going to go down. This hurts. 3 players here. 2 of them now have to reposition. This is valuable time being eaten off the clock.
Yeah, you're so frustrated when that smoke drops in the tunnels. Just having to pause, wait it out. That's crucial time. Running away from Aurora, and they don't have a kit, and they don't have any utility to get back into this B bomb site. Team Liquid favored to win this one out with 4 players still standing. And we're waiting, hunkered down for this post plant. Elige keeps his head in behind that box. Nerds and Naf taking the kills. And eventually they cast everybody aside. Aurora don't even get a single kill in that retake attempt.
Yeah, the strength of that defensive positioning so you can get that retake is that you begin the retake before they're prepared for you. Once Team Liquid gets set up in the post plant, someone back platform with that smoke up that buys you 10 to 12 seconds, like there's just nothing you can do coming back into it. I don't care how many players you had back there. The only thing that gets you out of that situation is an unbelievable shot. And obviously that didn't occur. So match is paused. A little bit of a break in the action as Team Liquid get their 3rd pistol round of their series. First of the map, obviously. Last time they played this was back at that Fisher, I believe a 16-8 victory, or excuse me, 13. I went back to CSGO there for a moment. 13-8 victory.
It happens.
That's too much brain memory.
Brain memory.
Muscle memory didn't feel appropriate.
Muscle memory apparently is fake, Jason. There was a whole there was a whole HLTV forum thread yesterday about it.
Well, that's where I go for my scientific research.
A big debate over there on whether or not muscle memory is a lie, if it's a fraud.
Okay. What was the consensus was that it is in fact a fraud?
Yes, indeed. Well, tech issue getting resolved as everyone hops back into the server, ready to go again. It warms my heart seeing Naf play Counter-Strike well again.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, it's hard not to be a Naf fan across the entirety of his career and the things that he's done and how cool of a player he's been and personality as well in the scene. It was hard watching him struggle. It was very difficult, so I'm with you. I think everyone's with you except for the people he has to play against. I think there were a lot of teams probably enjoying a little bit of a reprieve from peak Naf. All right,
back.
We're gonna play the long game. Like this is get
Literally.
out, get out long, and then you kind of you try and buy time and burn the utility that the CTs have to do a flash peek, to do smokes to delay your progression, and you kind of just wait until all the utilities milked and step forward while Naf watches the flanks.
There's Naf in middle. And he'll handle the pressure of 1, not quite the second, as Madger, low in HP, still wins out the duel at long range with the MP9. We got 3 players from Team Liquid making their way up long. Ultimate dropping Woxic, assists in Team Liquid's level of comfort on the A-bomb site. What? Oh, you got the bomb, and you're in the open. Luckily, he gets away.
That's a very boomer mouse movement to look away from the bullets.
It looked like he was going through mud. That was a Galil top mid. Zentara's looking to get his hands on that one.
I love it. As soon as we talked up Naf and how good he's been, he struggled mightily to finish off Major. Was lucky to get away with even 1 kill in the scenario onto Arcadia from short. But second round for Team Liquid. Galil and 2 MP9s picked up, so some danger in the next round, but nothing too crazy to worry about. Let's see what Team Liquid bring into the next round. Still in the group stage at PGL Bucharest, second set of games in this Swiss system.
Only the second game. That's crazy. We've got Aurora Liquid already, and it's already delivering. Could be one in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, it's nice that they're getting it now. It would suck if this was like a 2-2 game.
Yeah, you don't want to be in it.
You don't want that. Like, let's keep the playoffs.
I don't think any of these teams want to lose 2 games in the group stages, right?
Yeah.
These teams should be expected to go through 3-0 or 3-1.
Well, not anymore. Not when you go head-to-head. Here we are. A lot of bodies out towards long. Aurora just banking and calling the fake that Liquid's going to run the same tactic again. It's completely different. It's down towards middle. So complete control for Team Liquid. They heard the footsteps and the sound cues of the long presence, so they've taken a lot of liberties in middle. Already gained some good space and pressured, and already up short to deal some damage on his Antares. Trying to read the drop into a mid to B split. This is basically Aurora just trying to fight in the right timing to be set up for a catwalk defense or for a mid to B defense. And with that kill, it feels like catwalk is going to be the point of attack. Aurora maybe assuming that there were more players out and committed, but that's not the case. Liquid's being very patient, despite the fact that they really don't have a lot of control of the map.
Here's the push out long. It's Matcher around the back of long side.
No one's watching.
Yeah, no one is even considering
Shuhei just
this. It gets down. They get around the doors. Matcher's got the information, but can he actually do anything about this? Zantares in with the first kill. Now with all the panic going on, Matcher is able to activate with Jota pushing through the smoke. Bomb is loose on the ground, and Napha stuck in tunnels nowhere near it.
Yeah, Liquid didn't have enough of the map to be playing that slow. They really only had control of short and double doors. You know, you have no information on anyone pushing B or long, which is obviously the eventuality that comes down to wreck them with Major's flank. Really nicely done from him, and Jota as well being patient to pair it up with a peek through the CT smoke. Nice first round win for Aurora with a bunch of those saved weapons from the previous. So what they brought forward to Galil and 2 MP9s and a few upgraded pistols passed over, and it was all good from there. Early stumble for Team Liquid.
Yeah, stubbed their toes.
That's the worst.
Second only actually to Lego.
Lego's pretty rough.
Yeah. All right. Well-earned high five coming in there for Aurora. Money can actually start to swell if they can win this next round against Liquid. And we'll be looking at Woxic to deliver some impact on this map, and Alper on Dust 2 on that CT side. He's got it on his hands now. No challenge on the other side. It's Team Liquid. You can see how battered and bruised their money is. Down to Galil's on 2 players. 3 AK-47s held back and long. In fact, they're just going to go on it, and it doesn't matter. It's still going to be Zantares to come out on top of that initial fight. Really important 1-2 punch here between Elysian and Nerds. Nerds able to trade it out, keeps going forward, but taken down low and finished off by Matcher, who's got the double kill on the Galil.
Oh, same with Naf. Awkward, scrappy fights at range, and Shuhei, meanwhile, is trying to get out middle to come support. He can still win this. Plenty of time in a 1v2. 20 HP makes it a little bit rough, but timing is everything. However, Aurora seemed to be very aware of his position due to his kill in middle, so this round should be pretty much done, pretty much cooked. Open pit on Wakadia. First shot is missed, but there's so much safety, and it's a nade to finish off Shuhei. Tied up at 2, and Liquid is going to be out of money and sitting back on pistols.
No, that's exactly what Aurora were hoping for. You know, if you get a slow start with the pistol round in the conversion, as long as you come out, pick up the next couple of rounds here, you can really start to build that money up on the CT side. Keep this round clean, and we're cooking with gas if you're Aurora.
Well, it's also important to continue that momentum you built up on Train.
Oh, yeah,
you know, like the pistol round and the second round loss, you'll get over with the third and fourth round victory. Like that's kind of a wash.
Especially when you add in the context of Mirage, right, where they started so slow and had to come back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Aurora, you now feel like you've put together 3 really good halves of Counter-Strike across this series so far. So Dust 2 coming in should be supremely confident. It's up to Liquid to knock you off that track.
Yeah, and they just don't have the weapons or resources at all to do anything in this round. It's about to be Aurora taking the lead on Dust 2.
Legion's had 2 quiet maps to open up this series.
Yeah.
Similar to the first series that they played yesterday as well, where he was quiet, and then his nuke performance is the third and deciding map, and that was just unbelievable.
All right, let's see what he can do once the guns come out again for Team Liquid on Dust 2.
Yeah, we'll see if that can, if he can get that back in if he can get that game back.
Well, Naf has made his way through the double doors, all the way up into the cubby. He's going to settle in here and get comfy, but again, we're not looking at anything happening here for Team Liquid.
No, it's one of those rounds where the whole plan is to force the defense to use as many nades as possible. Just be quiet on the map, let them go through the motions, drop the nades, drop the Molotovs, all money they have to reinvest in the next round, and that's one of the best things you're going to get out of this because the setup at long is way too strong.
Well, Henry was calling these rounds vampire rounds at the last tournament.
I think, yeah, I've heard that. The guys were calling it something different at Pro League as well, not a vampire round, I don't even remember what it was.
Well,
Milkman round because they were milking the utility or something like that?
Milk round. Milk round. Okay, I like
that. Milkman round.
Milkman round. Okay, so
I remember it wasn't that. It was something else. There's been a bunch of names for it. It's a new concept that we're testing.
Workshopping it. I think vampire's pretty good. Bleeding out the utility, that wasn't too bad.
Oh, I understand. Yeah. Just vampires, man. Come on.
Yeah, but of course it would be Henry coming.
It would be Henry. Yeah.
All right, well, we have got Team Liquid heading their way towards the B tunnels with 3 players. Heading out lower quite quickly as a pack, as a unit, getting involved in the fights against Woxic and Zantares, and they are immediately bashed in the face.
I like it. I like it right out of the gate. This is the attitude from Aurora I feel like I've been missing every time I've watched them recently. Now you're challenging the space, and you're not letting them take an inch of ground. 1 minute and 26 seconds on the clock, and Naf is the only member of Team Liquid alive. No one on Aurora has even taken a point of damage.
Oh, that's
It was so unexpected.
This isn't a good look, is it, Jason?
It's well geared. Plenty of time to recover, but this is a very hot Aurora.
Look at that money. Not only are Liquid going to have to start picking up the pace soon, they're also just going to have to win all of these gun rounds against buy rounds of Aurora. Like, you're going to have to take a long time to break that money down. And they're going to take a time out here. They're first off Dust 2 because they realize now that was a very important round to kick things off, and immediately losing in that fashion.
4 rounds in a row, 2 rounds straight of not losing a single player. So yeah, Liquid desperately in that timeout. You're right, the money is crazy. 8,400 on Wakadia, Woxic as well. Zantares and Major right around 7,500. Like, it's just, they're just so rich. Molotov at the base of Catwalk early as well to prevent any kind of fast scaling, so Woxic had all the freedom in the world, and then Zantares is just like, I've been playing Dust 2 Deathmatch my whole life. Shuts him down. Tech 9's only for Team Liquid heading into round 7.
Yeah, you got to attempt to at least chip a couple of these players away, because as we mentioned, it is going to be a mountain to climb, breaking that money down. But in a round like this, if you can at least inflict some casualties, force a few rebuys, that'll be not felt in the next round or even the one after that, but maybe down the line. Team Liquid going to be setting up with 5 players in the tunnels. Shuei already out lower. Taking a risk getting into the mid-door smoke.
He's trying to just be a distraction, right? Chuck the smoke. Oh, that's awkward.
Both players had nades in their hands. Here come Team Liquid. Charging it towards the B-bomb sites. Wakadia handling the first shot, is out of bullets in the primary weapon. Switches out to the USP. And Shuei. Oh my god. Speak about awkward. Eventually found.
His eyes were burned out of his skull.
Yeah, that's me when I wake up in the morning and phone's on full brightness.
Yeah, that one hurts. If they could have just killed Wakadia a little like earlier, they might have been able to transition to the second player, but a great defense. Really good job juggling the aggression of those rushing players. Good support from inside the bomb site as well. Easy cleanup for Aurora at the end of the day. Now a 3-round lead. We have the op out on ultimate. But let's see if Aurora want to be disruptive again, right? The first gun round Team Liquid brings in, they're right up in their face. Do they want to do it again and really make this an awkward start to the half?
Liege. Hoping that Shuei can help him out. Look at this. Shuei sees the barrel, hunts down his opponent, but Zantares ripping apart Team Liquid. And the only one that can stop him is his own teammate. Wakadia nading him out of existence.
Hey, it's fair enough. You threw the flash for him to get that 3rd kill as well. What a sequence from Zantares. Oh god, Aurora, this is a completely different one than from what we've seen. And this is the worst feeling on Dust 2, when you can't even get basic Xbox control without losing 2 players, 3 players. It's now happened twice in a row to start this half.
And you feel like, okay, we killed the Opera. We've got the Opera offshore, and then Zantares does that.
That does so much damage to your mentality.
Nert's coming back up with the bomb on his back. Does detect the B push. But that's information for Aurora. They'll be fine with that. They didn't lose anybody on the B push.
But importantly, he doesn't spot the second player at the B bomb site, right? So even if they find this pick on ultimate, they might just rush into the bomb site thinking that's the solo player.
Look at Madger, though. Top mid position out towards suicide. We've got 22 seconds on the clock. Nert's going to be coming back through the double doors. Back turn on Jordo. That's a free kill. Looking for the follow-up, but Wakadi will deny that. Ultimate now at the double doors. Oh, detected.
10 seconds.
Ultimate goes into the open, takes damage, and Wakadia fights on 2 angles and comes out on top.
Nicely done from Wakadia, but almost a devastating mistake for Aurora. There are 2 players inside the bomb site, nobody keeping track of any scaling in mid. I think the timing of some of those peeks at window just weren't favorable whatsoever, but made a free kill on top of the boxes. That could have been very, very deadly. Wakadia saves the situation. 6-2. We've played 2 full gun rounds of Team Liquid, and both of them have been aggressive plays from Aurora around Xbox and lower B tunnels. Both of them have been highly effective.
Here comes Nap, blinded into the open. Madger down to 6 HP. Here goes Wakadia into the mid-fight. Quite a bit of damage as they try and just trickle on up through short. In fact, they wanted to go a little bit faster, but they get blocked by good flashes there.
And that was their whole plan. Now they've got no utility and they have no ability to scale actually into the A bombs. I mean, in one sense, it's the right call. You are just going to go rush to your slaughter, but now you've got nothing to work the rest of the round with. Jota has a double, low on HP as he slides over to hold on to the B bomb site. Drop by Shuhei. Actually, everyone on this side of the map is in red health, so Aurora in a little bit of trouble, all things considered.
Shuhei, here's the reload. Goes into the peek out from window. Centaurus is going to go down towards CT, and now that big health issue.
I think that just won the round.
Yeah, that kill has really lit things up here for Team Liquid. The bomb plant coming in, Madger stopped going through the window, and Shuhei eventually traded out, but Naf will deny Walk6's double kill attempt. And Wakadia just so low on health, it's hard to see a world in which he even gets close to winning this one. And I think he realizes that too.
Well, this is just the first of many steps that Liquid's going to have to take. Wakadia still giving this a look, still giving it a shot, hoping somebody makes the mistake. With all the money in the world, he wants to go for it. Looking for a cheeky kill on Naf and can't connect the headshot. Good round from Team Liquid. It's Shuhei who opens everything up and makes that doable. Finally a round after the pistols, but they haven't won a gun round yet. It's been the pistol round, the second round conversion, this low buy round. And in an unlikely situation, 3 versus 5, a round they actually lost yesterday in their series. A 5-on-3 against Tech9s. Today they win it.
Quickly, out long. Team Liquid have burst through. Got players up towards the blue bin. Nade gonna clear out that long corner smoke. Shuhei trying to go through it, but Centaurus is gonna deny any safe access. Gets traded through the smoke by Naf. Once again, one sent back from Aurora, this time from Walk6 Sniper. So Team Liquid may have found success getting out long, but hasn't exactly worked out getting closer to the bomb site, so they rely upon Elige for plan B. And it's the B bomb site that's now opened up. Elige with that headshot, but the bomb not in their possession. They're going to have to backtrack and pick it up again, and Ultimate is committed out long as that smoke fades away.
He's double zoomed. Okay, just gives it up as the smoke fades.
But now he's locked in. Because that smoke's gone, so the cover that you had to get away.
I mean, it's fine. Nertz is coming back to him right now. They still have a minute in the round to work with. There's a world in which Elige can just get you one cheeky timing kill on either one of these two players. Major and Walk6 now sliding through mid. There you go. That should pull the defender away. That will definitely pull the defender away. Wakadia got the kill, but the bomb is still out towards long, and he's got no idea. The bomb is always coming to him.
Well, Elige has whiffed his chance. Luckily, Nertz won't. And everyone's happy with what Elige was able to do there because he finds the winning move going through the B-bomb site.
Yeah, beautiful shots from window. That alleviated all the pressure on the other side of the map, forced Wakadia to actually move and go for it and get out of that position. That was such a nuisance. 2 in a row for Team Liquid now. They've brought it right back. Once, I mean, equally outlasted this kind of early pressure from Aurora. Due to that money, though, I mean, they're still not getting any kind of a reprieve, right? Like, you're still playing against weapons. You're still playing against guns. No easy rounds here on Dust 2 for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's what we were saying at the start of the half, right? Even though Team Liquid are getting round victories now, it was just the amount of money that Aurora had built up at the beginning of this half that forces Team Liquid to have to win gun round after gun round. And even now, you've just won another one for Team Liquid, but Aurora have enough money to get a double op setup.
Yeah.
But it is the kind of last buy for them, though, Jason. You know, win this and
sure,
we'll
it's
have
just
weaker weapons going into the last round.
You'd like that consequence to last more than one round, right? The half is almost over, so like financially, yeah, last round might suck for a buy, but at least it's not happening really early. Nertz destroyed by Walk6. Not even close. And Wakadia has the other op over on Catwalk, so Elige might be in for a rude surprise.
Oh, Wakadia not wanting to be in front of that laser beam being sent through the doors by Shuhei. Naf is searching around the B site. Claudia patient. Jump on over. That's information gathered. The AWP's positioned towards CT spawn.
I still don't think they know about the double op. I think that's them saying, okay, walk 6 in middle at the moment. And a man disadvantage. Liquid is spread out, almost like they're looking for some kind of a push, but there's no reason for Aurora to make that push. Third player going to step in to bolster the B bomb site defense.
So you know you've got a double up setup if you're Aurora. You know how hard it is to retake the B bomb site with that, and that's why you got 2 riflers committed into the site, and now a 3rd player joining them with the AWP.
It's more
with
hard,
a long push.
More hard to take over the bomb site though with 3 people inside of it.
Yep, that definitely is true. Here comes Shue through the double doors. That's going to be a quick kill here on Jota. Remember, Zantara still hasn't revealed his position. And eventually strikes up with a great kill on ultimate. It's now just Elige with an AWP in hand. He's taking 1 and then immediately traded back by Major. So 7 rounds secured here. Will be a lead going into the second half. 7-5 at a minimum for the Turkish team.
Really good read of the situation for Aurora, but that's the second time now we've seen them kind of get position inside the B bomb site and have nobody watching that mid-B split, right? Shue's allowed to make the track up and take out the closet player who is about to swing out and get a multi-kill as well. So maybe something Aurora, even with some round wins, might want to make note of for the future. 7-4, last round of that first half. Money, the economy for Aurora throughout Dust 2 has just been way too strong. It's Liquid knocked down to a Tech 9 on Nerds, a Galil on Ultimate, missing some utility.
Ooh, Major. Oh my god, they've just crossed each other entirely. Major's in the long house, Nerds is out long. Yo, long's clear from both teams at this point. Now Major backtracks, it's gonna be Ultimate going down with a bomb. And now Nerds realizes what just has happened, and he's got the Tech 9 out. Major's ready for it, he comes back and he's got that one as well.
Did Nerds make a noise?
Oh, it must have at that point. I have no idea, maybe, oh, that's crazy. Major, either way, does very well in that scenario.
I mean, he was knife out, and then all of a sudden he got the information that someone was there, so I'm assuming Nerds made a footstep of some kind, but now Major's just looking like he's going to win this round straight up.
Shadow, Molotov. Oh, Team Liquid, this is rough. Major has made the winning move.
Liquid's gotten it close enough. It's not a pretty half by any means. It's not going to. No one's going to be saying that they lit up the server. They're really helped out by the initial 2 rounds they win off of the pistol. But 4 is enough to play with on Dust 2. That's a brutal peak. This has been a nuisance for them all half long. Major pushing long, now Akadia pushing lower. Inability to take control of short and mid without taking heavy losses, and then the extremities just get exposed. 8-4 lead for Aurora on the deciding map of Dust 2 in this series.
Look at the smiles on their faces as well. They know they've put themselves in a very strong position to close out this series, to go 2-0. To kick off PGL Masters Bucharest. This is Major, look at this.
Nice and easy, isn't it?
Let's listen. No, okay, we didn't get a chance to hear it out, but yeah, I mean, Major, he can be a player that has moments like that for his team. Sometimes he can be on the receiving end of, well, the less pleasant moment, shall we say.
It's not where you're going to go with that one.
Yeah. I'll never forget that round on Dust 2.
The less pleasant.
But the hero in this one.
Well, it's going to be crunch time for Team Liquid. Second half has got to be spectacular on defense. They can do it. This is a map they're very, very comfortable on. They've picked it before. They enjoy playing it. So let's see what the CT side has in store for us. Pissed around live in the second half. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a nade for the CT side. 2 smokes, 4 flashes for Aurora on the T side. They're all angled to look out towards long A. So look for some of those early pushes. Elige will be there. Does he want to fight? Does he give up the corner?
He wants to fight. And as soon as the utility comes over the top, he'll obviously back away, try and get to safety. That space will be taken here by Aurora. You do get around the corner. It's going to be Ultimate waiting, biding his time with the dual Berettas inside of the site. It's Elige, Ultimate, all combining together for a huge shutdown in favor of Team Liquid in this pistol round. Not a single kill going the way of Aurora.
That's actually so sick. They throw that spacing smoke a little bit further up from the cross smoke, break the cross smoke, get the kill, but then they step behind their own. So there's now no more progress that can be made. If you're Aurora, you might be thinking you can jump through that and the cross smoke is still there, but you're dead wrong. That's just a straight up firing squad. Really cool from Team Liquid. Gap closes to just 3. Both pistols on the third map now won by Team Liquid as well.
Ultimate, clean on the MP7, stops Bucharest going down, and this should be a nice and easy cleanup for Team Liquid. A chance to get off to a good start in the second half. Try and kill some of that momentum that Aurora had built up out of the first half.
You know, I was thinking back on the major thing out towards long when he turns and he's aware of Nerds. I'm wondering if maybe he realized like the way Ultimate was like pathing and moving, like not paying any attention to long. He was
must
just
have
like,
a long
yeah,
player.
right. Like, and this isn't the normal guy watching it. You know, all those things go through your head. So heads up from Major, whatever caused it. Heads up from Major.
Yeah, he does very well.
Let's see what the first gun round looks like, because this is going to show us if Liquid is going to get back into this game. Gun rounds were a huge difficulty for them in the first half. I think they only won 1. Everything else was pistol, the conversion, and a half-buy round later on with Tech 9s. So let's see what their defense is going to look like. Aurora was very much up in their face early, disruptive and chaotic around Xbox and lower tunnels. Liquid in this round going to start off more traditional. 2 long, 1 mid, 2 at the B bomb site.
Very strong defense, ready for B. And those bullets will start to barrage through the smokes, but it's all about a short take for the time being for Aurora. Gonna default their way forwards on Tara's at the front, just gradually progressing through short.
Liquid was really concerned about a fast B play to have
they
3
were.
players there, and they're keeping 3 B players there.
Yeah, they're not moving off. It's crazy. Now the push coming through from Ultimate, but it's going to be this catwalk push now already for Aurora. They've just got contact walking into the A site, and surprise, Team Liquid completely out of position to deal with this.
Yeah, entirely. Nobody spotting anything in middle. Good flank from Ultimate, though, so they sacrifice the control of catwalk, of middle, so they can get these flank plays going on, but Ultimate has no idea. Major's playing a really good game right now, and he's got a freebie.
Major's got this one, no problem. Ultimate gone. 3v3 now with Aurora and that bomb plant secured. It's Rukadia up short, peeking out. Naf going down. Nert's doing what he can from the ramp, and he's done well to keep the numbers even. He's still around, and Shuei lining one up with a FAMAS, and it's Nert's to find the final kill. So even though Aurora find themselves in a much better position, Team Liquid completely out of sorts, they still come in with a successful retake.
Yeah, it's those couple scrappy kills, right? It's like the one on Ultimate flanking down in towards lower. That's actually a huge frag to find before you begin the retake. So really, I mean, Liquid just come right back into it. I thought Aurora had him booked. The contact play up Cat, it all looked great. Here we go again. 8-7, but Liquid fighting back, and now Ultimate has the AWP on top of everything. And, I mean, their own money gets a little bit of a benefit, despite the fact that Ultimate just invested in the AWP, but the saved weapons, the FAMAS that are upgraded into AKs, the SMG that gets upgraded with an extra kill. Scout misses its mark. No fast long plays. Aurora playing very, very battle buddy mode. All 4 players together.
A pack of 4. Making their way up through short. It's going to be Major, the front man, Wakadia just in behind him.
The ops at the B bomb site, so a relatively clear path, and once again, they just mess with the timing.
Yep, they just go again. Bursting through short. No slowdown, no clear execution, no signal to Team Liquid it's arriving. It's just suddenly on your screen. And Elige doing what he can. He actually stays alive a little bit longer than expected. Wakadia eventually getting rid of him, but Nertz is still here at Goose. Where do those bullets go? They look like they were dead on the planter, but Nertz not able to get it done. Shooting into the floor perhaps, but still gets away with a kill. Shuei also assisting, and once again, it's this gruesome twosome on the A-bomb site, removing these Aurora players. It's a tied game all of a sudden. Team Liquid so rapidly have come back into this in the second half.
Yeah, and I guess this is part of the other side, the flip coin to these faster plays. The last 2 rounds we've talked about just kind of these walks up catwalk, messing with the timing. You can see the initial advantage it gives you, but if you don't get that kill clean and don't get it quick and don't make enough progress, then the counter utility dump from Elige comes. The Molotov towards Gandalf that slows you down. The smoke that makes it so you can't cross and clear Goose and can't clear anything safely. The nade and the flashbangs as well. And everything is set up to make this chaotic. Once the bomb actually gets down, you have control of nothing, so there's nowhere to go. I think Aurora's got to go away from that sort of an idea. Cool idea, cool call that gave you the advantages you were looking for, but you can't capitalize on them.
Well, keep it up. Yeah, this is fantastic for Team Liquid to have bounced back like this already so quickly. Woxic having to go to a scout, 4 AK-47s on the rest of the squad. Just remember how easy that first half looked for Aurora.
Same kind of thing. Oh, actually, I mean, same kind of thing in terms of Liquid winning. Not so, or CT side winning, not so much in terms of how they're getting it done, right? We haven't seen that aggression yet. Now we are. Okay, a mid push. Elige gonna be ready for them. No, he's not, because Nertz gets the kill. Elige thinks maybe that was the only guy there. Not even close to thinking about Wakadia's presence. And this time it's not short. It's long that they're up quick with the confusing timing.
Yeah, looking at trying to close this gap quickly as Nertz, though. He's already on the bomb site. Great shot from Jota. Not really too much you can do about that if you're ultimate. Just absolutely annihilated. Aurora's got to feel trapped in, but Xantares is going to fight his way out of this cage as Shuey is the next victim. It's Nertz and Naf looking to combine in this 2v3.
Yeah, peak may look a little silly for Shuhei, but Liquid was playing without information. They kind of wanted to know how many players were at long, how many were crossing, one less with that shot from Nertz.
Yeah, Nertz showing he can do it all. He's used this AWP a couple of times today. Over Mirage had some great moments on it. Once again, another impactful kill from Nertz, but he's mollied away and flashed, so he can't do too much about this now as that bomb plant will be secured. And we have ended up with a Team Liquid retake attempt up against MIBR and Xantares. Look how low Xantares is.
Yeah, the problem is the op's going to be going up against him, and he's tucked into the corner where the op likely won't clear on the retake. So how Xantares decides to play this is everything. What a peek and what a shot, and Naf backs away, wants nothing to do with this.
Yeah, it's frustrating there for Team Liquid. They don't have any utility coming into this, and actually Naf's giving it another little look.
He's got a kit.
All right, but the time is really ticking on.
I think he wants to take the gun away. I don't think he's actually going for it at this point. Yeah, gun would be nice, and he will. So forces a lot of reinvestment.
Bomb blast is big, and he's made it away. Just about into the lower tunnels in time.
That Sloth moves quick.
We all know why they move fast.
9-8. And yeah, that's a painful. I mean, that's actually a good way to stick around if you're Naf and just go for that one extra kill. Funds are going to be gone. Utility is going to be missing on the T side. Liquid have did whatever they can to put him in the best possible position for this next round. Op was recovered by Xantares, so that's passed over to Woxic. Ultimate will have one as well. And Aurora's playing very, very grouped up at the moment, right? Very simple. We've seen like the 4 players up catwalk quick. We've seen the 3 or 4 players scaling long. That's likely due to the mid push as well when they spotted that happening. But everything is really condensed. They're not kind of spreading and running a default and trying to mess around at Xbox. They're really just kind of calling things out of spawn and going with it.
A little bit more of a standard spread out default here from Aurora. Searching for an opening pick from the AWP. Woxic was boosted up looking for that mid pick. Doesn't find it. An ultimate aggressive at short here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but you can see him backing off. He knows the timing now where it's just too dangerous for him to stick around going for these kind of shots. Molotov forces him and Elige all the way back.
He's going to play on the ledge. Flash comes in, still takes the shot, nails it onto Acadia. It's going to end up being a Liquid advantage with 1:10 left.
Are they trying to put pressure on the bomb site so it feels like a cat hit so they can get out long? That might be the play. And actually, oddly enough, Liquid control none of these. They have to come back and fight for long now. Missed op shot. That's the signal to go forward. And Shuey can only get the one. Elige goes down as well. But a 3-on-3, and they know all the information.
Yeah, 50 seconds on the clock, and you can hit the pause button now for Aurora. MIBR just jiggling. Not wanting to be taken out by ultimate.
Oh, this push though.
Oh yeah.
But this is gonna go south for Team Liquid and Nertz.
Yeah, Xantares is usually so good in those situations. But Nerds peeks into him, wins the essential fight, and 30 seconds left. The bomb is bailing out along. It's top middle, but the two remaining Aurora players are separated entirely, and they've only got 20 seconds left.
I guess Major's thinking you're never going to expect someone to follow up on Catwalk this late, and he'd be right, especially with that little half-ass clear from Nerds. He didn't clear everything. Major can get both, and he's got the bomb as well.
Oh, Madger, this has to be huge. He goes up, ultimate now turning, 10 seconds. Oh, Madger gets another one. Another huge round for Madger here on Dust 2. When you've got the likes of Jodas, Antares, Woxic, you never expect Madger to be the star of the show, but he is right now. And now you've got Naf coming back in for a 1v2.
It's got to go for this one.
Madger's going to be waiting down inside of the bomb site. His teammate Woxic out long. Madger, with the way he's playing, you wouldn't put it past him, just nailing the headshot and the straight-up duel against Naf. But he's keeping his head down, he's keeping him pinned, distracted, and giving Aurora the best possible chance to head up to 10 rounds on the board. Naf only arriving to this now, not enough time to win it. Naf starts to retreat. Madger doesn't even peek, doesn't give him a look, doesn't give him a chance. Naf eventually hits the shot, but Madger has won the round with an intelligent replay position, and look at that.
Yeah, he should be happy.
He's definitely happy and celebrating the move that may just win Aurora this map, honestly.
That might have been the only move that could have won that round. Nerds even kind of has an inkling and goes for a little like half peek, but doesn't clear all the way up Catwalk, so man, Major just has the red carpet laid out all the way. Clean double kill on Nerds and Ultimate to open things up with 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he's had a couple of really nice moves on this map, Madger. The one at long where he pushes out, comes back to deal with Nerds. Now this long, short flank coming in.
And this one's got extra impact because now it forces Liquid to make a decision in terms of their money, right? Like Naf's got the AK-47, Ultimate is 4,800, but you don't really fully want to buy here. You're having a conversation right now of how to work the half investment.
That's what I'm saying. This round, this play from Madger might end up just winning the series for Aurora. Could be the catalyst to victory. Look at the decision here for Team Liquid. They've got that one AK on Naf saved over it. They're going to leave some extra cash. Upgraded pistols here and there. A little bit of utility, but Aurora should have no issues in grabbing 11 rounds.
Once again, back to that bunched up, grouped up play. That Aurora death ball, 4 of them out towards long. You have Wokadia watching the flank outside of the cave. Naf's AK-47 is sticking with the group as Nerds pushes solo through his own smoke and upper tunnels, clearing things out, getting information, letting Liquid know what's coming. They don't really have the resources to do anything about it. You've got 2 flashbangs on Shuhei, so maybe you can create a miracle. But no smokes to break anything, no Molotovs to make it disjointed.
Gap. Look at this gap for Ultimate. Deagle has a chance. Misses the shot. And not able to take his opportunity. At least there are 4 Liquid players stacked over here. Eventually Zantaras will cut that down to 3. Looking for these little tippity taps towards the site, but eventually it's shot to clear it out with a mag 10. He goes over the top for the 3rd. And a little bit too much, but Zantaras and Wokadia will close on 11. And Aurora can start to see the light at the end of the tunnels here.
Yeah, they really can. Liquid, you got to get started right now. 3 rounds back. Aurora's knocking on the door of taking this series victory, just 2 rounds away for them. Liquid's defense has looked solid. Losing those clutches is really, really painful. Remember, even earlier on, they won a couple of those clutches, those 2-on-2 situations as well. So these rounds in the second half have just all been close.
Well, this is it for Team Liquid in the series. Lose this round, Aurora will pack it up. That is the 1-0 match here at PGL Masters Bucharest. And these are 2 of the top performing sides at the event. Madger moving up short. There's going to be a double push here from Team Liquid. Shuhei and Elige on the other side. Madger's been looking so good, but he's flashed this time. Taken down by Elige. Good response here from Woxic, who sticks around to try and get that second, but Shuhei stays stuck to his man and gets that kill in response. And Taras, Wokadia kills all across the server right now in favor of Aurora. It's now Shuhei and Ultimate left in a 2v3, and now Jordan makes his move out long. Team Liquid completely confused about what the hell is happening.
I mean, they'll even know once the bomb gets planted that it's not here at this B bomb site. There's just nothing they can do about it. Stepping in along the smoke, walking the wall, Wokadia just patiently waiting. They're going to make all the noise in the world when they leave. They think Wokadia has disappeared. The ghost in the... Ooh. they're just going to stay at this B bomb site and save. So
Yeah, they're
Wakadia,
trying, but he's gonna be merciless here. Wakadia back turns out to the platform. It's perfect. That box protects him. Okay, Wakadia. Sharp on that final kill. And MIBR is loving their time in the server right now.
it's good to see. Yesterday, it was crazy watching them not celebrate. They didn't celebrate a clutch that got them into overtime. So it's good to see MIBR just feeling a little like just letting that loose.
Well, did say that last round was it for Team Liquid. Feels like it.
Yeah. This has just come completely unraveled on the CT side. Aurora and MIBR has just been calling a great game. These past two maps, Train and Dust 2, have just been so brutal.
There's Woxic getting the opener from a boost. It's a Liege gone. Kill here from MIBR to follow up. 3 clicks of the mouse away from a 2-0 start at PGL Masters Bucharest for Aurora. It has been said this is the event they must win if they ever are going to pick up a title. Team Liquid would have been one of their main competitors at this event. I'm going to try and deal with them in a 2-1 fashion in the BO3. Now keeping some dreams alive for now, but look at this position for Wakadia. You know, silence any hopes from Shuei.
These last 2 rounds have got away from that grouped up T-style from Aurora. They've been all across the map, which is making it so hard to read. And Joda, you might get the last one, but low health, back away. This one's done. Woxic with the final kill, 13-8. Aurora dropped the first map in the series in double overtime, but they come all the way back to dominate on Train, wreck Liquid on Dust 2, and take the series win.
Yep, they absolutely do, Jason. And look, if it isn't my old friend Vindication, I felt Aurora were going to be okay on Dust 2. I stand by it. I think it's their best map. I think a few uncharacteristic chokes on it don't necessarily define this team. And I just think where Liquid are as a project right now, I think it's fair to say Aurora are better.
Yeah. I think you could just see how much better drilled they are on the app from the CT side, especially. They just had so many nice crunches on middle and some of these little disruptive plays that they ran pretty much all throughout the first half. Liquid didn't really know what to do about it, and you could just see that difference in experience, basically.
Yeah, I feel like this map was kind of for, like the way they played it, it was kind of like for themselves, right? They were being very, very emphatic in taking a lot of these aim duels. They were looking to take the fight to Liquid time and time again. To an extent where in the second half, I was like, guys, you got to slow things down a notch here. You know, you don't have to try and speed run and, you know, kind of allow things to spiral out of control. But you could see how we saw it yesterday against Fnatic as well, like how they're individually very comfortable looking for all these multi-kills and just basically catching Liquid off guard time and time again. But even at the end, when it looked like Liquid were bouncing back, we saw things kind of slow down a bit. We saw that round from MIBR just outthinking them as well. So we saw a lot of variations coming out from Aurora. And for me personally, the fact that they were able to make Train and Dust 2 look this convincing against a Liquid who's been looking pretty decent so far, I think it's a good sign for them as they try to make a very deep run to this event.
You mentioned Fnatic. I mean, this is the sort of a game they should learn from, what we were talking about with their kind of very passive style of CT play, you know, some of these things. Aurora was just completely the opposite, and they made it work, and that's just what they do best. I mean, they just have the individuals to be able to take fights all the time from different angles, and that's just the strength that they play up to, and
that's exactly how
the most animated and like happy I've seen the league while playing the game of CS.
He was an impression of what Aurora were doing to them, just punching him here, punching him there, punching him upside down. But yeah, you can see for Aurora, you know, a few smiles, a little bit of relief, a little bit of catharsis, I guess, as well for MIBR. It's been rough, man, for these guys, right? You know, of course.
No more therapy?
Well, let's find out. Let's see. This game, this map, this was therapy for them. Train, and this was perfect therapy. That's what a doctor ordered, and it delivered.
Put it into a serious context. I mean, obviously we have been wondering where are Aurora going to go map pool-wise. Now we know, right? You've got Dust, you've got Train, and if you add one more map, by the way, they've got it. It's called Mirage. You might have heard of it. I think they've got a really solid map.
I feel you have a point there. I think the Train really does look quite excellent right now. The thing with the Dust 2 is, as Striker pointed out, as we've seen earlier in the past, they have thrown away a number of leads against better teams, right? So while they're looking good against Liquid over here, they looked good yesterday as well. They're not going to get away with a lot of these unbridled, aggressive plays we saw today and yesterday against, the likes of those top 3, top 5 teams, so to speak, who are the ones they want to kind of take down. They're the teams they want to, beat on a regular basis. So I can see that. But also, if you're going to be going with Mirage, Rich, like it's a map all the best teams in the world specialize on, right? Looking at the Mongols, looking at Vitality and all these guys. Na'Vi, for example, comes to mind. So I wouldn't really fault them if they want to move away from the standard map pool, right? Maybe, sure, your Overpass sucked, the T-side sucked recently, but try to make that a pick. You can go for Train, Overpass.
Inferno teams out there as well, where I don't feel confident with Aurora's Inferno. I think you focus on those 3 maps. I think they can be very competitive against a bunch of...
And it's not like they're absolutely abysmal on the weaker maps as well.
Yeah.
We saw them destroy Na'Vi and Nuke, for example, a map where they have struggled of late. So, yeah, they're no alarm bells for me with this team yet, but I want to see them, really make the deep run in the major, or else I kind of feel like a change is coming somehow.
Yeah. It's never really been about necessarily the quality of play. It's more about the mentality a lot of the time, right? That we are talking about with Aurora. The individuals are always there, who you can rely on. Of course, Xantares will have the occasional off game, but you don't really think that that's going to happen on a regular basis, right? So from an Aurora perspective, I think it's been all good signs so far, and I think that they are on the way back to figuring out the map pool and all these things. Because obviously so far this is teams that we kind of expect them to put to bed, right? But whether that's going to continue, we will never know.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of the individual moments. I think we've got a round you want to take a look at.
I think this is just a statement round coming out from the side of Aurora. It's going to be the buy round here.
What is the statement?
The statement round, Rich, is I'm going to be in your face and I'm going to shoot bullets. And if you don't fire back, you're screwed. Look at how fast this is. Walksick, great front of the Nerds, onto Nerds. Xantares in the middle, no backup. There's no smoke, no nothing. He's like, I'm gonna hold, get that kill, and then just taking the fight. Taps away. There's nothing you can do with your ultimate right there. And in the meantime, Magic pushing towards Long. And this round, you take a look at this and you're like, it looks like they're just not really giving too much respect. And we saw this kind of play out for the next 10 rounds or something, even in the T side. Super fast, super aggressive, in your face, trying to make a statement, being like, we are the better individuals over here. We're not going to allow you to get into your default positions. We're going to make sure you expend a lot of utility, or you have to take it really slow to try and counter our aggression. So I felt like the fact that they set the pace early in the game, also continuing the momentum they built up on Train, I think that for me was the reason why they ran away with Dust 2.
Just really quick, did you notice anything specific about Liquid that you would recommend they work on moving forward, Striker?
Let's see. They were actually pretty good on the T side, right? Where they were, once the side switched, they were really good on the collapsing on the CT side. But then the kind of more complicated rounds, actually, when Aurora tried to pull their rotation, they actually kind of let out on the other side of the map, where they left the side open and things like that. They left gaps around the map when Aurora was doing some of these disruptive plays. They left lower open so somebody can push in. So just being a little bit better at making their default a little bit tighter. I think that's probably it.
It's also like, even if you do leave holes in the map, like, it's virtually impossible in modern day Counter-Strike to basically have everything covered, right? But just being aware of the timings, and if you don't know something, you just be like, oh, we don't know, that might be a possibility if someone snuck in, right? Just being aware of what's happening in a macro thing. And I think that's something that's gonna work out, just given a couple more months, right? Elijah's just come back in, it's a new lineup, so to speak, so I'm okay with it so far.
All right, guys, it's time for a break. We're going to find out if 3D Max are contenders or if it's just bait. We'll break it down for you in a few moments.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, every move.
Astana, are you ready?
All right, as a tease before the break, it is going to be 3D Max versus Bait. We're going to focus on Bait a little bit here on the desk because I feel like we've watched a lot of 3D Max, having just come off the back of the Asia Championships as well and saw them go to the final there. So let's talk about the big changes. Kind of a weird spot for Bait to be in. They earned the invites by grinding away in that Tier 2. And now that they're in regular contention in Tier 1 events, they've kind of found it a little bit difficult to make that adjustment.
Yeah, exactly. They had great results online, and that's the reason that they started getting into the Colognes, the Fishers, this tournament, the CACs. But the transition hasn't been the easiest for them, especially for a guy like Hetrick, who's been struggling on the op to put up the same numbers that he did in the Tier 2 scene. We can see it on the graphic here. I mean, for an opper, to have a 0.97 rating, obviously you're not getting enough out of the investment into that weapon, right? So it's obviously understandable. I know that this is a guy that we've seen around for a long time, obviously going back to the NIP days, but it seems with this team, they just need a little bit more time to get up to speed with that.
And as we'll no doubt talk about over the course of the series, it turns out they've decided to free the nipple from in-game leadership duties and instead have gone with Alex for this tournament, which is a very interesting change. I don't know if Alex has ever done it before in his career, Blake.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, the nip is free, Rich. And the thing is, even with the weight of IGLing duties, he was a kind of stand-up player for this team, right? He was always popping off, just doing a lot of the work. I would say this about Bait, having watched them over the course of the year. They've had like 180 plus maps played, albeit a lot of them online, right? The T-set's always been a struggle for me, like watching them, right? And even though you be like, they might fix a couple of things here and there, then suddenly look at some other map and the T-set's always used to struggle. And them switching with Alex, I don't think they've had enough reps yet for me to see if it's going to really bear any fruit. For me, as Striker pointed out, it's not, NPL or Nipple being the guy who's supposed to, step up. I think he's already at a pretty high level for the team. It's about everyone else, the supporting cast, so to speak. And unfortunately for them, I think this is the last event before they can get a bit of an injection of confidence heading into the major, because obviously qualify for the major, you want to make a reasonably deep run. I think stage 2 is what everyone in that stage 1 would be hoping for. So yeah, for them, yesterday was a bit of a surprise, I won't lie. It was a very impressive showing considering how they were trailing against Astralis, who are obviously on paper the better team. Yeah. But this one's, I feel, going to be a bit of a rougher challenge.
I actually watched that game back in the hotel because obviously we were covering the other one, and it was a legit win.
100%.
I mean, they really did well.
Especially we're talking about, look at some of the players in the Astralis team and the tenure they've had, experience they have, and the fact that they're able to come back in 8-1 down or something and win on their map pick, and then of course just destroy them on Ancient. Just impressive stuff overall.
Yeah. Meanwhile, 3D Max, a little bit of a different proposition. We've talked a lot about how we admire their protocols, we admire their tactics, we admire their playbooks, their willingness to, beat you on your map if necessary. But ultimately, they're still a strong team without a star player.
Yes. That's because they effectively have a different star player every match, it seems like. They just take turns so often. We saw it yesterday when, Gravity got off to a really great start on Ancient, then Body and Lucky were taking over on Nuke. Well, Lucky at first, then even Exorcise has had his moments. We see this all the time with 3D Max. Maka didn't even have to do anything yesterday in that game, and they were completely fine. They were comfortable in that matchup. So it just feels like, these guys can always rely on somebody else stepping up when somebody's maybe having a rough game.
And I think it's very interesting to juxtapose juxtapose that conversation with what we just said about Bait, right? If you go back to last year, Maka was a star player. He was the one, putting in consistent 1.2 ratings while IGLing, while everyone else were kind of middling. And now everyone has kind of raised the level where he doesn't have to carry the weight of carrying much as well. And then we have to talk about Gravity, right? Coming in as the new IGL, Maka had praises to say about him. Also, I feel like they have looked better. They've looked tighter. The map pool has looked pretty more interesting as well. And yesterday, man, he wasn't just calling a great game of Counter-Strike. He was also fragging out in the server.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on this to see if it's a trend, because as people who followed the game towards the end of CSGO know, we started to let IGLs really drop their standard.
Yeah.
Like we were saying, you could rock up, have a 0.7 rating, but as long as you can call a playbook, it's fine. And I'm just wondering if we're going to enter into an era in CS2 where it's going to be more firepower oriented and IGL is going to be expected to produce.
Oh, 100%. I think we're entering that era. I think we're already well in there. Looking at all the top teams, even Apex, right? A boomer like ourselves, even he's fragging out. He has so many impact moments. You look at someone like on the Mongol side, for example, Blitz, and yeah, Gravity. It's lovely to see that him wearing that IGL hat hasn't really encumbered him when it comes to fragging out, but he's finding crazy mad impact.
Yes, and looking at the map pool here, actually, I wanted to just say one thing that's probably going to be a big factor here is that 3D Max actually banned Bait's home map. I think they have something like 8 wins in a row on Mirage, and so it's always going to be an uphill battle for Bait to be able to take 3D Max to a map pool that's actually going to be uncomfortable. This is exactly what I expected. An Ancient pick, the same thing we saw from Saw yesterday, obviously didn't really work out for them, where they thought it was going to be a punish pick, and then the difference in experience just made made all the difference. So we'll see whether Bait is going to do the same thing here.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised at all here. The Inferno pick 3D Max, it's a home map they're super comfortable on. It's also a map where Bait have really struggled, historically speaking. And then, you know what? I think a train decider could be on the cards over here. I don't know.
Does too. Yeah, I mean, this trainer does too. Which way?
Oh, okay, does too. Fair enough. Again, Beta, what does too? Maybe if you pop off a little bit more of a puggy map coming in here as a decider. But yeah, I think Ancient's really going to be interesting because yesterday, if you look at the way, if you look at especially for 3D Max, if you look at the CT side yesterday, they were getting away with murder. Right. So much info plays, and it was their opponent. I forget who it was. Saw was just like sitting ducks. Nothing emphatic, nothing reactive. They were super passive in the way to pushing the T side, which is why 3D Max were able to just kind of abuse them. That's not going to be the case here against Bait.
No, I don't think so either, because the Striker pointed out yesterday when we were setting that up, I think it was like they had a 10% win rate or something on at that time.
No,
it should have been a punish pick, theoretically.
For sure.
So I do expect to see a much closer game here.
Agreed, absolutely. Bled, I think, pointed it out well. These are guys that do play Ancients. They do play the top teams on it, on a pretty regular basis. So they're not gonna shut down the same way that Saw did at the beginning.
I mean, obviously as well, I think it's essential for Bait to get off to a good start in a series like this. We know 3D Max they do have the deeper strat book and more experience and have just been in a final of an international tournament while Alex666 is learning his trade. But I mean, obviously they can just beat you on the server with firepower, really.
They can, and that's when, you got to try and constrict them a little bit, right? They're going to be starting here on T side. It's their map pick coming in here. A couple of things Bait need to watch out for. It's going to be lucky. He's going to try to go for that A main control time and time again. And if he gets information, it's going to be aggro from Gravity, working as two-man units, just trying to work as a pack and get those kind of like hit and run plays on the CT side. And I feel like Bait they have the protocols. They look so good yesterday against Astralis on this very map. So it's going to be interesting because I feel like 3D Max are kind of fixing their Ancient.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, guys. Great to get your thoughts. But let's get into the action. Take it away, Moses and Dinko.
Thank you very much, Richard. I'm looking forward to this game. I think Bait are going to give 3D Max a good run for their money, at least on this first map. And I don't know. I feel like if they get a good start, as Richard was saying, 3D Max could be quite uncomfortable for the majority of the early portions of this series, Jason.
I honestly just love the way that it feels like in the talent team. Like everyone's really split on 3D Max. Some people are like, oh, they're pretty cool. They're pretty exciting. They're playing some good stuff. And other people are like, nah, I hate it. I hated all of it. But it's just the weirdest dichotomy ever. So I'm one of the guys who has fun watching them. So let's see what they've got here today against Bait. Gravity is very bold all on his own, but you have to imagine that confidence is going to fade along with the smoke. But you'd be wrong.
Straight away into the fight is Gravity, missing bullets and getting back into the donut just about alive. Body also on 5 HP. Here come the elbow fights. Gravity, Lucky taking 2, and eventually the nipple strikes back.
Yeah, it really does. And under the A bomb site as it's wide open. Look at the HP on Body and Exercise. That's not ideal. They need this kill. They need it right now. He needs it right.
No, what is that?
I don't know how neither of them went down, but we're still in a 3-on-3.
There we
and
go.
Body's got the immediate shot.
The 5 HP from the temple. Now a head trick out for the big box. Here comes MPL, who is actually uncomfortable. Eventually going to take his headshot on towards Exorcist. A strong position to maintain late into the round here from Donut. It's all on MPL and Body. 5 HP, 2 blinders towards the end of the round.
3.
And that's 3 total for him.
No, he got 3 blinders. He got the one in Temple as well. That's all like immediate headshots.
Yeah, that's sick.
Unreal from Body. What a crazy round as well. I'm so surprised at how willing to fight in middle 3D Max was through the entirety of that. They were so dedicated to it.
Well, we have 3D Max. We had all those missed shots, and then for Body, just clean up right at the end.
Yes.
I think there's another way of looking at this, and it's that 3D Max, a big criticism about them is their map pool can be a little bit weak once you get out of their go-to maps. Ancient has obviously been one of those. Got heavily exploited by Legacy at the end of the series. Map BO5 out in China. If they can beat Bait on this map, and they got a win on it yesterday, maybe you start to get some confidence
Start coming
rolling.
back into it. I think more, I mean, sure, the map pool thing's always going to be a concern and a conversation. I think more than anything, it's just like the natural growth of like a team kind of coming out of nowhere and coming together and going on that initial rise and doing it in a unique fashion that was different from most of the teams at that time. I'm talking like last year around like one of the pro leagues, and then going on that dip where they couldn't get anything done and had to kind of reinvent and add new pieces in. We realized like this team's very gimmicky, but if they have to play standard Counter-Strike, if the gimmicks don't beat you, they have nothing to fall back on. I think now we're seeing them back on that second rise of like, we're adding the other layers in so that we don't just have to beat you with gimmicks. We can play the standard Counter-Strike. And I think that's kind of the position that 3D Max is in right now, but I think they're a fun team to watch. Body's playing really well within this team as we saw in the pistol round, but even beyond that overall, he's going to be huge in the gun rounds. Gravity, Exercise, these guys, everyone on this team is able to find impact right now. So it's been very fun to watch them, in my mind, play. In a big task up against Bait here today.
Well, a tech issue, unfortunately, after that pistol round for everyone to kind of stew in what we just watched.
These guys haven't played each other this year. They haven't played since 2024.
All right.
that was back in September, so well over a year ago since these guys have played each other.
And obviously a lot of changes have gone on since then, even in the 3D Max camp. For Bait, MPL no longer in-game leading. Alex666, the in-game leadership is passed on to him. Another game going on right now as well over on the B stream. It's Astralis versus MIBR.
Oh, Astralis is really... stocks are plummeting, aren't they?
Yeah, they started so strong, didn't they, with Hooksy? Back-to-back finals on LAN, and all kind of fell off, and then they lost Stown. And
it's the classic. It's like once you start getting excited about it, it gets taken away from you.
Yeah, Hooksy was fragging. He's returned to normal operating.
Standard operating procedure.
Yeah. Well, currently leading that series versus MIBR. Not leading the second map, though. Nuke continues to be a problem for Astralis. Well, silence from the teams as the tech issue gets worked through.
Smile, though.
Yeah.
That's a nice smile.
Wholesome.
Yeah, especially with the music.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
It's quite a wholesome experience right now. Anything crazy going on in the Counter-Strike world, Jason, that we can talk about on this stream? Or
I think, yeah, right. I think everything's kind of settled down. We had that like crazy burst of action around the Senzu announcements, and even more information has leaked out there where he's given some podcasts.
Do you believe it?
Yeah, that's honestly, that was what I said on our podcast when it first happened. Was like I feel like if you.
But why would you change your Instagram name to Despair099?
I don't have a good answer
and
for
then follow
that.
everyone.
I try not to get into the mind of the Zoomers too much. Like you guys, they're those guys. That generation, you guys have a whole different thing going on. Like I don't know what that means.
Me neither. but I wouldn't.
I guess the equivalent of that back in my day would have been like the away messages on like instant messaging platforms.
I'm gonna
putting, like emo song
everyone.
lyrics in it. Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, it's completely understandable, right? I believe it in the sense that it made sense with like the practice habits that were going on, those stories coming out about them not preparing for events. I was like, someone on this team has decided they just can't play any more Counter-Strike, and that's the only explanation for why this is all happening right now.
Well, we're back. We're ready to play some more Counter-Strike, Jason. 1-0 up here for 3D Max. Bait gonna buy. It's gonna be Tech9s, a Galil, and a heavy B play out of spawn. They quick up the B lane. Look at this.
Yeah, right in through the smoke, and this time Gravity can't handle anything. He was excellent yesterday in this position.
Maka taking away head trick. He's going to continue to walk down. Alex 666 is the bomb carrier. All of his teammates are long gone. No one near him, and now they're calling back to try and help him out. And actually, they don't help him out. They just kind of kill him.
Yeah, they block him. They make sure he can't get away. Actually, they make it even worse. Exercise is just tapped away, giving away his position, but got one, and it should all settle down. The danger in this round is kind of shuffled to the side. 1 versus 2, but only 29 HP left.
Yeah, MPL coming back down to the bottom of the ramp. He's going to get caught by Lucky on the peek out. 3D Max off the races here. 2-0 start. Bait do not get a bomb plant in this round. They're going to have, at best, a couple of upgraded pistols.
That's something that Bait's going to have to be prepared for throughout this half. This is the CT side we saw to 3D Max yesterday. Obviously, we know every team has it in their toolkit. 3D Max used it a lot yesterday. Those mid-round pushes down those B ramps, early pushes down B ramps, especially when it feels like so much of the attention is towards middle, towards Jaguar. You're going to see them take that space up from the CT side. So Bait better be ready. 2-0. Tech9's armor, some deagles picked up for the Bait side of things as they're just going to try and grab a couple scalps, force a few rebuys into round 4.
Gravity, okay.
What?
Gets away with that one. Nearly a lineup of everybody.
That's about the most ridiculous thing I've seen.
Yeah, well, that is Gravity, isn't it? That's what he does when he's got the SMG.
He's the new Boomich?
Yeah, he is.
French Boomich?
He's absolutely French Boomich.
I love it.
Keep an eye on him. Oh, head trick. Just about dodging all those bullets.
Dodges all those just to get shot from behind.
There we go. Oh, nice shot from MPL. Anything else?
This is a great round for Bait so far. 2 kills, done good damage to the economy. Chance for another one, and you got it. 3 is the magic number, and now it's a great round. Bomb on his back as well, and who knows what can... Oh, he knows Maka. He heard the sound cue over in Donut.
Oh, he's faked him out too. Maka nearly biting on it, and then realizes it's too good to be true, isn't it? Goes out for the peak, ready for MPL, who does very well to get 2 deagle shots there, and it will be 3 Max up to 3 rounds.
Yeah, aim punch ruined his day, didn't it? 3-0, but that's a costly victory for 3D Max, so I don't think they'll be having an AWP in play quite yet. Actually, excuse me, yes they will. Maka's got that going on, and Bait's going to come into this down 3. 2 kits for the CT side for any post plants that come in. Instant elbow smoke, red room thrown out by the T side. Great double mollies to delay everything. Elbow smoke missed. So Body's got to replenish it early, but they're already out. They're already challenging.
Ryan getting away is Kenz's, or at least trying to. Body's going to hunt him down. Rifle for Gravity. Strikes true to the face of MPL. And this constant aggression and layers of 3D Max defense is just too much to handle right now for Bait, who fall down to 3 players.
The missed elbow smoke, I think, kind of lured them into thinking they could go for that aggressive play. Thankfully, that smoke comes out, the follow-up smoke, just in time from Gravity to make that a safe corner to watch. And really no good options of what to do from here. They do have 3 smokes, but they need some kills first before they can really put them into play or find a good location to put them into play. Essential going for that little timing peek on the jiggle. It's not there. 3 defenders for 3D Max at this bomb site, and they too have plenty of utility to handle whatever comes their way.
Alex 666, Essential, and head trick. Last play up the top of the B ramp, right towards Exorcist.
Oh my God.
Essential. That is exactly what they ordered. 2 headshots straight away in. Head trick applying the pressure towards Maka, keeping him back behind that smoke. And Maka's going to pause and allow his teammate Lucky to make the next move.
They caught the perfect timing just as 3D Max was pop flashing in towards Cave and a little bit out of position to handle the ramp push, but now it's all a recovery scenario. Lucky's coming up B ramp.
There's Hetrick. Just hiding out long. Look at the space that Lucky's got. He's got right up on top of him. Element of surprise, Essential. Nice shot out to the left side. Now it's down to whether or not he can win it against Mackie. He's just going to stick it. Essential's got this. He's surely got this. And that's the headshot to deliver the first round for Bait Esports. It is a ridiculous round from Essential.
Yeah, that's incredible. The entries are spectacular. Winning the clutch down the stretch as well. Maka, I think, thought there was no world in which he came to check for that defuse. Surely they would have called low HP. He had just gotten the frag. Maka thinks he can stick it, but that's a brilliant quad kill to get Bait on the board early.
And you can see they've taken a timeout immediately here, Bait, after that round win, because they're trying to figure out how much damage do we do to 3D Max over those last couple of rounds. You can see 3D Max, after one round loss, barely any money left. So a great opportunity off the back of a huge round from Essential to really take away everything from 3D Max and start getting into this first half.
All right. That's lovely, and you combine that, the money situation just a little bit awkward now for 3D Max, scraping things together, trying for a desperate win. Maka with 1,800 going to invest in the Deagle. What a turn of events. 3D Max got to be frustrated about how that one played out. 2 Mac 10s on the board on Alex and Kenzazor.
Running up into the B lane on Bates. No resources to really challenge the way 3D Max have been over the last few rounds, but Maka still making the most of it with the Deagle. Gonna go back again and does land a body shot onto Essential.
Yeah, brilliant so far from Maka.
Oh,
another one. Okay, he's done great damage. 1 kill, and Essential is going to be forced into a passive role for the rest of this round.
3 players still holding down this B bomb site for 3D Max.
And still holding utility.
Well, that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, 3D Max playing this really smart, and it takes some courage to do that because you're always worried about the challenge.
Gravity's pushed through A as well. Starting to get that flank going on about this B play, though. Let's see if Bait can break through. They're going to respect that smoke on the ramp, and Gravity actually coming through elbow is going to cut off any rotation through middle. 55 seconds. Bait still have time.
No more smokes to replenish over at that B bomb site, so there's free access for them to peek up into it. Bait, but working up the courage now.
Timing.
Oh, brutal.
Oh, Lucky switches out to the utility, and then Ecstasies cleans up on the kills. It's Kenzazor and Hetrick both going down and leaving Alex 666 on the sprint away. 30 seconds for his last-ditch effort attempt to win this clutch out on the A bomb site. You see Gravity and Ecstasies now clocking it. They're going to be running back, trying to get there in time, and Alex 666 is going to be given the plant. Can he win this round, though?
You got to try and get back in towards Donut. You got to take an early fight to clear things out. Found some safety. Timing's not there. Gravity comes out of Temple. 4th round for 3D Max. They recover and avoid the reset, the break of their economy. So CT side can start rolling now with this lead. I would imagine there's going to be one more investment with that bomb plant that they're going to have to burn through from Bait.
We'll see what kind of investment will be available to them, but this is how it started. Maka ripping apart NPL.
That's Deagle, no armor as well. He didn't buy armor so he could afford the AWP down the stretch, wanted the extra cash flow. So to get that out of Maka is incredible.
Oh, I didn't want to scream in everybody's headset. Also was quite a...
Gentlemanly.
Yeah.
Very gentlemanly.
Quite quiet scream as well. All right, so this is the buy that is available to Bait. We got a little tech issue here again. But you look over at Bait's buy, they'll have an AK out for Hetrick. You get a couple more Galils if you want.
Nothing pretty though, right? Like nothing that's going to
No.
make you super happy in any kind of meaningful way. Especially, I mean, you get that round from Essential with the quad kill to win you your first one, immediately returned upon, and now you don't really have a great chance to fight. So yeah, it's tough going in the early stages of Ancient. Pretty solid by all things considered. Obviously, NPL is the glaring weakness on the Deagle. A couple of Galils mixed in there. Round 6.
Kenzazor out into middle. This is going to be the front man on the charge. Okay, Gravity getting caught. Essential doing his job very effectively, holding down that bottom B-ramp push. Gravity loves to try and get away with that time and time again. This time punished.
That's kind of a cool push around the edge of that smoke, to be honest.
It's going to be a bait setup over towards A. 4 players walking their way through A main and Essential coming out late.
Yeah, but this gets tough based off this positioning because now both your A defenders are inside Donut. So if that gets smoked off, there's only one smoke available and a molly as well. So maybe they'll have clear vision. Clearing out mid at the moment is 3D Max while Bait walks into the A bomb site. Will they return? Is there any sound cue to give them the indication? Because Bait is just playing the game of, we're going to move until we're seen.
Oh my god, sound being made now. Lucky's going to catch him. Essential is going to go down, no problem. So a 4v4, the player advantage falls away from Bait. Let's see if this A main fight goes the way of 3D Max. There's 2 players here. MPL trying to take initial attention and draw the eyes away from this Kenzazor spot in the corner. They're going to clear him out. Lucky still falls though. Body, holding down the spray. It's going to be Maka now coming out of Donut. Body with low HP in front of him. He's going to take that kill and leave it all on Headtrick. 1v2. And he's got a moment where the fight was a 1v1 inside of the bomb site, but Exorcist is going to come out on top of it regardless. And the French continue to find success in the defense.
He gave that last fight a good stutter step to make sure that the trade was always going to be there from A main as well. Clean win. Nice job on the retake and the flank. And 3D Max, again, we know they like to be proactive across the map. This is a team on the CT side that doesn't like to stay put. They want to go clear things out. They want to figure out where the danger points are going to come from. They want to clear out the lurkers so they don't have to be concerned in the post plants. And everything is working perfectly for them so far in this game. The only hiccup is an incredible quad kill from Essential. Outside of that, the team-based Counter-Strike has all been in their favor. This is a 4v5 recovery as well off the initial push from Gravity. Really well done.
Yeah, there hasn't been something repeatable for Bait that you really can feel, okay, that is how they're going to get into this game. You can't rely upon Essential having a hero moment like that every single time. Even when Bait are getting player advantage as well, and they're getting into 5v4s, it's still 3D Max being able to convert those back in their favor.
All smiles for the 3D Max side. They're chilling.
Yeah, you see that. I think it was 3D Max who just called the admin over after that round as well.
I'm just reading the chat. One of the PCs crashed, so we're just getting that fixed up.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, disappointing start into Ancient. You know, we were talking about what was said on the desk ahead of this was, you know, for Bait to get into the series, they really need a strong start, especially on this map. This is their chance to get into the game.
Yeah.
They've had a slow start, a very slow start.
An extremely slow start, for sure. And I mean, one that maybe has done more bad than good in winning that 4th round and then losing immediately afterwards, just getting kind of broken in this sense. And now you've played 2 post plants that have been retaken as well. So you've been in some good positions, and you've just kind of lost in the retakes in the late round scenarios. Yeah, it's not a feel-good moment. This is not a fun tech pause to sit through if you're Bait. It's great if you're 3D Max, though. You're just chilling.
They're not going to laugh into themselves, thinking of something funny. Coach, you know.
That's such an outrageous name. It's close to being as outrageous as Brain.
Yeah, Brain was.
Brain
was
is a nice coach
too.
name. Yeah.
Nothing beats somebody though.
True. That one's just that one's fun to cast. I'm just like, I feel like I'm like doing a joke the entire.
Somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
What's he doing? Who knows?
FlyQuest took a nice win earlier today.
Yeah, how did that go?
Close, 13-11 on both maps over Fnatic.
Oh, it was close.
Surprising, because we liked the way Fnatic was playing yesterday, and obviously I think Blame F had another incredible series and a loss, which is unfortunate. But we like seeing the boys get some wins beneath them. Azur is announced as the new coach as well, so that work seems to be going good with the squad. Reunited with old teammate JKS over there, so they seem to be off to the races in terms of heading this project in the right direction.
I think it just makes sense, right? Having Azur come in as the coach of the team.
Yeah, it does.
His return to in-game leadership with Sprout did not go very well.
But he had that good stretch as an IGL with Renegades in their deep runs at the major. So like he's seen the good side and the bad side of being an IGL, and a long career where he's done a lot of different roles. So there's no reason he shouldn't be able to help. Shouldn't be of great value to that team, and obviously a good result here early on in his tenure behind the squad.
Yeah, for Fnatic, it's going to feel pretty rough because you're coming close to these wins.
Yeah, I think the one saving grace Fnatic have in that regard is you have the ability to say, we qualified for the major, So at the end of the day, everything is a preparation for the major, right? I think if you're one of those teams that has taken some of these losses and you're not going to be at the major, you're like, well, dang, we only have like, this and one more event potentially before the year's over, and then our Counter-Strike season's over. At least for someone like Fnatic, they're like, okay, well, we're building up to the major. So this is all stuff identifying weaknesses and identifying areas where we need improvement heading into that event.
Yeah, they're now 0-2 in the competition. Nearly beat Aurora on Mirage. That was the 16-14 loss. They got handled over on Dust 2, just like Liquid were.
Sure. You just had to bring that back, didn't you? That was trying to make me mad.
Yeah, I'm never letting you forget about Liquid's woes.
Liquid's loss in the group stage of PGL Masters Bucharest 2020.
In the 1-0 game.
Yep, we're going to hang on to that one forever.
Astralis MIBR still going. MIBR with an 11-10 lead on the B stream.
Ooh, trying to force a third map over there. That's always fun.
Yeah, I haven't got to see MIBR play. I've always been on the other stream.
Have you played the new retakes yet that Valve has brought?
Yeah, I've been playing.
Yeah, you've been grinding it? How you feeling?
I discovered today there's a spawn on Dust 2 where you just get kind of crouched and crushed and you can't leave the spawn point.
Okay, I gotcha.
So I was just standing there, not able to move.
Henry and I grinded about 3 retake matches against the same 3 guys who had the fastest PCs and got in and picked T-side every single time.
Oh.
And they were kind of dickheads, man.
Dude, that's the worst part. Is like, why does it not change? Like, if you play CT, why are you always on CT?
Well, because they want you to get to 8.
Because the
then you win the map.
Yeah, but then the community servers are way better for that. Like, used to be if you won the,
hey,
if you were the MVP
I'm not telling
player,
you it's the primo experience.
No, I understand why, but it just sucks. I played some Wingman today, though. I love Rooftop. That map is good.
Yeah, you like Rooftop?
Yeah.
I don't dabble in the Wingman. Wingman's not fun.
Dude, there's so many cool spots on that map. Blair and I were playing today. We found like a cool boost spot on the map. And
okay, so you guys are setting the meta.
Yeah.
Dinko and Blair.
Yeah.
The Rooftop Wingman champions.
Yeah, we can't really say our nickname out loud. But
sure.
Yeah, but it's good. Trust me.
Trust you. I do trust you. Well, I'll hear it later, I'm sure. Well, looks like the timeout's come to a close. PC's been rebooted. Hamster's spinning his wheel again. We're ready to rock and roll. 5-1, round 7. They trying to crack and find any weakness possible in this 3D Max defense. So far, it's been tough.
Yeah, it's been one round. Essentials 4K. And that is it. And even that round looked touch and go. So Bait out of the extended tech issue. Going to be starting with 3 players outside of A. No signs of commitment though, as they just go through the motions of taking some B lane control. No one from 3D Max are throwing that curveball at them though, running down B lane, getting in their faces. Actually quite respectful in this round.
Well, I mean, I think usually when you'll see it, it's always going to be if it feels like there's. I mean, you can call it out of a spawn, obviously, but the reaction is generally when there's a lot of presence in middle, a lot of presence towards cave, a lot of presence towards the A bomb site when those pushes come in. Looks like 3D Max went for a way more standard opening. They've put a lot of faith in Maka's hands with the AWP to hold down the B bomb site by his lonesome.
Oh, okay. Alex666 getting caught walking in towards main, didn't have his weapon out.
Yep.
Ends up getting dropped, and we're going to see 3D Max bounce it back and just fall away with that advantage, but it's short-lived because MPL with some success inside the middle is dropped body. There's still 2 players committed to the A bomb site here for 3D Max.
Yeah, Lucky fell back from Donut to go assist Exorcist coming back in A main. Oh, he's going to push again. They're lined up, and he almost had multiple. And Lucky holds on to Donut. So again, Bait just have no good options moving forward.
25 seconds. Starting to run over towards the Donut player. Lucky gets cleared out by Essential. We've got Gravity. Oh, he's gone down as well. And perhaps we're going to get another round out of Bait off the hands of Essential. Oh, but he's gone. Bombs down. 10 seconds left in the temple push from Kenzazor. That should have been a 3D Max round win.
That's a big risk to go for that temple walk as well. You're leaving your teammate all alone. You're leaving him really isolated inside the bomb site, especially with time running thin. But yeah, indeed, it is another round victory. And at this point, I think Bait's just happy they come about no matter which way. But Essential, the champion, one more time. Especially because this is, I mean, that's a great advanced kills just so far in. It's so early, it feels like that attack should have been read, should have been disjointed, but Bait does a great job keeping their composure.
All right, well, 3D Max's money off the back of that has been thrown away. And it's not like they have a similar half buy that they had earlier, right? Where they had a chance with the Deagles and some better weapons. This should be a comfortable round victory for Bait. Actually get into the game now. MPL with 2. Essential and Hetrick on the follow-ups. Nice and quick, nice and easy. Let's get back into the buys. It's going to be rifles, though, for 3D Max. No AWP will be cited here for Maka. They don't have enough money for it.
Yeah, AWP wasn't having too much impact, so it's not the biggest loss in the world. Obviously, you'd love to be able to put it in his hands, but, you know, M4 has been doing just fine for you.
The fact that you can see how much damage Bay have been doing, even in these round losses, you know, bringing the 3D Max players down low. Because one round out of Essential, and it's getting rid of the money and actually opens up a real opportunity to get into this half for Bet Esports. If they win this round, they're truly in it.
Yeah, these rounds have been very close. These two teams grinding against each other pretty hardcore right now. Hetrick finds body through the smoke, which is broken, but Lucky's found some safety.
There was a push down from Lucky. Nearly got away with a double, but it's MPL to make sure it's Bait staying ahead.
This is where I would expect at some point to see Gravity and Exercise push B ramp, and it's just going to happen immediately. Good read from NPL as well. Early grenade. He's prepared for the fight, and he wins it.
Yeah, second player there as well. Not able to handle Exercise, but he's got the info. There's a second player there, but the problem is the bomb.
Yeah. Now, nobody on 3D Max knows it, obviously, or else they might be able to play this one a little bit different. So backing away from it, Alex is going to come all the way back to pick things up. Hetrick going to join up with them, and they're just going to reconvene towards the B bomb site away from where 3D Max just rotated from. And still Maka over at the A bomb site hasn't really moved. Exercise going to be clearing out middle. Get himself in position for a flank through cave, and the longer this takes from Bait, the closer he's going to get.
Around the back. Exercise is getting very close now. That bomb plant will start to go down as he arrives to the ramp.
I think he needs...
Oh, dude, he could get 2 right here. Trigger discipline into the kill. Denial of the bomb plant. Hetrick's going to come back, and Exercise has got 2 locked in. Kansas over now 1v2. Nice shot as Exercise offers up his life. A mistake to stay in the open.
Yep.
And now Kansas can take down Maka. Taps onto default. Maka yet to reveal his position. And Kanzazor is going to have to commit. Just spotted Maka. Goes into the fight, and Kanzazor gets the clutch. So it's Exercise, the hero, as he drops to 0.
I mean, that's such a hard thing to try and criticize because he makes such a brilliant play. Nice double kill, beautiful shooting. But you have to give it up at that point. You have to back away and play the 2v1. It's almost unlosable in that 2-on-1 when you have one player coming from highway, one player from behind cube, one player coming from B ramp. And it sucks to have to pin the mistake that lost the round on the player who got you back into the round, but that's the world we live in.
Yeah, and I think that's got to be one that just gets away from 3 Max that is likely to concede the lead. 5-5, teed up here for Bet Esports, who haven't been playing the greatest Counter-Strike on this T side, but they've stayed in it. MPL and Hetrick, great kills here, cleaning up the defenses. No risks being shown. Nice body Deagle. Is there anything else? Oh, he's close to it. One more shot to land, but he would have dropped Alex 666 in the sight. Then it would have been down to a 2v2. But instead, it's Lucky climbing up on top of the boxes.
It's a lot of numbers.
A lot of numbers. I'm glad I nailed all of them. But here's some more numbers, 5-5.
Yeah, we're all tied up, man. Well done from Bait. They're going on a little bit of a streak. Out of that tech pause, maybe the PC crashes ice 3D Max out of this game. 4 rounds straight for Bait.
Poet. Well, 2 rounds left here, and finally that AWP has returned.
Yeah, it's returned. Let's see what kind of a round they're going to play out here for 3D Max, what kind of a defense. I was amazed. They put Maka with the AWP a couple rounds back alone at the B bomb site. This time he'll be playing in middle. Supportive utility for any kind of a mid play coming in from Bait, but it's not there. They're stuck behind the smokes for now.
Oh my god, good luck, good night. Gravity straight away into the peak against the AWPer. Comes out on top. There's Maka's sniper chiming in, though. Essential. No X-Factor play this time.
Gravity's so good in that position. He's teed up 3D Max to have a 6th round. And this could be the cleanest round win they've had throughout this entire half. Never has 3D Max won a round with more than 3 players surviving, which goes to your point, how low they've always been, how close they've always been to being broken. And a 2-on-5, Dukenzi and Alex, you have the money to go for this. You're going to be buying next round no matter what. think all they feel is left to them is walking up the B ramp and seeing what you can find. You're going to want to go contact as well.
Contact it is. Silently creeping their way into the B bomb site. Exorcist is going to be the early warning system. He'll clock Kenzazor first. Low HP should finish him off, and it is a headshot. And the second. A little celebration for Exorcist as they confirm their 6th round. At least a tie game going into the second half here, but 3D Max want the lead. 7-5 is on the table. Let's see if they can grab it. I think they deserve it.
Yeah, you think they deserve it?
Yeah.
That's what we're going to go with today?
I think so. They've been the better team.
They've worked hard, you know. They've really laid it all out there in the server.
They definitely have been the better team in this first half, Jason.
Yeah, they have been.
It's 2 rounds that were just essential popping off. You got 4K.
Yeah, welcome to MR12.
Yeah. There's the nade going in towards elbow. Quite a bit on head trick. And Kenzazor, they're going to come out towards body. This M4 is at the ready in the cubby. Flashes go up, hold them back. They come through the smoke. Little team dink in there, but it doesn't matter. 3D Max have shut down everything. And yeah, they deserve it, Jason. They've earned it.
Yeah, they certainly have now in these last 2. This has been great rounds for them, and obviously a little delayed mid-push there as soon as the execute's coming in for bait, just completely wrecks them. So once again, a 2-on-5. I think we'll get a couple seconds where bait just tries to milk this and hope that somebody steps into their crosshair. When that doesn't happen, we'll see them kind of step in and actually try and take control, and that's where 3D Max should be able to shut things down. Maybe we get a 3rd essential round, you know?
Maybe there's one more, yeah. He's still alive, he's still kicking, so maybe there's something crazy.
Yeah, keep your hopes up.
Alex 666 in middle, essential, dead. So there we go, Hope's now dead. It died last. And we've got 3D Max with a 7-5 lead going into the second half of Ancient. Now, just to bring it back to the context of the series, we were talking about how this really has to be bait's map win. If they don't win this, the rest of the series is likely to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, Inferno is going to be a really tough map for them when it switches over there. 3D Max so good on it. I mean, they've done everything they could in this half. You mentioned like 3D Max deserving it. They've looked like the better team, and you're exactly right. But I mean, there's still credit to be given over to bait for keeping those rounds close, for getting so close, keeping that money low. And that's the reward that you get when that's the kind of impact you're having, is when you do get those breaks, it just becomes so much easier to build rounds upon it. So we're 2 rounds apart going into the second half, Pistol. 3D Max won the first. See if they can win the second. They switch over to the T side and now going to be attacking into the bait defense.
Yeah, bait absolutely not out of this. I mean, we've talked about how 3D Max have had their struggles on Ancient.
Sure.
Still going to be a very difficult second half here for 3D Max to close out. If bait can get going early, especially with a pistol win, then this is absolutely still open for the Ukrainians. A lot of utility coming in here for 3D Max. They're going to be heading over towards B. You got 2 smokes, 1 Molotov, an HE grenade, and a flash. So a heavy execution available to the B bomb site. And luckily for bait, they've made the right call. They've got 5 players pretty much ready to fight either B lane or on the site itself. One of them is gone though straight away, but Alex 666 responds.
Yeah, great rebuttal. Flashbang activates the push through. Here we are. Head trick swings wide, goes down. Dualies only good for 1 kill between the 4 pistols.
Yeah, now low HP as well, finished off. Alex not able to get too much done. It's now MPL left, and he's got that B ramp flank. No one's looking at it. All right, well, now they know where he is. Gravity's going to turn. He's going to hit his headshot, and they're long gone. They're out of there with 15 HP left. MPL very unlikely to do anything for the remainder of the round.
Oh, of course. And I mean, just think about it. The path you have to walk, there's so many corners you're going to have to clear, and you don't even make it past the first one. Good shot from Maka. Good pistol for 3D Max. Both here on Ancient, puts them up 8-5, and that must-win map for bait gets further out of reach.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling losing both pistol rounds here.
I mean, if you look at the history, too, of 3D Max, like, I'm not going to sit here and try and pump and say that their Ancient is amazing, but, you know, the teams they lose to, Falcons, FaZe, Mongols, lost to Legacy at CAC, but the teams they beat are the teams like Saw, Inner Circle. Like there's like a disparity in terms of which teams they beat and lose to.
Elite teams,
yeah,
beat the teams they should. That's fair enough. It's that legacy loss.
Although, to be fair, it's been a while since we called Falcon, or I mean, excuse me, FaZe elite, you know?
Elite players.
Elite players.
Yeah. All right. MPL getting into main and getting out with a kill. The B-bomb side is very weak, though. You've only got one player here, and it's Alex.
He's been spotted as well, so Maka knows to smoke him off. He's going to create a little bit of safety for himself and maybe a potential path that he could utilize, or at least put the fear in his opposition, and his teammates have arrived. But how are you ever going to get out and stop this play? Another smoke comes in towards short, and that should be 3D Max getting the bomb at least planted.
Yeah, bomb planted, but anything else, it doesn't look all that likely. We'll have to wait and see how this goes for Gravity as the Mat 10 just charges forward, and actually, one kill, and also a huge issue because they have to worry about him now.
Yeah, but where do you go from here if you're Gravity?
Yeah, but if he can just distract long enough for Body to reposition, which he's done, and Body's moved into the site, and he's come away with a kill in Essential. Body can win this, but MPL will deny that, even though he takes a lot of damage on board. So you lose the pistol, but you respond with a force buy win. At least you've got that going for you.
Yeah, quite a rebuttal here to keep things close, 8-6. Well done from Bait. So we'll see them fight for this back and forth tug of war in terms of the economy between the two teams. You know 3D Max is buying right back up into this with a bomb plant. Got the gift of a lot of kills through smokes, I feel like, Bait that round. Like two of them just spamming the 5-7.
You need some of those to go your way if you're going to win a round like that. And the problem is they've still got to deal with this force buy coming back at them from 3D Max. You've got a Galil here for Gravity, upgraded pistols. Still a threat in this round, but favored to win it. And then they would force 3D Max into an eco. And we've actually got a tied game here.
Yeah, this could get weird. There's still legs to this opening map. Standard smokes down in place. Broken at the same exact time. NPL, Kenzie, and Headtrick wanted to trap any 3D Max players out in the open. Red Room smoke is replenished now as they secure this position. Flashbang in. Oh, Kenzazor is so blind, and they don't check him. The first kill, they thought that was it. Gives him time to bring his vision back. Brilliant triple to save the day. And 3D Max, it's all done now.
Gravity just winning in the B lane. He's going to come racing after Essential. But he's not going to get in a position to get rid of him. As now Gravity taking the final few bullets is ripped off the top of Heaven. And the shutdown in Donut is enough to end the 3D Max force buy.
Man, that's a crazy, crazy setup as well. It worked so perfectly. They just didn't realize two players in Donut. That double up is the checkmate. So 3D Max will have to sit back without any investment here in this next round. 8-7, nursing that one round lead, but just looking forward to the gun rounds coming back if you're 3D Max.
Absolutely. Oh, tight game. Bait staying in this. Have they stayed in it long enough to actually start showing us some power? That smoke, we don't want to see that again.
No, that one definitely misses.
No, it's not likely it's not going to cost him anything. He's in this round.
Yeah, and actually, it's kind of you just gotta line your boy up. Be like, hey man, you missed that smoke, so maybe check a different brick.
Didn't miss by too much. Here come 3D Max going towards the A bomb site. Will attempt to get a plant, but Kenzazor is waiting out for the back of default. Nice shot on the flick up. Should be cleaning up, and no problem. So another 3K quickly from Kenzazor. And we are all tied up, 8 apiece. No one dies here from Bait. Money can start to get a little bit more comfortable for the CTs early on in this second half. And let's see what Bait are capable of now on the defensive Ancient.
Probably feels like a must-win round if you're on the 3D Max side of things. This probably feels terrible at the moment. 4 AKs in a Galil on Maka. Pretty standard opening. 2 towards the B-bomb site, 2 towards middle, 1 in support, sticking around in T-spawn for utility. And 3D Max going to start easing their way through those mid-smokes.
Kenzazor waiting in the donut. Body is going to be stopped. Lucky sending his Molotov in towards the donut itself, and Kenzazor is finally burnt out of that position. 3D Max still with a recovery required, but perhaps Lucky's kill can put them in that direction. He's not clean on the first bullet, but stabilizes to confirm the kill.
Actually, this is actually a huge complication now for the Bait defense. Now they got to worry about them wrapping around the B-bomb site, wrapping around the A-bomb site. Exorcist and Maka are in relative safety. It's really Lucky who's the only one playing. And this is a smart move. If he tucks himself into this corner and just waits for somebody to walk in.
He's got it as well.
Yep.
MPL gonna walk right into it. Lucky did take a lot of damage though. He's down to 8 HP off the back of that. But you know, if you decide that just to sort of plant your feet on the B bomb site here, could end up being the right call for Bait.
Well, the real scary thing, because I think Lucky's just clearing out the A bomb site before telling his teammates to run all the way back through T spawn. The real factor is this: Essential takes him down. Now you have to hit that B bomb site. You know it's at least a 2-on-1. Exorcist and Maka making their move, but doing it quietly.
Yeah, they've got the utility, but they don't want to use it. They want to get onto the bomb site. Alex is 11 HP. Oh my god, Maka just about got his gun out in time. Alex goes down without a single kill, and now it's on Essential. We talked about him winning 2 rounds for his team in the first half. That really was the reason they were able to keep it competitive. Now he's looking to win them around here in the second.
Those are wild quad kills and chaos, though. This is a 1v2 that he's got to put together, and he's got to sit behind this smoke. Not a whole lot of time remaining. He does have a kit and a smoke to utilize himself.
Can he create his own chaos?
You're going to give away your position with this.
Flashes, smokes, rain on in. Essential dives into the bomb site, and Maka is ready to collect him. So 3D Max doing a great job at recovering a numbers deficit there to pull it back in their favor, and it's Lucky who's the man that makes the difference.
Let's see if they can keep this up, if they can go on some kind of streak of momentum. It felt like they might have been able to out of the pistol, but man, they just got bodied in that second round. So finally back on track, 2 players alive. That's a really hard-fought round as well, though. Bait didn't make this easy whatsoever. This is all Lucky. That pick in middle, causing chaos, forcing movement, letting NPL walk into his crosshair, and his teammates are able to mop it up after the fact.
Tactical timeout here for 3D Max.
Yeah, because they know how important it is to string these two together, right? You don't want to lose this and just go right back into not really being able to afford and buy, and then Bait's sitting at a point in this game where they've caught momentum and caught more economy. Their money is actually doing great. Another full buy, plenty of cash left in the bank, so 3D Max got to bash this wall down one more time.
No, smokes exchanged. One up towards red, one towards elbow. And the standard mid-utility drops in middle for Bait. But no one looking to play aggressive. Got a double donut setup and one player in red room right now for the CT side, but that space in mid is giving the 3 Max, and they're going to use it. Body making his way out with Lucky. And they're going to go for an A split here, Jason. At least that's what they're looking like right now. It's 3 players in main with the bomb.
It's a good time for it with the AWP over in Donut as well. Can sometimes feel unwieldy in that kind of a space. Obviously, if you can clear out the mid portion and have the deep angles towards the A bomb site, much more comfortable, but he's got to be concerned. There is a lurker in position that's body.
Yeah, Kansas Aura playing from default box is a really strong position. Let's see if utility lands on his head. He knows what's coming his way. He's going to actually try and slow them down. Great Raid combo, and look, it seems like 3 Max didn't realize they just couldn't stand there. They stopped walking. They just take all the damage on board, and it all goes to shit, really. Bodies left in a 1v5, and 3 Max let it fall away.
Yeah, they slowed it from the nade damage, but really the hesitation when that Molotov came in is like, you guys all need to know, are we going through it?
Yeah,
or are
there's
we
no
falling
decision.
back? Yeah. It was like 2 went forward, and then the other 2 people were like, okay, I guess we got to go as well. And then they all eat the nade and get mopped up. So out of a timeout, at a critical round for your economy to keep fighting on Ancient, that is 3D Max dropping the ball in a big way.
Oh man, that was such a crucial round as well. Let's see if there's any bounce back. Not a good look there.
You don't even chip away at any of the money. Bait just builds it up even more.
Yep. And now look at you. You've got Tech 9s, P250, feeling red in the face. This could be the end, the beginning of the end of Ancient for 3D Max. Essential to drop body first. Essential holding on. Stylish moves to take down the pistols that run him down. Maka to pick up the AK, go for a quick reload. In the meantime, though, Gravity slipped into the site. He knows that Hetrick was there, but couldn't quite get the second onto Alex, who picks up the AWP, and it's now 10 rounds for Bait.
Yeah, it would have been cool if he could have got that kill before Hetrick finds his frag, and then all of a sudden you could maybe, double team the guy in cave and have yourself a 2-on-2 in the bomb site, but not quick enough on it. 10-9, Bait take their lead. Plenty of money, no concerns there. Playing some stress-free Counter-Strike, and the CT side really looking strong. And 3D Max, the woes on Ancient continue.
They do, and this is really the last go of things, isn't it? Lose this round, they are favored to close out the map. When we talk, you just mentioned the fact that 3D Max's ancient losses have come against some of the best teams in the world. But most recently, they lost to Legacy, obviously, in that best-of-5 grand final out in China.
Yes.
They lose to Bait here, and we can really start to talk about this being a glaring weakness in their map pool. Because they had so many opportunities throughout this map to just sort of run away with it.
Yeah, and this is also one of those games where, we talked about it a number of times, is just the grinded out underdog performance of Bait, of always keeping that money low, so when you do get a round win, it's so painful and so punishing. They've been able to keep it close, even through losing stretches. It's been a really good performance from Bait on this map. .3D Max reconvening towards the B bomb site. All 5 players smoke up in red room. The last 2 remaining, or excuse me, they have 3 remaining. 2 going to be used on this execute. A huge stack over in cave though, so good luck, Lucky.
Yeah, this is a strong setup of the flashes. Oh my god, Lucky actually gets taken out by his own teammate. Essential still inside of the cave. Headtrick's going to be spammed down. Essential low, but still fragging. And he goes out to the AWP. Kensisor doubles up. He will not deny the plans, but he will certainly deny any success for 3D Max as Bait Esports now head to 11. Starting to extend upon this lead and get into their final form to close out Ancient.
Yeah, 3D Max has no strength on this T side. There's no opportunities being created, no one doing any crazy things the way Essential was providing that on Bait's T side. This has been 3 in a row, 6 of the last 7, 6 of 8 in this second half. Sorry, that is a lot of numbers. I didn't mean to do that to you.
I'm confused now, Jason.
Yeah, I know.
The main numbers that matter, though, 11-9.
The only numbers that matter.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we watched in that final, I was mentioning, Legacy racked up just a crazy amount of rounds on the CT side.
Yeah.
There was a weak T side from 3D Max and Ancient. It's another one here.
All right, happening again.
Yeah, it's just really rough to see them in this kind of scenario, but we knew this was Bait's chance in the series. 3D Max obviously have great maps coming up for the rest of the series itself, so good to see the Ukrainians showing up. And the job's not done yet. You have to be very careful you don't get ahead of yourself, and right now, it's 3D Max fighting their way into the B bomb site. It's a long fight. It's going to be Alex to win it. Nexus to trade it, and Headtrick on the save.
Well, you know, when things get the most desperate, when you hit rock bottom, you always find the solution.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, back on. It's
yeah,
we're
back, boys.
So, fair enough. You will have to deal with a really good buy in the next round again. Bait Esports have plenty.
It's just the question becomes, like, if you're in 3D Max's shoes, like, what are you calling in this next round, right? Like,
right.
You don't have a whole lot of things that you can go on. You're not like, oh, we've been able to take mid control. We can build something off that. We've gotten this pick here a couple of times. We can try and get that one again and build off that. There's not really anything I can point to at the moment that seems like 3D Max is going to have, like, a go-to idea of how to open up this round. Especially when you consider just the amount of money that Bait has had throughout the entirety of their CT side. All saved and brought over into round 22. Timeout music kicks in. I would assume that's going to be from Bait, right?
Yes, it is.
Assume that'd be from them? Yeah, that's their third and final timeout here on Ancient to talk things over and say, guys, we're just 2 rounds away. Let's not let them back in. Let's keep doing what's been effective. They've been very, very assertive and aggressive on retakes. They haven't been letting 3D Max get comfortable at any point. They've done good work in the opening kills. It's 3D Max who got to figure out how they want to work this one, how they want to work around the map. I think, again, taking that mid control, I don't think it's been a bad opening move for 3D Max.
Something that's still really going for Bait is even if they lose this round, they'll still have another go at things with another buy in the next. So 3D Max, if they're going to finish this game and win it, they've got to do it in the hardest fashion.
Yeah, and depending on if Bait's ever able to save anything in a loss, they'll have great buys for all 3 of the last remaining rounds. So here we go. Maka's going to get out mid with some pace, with some quickness, and he's got one. He knows there's a second as well, desperately trying to hunt him down.
Maka, he's still going.
Chill.
Madness. Chill, hit that reload, breathe a little bit, and now Maka goes in again. Kansas are still in the donut. Maka, good flash. Doesn't make Kenzazor look away. It does, but he doesn't. Oh my god, Maka just destroys him, melts him. Kenzazor gone. 2-man advantage here for 3D Max, but they're still coming to 2 players here. Essential is one of them. And he's going to play here from default. Maka is cast aside. Alex is coming for the flank, and you have handed those kills right back. You have crumbled here. But look at the play from Gravity, trying to get that B bomb site. He is the saving grace right now for 3D Max.
Yeah, I noticed the names on the kill feed and realized no one's at this B bomb site, so I'll move forward. I'll take a lot of space, but he loses it. Again, Essential. 21 kills. Been the defining difference for Bait in this map.
Yeah, Hetrick, he's still here with SAWP, unable to land a shot. It's a big peek in towards Essential. Once again, doing damage. The grenade goes forward. It's going to be bullets from Lucky to break Hetrick, and Essential is so low on health. But that flank around the ramp, Alex is now arriving. Exorcy's bomb in his hands. It's all on Lucky to close this out. He knows exactly where the last player is. Lucky with 30 seconds left, 100 HP, but he just can't get the shot to land.
And he didn't get the bomb either, so now he's really screwed.
Oh, he loses to the USP, and that is going to feel like a very frustrating 1v1 to let go for Lucky. He had the chances, just could never get comfortable, and he's closed out by the little sidearm.
I think he's maybe caught off guard by the fact that there's a challenge from B ramp. I think he's thinking that clutch is going to have a little bit of breathing room to it. He's going to get a chance to pick up the bomb and maybe work with the 30 seconds. I think he's a little bit surprised that it's just a fight the whole way through.
I mean, that kill on Gravity from Essential is massive. If Gravity even stays alive, if he's a threat for a little bit longer, you allow that bomb to get in, you allow 3D Max to get settled into post-plant positions. But instead, it's the opposite. It's now 12-10. Bait Esports with 2 chances to close this out. 3D Max, this is their goodbye. This is it. Rifles out on all 5 players. 2 of them Galils. And into mid, Body goes.
And you don't have Maka, okay, but you got Body giving you an opening kill. You say you don't have Maka running out like a crazy man to get you 2 opening frags. That was a 3v5 recovery for Bait. Now playing once again in a man down, but it's evened up by Hetrick. Double scope to the dome of Maka. But look at this real estate on the other side of the map that 3D Max has taken yet again. Slid into Red Room. A bomb site's going to be challenged as well. And now 3D Max has to fall back.
Oh my god.
Let these lurks do their job.
That's a great shot from Body. Lucky now coming out of main. Exorcy's looking to join them as he runs on over. Needs to be careful here. He's going to get over it. The flank is arriving in behind you, but it's a long way off in terms of being able to get to Exorcist in time. So the bomb will get out towards the A site. And unlike the last round, 3D Max will actually have time to get a post-plant position set up.
Yeah, but Lucky's he's doing what Gravity did last round, overextending to get a deeper, stronger angle. And this time it's going to come up on the positive side of that. Alex goes down. A main controlled by 3D Max. They're going to surely have 11 with that position.
Well, flashes just keep raining into the donut as well. Another one, dude. He can't get away from it.
Oh, that'll force you away. Like, fine, guys, you can have it.
Okay, it's yours.
You're willing to spend 5 flashbangs on this.
So it'll come down to the final round of regulation. All the rounds required. 3 Max stay in the fight. Will it be overtime or a 13-11 win from Bait?
Careful, that's actually a very costly loss of the AK-47, although plenty of money with the round win and the bomb explosion. Everyone should be fine with Lucky's utility hoarded over to the next round. 12-11, final round of regulation, a chance for overtime. And if you're Bait, you're just like, we have to win it here. You do not want to be another one of the teams that have a good game, you get to this point, a chance to win it, and then you go into overtime and 3D Max really comes to play. You've been punishing them through economy throughout this map. You lose that advantage in overtime.
One last round of regulation, and it's quick from MPL. Good movement, gets up to heaven, but blocked out by utility, so can't really make the most of it. It's Essential getting sent forward. Flashes sent in by Alex. It's a double kill from Essential. Once again, delivering some great impact for his team. Gravity had to trade it out. He does so, and then takes a risk going through the cave smoke. Execution arriving on the B bomb site. Smoke's being put in place. One for long, one for short. It's going to keep Kenzazor back. It's separated from Alex, who's playing committed to the cubby. That molly's going to force him into the open, burns him out into Body, but Alex steps up, and it looks like Bait might just be closing this one out 13-11, unless Gravity's got a multi in him, and he just doesn't. It's down to Maka, and it would require some magic in this clutch. He's getting tagged up on his retreat away from the doors. He's actually pulled back into the fight and re-smoked at the top of the ramp.
He's going to step through it and just sit in the fading smoke. He's got one.
Dude, the other smoke actually separated him, but he goes to the rifle, he jumps into the site, and Kenzazor finally closes out Ancient. It's Bay Esports requiring every round of regulation, but they take the map win that's required in this series.
They do. Not pretty, but we didn't expect it to be. 3D Max's problems on Ancient continue. Blair, what is going on? I kind of feel that, a team that everyone talks to me about being the gatekeepers of Tier 1 and being a potential tournament winner, I feel like they should be able to play a better game on Ancient.
And they did. They had some pretty solid rounds overall, but it feels like they're their own worst enemy, Rich. Sometimes you wake up and you're like, everything's great, everything's hunky-dory, everything's going your way, and you start just punching yourself for some reason or the other. And that's what we saw from 3D Max. Unlosable rounds where you have clear advantage, which should be in the bag. And I think we counted like 3 or 4 rounds like that.
For sure.
If those rounds had gone their way, which should have, this would have been us praising 3D Max for, improving their Ancient. So kudos to Bait for bringing this one back, dragging it back. But man, 3D Max, some of the mistakes were made are so dumb.
This is some of their mentality just coming back to bite 3D Max effectively. We were talking about how dynamic they can be. We were talking in the green room how they're so reminiscent of the heroic of old. They're also so reminiscent of the heroic of old in other ways, which is exactly what you were talking about. They just throw away, they kind of overcook the pooch with the mentality that they have. They just want to kind of gimmick their way out of some of the rounds really unnecessarily. We saw it in the 5v3 in the second half where they just suddenly decided, okay, we're not going to go away where we have almost all the control. And we don't want to trade into the bomb site. Yeah. We would rather go back and give away the advantage.
And it's not just that, it's also just the individuals as well, right? Like just going for just re-peaking, over-peaking, taking fights when your teammates nowhere close by and where you have the player advantage, where there's no real pressure for you to try and go for a hero play to try and kind of, equalize the situation. Just unnecessarily gifting fights to Bait. So, of course, Bait, they were able to snatch it away. A great game coming out from Essential as well. But in all honesty, this should have been the game pretty much in the bag in that first half itself for 3D Max.
Yeah, I feel like they should have definitely got it over the line. Obviously, this player here on your screen had some nice moments and definitely picked up some multi-kills he had no right to get in crucial situations. But it's just my fundamental worry about 3D Max. If you've got a map that's this sketchy and this unreliable, and you have to let it go because you've got your permaban and you don't want to make that map it, then it's always going to be hard in series. You're always going to find yourself going the distance because if I can punish pick Ancient into you, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, and you can see that they were trying to compensate for that and trying to come up with different ways to play the map compared to some of the other teams, to try to take them off guard, to try to change up their playstyle a little bit by, being so aggressive. But yeah, this time it just comes back to bite them, and that's just how it goes.
It's we say how aggression is a double-edged sword, and so half the times you wind up cutting yourself, and that's literally what happened. We have a multitude of rounds we can actually talk about. It just watching it, and I've been watching a lot of these players for years right now, right? They're not necessarily, some new team coming out of nowhere. You're looking at Maka, looking at Body, for example, Lucky as well. They're pretty much veterans, so to speak, in this tier 1.5 or the bottom of tier 1 scene, and making so many individual brain farts. It was stinking.
Well, why don't we do it then? We're going to be, it's a mean death segment coming up. We love these. So Striker, I think you've got a round for us, round 2.
Yeah, round 2 is actually the good one, the good start of this.
Oh, okay.
We were going to talk about how...
picking the positive one.
For now, I mean, I have the bad one later, so we'll see about
good
that.
Good cop, bad cop.
But the good one is now where there's a force buy coming in from Bait in the second round, and 3D Max already preemptively stacked the B bomb side with three players, and they're ready to fight ramp into the force buy, which is generally what you don't want to do, get up close to the pistols, but they just have this playstyle where they want to take the fight to you. And then there's Body also playing mid passively, so he's super ready to come back to help them with the ramp push, and they just have no idea that there's another guy there. So that's the way that they overwhelm you in bomb sites, the way that we were talking about being very heroic-esque, where they're so dynamic, they're very unpredictable in where they're going to have their numbers. And that's how they were catching Bait off guard, and that's just the mentality they have on this map now.
Yeah, and then jumping ahead to round 7.
Yeah, this is a round that actually pissed me off, Rich. And I'm not even hungry, I wasn't even hangry. I'm pretty full, right? I had a nice shawarma earlier on, but this is, look, this is a great pick from Exercise. A great time. He gets a point. Why are you sticking around? Just give it up. You have the information. He falls back, and then again, body's running out. He had such a good angle over there, and even over here, they're just so eager to fight. He swings out, gets a kill. Fair enough. And this is what's so egregious and lucky. You get the kill. Play it passive. Information's been conveyed by a teammate who died outside of A main. Both the T's are at A main. He can hear them creeping up over there. Your teammate Maka with the AWP hasn't rotated even towards CT spawn. Your other teammate coming in from mid towards Donut, it's still leagues away. Why are you holding that one and done spot where even if you get the kill, you get traded? It's a 1v2. Things can get a little murky. Your opera's still far away. Instead, he just takes a duel, gets immediately taken down. 2v2, his teammate swinging a little too late. Great shot from whoever it was from Bait, got the kill. Sentiel right there. Of course. But it's just these individual moments which are just mind-boggling. Why are you going for these over-eager plays? We know what point are you trying to prove?
Yeah.
We even saw later on, I think, in the second half, I believe it was Exorcist who had a beautiful flank from ramp towards the B bomb site with the FAMAS. He kills the
one we will talk about.
We have the round as well, right? We can probably roll it.
Yeah, well, let's do it. Yeah,
roll it.
Round 9.
Yeah, so this is, I think, I don't know if it's 3 rounds later, 2 rounds later, or something like that, where Exorcist finds this amazing flank on the B guys, right? I mean, Bait have the B bomb side, then
the 2v4
finds this flank, back from ramp. He gets the 2 kills, and now instead of hanging back and waiting for his teammate from CT spawn to help him and to play the crossfire and to try to get him uncomfortable, Exorcist sticks around, right? And Moses was talking about it, how, yeah, of course, you got your team into the position where you're in a 2v1. You made an amazing info play to try to get those 2 kills in the first place, but then just take your step back and play with your teammate. I mean, it's not that difficult.
And it's especially so pissing off because it's not like a macro thing overall, right? It's the individuals making such brain-dead plays. And I kind of felt bad for Mako over there. In both the scenarios, he's left in his 1v1s where it's very uncomfortable for him. And in that moment, he get the 2 kills. 20 seconds left on the clock. You know where the bomb is. You know the player has to plant the bomb over there. Just tuck in and hide. Wait for Maka to come in, as you pointed out, and make it very uncomfortable. And we saw multitude of rounds and moments like this from 3D Max where they should have had this map in the back, and it's just frustrating to watch this.
Yeah, I get it. Obviously, we're heading into Inferno. Now, we did say, and it is true, this is essentially their home map. I mean, this is the one that you really back 3D Max to do well on. I'm pretty sure they're probably used to having these like frustrating, long, drawn-out series by now because it feels that's very much their identity. So, I mean, we're expecting them to be much better on this, right?
Yeah, of course. And it's also a pretty bad map for Bait, and it's actually the one where even NPL is not really having a lot of impact as the A-Rifle guy. So it is just a map that I think the 2 teams that they have beaten on this in the last 10 maps or so were OG and Check's Notes Kaleido. In like this perfect world tournament in China where there was a relatively random,
one.
That's the one. So that's the only 2 teams that have beaten out of the last, I think, 10 maps. So that puts things into perspective about how lopsided of a map we were expecting here.
It's also because, on their T side, I don't think they've really played it a lot yet, right? With the new IGL change right there. So if you're Alex666, who I believe plays towards apartments on the T side, usually you'd expect your captain IGL to be with the pack or maybe towards mid, maybe even towards boiler. So there's going to be a few role or position swaps coming out, and especially against an Inferno specialist team like 3D Max, that's going to be rough.
I'm actually not sure if that's going to happen because, I mean, so far we haven't really seen any positional changes, but to be fair to Bait, Alex was already in the traditional IGL spots. It was NPL who was more outside of the meta in that aspect, where he was more in the space taker situations, less supportive, but actually taking the active roles up on himself. So we will see whether that changes. I actually don't know whether we've seen them on Inferno since
I don't think we have.
I also don't think so. So we will see whether that shakes up, because NPL is usually the guy who's mid boiler trying to make the active plays happen. He might as well stay there, but maybe we will see a switch from maybe a Sentiel being the supportive guy and hit.
And considering how he's so good individually, just trying to catch the right timings, going for his individual plays, I'd actually like to see a Sentiel towards apps. I think it would make a little bit more sense. The thing is, like we spoke about how Ancient is a bit of a problem for a 3D Max. And the same thing, Inferno has been one of the weaker maps for Bait, even against lower tier opposition. So I still feel 3D Max, despite my very clear frustrations, Rich, I still feel they're going to bounce back quite emphatically on this map.
And we've got about 30 seconds before break. So who should we watch out for on this map from 3D Max? Do you think?
Everybody, we know 3D Max to take their turns. They just have this dynamic playstyle that we saw on Ancient on Inferno as well. They like to gamble stack and these things that we've seen on Ancient. So I don't really have like one particular guy that I like to watch more than the other because they just take turns and it's well, actually I will say one guy that I think has impressed me on the T side, and it's kind of a surprising one. It's Maka, who doesn't actually op a lot in this half, but he actually gets a lot of impact done, being the guy who takes a lot of action in middle along with body, and he's helping a lot with supporting Banana, and he just makes it work and is getting good numbers on the map.
I think Mac is also going to be super frustrated with that map because so many a time, I don't think he really necessarily made too many mistakes in that map, right? With just him, with the AWP left in 1v2s in the post-spawn situations, was so uncomfortable for him. So yeah, I feel like he's going to, at least on the CD side, he's just going to try and take matters into his own hands and get a lot of these openings. And listen, man, I love watching Mac on Inferno CD side. So yeah.
All right. Someone to watch out for. For now, we're going to a break. When we come back, we're going to hope that 3D Max can heat up on Inferno. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Hello esports fans, I'm joined by Alex from Gentlemates, Hypex from GamerLegion, Crims from Fnatic, and Nerds from Team Liquid. What was the moment that you fell in love with Counter-Strike?
I think I don't have the specific memory, but I think I remember watching SK and Fnatic when Forest played. I think just anything many years back, 1.6, and says, oh my god, I need to play this game.
Just wanted like envisioning yourself there.
Just watching Forest play back in the, oh my god, it was so good.
The memories, I think it was when I was still a kid. I was about 10, and I was already watching like tournaments of the old First Pro. Maybe I was even younger, a bit older, I can't even remember. It was just when I was a kid, and I was watching, like, we would wake up with my brother at like 3 a.m. BP would be playing somewhere in America, and we'd be watching, since then. I knew that was like the game. Counter-Strike was the only game I could play without getting bored.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's sick, dude. That's a cool one to have. It makes sense as well with the Roots. It was kind of an awesome time as well.
Exactly.
They were the kings at that point, so.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that was my like favorite memory, I guess.
The first one, I would say, it's for the first moment I touched the game, but for me is when I went to local LAN in Tel Aviv, and I remember it was like just my cousin and 3 other guys, and we played against the big balls, like the big guys there, and I remember that we smashed them. It was even like we still had community in 1.6 like in 2013, something like this. And I remember they were thinking that I was cheating. This is the moment that I felt, okay, I feel like I'm good in this game. I like the competition. I like the adrenaline in this ones, even though it wasn't in front of a crowd. But this is like one of the biggest memory that I have.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
It's fun to think back on. It always is kind of those local LAN vibes. You never hits the same.
Listen, the local LAN vibe is like you're shouting to each other, like you're flaming this, like, you know. For me, it's like I like it. You know, I was living it, and yeah. Sometimes for me, sometimes it's better than every LAN that I was playing.
Oof, it's been a while since then. I think. It was a place where you were with your friends.
Okay.
You had to pay to play the game, basically.
Like a PC bang or
PC, local area.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like a little LAN center where everyone goes.
Exactly.
Okay, right.
And yeah, I think I fell in love with the game in that time. And then when I had my first computer, then it was, I don't remember, to be honest, when I had 14 years old or something like that. Yeah, I started like full focusing on CS.
Just really got addicted and just kept playing. And
Yeah.
Now you're here.
Yes. Yeah.
Years on.
It's insane.
Welcome back to PGL Masters Bucharest. We have got Bait one map up against 3D Max. 3D Max, one of the tournament favorites, Jason. Well, they lose Ancient, a clear weakness in the map pool, but now we move to a strength of theirs, which is Inferno. And also, as the desk were highlighting just in that break, not exactly a strength for Bait either.
No, it's not. They've had a rough go of it. They won 2 of their last, let's see, that would be 7 games on the map. No real great scalps in those 2 wins. They've lost to some teams that you wouldn't expect them to be losing to. So, yeah, this is a weird map for them. But, you know, on the bright side, if you want to be a positive person, Dinko, if you want to be a glass half full kind of a guy,
Dust 2 is the 3rd map.
Hang on, let me scrape the bottom of the barrel here for a second. They haven't played Inferno since the 2nd of October.
Right.
So maybe in the last few weeks, they've just been really killing it on this map. You know, they've been putting some work in.
Okay, well, I'm down to figure it out. Let's see. Hetrick's off to a good start. MPL, and, well, it may have been putting some work into the pistol rounds here as 3 quick kills come in for the CT side. His body is suddenly the last remaining player stuck in middle. So 3D Max really get nowhere with the pistol round, and Bait come out swinging.
Yeah, they do. That's a very nice start, and I think that's going to be another head scratcher for 3D Max. I was kind of surprised at the end of the previous map when they lost. Like, you could see them all just kind of sat in their seats, like looking around, like, how did this happen? You know, how did we get here? And I mean, it's a fun point to talk about it too in the context of Bait are underdogs yet again on this map, heavier underdogs, but they can still win in a very similar fashion, right? You play some close rounds, you keep the economy low, you never let 3D Max feel comfortable, you make sure if they want to make those risky plays, they do it in a scenario where if you lose the round, your economy's broken, and all of a sudden the risk-reward changes and is a little bit different. Towards the end of Ancient, I think they really put this 3D Max offense in their back pocket, just basically saying, you're going to dance to our tune. It's going to be interesting to see if 3D Max on a map where there's such heavy favorites, so much more experience, so much better results on it, if they're going to be able to change those fortunes.
MPL about to peek out towards top mid. Spots Gravity's back turned. It's easy for the M4 to clean up. And now the double swing as Lucky applies the pressure, just trying to get out shots of MPL. He will not be scared, though, to deal with both of them. And that last bullet left in the M4 is a clean headshot. And the MP9 to jump up and make some money. So 2-0 start for Bay Esports. No bomb plant here for 3D Max in either of the rounds played.
Now, on the other side of the coin, if you're 3D Max, you got to be thinking about, I mean, you might not realize it quite yet, but you definitely felt it inside the server on Ancient, how much money the Bait CT side had throughout Ancient. You're always up against full utility, always up against an AWP, always up against M4s and AK-47s. That's something that had to be a point of conversation and a point in the back of their minds of saying, we need to get some early success in this, not let this economy blow up so early that we have to grind the entire half against full buys. They have to limit that growth in these first 3 rounds of play. 2 MP9s on the board for Bait.
Flash going into the top mid smoke. Exorcist. Oh, it's frustrating because just as he wanted to move forward and be activated by that flash, he gets hit by an HE grenade, which slows him down. Here comes the reaction from Bet Esports. Flashed into the top banana peak. They've reclaimed control of it. They're going to set up one player in behind the sandbags and a deeper smoke halfway down banana to maintain control here with 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, and one more smoke to utilize after this fades away as well. Question is, how long do they want the clock to drip down before they pull off that third smoke, or do they just do it before the fade? They're going to push right into a 3D Max that's ready and waiting.
Here's Alex, and there he goes. Body just snaps him. Oh my god, he got away with a second. I have no idea how Body's able to get away with a second kill there.
It's a cool idea. That's a very ambitious take with that smoke fading, not having information on what's on the other side and trying to execute the deep utility so you can push forward. Very, very ambitious, and it goes the other direction. And now it's kind of, I think it's kind of important they save this last M4 in NPL's hands.
Well, he's wetting down inside of the bomb site. And because of the clean take of the site itself over on B for 3D Max, they have been able to send players over here on the hunt immediately. NPL, oh, just going into the boilers, being spotted, and nothing saved over for Bay.
Nothing at all. Everything went into that banana retake as the smoke faded, and that went completely sideways. One kill between the 3 defenders there, and the round's done after that. So first round for 3D Max. And mission accomplished of preventing that money from blowing up on the CT side, of letting it grow anywhere. So Bait has to reinvest everything, and it's a little bit busted, although nice they're able to afford the AWP, but you've got a 5-7 on Alex, you've got an MP9 on Kenzie. No banana control for either team. 3D Max going to slide into it when they see no utility is forthcoming from the CT side, but Bait want nothing to do with banana control at the start of this round. They're really trying to hold on to as much of that utility as possible.
Well, grenades land towards Kenzazor.
It's his
health gone.
Exact same timing as the previous round for Bait. That second smoke coming in at about the 120 mark, which means it'll fade around 103.
Ooh. You can hear the feet being burned there, Essential, and he's going to go a little bit of an investigation and punished for his curiosity. 55 seconds.
I'm wondering if it's like the lack of comfort on this map as we highlighted some of their woes and struggles on it that's making that kind of a peak. Like feeling nervous, feeling like you don't really know when your next good fight is going to come from, wanting to take the one that's available to you in the moment. Now you have the AWP on his own, and he's got 3 different choke points to monitor, and of course he's going to go down.
Yeah, so this wrapper on this A-bomb side, they've overtaken it. That's 3D Max going 2 up, and I think we're getting a little bit of an insight. To me, I feel like 3D Max are going to dominate Inferno. I said to you 13-6. I think that's pretty realistic.
Well, the pistol round was nice.
Yeah, it was.
That was a cool setup. Got all those kills.
It's nice to have the pistol.
Right, and I mean, I think this is also where you're going to see Bait feel like, especially like a fish out of water on a map like Inferno, where they have these kind of low buys, and all of a sudden you're trying to scrape some creative rounds together with limited nades, limited smokes and flashes. Nice thing though is with the pistol round, I mean, the CT side Inferno, I still think this map leans a little bit towards the T side statistically, but you know, again, you're in that situation. Scrape a couple of gun rounds out of your way, get lucky a couple of times, and all of a sudden, give me those 2 essential rounds that you know we're going to get.
Yeah, we're always going to have a couple of those. Yeah, I mean, we had Maui in the studio just last week for the CAC tournament. You know, his take on 3D Max is when they're playing their map picks at this level, they're so heavily favored. Like they have those comfort maps that they've got, the likes of Inferno, even Nuke sometimes. But Inferno absolutely is in that wheelhouse for 3D Max, and they are going to look incredibly comfortable, I think, throughout this entire map. And well, it's really on Bait to be disruptive and try and force 3D Max into some uncomfortable spots, and I just don't think we're going to see that from them. Lucky's all the way up behind the half wall.
Yeah, I think the round wins will see Bait get in this second half when the gun rounds come out are ones where like they just kind of dominate the point of attack. Like the individual steps up, gets a double or triple kill. I think if this kind of descends into like 3-on-3s and like 45 seconds of 3D Max work in the map, I think that's going to be a losing affair for Bait long term. So hopefully we'll see some of the individuals shine. It's not happening with these kind of mid-round, mid-peaks. Alex is able to grab one with the M4, but it's the only rifle left available. And 3D Max is content just calling a stalemate on the mid-aggression.
Well, Kansas are going to wait in towards CT spawn. Body, low HP down to 9. Here comes Alex over the top of the coffins, opens a couple up and brings them to the underwall. We've got a 2v2 all of a sudden. With Bait with a shot at this, but it comes down to the MP9. Now the M4 for Kansas Orc, but he couldn't finish off the top Orange's player. And now we've got Headtrick picking up an AK in bottom banana, sprinting his way up against Gravity and Maka.
Yeah, it's a winnable 1v2, but they're obviously going to be well aware of the possibility of the flank as this takes a lot of time for him to come up. Already got one player watching it. If he finds Gravity first, Maka's low. It's got to be quick. There's no kit.
Yes, the Gravity spot. It's a little hard to predict that for Headtrick. He couldn't get his crosshair in the right spot. And that round is made very difficult, but 3D Max still come out on top.
Yep, but again, grinding some money away. Probably not going to be the most impressive thing just yet what you're limiting 3D Max to, but it all counts at the end of the day. So Gun's going to come back in for the CT side for Bait finally. More M4s. And see what they can come up with. Really, the only full buy round they've had was that delayed Deep B execute retake that went so south. And now with all the utility, I think Bait might actually fight for banana control again. We'll see some of those deep nades come in, but 3D Max is very committed. They're coming up fast with the MAC-10.
Here's the fight. Kenzazor and Alex going to come out on top with him. Bait comes charging forward. Kenzazor also taking a lot of damage, but still standing on 3 HP, and he will retreat.
Yeah, falls back. Wise play. That's a lot of utility spent by the CT side. One more smoke on Headtrick. He's playing closer towards CT spawn. Exercise and Maka gonna walk in, and 2 versus 4, they're just gonna execute onto the B bomb site. You'd imagine smoke down towards CT. Maybe you can give Maka a decent amount of time to try and pick into the bomb site. One Molotov for Maka. An HE nade would be great. Excuse me, Molotov now an Exorcist as well. They could actually Molotov both New Box and Dark, and that would be a disaster. So a utility dump from the T side, hoping they can create an opportunity.
Headtrick, the high HP player.
Not using the smoke either.
It's going to be standing in the open. There goes a molly towards Dark, and that's going to get rid of Kenzazor, which actually in turn weakens Headtrick's spot. But he is not checked yet.
I don't think they
look for it. Oh my god, he peeks on out, and he will take himself both as he sweeps them under the rug.
Yeah, I don't think they heard the tick of the Molotov because he did take one, and that's a wise decision not using that smoke. Thought he might put it out and actually play. He was a little bit exposed if they were to come in, but that's the risk he chose to take, and it pays off at the end. Death of his teammate really sells his position, and nobody is aware of the potential that they need to clear it. All tied up at 3 now off this opening in Banana. This time not pushing all the way down. The battle takes place at half wall, and a good cleanup from Headtrick, who gets back to the AWP.
All right, Bait, first sign of life here in the second half, the first half rather. So let's see what they're able to do as the buy returns for 3D Max as they charge up into Banana. Kenzazor is going to be flashed out back, but look at that damage. Maka burned away with a combined HE damage, and that's an advantage picked up with some aggression into the bedroom. And we're talking about Bait trying to be disruptive, trying carve out a sort of a foothold in this first half on the CT side, and they've done that. They've done a very good job at that with some aggression through the apartments and great nades down Banana.
And not only have they carved it out, but this is a round that's going to put the money for 3D Max in a very weird place, right? Gravity's loaded with 4,300, so if he decides to eventually save that AK-47, it might all be good. He can drop one over, but money on the rest of their teammates, not anything pretty. So this will be like the first real big amount of pressure that 3D Max feels on Inferno.
Yeah,
and again, everything's valuable for the CT side.
He's going to get checked, though. He actually gets checked. Gravity's ass just got saved by Lucky.
Literally.
Does that kill win the round for 3D Max, though? Do they
No,
commit into a 3-man setup on the B-bomb site and come out on top.
I almost feel like the only way you could do this if you're 3D Max, because you just found someone in T-spawn, so they know you're not anywhere close to the A bomb site. Coming into this, it's all stacked up. Turns from the flashes.
No
a
way.
series of unfortunate events. How has Bait let this one slip out of their hands?
This is insane. 3 players are on the B-bomb site. You had them trapped. You had a flank going on, and you don't get a single kill from a 3-man B defense. Disastrous from Bait and 3D Max.
Lucky clearing the ramp after Gravity is well exposed and walked past it. One defender turning away from a flashbang just as you're swinging in. Everything went right for 3D Max.
It's literally almost as much of a miracle as Fnatic's major qualification. It's actually insane. So many things had to go right for 3D Max to pull that off, and I can't believe Lucky gets away with that kill on the flank. Essential. That has got to be the most rage-inducing moment of the game.
And we just outlined that's the round where Bait was really going to make 3D Max hurt, and they've let him out of it. They took their foot off, and all of a sudden 3D Max can wriggle free, and they've got complete control. It's your money that's quite busted. That's going to require some drops, require you to get creative with the buys. A huge opportunity missed for Bait. That's got to be, I mean, amongst the team, just really disappointing. The comms go quiet. You can feel the attitude drop after this kind of an opening. The great nade and utility damage, the Molotov that burns Maka up on top. This was a 5-on-3. That was the first. There's the second, but Gravity able to get double is insane.
5-7. It's a good start. It's an upgrade into an AK. And Essential can't get away because he had too much damage done to him. But look at MP. Oh, it took a while, but eventually gets it. And MPL gets another one. May not have been clean on the first, but certainly clean on the second.
They've got another flank. They've got another flank.
MPL might not need it though as he peeks out towards top middle. Decapitations from MPL. And this is a ridiculous round to return from Bait Esports. You may have lost the last one, but you really shouldn't have won this round.
Yeah.
So they get one back.
Well, that's a sick joke. You take the hook out and then you put it right back in. You had him. Like, that's crazy. What a round, and I think 3D Max just lost some focus of the details, like a low buy round, not looking for the push and ult, not really. I'll say this too, that push Exercise makes, going through the mid-smoke with the molly and a flashbang, that's the 3rd or 4th time they've done that. And they kind of set it up so they push through the smoke, and instead of actually challenging in lane, he's trying to just beeline over and towards Boiler to clear halls from the reverse side. This time completely schooled.
Oh, Body just barreling through the mid-smoke, goes down easily to Essential. Nice shot from Headtrick, and this is a quick shutdown in favor of Bait, who are actually going to take the lead of the game.
Yeah, they are. Leading the game on the CT side. Very, very nice for them. Headtrick. Just holding the angle. And again, this also just sets... Oh.
Everyone missing shots. Eventually Lucky gets it. Hey, throws that AWP out.
Yeah, good call.
Hey, it's quite a sick steal away there from Lucky.
Yeah. The reinvestment's going to be nice. Nice little benefit. Yeah, it sets up the second half where, again, you can talk about that style of, like, if you ever put 3D Max on the CT side in a weird money situation, just like they did in Ancient. Keep the money low, and then once you break it, you get in there. So, yeah, heavy underdogs in this, but as we're seeing in this first half, they're doing everything necessary to keep themselves within striking distance, to keep themselves with a chance to win this map, and set themselves up for a competitive second half. I'll tell you what, they might be able to, if they win this round, 3D Max is well and truly out of money. And then you've just opened up the runway to close out the half at like potentially 8-4. This could actually turn into something crazy out of Bait.
Mac 10 for Maka. And Gravity. You can see some weaknesses in this T side even after a purchase. This is going to be a Galil and 2 Mac 10s. More fight in Bait Esports than I personally predicted. But this is fantastic to see them showing up like this. Kansas are going to play at the half wall. Just his teammate out behind the sandbags. That's going to be Alex with him. And re-smoking Banana again, just to maintain control here for a little bit longer. Finally, some responses with 3D Max nades going forward. That nade lands a little bit too deep on the sandbag in the front side, so it doesn't do anything. And here they come, just barreling through the smoke. Here they go, and the Kenzisor shut down by the M4. Here goes MPL, unleashing bullets from his AK, and it's only a single kill. Alex's turn, and Maka, well, it's a double, and that's a little bit too much, isn't it, Jason?
Yeah, Alex, you didn't need to do that, but thankfully the HP is so low. This can be a very easy cleanup for the bait side of things. However, it all comes down to timing and some precise shots. Maka and Exercise can deliver those. Smoke is still up for some time. Both players have kits, plenty of utility. It's just got to be placed in the right place.
Well, smoke goes out to Banana. Both players in front of it, though. Let's see if 3D Max can hold on here. Maka slinks him behind the smoke. So does Exorcise. They've got a Molotov, and they're hoping that is enough.
I don't mind this as well with the low HP. You kind of got to take this risk.
Well, there's a smoke available. It's being used up onto the bomb. There goes the Molly. Going actually behind the smoke. There's a kill from Essential. Someone needs to get on the defuse, and now Hetrick is on it. Essential, the bodyguard. And he will protect that defusal all the way to a 6-4 scoreline in favor of Bait on this CT side.
What a great hold from that defense at the top of Banana as well. 3 kills between the two of them. Lovely job. Was that Kenzie who empties the mag and then quick switches out to the AK-47. Just that Alex coming in right at the end. You can understand the idea. He so desperately wants to help his teammates who are obviously doing a great job. He feels like turning that corner. He'll have this one-on-one just as the fight is done. Just running through a Molotov. It's just too much. They still come out on top. It's a 2-round lead. And now you have that little bit of a busted by. Tech-9's the solo AK-47 on Maka.
Oh, the body getting bashed down. He's on 3 HP. It's going to be lucky to come out on top for the Tech-9, though. Alex not happy about this outcome, and now the B-bomb site's under a lot of pressure. The Barbarians are at the door, and here comes 3D Max trying to get through. Maka with a great shot. MPL at least getting one. In response, he can't deny the bomb plant. That nade won't catch gravity either.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit too deep is what they were looking for. I think they wanted to break in the smoke again. They're going to have to back off this, I think. Do you want to risk it all? Actually, you have the cash. Go for it. Let's rock and roll. You got money. 3 on 4. You got a couple players low, but you have plenty of utility.
They're getting ready to fight. They're getting ready to swing. Exorcist comes through. Essential trying to hold on, but he can't. And now it's MPL with a last-ditch effort. Smoke onto the bomb.
Stick it.
Here for a kill out to a CT. Every second that he wastes, another player wraps around the ruins. MPL to hold it. MPL taking damage, and a Tech-9 shot finally comes through. It's getting down to the final second there of the defuse. 3D Max break through the B-bomb site.
I love it, though. I love that 3D Max still have like the ability and the tenacity to drop down and win a scrappy round like that. You know, like with the AK-47, with 4 Tech-9s, they just fully invested in the previous round. They could have gone for a half buy or like a save if they wanted to, but that's a beautiful round. It's just a B-rush and catches Bait completely off guard. It's back-to-back rounds. I think Alex is going to be feeling a little bit like he's done something wrong.
Last round of the half with some aggression from Hetrick down middle. Peering into that second mid-peak, but you can't stick around here forever. It's an opening move that doesn't net anything. At least information that it's likely to be a heavy B hit again. 3D Max going to be knocking at that door. Exorcist on the lurk. Once they find him, they know what's up. He's always that A lurker over towards the hallways. And it's going to be a 4-man finish, an attempt to try and finish on B. You've got Alex out towards CT, Kenzie inside of the site, and Hetrick's now arrived as well. And from the fountain, it's a flood from Kenzazor.
That's the bomb site player taken out, though. You're going to do some chip damage on the way in, play for the retake, but bomb site kind of open.
Collateral!
Yeah, all the way through at a distance, and all 3 to close it out. 7-5. Bait putting their best foot forward on Inferno.
Yeah, great shot stat from Hetrick to round out the half. Collateral into the third finish. Bait are showing a lot more than expected here on Inferno. 3D Max.
That got so brawly, though. Like, remember how we talked about at a certain point, like, if these rounds start getting into the mid-round territory of working the map in 3-on-3s, 40 seconds, 3D Max gets, they actually played just as fast into Bait, and that's exactly what Bait wanted. So I actually think, like, great half from Bait, decent half from 3D Max, but I think 3D Max is going to be a little bit frustrated because that's not the Counter-Strike I think they want to play, but they descended into it to match what was happening.
Yeah, and it's great to see the sort of CT side of BaTe being disruptive and not letting 3D Max play their game, because that's a big talking point coming into this tournament, is the fact that 3D Max have a very well-developed, fleshed-out playbook, and if you can kind of limit the capabilities of them playing with that playbook, then you're going to get a great chance to actually fight them on their map selections. And right now, BaTe, one map up in the series, and also within a shot here of Inferno.
Yeah, they might just shockingly 2-0 this. A real chance for it.
We'll see what their T side looks like.
Yeah, that's the interesting part, isn't it? It's been so long since we've seen it. 7-5 lead.
And there's a slight issue though as well for BaTe, is that if they lose this pistol round, 3D Max could tie up the game immediately. So let's see what BaTe can do in the pistol round. They've brought quite a bit of utility to this on Alex. P250 for head trick, and everybody else on Kevlar.
Well, this will be the first piece of information. A trap is set up here. Oh my lord, it's so fast, so deadly. Good rebuttal from Exercise, but flooding out halls, that's even better from Maka. Descend into the pit, get some safety.
Yeah, no, Headtrek's P250 trying to be pesky inside a boiler, and it's worked out. Eventually that kill is taken. Headtrek running away, just about getting out of dodge. Oh my god, how has he got away? How has he got away from that again? No. Oh my god, Headtrek, what? You've got a force field around you. Gravity really wants that kill, and he just doesn't get it. Oh my god.
He was so frustrated from that kill, eluding him by a quarter of a second even.
Headtrek's just running away the whole time.
Oh, he tilted him so much, he just jumps off the balcony.
It's like, I need that kill. I need to get that for my sanity. I need this kill.
I've never seen someone so physically tilted out of their gameplay.
I loved it. Well, the pistol round picked up for BaTe, so here we go. There's a force buy for 3D Max as well. If you get rid of this force buy, you're looking at 10 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's both pistols on Inferno. A great thing to have in the deciding map. You get the benefit of the starting cushion.
I like that BaTe are kind of bleeding out any initial utility here from 3D Max.
I think they just want to see what the opening is going to be from 3D Max, right? They didn't want to get caught by any mid push, any sequence of utility. .3D Max is going to push off this. Is anyone from BaTe going to hang back and watch the flank? Kenzie turns with his half HP and his Mac 10 and gets an eye on it. They see Bananas completely clear, so the full rotation comes in for the 3D Max defense.
A Mag 7 is what awaits them at short if they decide to go around that corner. It's a 5-7 though. Outside of Law. Lucky is going to make sure that it's a quick kill, but Headtrek and MPL fighting back, fighting on. Body's still here though, causing problems. And MPL nearly getting caught, jumping up to the graveyard. 30 seconds left. Plant gonna be committed to.
Yeah,
Alex will secure it.
This is nice from Body. He knows both of them are now trapped in the bomb site. He's relayed that information over to Maka. They're both gonna be in the site. You can assume the setup.
Yeah, well, the smoke goes down to Moto. That is certainly going to help matters here for the T side in this post plant. Mac is gonna break it, goes into the fight. MPL wins the fight though and puts all the pressure on Body, who ends up getting gooshed and finished off by Alex. So that force buy is repelled, and 10 rounds very likely now from BaTe.
Yeah, close but no cigar for 3D Max, and the pressure just continues to mount as they're looking at scoreboard, that BaTe score tick upwards. A nice round. There was some trickery in that one from 3D Max. So, I mean, good scouting at the B bomb site, sensed the pressure, wanted nothing to do with it, able to exploit A. A scrappy battle here on the rap side. Lucky almost gets a couple. But BaTe's able to avoid falling prey to this stack in the force buy. 9-5. M4 is out on Body. Upgraded pistols. So 3D Max really fighting for every single thing they can get in every single round. And it's perfect if you're BaTe right now. You're so happy at the moment that you're able to spot out the fact that an M4 is in play. Didn't take any damage from it whatsoever. You get the information. You can relay that to the IGL. Now they can set up and figure out how they want to attack the rest of this round. 1 minute and 15 seconds. They've got 4 players in Banana right outside the B bomb site. And it's all going to be on this execute.
High in the sky, those flashes run in. 5-7 kill from Ken onto Ken's, or rather from Gravity off the boost. They're going to go for a reboost. This time it's not 5-7. This time it's an M4. And Body! Oh, come on. Not checking it. It's going to be Body denying the bomb plant. A big round here for 3D Max to be stolen away, but Essential's back in the game again. A double kill out towards CT side. 2v3, 40 seconds left. And still a lot of time to stay composed and take a breather as Essential opens up the opportunity for Bait to head to 10.
Yeah, but that's where the question comes in. Can a team like Bait actually, do they have that in them to pause and stay composed? Especially on a map like Inferno, they've struggled with so much.
Don't boost again, please. Don't get caught by it again, at least.
Do it. It's the last thing they'd expect.
Oh my god. Third time lucky, and it's gonna work out. Essential left, 1v3 with the AK inside of the site, and he's gonna go out into the fight and die. As he transfers back to Banana, he was close to that follow-up kill. That is a massive round to pick up for 3D Max.
And it's another one of those rounds we always talk about is if you're gonna upset a team like 3D Max in a series, you cannot drop a round like that right when you're on the verge of gaining such a strong position in the map. That's devastating for Bait, especially the fashion in which it happens. It just shows that B-Execute, they don't have the protocols. They don't have a plan of which person's watching what. This is a jump across before the smoke plume. Small mistake there. Alex not prepared for the boost. NPL committing to the plant too quickly. And then from there, it's just nobody having eyes on that. So chaotic.
And those are the kind of rounds that if you lose, will allow 3D Max back into their map selection here.
Yeah, that's the sinking feeling you feel if you're on the Bait side of things. You know you've given him one. You know you've given him a great opportunity. Come on, boys.
All right. Shift in through the nades. Can Bait bring the hurt again? On Tech 9's, a little bit of utility. A pop into the A bomb site can be effective. But it would take one big miss here as well from 3D Max. Exorcist unable to connect the grenades, bombarding his position, but he's still standing, still fighting. His teammates falling around him though, and Maka makes up for it. It's a 3K from the bomb site. He's run out of bullets in the air. Forward, but Maka mowing them down, nearly all 5 there, but Essential. He's in the clutch, and it's doable.
Hold the phone. I mean, if he actually is patient with this, he can win it. He doesn't need to stick the plan immediately. There's still time.
Yeah, Body's coming up through short side. Essential diving down on the site. Fake tap again. Gravity goes aggressive. Body's on the site. Oh, Essential knows exactly where they both are, but it's easier said than done as Body will drop him and put him down in the site. Again, it is competitive, but it was Maka who just did a lot more than 3D Max required, and he steps up.
That's maybe the easiest round of Maka's career. Like, nobody's even looking at him the whole time. Everyone is so focused on the pit player. They sent like 4 bodies at him, 4 HE grenades at him, and still survived, and Maka gets to clean up based off of all of that. A brilliant round supporting his teammates, and a testament to the setup that 3D Max brings in. They're just 2 rounds back now. First time out called for Bait as they talk things over.
Realistically, 1 round back because there's going to be an eco round coming up here as well for Bait.
I think the scary thing, I think if you're Bait during this timeout, if you're the coach, it's almost like you have to get these guys to calm down. These last two executes are getting so scrappy. Everyone's rushing towards the first player they've seen, the first fight they've seen. Everyone's occupied directly with what's in front of them rather than what's coming next, and it's allowing 3D Max to claw back into this game slowly but surely.
Oh, okay. Well, shouldn't expect too much in a round like this for Bait, and should be nice and easy for 3D Max to take 8 rounds. Oh man, I do feel like that boost round, we'll call it, over towards CT could be the beginning of the end for Bait.
Oh yeah, it's a very defining loss if they're to go on and lose this for sure.
You're gonna run it back up. He's gonna hold that M4 down, sprays his way, and he will take the Tech 9 out. Maka getting some confidence up as well.
Yeah, that's what, 7 kills in the past 2 rounds?
Yeah, we're sitting at 7 kills.
Too shabby.
Doubled his kill count almost. And you're right. Let's see if Bait can stabilize it and come down a little bit.
That's the big thing is like if you're going to do some of these grouped up hits, like it has to be somewhat contained, right? There has to be, it can't just be all chaos of everyone pushing forward and just trying to kind of pick up the pieces of where it's left off. Everyone has to know what they're kind of going to turn into and look for, whose responsibility is the boost.
Well, the nade takes half of body away.
It's a lot of
committed though.
A lot of HEs traded here in Banana in the early going. I think I counted 5 of them. Standard defense. Body and Lucky at the B-bomb site. Gravity exercise and Maka over towards A. Maka being that rotating player, shifting between, trying to read where his opponents are moving. For Bait, yet again, it's nothing fancy. 4 up Banana.
Gonna be Lucky alongside Body to try and delay this. The smoke goes out. Got another one available too.
Yeah, and this is an easy call for Maka to shift over. There's nothing happening on the other side of the map.
Oh my god, they just go through that first smoke. Body's gonna handle the first. Lucky gonna swing out for the second. And now the rotations have arrived. It is very unlikely to see Bait get into a comfortable spot, but they've done well to keep a 3v3 on the table.
Yeah, but see how many assumptions they're making? They never expected a third player to be here. That's a nice bit of damage through the smoke. Head Trick brought down to 5 HP.
Yeah, it's Body as well, who's been the initial B player this whole round. He took the early damage with that grenade around the half wall. Here come the rotations.
One Molotov could clear out Dark, could clear out Head Trick's position.
Yeah, you've got 2 flashes as well available. Let's see if they decide to use them. It's going to go through the church windows. New box will be cleared out. Doesn't find Head Trick, but will allow them to focus on it. But he's got his teammates coming through. Head Trick peeks out, and there we go. That's more like it from Bait. They get into the post plant. They come out on top of the 3v3.
Yeah, and this is like the rounds like this. I think are what's really going to frustrate 3D Max at the end of the day, because like that's a B execute. I was going to say standard, a little bit different with the kind of quick pacing through the smoke, based off of a flashbang through the defensive smoke. But I mean, still, if you're those B defenders, if you're 3D Max, we're like we should be able to handle that regardless of the situation. Really nice post plan, and it's very fortunate they didn't get punished by that third player playing behind coffins before they realized his position.
Got Maka. Gonna peek down middle. Take a big flick to land that one, and he's gonna take a warning shot and fall back. Body holding onto the grenade. It's going to go over the top of the half wall. Do a decent amount onto Kenzazor. Another one going over the top. This one a lot more deadly, as Kenzazor thought he dodged the initial damage. He goes back thinking the half wall is a safe place to hide again, and then a grenade comes over and drops him to 25. Let's see what the response is from Bait as they start to gut through second middle instead. Not exactly staying focused on the B play.
It's a big test, though. This is going to be a huge tell down the stretch of this game. If Bait can't make an A hit work here in round 19, if they commit to this and end up losing the round, I think the future of the rest of this half is going to be very telegraphed for 3D Max, because I think Bait will just descend into a majority of executes and hits towards that B bomb site. Now, fortunately for them, at this perfect moment, with nothing happening on the map, just like last round, Maka has decided to shift away. It's the same exact read he had previously in round 18, but this time it's incorrect.
28 seconds left. Every single time they've gone for these has been chaotic finishes into the bomb site. Can Bait thrive in the chaos with 20 seconds on the clock? Exorcist waits in the mini pit, keeps his head down. Alex has taken Maka out of this round. NPL in the follow-up, and Head Trick lands a blinder on Exorcist in pit. It's the site taken, 11 rounds picked up, and a save call made for 3D Max. Bait Esports are truly in with a shot at 2-0ing 3D Max today.
Yeah, nice call. And again, the buildup is very, very similar. Nothing happening on the map. Last round, it was nothing happening on the map into a B exec. Maka feels the same exact thing, feels the read, and is just dead wrong. Only 2 defenders at that A bomb site, and when they're wrapping around, that pit player has so few positions he can play in.
And it's so impressive as well in the way that Bait are doing this. It's not like they've come into the second half just riding momentum to the bitter end. They've had rounds that were likely to be sort of a vacuum to that momentum, to suck the energy out of the team.
Yeah.
That round with a boost when you're up against the low buy, like that could have been a moment that broke Bait Esports on this T side. But they've been able to bounce back. They've been able to stabilize, which is something you were concerned about, Jason. Would they be able to do it as such a young team?
It's just because so many of those executes during that period, like during that little boost round and a couple after that, were just looking chaotic. You could tell players were just like in situations where they don't really know what's happening, where everyone's moving around them. It's just nades, flashbangs, and you could feel it watching Bait kind of scale into bomb sites, that they were getting a little bit nervous, that they were just looking for a fight, that they were making a lot of assumptions and just assuming that only 2 players were at B. That round looked much cleaner. Let's see if that continues for them to close out the map and close out the series in shocking fashion. Be incredible upset. And there's a lot of teams in that 1-in-1 group who are really hoping they don't have to play up against 3D Max. So all eyes on the Frenchmen to see if they can recover. Just 3 rounds back. It's not far, but Bait is throwing them for a loop right now.
Straight away, Bait trying to get up through Banana. There's going to be a risk involved in this because look at Body inside of the smoke. They run over the top of him, then run right past him, and can Body do anything about this? He's biding his time, trying to track the steps, hunt down his opponent, who's already inside of the logs, who's just waiting patiently. And it looked like we're going to get a chaotic start inside of Banana, but in the end, it's quite quiet.
I think they realize, Bait, the situation where they have the economic advantage. It's going to be a weak buy. How much damage can that peak get? Absolutely nothing. I think they're just so cautious of knowing there's the potential for some kind of sneaky, annoying play inside the smoke. Grouped up now and playing the trade game, but they don't need to trade anything. 12 rounds to the 8 of 3D Max. Bait have 4 chances to close out this series.
Yeah, I mean, Ancient was always kind of back and forth, hard to call. Bait had to stay in it, barely staying in Ancient. We talk about that as a weak map for 3D Max, so it was understandable that Bait could win that one 13-11 down to the wire, but coming in and possibly defeating 3D Max 13-8 on Inferno,
yeah,
I don't think anybody really had that.
That's a big statement win, isn't it, as well? And then it kind of puts to bed, to a certain extent, it'll be still tested for some time, but it starts to, shake that whole idea of this is a weak Inferno team when you take down a squad like 3D Max on it. So give some potential fun in the vetoes moving forward if they're able to establish some success here. Inferno coming into this map was a 29% win rate for Bait in the last 3 months, 80% win rate for 3D Max in the last 3 months.
And they're absolutely stunned right now with 3D Max.
It's the same look they had after losing Ancient. As soon as that game ended, it was like everyone looking around at each other like, oh, the game's over, huh? Like, whoa, we lost? There's no more chances?
Ah, it doesn't seem like there's many more chances here. You start winning right now. And don't stop winning until you get to overtime. Let's see how this goes then for 3D Max. The last hurrah. Bait at least taking damage here at the start of the round in a big way. 3D Max's utility landing. Alex, head trick, and Kenzizor feeling bruised.
The difference in style from Bait once they've gotten to this point where winning the map in series was in reach. No longer just grouped up as 4 right out of the gate. This time they're spreading, they're playing the map slow. Playing default Counter-Strike. And looks like they want to take a little bit of map control before they pull the trigger on an execute.
Ooh, more damage being done. The walking wounded for Bait in round 21.
All right, well, Kenzie just heard the flashbang and the footsteps of the clear down deep Banana, so he might call the rest of his team back. Almost there with the timing. That defensive smoke is going to hold them back, but Gravity's still got to be in the back of his mind worried about that B bomb site. It's going to be a split directly towards him, it feels.
Gravity, 2 in the arches. Gravity loses his head and his life. It is essential to follow up on Maka. That's the A bomb site defender gone. So it's on Body to try and fight on two fronts. He's got one in Banana, goes back to CT, and just too much to ask.
Ooh, awkward interaction here at the base of mid. Lucky realizes there's one coming really, really late. They can be Banana. Is Headtrick aware of the possibility because he's being flanked out by Lucky? If Lucky gets this kill, 3D Max might just win it all.
Yeah, well, he does get that kill, and now it's Alex waiting inside of the coffins. Essential sprinting back up through Banana, but doesn't want to give away the element of surprise. Can his teammate survive long enough? But Lucky goes back, so it all falls to Alex to try and win this one. 13-8 against 3D Max, and he just can't get that kill. So 3D Max will survive for at least a little bit longer.
But it's cool, man. I like seeing that Bait has this in their playbook. The change of pace, the change in tempo of this T side, out of those grouped up executes into a default spread, into a little bit of a fakey round, something 3D Max hadn't encountered in this round yet, or in this half yet. And look at how difficult it was for them to control. Huge step up from Body, who's able to find ways to isolate these fights. That split not exactly executed perfectly in the read as well, that the late lurk would be coming behind him again. Lucky and Body combined to save the day.
Yeah, Body does so well. That so much pressure coming in from Banana and CT. It's a timeout taken here for Bait. They just want to get this job done.
Well, again, it's calm down. It's boys, don't rush it. Don't try and force it. Don't feel like we have to win in this moment. Nobody panic. Nobody get chaotic. And they've looked razor sharp and razor focused these last 3 rounds. After things kind of got out of control in the middle stages of the half. The conversation is there is just calling is going good, calling a great game. Everything's fine. We know what's happening on the map. Just stay calm and wait for your moments. It's going to come to us. 3 rounds left, 3 chances left to upset 3D Max here in the 1-0 game at PGL Masters Bucharest. But the job just gets harder. Now the buys for 3D Max get better. Now the utility for 3D Max gets better.
Yeah, and I mean, you just touched on the fact that this is a very strong Inferno team. You have an opportunity here to take a win against them. You've got to take it, but you also have to be aware that they could very easily come back into this and force out overtime. Going to be laser focused. On a timeout ahead of this round as Bates settle in. There's no one going up Banana, no one taking those B fights for the T side. It's very much focused on this A play. And look at the apartment setup. Lucky and Exorcist. This is going to be very hard to break apart.
Looks like they might want to wrap around again.
Well, Flash was good. Exorcist still gets the kill though. Essential can't drop him. There's the wrap around Lawn. Maka trying to line them up, but he gets shredded by Kenzisor. And they know there were 2 players over towards the apartments. You know where they are. You know where they are. And so the hunt is here. And Bader breaking them. It's Lucky inside of the site. He was the hero of the last round and tries to do it again, but he's down by a head trick. The rotations have arrived. The numbers even, but the health favors 3D Max.
A little bit of panic from Headtrick and Kenzie in this 2v2. Headtrick gave up the pit position and realizes his mistake. Back in, but the footsteps have given it up.
Good nade. Look at that. Drops Body down to 23 HP. Kenzisor, they've walked right by. Gravity's inside the smoke. He sees him, and he seizes his chance. The Molotov can go to the side. It can go to short, and Body's health is so low, he can't tank that damage. And so he's held in position and finished off a 2-0 win for Bait against 3D Max. Many have 3D Max as potential finalists in this competition. Some even say they're the favorites. And well, they've just lost 2-0 to this young Ukrainian side.
And congratulations indeed to that young Ukrainian side. But first, I want to start the segment by I'm revoking their gatekeeper pass, Striker. They're not, 3D Max can't have it anymore.
Yeah, I think
they've dropped way too many maps for me. They looked a bit shaky, even as they went to the finals, lost to Legacy. That should have been the freest tournament they're ever going to get.
They are not eliminated so far. I mean, I'll just put it out there. We're fine for now.
I'm not a believer anymore. I'm done. Okay. I've seen enough.
I literally said they were my favorites coming in, so I look like a freaking idiot.
Many a wrong opinion.
That's also true, but here I am still sitting. Right? Anyway, the thing is, yeah, I mean, they're not gatekeepers. It's just a broken little wicket gate in some, suburban town in the UK.
They don't even have a garden, mate.
It's
they live in apartments. That's where we're at right now.
It's just
in terms of the gatekeeper.
It's just so rough because you look at Ancient and we're critical of them. We're like, these are like plays you don't expect from this team. And then you head into Inferno where we said this is one of your better maps, probably